The day after the apocalypse, I was reborn. I still remember how I narrowly escaped from this dilapidated old city building in my previous life. The streets were full of zombies, and there was almost no way to survive. But this time is different. I came back with a memory of the future, but the start of this rebirth is not friendly. I couldn't go back to the beginning of the apocalypse, and I didn't have time to stock up on supplies and build a shelter. The scene outside the window was still familiar. Densely packed zombies, gunshots mixed with screams, and a terrifying apocalyptic atmosphere. In my last life, I lost so much, my family, my friends, and even my own humanity. But this time, God gave me a golden finger. On the opposite balcony, the girl named Jiang Xiaofan appeared in my sight. She was an internet celebrity with fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. In her previous life, she was considered a goddess-level figure with millions of fans. I didn't expect that after I was reborn, I could see a transparent card floating above her head. Jiang Xiaofan. Item 1. 3D printing, orange. Item 2. Dancing, green. Item 3. Singing, white. At first I thought I was dazzled, until a voice sounded in my head. This is my golden finger. Any beautiful woman who reaches the goddess-level evaluation will have such a card appear above her head. And I can peel the entries off through my mind and turn them into my own abilities. What is this concept? In the words of the novel, this is the standard plug-in for rebirth. Just when I was curious about how to use it, Jiang Xiaofan returned to the house. I was so anxious because I could only pick up her entry when I saw the card. At this moment, there was a burst of gunfire outside the alley, and an out-of-control military vehicle rushed in. Through the windshield, I saw that the driver had turned into a zombie, while the soldier in the passenger seat was still struggling. The car knocked over several zombies and was destroyed directly downstairs. The co-pilot broke free and shot several zombies in the head with a shotgun, but he was ultimately unable to escape the siege of the zombies. At that time, I wanted to go downstairs to pick up the shotgun, but the timing was wrong, and the zombies downstairs had not left. Just when the gunshot attracted Jiang Xiaofan to run back to the balcony, I finally found the opportunity. While she wasn't paying attention, I locked onto her 3D printing entry with my mind, imagining the action of peeling dash. The next second, the card above her head really changed. Jiang Xiaofan, entry. 3D printing, 60% taming degree can be forced to pick up a second time. Current taming degree, 0%. A mysterious force surged into my body, and then my attribute panel popped up. Yuan attributes, Strength 11, Constitution 11, Agility 10, Spirit 9 superpower, 3D printing. This ability instantly made me burst with excitement. In simple terms, 3D printing allows me to consume my mental energy to copy any object that weighs no more than 10 kilograms and has no life characteristics. Obviously, this is not an ordinary 3D printer, but an infinite replica. I casually pulled half a pack of cigarettes out of my pocket and conducted an experiment using this power. 3 seconds later, an identical cigarette appeared out of thin air. Even the wear and tear on the packaging was indistinguishable. At that time, I just wanted to shout out, "Fuck, this ability is too abnormal." Through testing, I found that copying organic matter is time-consuming and labor-intensive, while the consumption of inorganic matter is almost negligible. After mastering this ability, I began to frantically copy food, water, and various daily necessities, filling up the refrigerator. More importantly, the shotgun downstairs. I must get it, because with it, I can not only protect myself, but also use my supernatural power to copy ammunition and weapons. As for the female Tyrannosaurus on the opposite side, Jiang Xiaofan, she is not only the source of my cheat code, but also the target of taming. The 3D printing on her head can be forcibly removed a second time, just to improve the taming degree. I already have a plan to tame her through supplies first, and then gradually unlock more abilities. Chapter 3 of the story. I heard the strange noise coming from the kitchen, and my nerves tensed instantly. This situation had never happened in my previous life. Could it be that the butterfly effect after rebirth has already appeared? I quickly picked up the shotgun, held my breath, and slowly approached the source of the sound. "Handsome boy, are you there? I have something I want to trade with you." It turned out to be the neighbor's eldest sister. I breathed a sigh of relief and put the gun down. I walked to the balcony and saw her holding a bottle of beer with a bargaining expression on her face. "Handsome boy, I don't drink. Do you have any instant noodles? Give me another one." I was delighted. I had been eyeing this bottle of beer for a long time. This is a rare item in the end times. It would be a great deal to exchange it for it. "Okay, you wait. I pretended to get a bucket of instant noodles from home and handed it over and took the beer. As soon as I got it, I immediately used the 3D printing capability of the Goldfinger to copy 10 bottles and stuff them into the freezer. When I have hot pot later, I will eat meat and drink ice-cold beer at the same time. I feel so happy just thinking about it. However, considering that this neighbor lady will turn into a zombie sooner or later, I deliberately locked the anti-theft window of the kitchen balcony to ensure that she cannot crawl in even if she turns into a zombie one day. Then, I returned to the living room and turned my attention to the security door. The gunfire outside had already stopped, so I decided to seize the opportunity and go out to pick up the shotgun downstairs. I slowly unscrewed the side lock and pushed it open a crack to make sure there were no zombies outside. I pushed it a little more and finally opened the door completely. The stairwell was quiet. 2 zombies with their heads blown off were lying on the ground, probably the work of the previous soldier. The living zombies had obviously left, but they were definitely still wandering around. I walked as lightly as possible to the side of the soldier, whose body had been gnawed down to a skeleton, and picked up the 870 Export version shotgun. The moment I picked up the gun, I felt much more at ease. This gun was beautifully crafted, and with my ability, I could replicate it endlessly as long as I had bullets. The soldier had 3 12-gauge shotgun shells in his belt, which I removed. He had a holster on his thigh with a 5.8mm pistol with a 20-round capacity. I carefully unholstered my gun, being extremely cautious throughout the whole process, ready to run back to my room and close the door immediately if a zombie rushed upstairs. Fortunately, I was lucky and everything went smoothly. When I got home and closed the security door, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. This little adventure was quite rewarding. A shotgun, a pistol, a bullet belt, and a holster. Although the gun was covered in blood, it was not a big deal. I quickly cleaned the weapons, deftly dismantling the shotgun and pistol, wiping them clean, and reassembling them. There were still 8 bullets in the pistol magazine, plus 3 shotgun shells in the bandolier, enough for me to activate the golden finger. After getting these weapons, I wasted no time and immediately used my 3D printing ability to start replicating ammunition. Metal is an inorganic substance, so its consumption is pitifully small. In less than 15 minutes, I had copied 10 shotguns, 10 pistols, 1,000 shotgun shells, and 20 pistol magazines. These weapons were enough to allow me to run rampant in the early days of the apocalypse. After loading the equipment, I checked the time. It was noon. The beer was already frozen, and the hot pot base, meat slices, and vegetables were all prepared. I moved the coffee table, set it up on the balcony, and started to light a fire and cook the meat. The pot boiled quickly, and the thinly sliced beef was thrown in. After a few seconds, I picked it up and dipped it in the chili sauce. I took a bite and it was so fragrant that I almost floated in the air. Paired with a big sip of ice-cold beer, this delicious feeling makes me want to have a banquet directly on the balcony. However, it is not enough to just enjoy the food. You also have to show off. Jiang Xiaofan on the opposite side has not shown up, and I am thinking that her docility needs to be improved slowly. Showing off and attracting hatred is the first step to taming. Thinking of this, I put down my chopsticks, picked up the shotgun next to me, leaned out, and aimed at the zombies downstairs. Bah! A shot was fired, and the dense steel balls directly blew up a zombie's head. Blood splattered everywhere, and the aesthetics of violence was extremely shocking. The noise really attracted Jiang Xiaofan out. She lay on the balcony, staring at the shotgun in my hand with a look of shock. "Hey, where did you get the gun?" she asked. I looked up and glanced at her, not wanting to answer. You can't just speak easily if you want to show off. You have to show off your power. If you talk more, you'll lose your sense of mystery. I continued to shoot at the zombies downstairs. The zombies were so densely packed that I hardly needed to aim, and each shot could kill 1 or 2. When I ran out of bullets, I calmly reloaded, looking completely at ease. Sure enough, Jiang Xiaofan was stunned by all this. She stared at the hot pot, beer, fruit, and watermelon on the balcony and couldn't help swallowing. She stopped eating takeout on the first day of the apocalypse, and now she was starving. "Handsome, do you have any food at home? I'll buy it for 10 times the price." I smiled and said nothing, just eating hot pot and drinking beer. She was anxious. 100 times. Can I buy it for 100 times the price? I am starving. I still ignored her until I was full, threw the pot with soup and vegetables downstairs, and walked back to my room. She was so angry that she stamped her feet and yelled, "You idiot! Can't you give me the food if you can't finish it? Oh, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. I will starve you for another day. And when you beg me, my taming plan will officially begin." Chapter 4. After a busy morning, I was a little tired. Copying food, weapons, and ammunition consumed a lot of mental energy. It felt like I had played games all night, and my body and brain were overdrawn. Just when I was about to lie down and have a good sleep, I heard the sound of zombies knocking on the door. It seems that I attracted these beasts by firing on the balcony. I sighed. I have to get rid of them, Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep well. I picked up the shotgun, walked to the door, and carefully observed the movement outside through the peephole. There were shadows in the peephole, and it seemed that several zombies were pressing against the door. I didn't bother to look at it carefully, so I just aimed the gun barrel at the cat's eye and pulled the trigger. The loud noise of the shotgun echoed in the corridor, and the dense steel balls instantly penetrated the cat's eye and hit the target outside. I didn't care whether the shot killed the zombie directly or not. Anyway, I had enough bullets, so I just kept firing. Bang! 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 After a few shots, the zombies' roars gradually became sparse. I reloaded the bullets and stuffed the barrel directly into the hole of the cat's eye. Whenever a zombie came close, I would shoot it in the head. In less than 10 minutes, all the zombies outside the door were shot in the head and cleared out. I looked out through the broken peephole, and it was finally quiet outside. Although the peephole was not big, about the size of a ping pong ball, it was not so big that someone could reach in and open the door, let alone lock it with a wire hook. I could finally sleep peacefully. I went back to the bedroom, lay down on the bed, and fell into a deep sleep within a few minutes. I slept very soundly, as if the fatigue of my body also disappeared with the dream. I didn't open my eyes until I was awakened by the notification sound of WeChat. I picked up the phone and saw that it was a video call from Yisu. When I saw this name, I felt a chill in my heart, but I quickly suppressed my murderous intent, smiled indifferently, and answered the call. Brother Yi, you are still alive? That's great. Yisu on the other side of the screen had a hypocritical smile on his face, his expression full of pretended surprise. Thanks to Brother He, I survived the disaster. I said in a flat tone, but I was already sneering in my heart. This Yisu, together with his father, is the culprit who killed my parents. In my previous life, I worked hard to investigate for half a year before I found any clues about them. For revenge, I risked my life, but was tortured to death by them in the end. In this life, I will never let them live in peace again. Brother Yi, where are you? Yisu asked. Wudong Garden in the old city. Why did you go to the old town instead of living in your villa in Luhu? There was a hint of surprise in his tone. I want some peace and quiet, I said casually. In fact, I moved to Wudong Garden a long time ago to monitor Yisu through Jiang Xiaofan. I didn't expect that this guy kept dragging his feet and wasted more than half a year. Brother Yi, to be honest, my girlfriend also lives in Wudong Garden, just opposite your house. Yisu continued. She sent me a photo and accidentally let me know that you live here too. I'd like to ask you to do her a favor and give her some food. In 2 days at most, I'll send a helicopter to pick you up. Huh, I sneered in my heart, but didn't show any clues on the surface. Since Brother He has asked, I will naturally not let her starve. Thank you, Brother Yi. Yisu pretended to thank me and then hung up the call. I put down the phone and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. Yisu, you don't know yet, do you? I have already found out that you are closely related to the death of my parents, and I am planning to take good care of Jiang Xiaofan, my girlfriend. Memories flooded back, and all the things from the past life reappeared in my mind. The Yi family and the He family had a good relationship. Giant Semiconductor, founded by my father Yi Jianmin, is a pillar enterprise in Shidu and even has business dealings with the military. The He family is the second largest shareholder of the company, and Yisu and I used to call each other brothers. Later, the company planned to go public, but my father was firmly opposed to foreign investment. The board of directors was in a turmoil over this, but my father had a veto power and no one could do anything about it. Until that accident happened, my parents died in a man-made car accident. I was seriously injured and hospitalized, and the company quickly fell into the hands of the board of directors. When I recovered, everything had changed. I spent half a year investigating and finally found clues about the He family, but there was not enough evidence to convict them. In desperation, I could only plan revenge myself. However, the arrival of the end of the world brought it all to an abrupt end. This time, fate gave me a chance to start over. With a golden finger and reborn memory, I must make those people regret coming to this world. In this life, if I can still escape from the main city, I will let you know what it means to repay a tooth with a tooth and blood with blood. Chapter 5. To be honest, I have no idea whether I can leave the main city alive. Within the Second Ring Road, the density of zombies is frighteningly high. Now is only the beginning of the apocalypse. More people will turn into zombies one after another, and the situation will only get worse. The experience of my previous life was still vivid in my mind. The military's big operation attracted the zombies in the alley, giving me the opportunity to drive the crashed military vehicle out of the city. The road was full of dangers, and in the end, I was blocked by zombies and had no choice but to rush into the Shu River. After using the last bullet to break the windshield, I jumped into the river. Fortunately, the zombies couldn't swim, so I floated along the river all the way back to Luhu Lake. This time, I have superpowers and enough supplies. If I don't think about revenge, it's no problem for me to survive in the city. But Yuan will never live in vain. I must avenge myself. And to leave here, the current strength is not enough. I have to get some entries from Jiang Xiaofan again. Maybe I can upgrade my powers, unlock new abilities, and increase my chances of survival. After a good sleep, I was almost refreshed. I quickly copied 2,000 shotgun shells. With enough ammunition, I was more confident. I looked at the time. It was 6 p.m. I was a little hungry. Let's have some chicken soup tonight. I was in a good mood, so I moved the food and beer to the balcony, set up the induction cooker, and plugged it into boil water. I first poured a glass of cold beer to moisten my throat, and then put some fruits and melon seeds on the pot, feeling relaxed as if I were on vacation. The water soon boiled, and I threw the chicken and mushrooms into the pot and cooked them slowly. At this time, the sky gradually darkened, and suddenly a red fog rose around. The fog became thicker, and things 100 meters away were completely invisible. The survivors nearby also ran to the balcony, their eyes full of panic. But I'm not worried. Yesterday's virus rain was also this strange red color, and the people who got what had already turned into corpses. The red fog is not as toxic, but if it is inhaled into the body through breathing, the virus will gradually accumulate until the immune system collapses, and finally it will be difficult to escape the corpse. Only a very small number of people, like me, are born with antibodies and are not afraid of these. The red fog is getting thicker and thicker, but the chicken in the pot is already cooked. I took a piece and dipped it in chili sauce. The moment I took a bite, the spicy taste made me sigh. Oh, so good. At this time, Jiang Xiaofan also stood on her balcony. When she saw me eating the soup pot, her eyes instantly widened. She swallowed, raised her hand, and shouted at me. Hey, handsome guy, it's me, Sue's girlfriend. Sue said that he has already greeted you. I glanced at her and lazily responded. What are you saying? Oh, this woman at this time is still playing the emotional card, very stubborn. If you want to ask for food, just ask for food. Why do you have to go through so much trouble? It really makes me speechless. Seeing that I didn't respond, she suddenly looked embarrassed and stammered. Handsome guy, I'm really starving. Since you and Sue are friends, just give me something to eat, please. To be honest, I felt a little interested when I saw her begging me with all her dignity. But to tame her, I couldn't just give her benefits so easily. I had to trample her pride to the ground first. Sue, he knows me, but we are not close. I replied deliberately slowly. Jiang Xiaofan's face changed when he heard this, and he became anxious. He will send a helicopter to pick me up in 2 days. Give me something to eat, and I will ask him to take you with him. I almost laughed out loud. Does this woman really think that Sue, the licker, can be trusted? In his previous life, he did send a helicopter, but Jiang Xiaofan still didn't return to Luhu alive. I know very well that the most dangerous period of this apocalypse is the first few days. Everyone has a virus in their body and can turn into a corpse at any time. Even the helicopter pilot is no exception. I looked at her confident expression and couldn't help but smile. Helicopters are useless to me. If you want to leave, I have my own way. Don't use it as a bargaining chip. Jiang Xiaofan's expression froze for a moment, but he quickly reacted and his tone softened. Handsome, I apologize to you. I was wrong about what happened this morning, and I didn't mean to scold you. The end of the world came too suddenly, and I was in a bad mood, so I said those words. Will you forgive me? I glanced at the card above her head and saw that her taming degree had indeed increased by another 5%, reaching 10%. This woman had finally learned to be a little smarter. Just then, a burly man with tattoos all over his body and a cigarette in his mouth appeared from the balcony downstairs. He said in a hoarse voice, Hey brother, you seem to be eating well. Share some food with me. We are all neighbors. Don't be stingy. I glanced at him and continued to eat my chicken, not bothering to pay attention. Seeing that I ignored him, the man suddenly changed his tone. Why are you pretending? I'm in charge of this area of the old city. Do you believe that I can make a gasoline bottle and set your balcony on fire at night? Oh, I've seen this kind of people many times. I lit a cigarette, slowly stood up, grabbed the shotgun beside me, and casually pointed it at him. Fuck! He had just uttered one word when a gunshot rang out. A big hole was blasted in his chest, and he fell backwards without a sound. I sneered. You're tired of living, so why pretend to be a social person? I put down the gun, returned to my chair, and continued to eat my soup pot. Just as I took a bite of the chicken, I glanced at the card above Jiang Xiaofan's head, and his taming degree increased by another 5%. It's strange. I didn't do anything to her just now, so why did it swell up already? I shook my head, feeling that this woman's mind was even more complicated than Hongwu's. Chapter 6. Looking at the card above Jiang Xiaofan's head, I noticed that the taming degree has increased by another 5%, and now it has reached 15%. If I accumulate another 45%, I can dig the entry for the second time. But the 5% increase just now left me confused. After thinking about it, there is only one possibility. Women in their bones admire strong men. The The strength and decisiveness I showed by shooting that gangster just now seemed to inspire Jiang Xiaofan's awe. Awe is also a manifestation of obedience, and obedience can naturally be transformed into docility. However, I know very well that if I use intimidation or more drastic means, I may be able to make her obedient on the surface, but that will only accumulate hatred and will not increase her obedience. The only way is to make her truly obedient from the heart. I picked up a piece of chicken, dipped it in chili sauce, and put it in my mouth, then drank a large glass of beer. There was only one word in my mind: awesome. The survivors in the surrounding buildings were all frightened by my shot and retreated back into their houses. Only Jiang Xiaofan was still standing on the balcony, shouting in a low voice, "Brother Yi, I'm really hungry. Just give me something to eat." This woman finally knew how to beg me. As expected, the end-time environment is a place that can quickly teach people to face reality. I glanced at her and asked casually, "How do you know my last name is Yi?" Hisu told me. She answered obediently. "Oh." I nodded and continued to cook my chicken soup. This woman has been so humble. It's time to give her some sweet dates. However, since she called me a silly sculpture this morning, I can't let her get away with it so easily. I raised my head and looked at her seriously. "Okay, it's not impossible to give you food, but you have to give me an explanation for scolding me. Kneel down and apologize, and I will give you a bucket of instant noodles." Kneel down? Jiang Xiaofan was stunned, not knowing how to react for a moment. She was a high-ranking internet celebrity goddess, and even a shoulda master like Hisu had to be careful to please her. Now she was asked by a silly guy, in her words, to kneel down and apologize? "Yi Yuan, don't go too far." She glared at me with gritted teeth and uttered, "I'm a beauty." I almost laughed out loud, raised the corner of my mouth, and continued to pick up a piece of chicken. Beauty? Can it be eaten as a meal? Is it delicious? She was speechless and could only squat on the balcony, staring at me eating with her eyes wide open, drooling with hunger. Her eyes seemed to want to suck the chicken soup from the pot directly and drink it up without leaving any. Soon, she seemed to have almost lost the word dignity and muttered in a low voice, "If only I had just given birth to a child, I could still feed myself when I'm hungry." She paused, then added to herself, "But wouldn't the baby starve to death?" I almost spit out my beer. This woman was really starving and had started to have wild thoughts. At this moment, Jiang Xiaofan suddenly took out his mobile phone and made a video call to Hisu. She complained to the screen, "Hisu, Yi Yuan didn't give me any food, and he even asked me to kneel down and apologize to him. Don't you think he's going too far?" Hisu on the other side was obviously very angry. "What? Let my woman kneel down? Is he looking for death? Wait, I will talk to him." Not long after, I received a video call request from Hisu. I picked up the call. Hisu on the other side of the screen had a gloomy face and asked, "Yi Yuan, I heard that you want Xiaofan to kneel down and apologize before you give him food?" I was too lazy to pay attention to him. I picked up a piece of chicken and ate it first. Then I took a sip of beer to moisten my throat. Then I slowly replied, "Yes, she scolded me for no reason this morning. I asked her to kneel down and apologize." "What's wrong with that?" Hisu was so angry that his face turned blue. "Yi Yuan, don't forget the relationship between our two families. Xiaofan is my woman. Don't you give me face." "Oh, friendship?" I sneered. "Can friendship be eaten?" She scolded me, and I asked her to apologize. "Is that too much?" Hisu obviously heard my perfunctory response and threatened through gritted teeth. Luhu is already an official gathering place. As long as I open my mouth, the helicopter will come. By then, saving people will be a piece of cake, and killing people will be easy. "Oh, that's great." I nodded and replied lazily. "Then when you send a helicopter to pick me up, bring some good wine with you, so we can drink it and leave together." Hisu was so angry at my attitude that he hung up the phone. I sneered and continued to eat my chicken soup. "Playing tricks? I will not only play with you, but also your woman." On the other side, Jiang Xiaofan also received a text message from Hisu, which contained only 2 sentences. "Borrow some food from other neighbors, and I will send a helicopter to pick you up the day after tomorrow." Jiang Xiaofan looked desperate after reading it. How could she borrow food when the neighbors didn't even dare to open their doors? And would they send a helicopter the day after tomorrow? By then, she would have starved to death. As she was thinking, she suddenly saw a helicopter appear in the sky. She waved her hands excitedly and shouted a few times, but the helicopter shook a few times in the air and crashed like a kite with a broken string. I happened to see this scene and couldn't help but sneer. Nowadays, helicopters are used to rescue important people. You have no hope. Besides, the pilot may turn into a zombie at any time. It's better to stay on the ground than to go up there. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaofan finally broke down. She squatted on the ground, watching me finish the soup pot and throw the rest of the pot directly downstairs. At that moment, her dignity was completely shattered. "Yi Yuan, I'm sorry I was wrong. Please forgive me." She finally knelt down, crying. At the same time, I saw the docility above her head suddenly increased by 20%, directly reaching 35%. Yes, his docility increased quickly. I stood up and said nonchalantly, although my apology is not very sincere, never mind, I'll get you some instant noodles. As for people, they should use the stick when it is necessary, and give sweet dates when it is necessary. Chapter 7. I threw a bucket of instant noodles to Jiang Xiaofan, and saw her quickly pour hot water on it. After soaking it for only 2 or 3 minutes, she couldn't wait to start eating. Wow, it's delicious. She chewed the instant noodles and made a satisfied sound. I've never eaten such delicious food before. At this moment, the docility level on the card above her head quietly increased by 5%, reaching 40%. She swallowed mouthful by mouthful, and finally drank up the soup cleanly, seemingly completely disregarding her image. With her stomach full, she leaned back on the sofa, closed her eyes slightly, and felt a sense of satisfaction she had never felt before. Su, that useless guy, had to rely on his neighbors at the critical moment. She muttered, although Yuan has a weird temper, he is not a bad person. If he hadn't been there, I would have starved to death. Having said that, her obedience level has quietly increased by another 5%. Apparently, she has now realized that sometimes lowering your head can get you more. Is she starting to think that I'm not that bad? I continued to eat fruit on the balcony. It had already gotten completely dark, and there was nothing much to do for entertainment in the evening. I closed the security windows and took precautions. After all, if there were still people upstairs or downstairs, and I was so high profile, it would be troublesome if someone took the opportunity to climb in from the balcony while I was sleeping. Locking the security windows was my bottom line. Back in the living room, I copied 20 more shotguns and 4,000 rounds of number 12 shotgun shells. Only when I had all the weapons I felt at ease. I just took a nap in the afternoon, and I feel like I won't be able to fall asleep at night if I don't use up some energy. Metal is an inorganic substance, so copying these weapons doesn't consume too much mental energy. I loaded the gun with bullets and practiced reloading the ammunition repeatedly. The shotgun is extremely powerful, especially in alleys and stairwells, and is almost invincible. But it also has its disadvantages. The bullet capacity is only 7+1, and you have to reload manually after shooting. Just like the soldier, he was unfortunately attacked by zombies while reloading and died miserably. Although I can copy weapons infinitely, the number of guns I carry with me is limited, and it is impossible to replace new guns at any time. There will inevitably be emergency moments when I need to reload, and the reloading action must be practiced proficiently to avoid wasting precious time. Think about the protagonists in those novels. How cool it would be if I also had a space warehouse where I could copy 10,000 shotguns and replace them with new ones after using them. It was late at night, and I gradually felt a little tired. I looked at the time, and it was already past 9 o'clock. Thinking of the yeast in the food given by the neighbor, I suddenly thought of making some buns in advance. I could make a few and copy them endlessly, which was very convenient. It took me 10 minutes to find a recipe for steamed buns, which I quickly learned, and then I started to ferment the flour. After taking a shower, I fell asleep and prepared to face a new day. I woke up at about 6 in the morning, washed up, and started to chop the meat and chop green onions. It was my first time making steamed buns. I was still unfamiliar with the technique, and it took me until about 7 to finish. Although the buns are not pretty, they taste good. I copied some and put them in the refrigerator and took the rest to the balcony to prepare breakfast. While eating the buns, I was thinking Jiang Xiaofan won't show up at this time. You need an audience to show off so that you can gain taming points. Just then, a few zombies wandered over from downstairs. I opened the window, picked up the shotgun and shot downstairs, killing more than 20 of them. The gunshot really caught her attention. Jiang Xiaofan came out from the balcony and shouted to me with a smile on his face. "Brother Yi, good morning." I glanced at her and found that her tameness had increased by 10%, reaching 45%. How did she quietly increase last night? Whatever, I can always make some progress. "Brother Yi, are you eating buns?" She deliberately came closer, her eyes fixed on the buns on my table. "Eat," I responded slowly while eating. Her stomach growled immediately. She had just eaten a bucket of instant noodles yesterday. Although she drank a lot of soup, she was already hungry. When she saw the dumplings on my table, she stared at them intently. "Brother Yi, can you let me have one too?" She finally couldn't help but speak. I was waiting for her to say this. "Give you one? Why?" I looked at her expression and laughed in my heart. She was speechless and stammered awkwardly. You forgave me yesterday." I smiled and said, "I forgive you. I'll just give you a bucket of instant noodles. I've done my best. I don't owe you anything." She was speechless. Seeing her helplessness, I knew that she also realized that she could no longer put herself in a passive position. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and her tone became a little cunning. "Brother Yi, let me dance for you. You eat so many buns, It must be too much. Give me one, and I will dance for you. This move was indeed her ultimate move. She started dancing confidently. She danced very well, especially her long legs and figure, which made people unable to take their eyes off. I pretended to concentrate on eating the buns, but I secretly glanced at her from the corner of my eye. After all, who wouldn't want to peek at such a visual feast? Suddenly, Jiang Xiaofan's face changed and he yelled at the people downstairs. Damn it. Do you believe I will break your fingers? I was a little confused and puzzled. How did it turn into the female Tyrannosaurus mode again? Brother Yi, I won't jump anymore? There's a pervert downstairs making obscene gestures at me. Jiang Xiaofan suddenly shouted in exasperation. When I heard this, I was furious. I was just about to enjoy the dance, but it was interrupted by the bastard downstairs. It seems that I have to personally educate these ignorant guys. Picking up the shotgun, I aimed at the person downstairs and said mercilessly, "You are the bitch." The gun went off, and the person downstairs screamed. His palm was blown up, and he cried out in pain. Jiang Xiaofan seemed to be relieved when she saw this scene, and her angry expression softened. She knew that although Brother Yi seemed fierce, he actually helped her. I looked at her and couldn't help but smile. Her obedience increased by another 5%. It seems that helping her vent her anger can also add points. This method is quite good. Chapter 8. After eating the buns, I sat on the balcony and drank tea. Looking around, Jiang Xiaofan still had no intention of leaving. Her eyes seemed to always revolve around the food. Brother Yi, can I sing a song for you? She asked cautiously, as if she wanted to use this trick to bring us closer together and pave the way for the next meal. I knew it well, so there was no way I would fall for a trick. No, I just want to drink some tea quietly. I responded calmly. Brother Yi, have you ever thought about how to leave? She asked suddenly, with a little anxiety in her eyes. I haven't thought about it. I answered calmly. Where did you get the gun? She asked again. I frowned. My heart sank. Get out. My tone allowed no room for rebuttal. Jiang Xiaofan's face changed immediately. She wrinkled her nose and mumbled something before going back to the house. I guess she was scolding me. It doesn't matter. Just scold me if you want. Use a big stick and sweet dates. First give her some sweet dates, then use a big stick. Be fierce when necessary and coax her when necessary. This is the only way to continuously improve her taming degree. You can't always be nice to her, or she will take it for granted. I gave her buns just now, which were sweet dates, but now my attitude is like a big stick. If you just keep coaxing her like Isu did, you will get nothing and be left far behind by her. Women are like this. You need to put some pressure on her at the right time so that she won't go too far. I drank tea and practiced loading ammunition to give myself more protection. The fog was thicker today, and I couldn't see anything more than 70 or 80 meters away. The most terrifying thing about the doomsday is not the zombies, but this fog that never dissipates. Even sunlight cannot penetrate, and plants begin to lack photosynthesis. In the following period of time, many plants will die. Not to mention food and vegetables, which cannot be grown at all. Fortunately, I can copy infinitely. I breathed a sigh of relief. At least I didn't have to compete with others for food. After practicing for half an hour, my hands felt a little sore, so I leaned on the balcony railing to smoke and look at the scenery outside. There are already many more zombies downstairs than yesterday. Most of them are people who got caught in a little rain and turned into zombies after returning home, biting other people in their own home. It's a sin. Occasionally, I can see some people being forced to jump off buildings. There is no other way. They would rather fall to death than be bitten to death by zombies at home. I'm used to it. I just watch silently. Everything seems so natural. Suddenly, I saw that in addition to Jiang Xiaofan, there were two other people standing in the building opposite. Their faces were full of worry. One of them had a hooked nose, and the other had a beard. The hook-nosed man cursed under his breath as he scrolled through the short videos. Damn, the short videos are either about asking for help or zombies biting people. The whole world is doomed. The bearded man next to him looked lifeless and hopeless. Damn, there are more and more zombies. It seems we won't be able to wait for rescue. We are doomed. These two people may understand that the zombie world outside has collapsed, but for them, there is no longer any hope. The only thing they can do is wait for death. But at this moment, Hook-Nose suddenly saw Jiang Xiaofan's video asking for help, and a hint of excitement appeared on his face. Jiang Xiaofan? Is she still alive? He handed the video to the bearded man, who leaned over to take a look and said, She's still alive. She's really a big internet celebrity. The desire in the two men's eyes was clearly revealed, and the hook-nosed man immediately smiled smugly. Damn, the world is over anyway. Why don't we indulge ourselves for once? The bearded man was obviously moved. Let's take the opportunity to find her and indulge ourselves. They were thieves, and it was easy for them to do this kind of thing. In addition, Jiang Xiaofan's house was equipped with an electronic lock, which was an opportunity that came right to their doorstep. Bring your tools and go. The hook-nosed man brought a rubber hammer and a screwdriver. However, the bearded man suddenly stopped and said, "Wait, weren't there gunshots in the alley yesterday? Could there be troops?" The hook-nosed man shook his head, not caring at all. "What are you afraid of? There are gunshots all over the city, not just here. Besides, we didn't hear any gunshots yesterday. The soldiers were probably bitten to death by zombies." After this analysis, the bearded man also felt that it made sense. The two of them did not hesitate any longer and started to pry the door open. They came to Jiang Xiaofan's door quietly. Hook Nose used a screwdriver to press against the bottom of the combination lock and tapped it gently with a rubber hammer. Each time the force was just right, the electronic lock was opened silently. "Come." The two rushed into the house, closed the door, and were overjoyed. Then they smiled at each other, revealing the kind of old perverted look that only knows how to do things. Jiang Xiaofan came out after hearing the voices. Seeing that they were two familiar neighbors, he did not show much vigilance in his eyes. "How did you get in?" The two men smiled and explained. "Beauty, we are here to protect you. There are so many zombies outside. You must be scared alone. We are here to comfort you." Seeing the malicious smiles on their faces, Jiang Xiaofan's vigilance instantly rose, and his tone became alert. "What do you want to do? Don't come over." The room was instantly filled with a dangerous atmosphere, and the hook-nosed man with a beard approached Jiang Xiaofan with a big laugh. She quickly grabbed the nearby ornaments and threw them at them, but she was unable to stop the two men and was eventually forced to the balcony. She turned back suddenly and shouted, "Brother Yi, save me!" Chapter 9. Watching what happened in Jiang Xiaofan's home, I secretly sighed in my heart. Everything is changing. Although I don't believe in the so-called butterfly effect, the scene of thugs appearing in her home is indeed a bit unexpected. Her family didn't encounter these troubles in the previous life. Could it be that my rebirth changed the trajectory of their fate? No matter what, I can't just sit there and watch. Jiang Xiaofan's cry for help reached my ears, and I would never let these two thugs hurt her wantonly. After all, I still hope to get the entry from her. Besides, how can I let anyone touch my own people? "Jiang Xiaofan, squat down," I shouted in a low voice. She reacted quickly and squatted down quickly. The two thugs, the one with the beard and the one with the hooked nose, were stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting my sudden attack. "Kid, what do you mean?" the hook-nosed man shouted, obviously not realizing that he was already at an absolute disadvantage. "If you don't understand, come and try it." The bearded man took over the conversation, laughing wildly. They thought I was just talking nonsense, and while the two continued to laugh, I grabbed the shotgun on the coffee table and aimed at the unfortunate couple. Bang! The sound of gunfire rang out dully, and dense steel balls instantly pierced the bearded man's chest, creating a big hole in his chest. The hook-nosed man was stunned, as he obviously did not expect the situation to reverse so quickly. While he was distracted, I finished reloading and pulled the trigger again. Bang! The bullet hit the hook-nosed man's head accurately, and the head exploded instantly. Blood splattered everywhere, staining Jiang Xiaofan's face red. She screamed in fear, shook her head desperately to wipe off the blood, rushed into the living room, and quickly hid in the bathroom. The crisis was temporarily resolved, but I continued to sit back on the balcony, drinking tea leisurely. I had gotten used to this accident. Jiang Xiaofan in the bathroom was obviously still digesting what had just happened. She washed under the shower for a long time until the blood stains on her hair were almost washed away, and then she slowly regained her composure. As she washed, she muttered to herself, "Luckily I have Brother Yi, otherwise I don't know what to do." As she thought about this, the taming degree on the card above her head suddenly increased by 10%, reaching 60%. It seemed that the rescue just now really left a big impression on her. After taking a shower, Jiang Xiaofan changed his clothes, went to the living room, stood at the door of the balcony, looked at the two bodies, and frowned slightly. Although she had seen zombies eat people, she still couldn't get used to seeing two living people die. "Brother Yi, thank you so much for what you did just now," she whispered, with gratitude in her voice. I looked at her and found that her docility had increased by another 10%, now reaching 60%. It seemed that her gratitude really helped me gain a lot of points in her heart. I was thinking about it in my mind. Finally, I had the chance to search for another entry. So I locked onto the entry of 3D printing and executed it with my mind without hesitation. "I'll take it." The next moment, the card above Jiang Xiaofan's head changed. Jiang Xiaofan. Entry. 3D printing. 95% taming degree can be forcibly taken 3 times. Current taming degree. 60%. Yes, I have another chance to search for entries. At this moment, I felt a mysterious force surge into my body again, which meant that my ability had changed. So, I immediately checked the change in my ability. Yuan. Attributes. Strength 11, Constitution 11, Agility 10, Spirit 9 ability. 3D printing. Click to view introduction. The second star of 3D printing is transparent, which means it is not fully unlocked yet. But it also makes me realize that if I can unlock the entry once more, it should reach the level of 2 stars. I clicked on the introduction of the ability and checked the updated content. 3D printing, attribute 1, infinite copy. Consume spirit can copy and print objects weighing no more than 20 kilograms and without life characteristics. Attribute 2, partial integrated copy. Consume spirit can copy parts of an object and change the structure and size of the object. These seem to be some new abilities, but they don't seem to be very useful. The weight limit of the infinitely copied object has been increased from 10 caddies to 20 caddies, but this doesn't have much impact on me. While local integrated replication can change the size or structure of an object, it is not suitable for replicating living organisms. Although I was a little disappointed, the thought of being able to change the local size of an object made me come up with all kinds of crazy ideas. For example, copying a huge tunnel boring machine. Haha, although this is not very practical. After all, I can't copy a living thing, but if I can change the structure of space, then it would be possible. I continued to ponder in my mind, and suddenly the system's voice came from my mind. The host can copy the space with the carrier and expand it locally. My eyes lit up. Could it be that space could be copied? This ability was really so interesting. Chapter 10. I never thought that space could be copied. But it's not surprising after all, since there is the ability to copy infinitely. Everything except living things can be copied. Strictly speaking, space does not belong to living things, so it is certainly not restricted. However, I still can't help but be curious. If space can be copied, what about time? The system's voice quickly answered my question. Time and space are a whole and cannot be copied separately. Forget it. It seems that this partial integrated replication still has a lot of potential to be developed, so I will study it slowly in the future. The most important thing now is to build a space warehouse to try it out. I started with a bottle. After all, who hasn't done an experiment? I began to mobilize the mysterious power in my body, transforming it into energy, and enveloped the bottle, preparing to replicate the space inside it. As soon as he thought about it, the replication began. Unexpectedly, the process went very smoothly. In just 1 second, the bottle's appearance did not change, but the space inside was expanded several times. What surprised me the most was that this kind of copying consumed almost no mental energy, even less than when copying metal. The material structure of the space is of a lower level, so the consumption is also low. An explanation came to my mind. Now I completely understand that although the shape of the bottle has not changed, its internal space has become larger, and this change in space causes time to pause inside the bottle. That is to say, the passage of time in space itself is frozen. Perfect. This completely solves a problem I have always had, the preservation of food. In the past, although I could replicate items infinitely, there was always a risk that the food would expire. Even if I replicated it every day, the food would rot sooner or later, especially the vegetables. Now the time in the bottle is paused, and the food can stay fresh. Then, I discovered another problem. Due to the change of internal space, the bottle became a pure space without energy field. After my consciousness entered the bottle, it became extremely powerful, even like the will of a god. For example, the egg I threw in would not break at all, but would fall gently to the bottom of the bottle, according to my will. This is simply a superpower. Moreover, my consciousness is almost unlimited in this space. Just like humans on Earth feel lighter gravity when they go to the moon, my consciousness in this bottle is as powerful as that of a god. However, bottles are too inconvenient, have an ugly appearance, and are easily broken, making them simply not suitable for long-term storage. So I decided to use a stainless steel flat wine flask instead. This wine flask is small and durable, and most importantly, it can be hung on the body and carried at any time. Holding the jug, I began to replicate its interior space. With a simple thought, the jug's capacity quickly became extremely spacious. As time went by, I kept replicating it until the space inside the jug became more than 2,000 cubic meters, equivalent to a super large warehouse. On the outside, the jug remained the same, without any changes. With so much space, I've been able to transfer all the food from the large refrigerator into it without having to worry about the food spoiling or rotting. Now I can store any materials I need in this space warehouse. What's more amazing is that I can take out these materials at any time without any effort. Thinking of this, I continued my plan happily. Copy the shotgun ammunition. After all, Jiang Xiaofan's entries still need to be further extracted, and while she is still here, I must try to prepare more resources. Although the shotgun has a limited capacity, in this doomsday, preparing enough ammunition is undoubtedly a guarantee of survival. Suddenly, an idea stopped me from doing what I was doing. Why should I copy the entire gun? Can't I just copy the space of the feed tube and load more bullets? As soon as this idea came up, I couldn't help but slap my thigh. It was a new world. If I could replicate the space inside the ammunition tube, theoretically, I could really get close to infinite ammunition. With a smile, I immediately started this new experiment. Chapter 11. Ammunition capacity, 7,000 rounds, super shotgun. Partial integrated replication has endless uses. Yuan quickly took out a shotgun, and the mysterious power of 3D printing enveloped it, locking the internal space of the feed tube and starting to copy. This time, we're going to be a little more particular. When I copied the wine jug space before, I went to the warehouse, and the internal space expanded in all directions. Copying the feed tube is different. In order to load more bullets. Therefore, the internal diameter remains unchanged, and only the spatial length of the feed tube needs to be extended. Yuan copied it 7 times in one breath, and the internal space of the feed tube was extended 128 times, which could hold 896 rounds of number 12 shotgun shells. This time more than just space was copied. Even the bullet and spring were copied. If only the space is copied, the spring will not be long enough to deliver the bullet into the chamber. Yuan continued to copy. The ammunition capacity is only more than 800 rounds, which is far from enough. It was copied 3 more times. The feed tube is extended 24 times, and the loading capacity is 7,168 rounds. That's about enough. No matter whether I can finish the shooting or not, what I want is the sense of security of holding a shotgun with 7,000 rounds of ammunition. And the shotgun is extremely powerful. Every time a bullet is fired, the barrel is severely worn out. Generally speaking, the barrel needs to be replaced after firing 1,000 rounds. If you fire 10,000 rounds, the entire gun will be completely scrapped. Of course, Yuan would not copy according to scrap standards. Theoretically, you can fire a full 10,000 rounds, but if you are unlucky, even 9,000 rounds may be scrapped. So he only copied 7,000 rounds of ammunition. But it's still a super shotgun. Barely cured his fear of insufficient firepower. Next, make another copy and place it in the space warehouse to ensure that if you don't have time to replace the barrel, you can switch to another weapon at any time. Then Yuan copied another 100 gun barrels. After all, old guns are more convenient to use. If the barrel becomes worn out, you can replace it with a new one when you have free time. There's no need to buy a new gun all the time. Copying ends. Yuan was already extremely tired. Using 2 super shotguns and more than 10,000 shotgun shells was quite a test of his mental exhaustion. Yuan washed his face and decided to lie down on the bed for a nap. Wait until you have recovered and continue copying. At noon, when I woke up, my stomach started to growl. Cooking is such a waste of time. Yuan took out a steamed bun from the space warehouse, copied a dozen of them, heated them up, and took a box of yogurt to the balcony. I didn't see Jiang Xiaofan. Moreover, the bodies of the hook-nosed man and the bearded man who had been beaten to death by Yuan were still lying on the floor. The blood had dyed the balcony red. What's going on? Didn't she take the body away? Bang! Yuan fired a shot, and Jiang Xiaofan ran out of the bedroom immediately after hearing the sound. It was just 1 foot that had just stepped onto the balcony. Then it immediately shrank back. Brother Yi, I dare not touch these corpses. And they're so heavy, I can't move them. There's nothing I can do about this. Yuan picked up a steamed bun and stuffed it into his mouth, then spread his hands and said, "Figure it out yourself." See Yuan eating buns. Jiang Xiaofan swallowed her saliva. She had been hungry for a long time. The food Yuan gave her had never filled her up. Brother Yi, let me sing you a song. Of course Yuan knew what she was thinking. Instead of asking for food directly, it would be better to show goodwill first. Can. Then you can sing a song to ask for directions. I heard Yuan ordering a song. Jiang Xiaofan was very happy. Although Yuan is very fierce, as long as you are obedient, you will be given food. So she started singing immediately. After the song was over, before she could even start talking, Yuan threw 3 steamed dumplings in a plastic bag over to her. Giving 1 more is considered a reward. Speaking of which, Jiang Xiaofan helped him solve a big problem. All of my superpowers were taken from her, so it's no problem to give her an extra bun as a reward. Just don't let her eat too much. Thank you, Brother Yi. You were so kind. You weren't so well behaved yesterday. He called me an old pervert and even gouged my eyes. Beauties are worthless in the last days. Only those who have food are the boss. Jiang Xiaofan quickly finished the 3 buns, and this time his taming degree only increased by 3%. Currently 63%. Strangeness. Why has it become less? In the past, if we gave them some food, we could get a 5% increase. Yuan wondered, is it true that the increase will be lower as time goes on? It's not impossible. Just like leveling up, the higher the level, the slower the experience bar increases. Want to upgrade quickly? The map must be changed. In other words, if you want to increase the taming degree each time, you have to change the method. But he couldn't figure out what method to use for the time being. The stick and the sweet never go out of style. But relying solely on food to tame it is too slow. I don't know how long it will take to reach 95%. Brother Yi, what are you thinking about? Zhang Xiaofan started to find topics to build relationships. Yi Yuan ignored her. She was not angry and continued. Brother Yi, do you have a girlfriend? Why do you care? I'm just asking, isn't this too boring, just chatting nonsense? If you're really bored, just throw those two bodies off the balcony. It's so hot, they'll stink by tomorrow at best. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes at Zhang Xiaofan. Ignore her. But those two bodies were a nuisance. Once it starts to stink, you can smell it in your own home, which is disgusting. Although there were quite a few zombie corpses outside the door. But the stench of zombies was different. It was a bit like the smell of rotting and moldy plants. Yi Yuan was already used to it in his previous life. The stench of decomposing human corpses is horrible. Normal people simply can't stand it. Zhang Xiaofan mustered up the courage to go to the balcony, but she was too weak, and she tried several times to move the body but failed. Instead, he got himself covered in blood. What should I do, Brother Yi? I can't move it. How about you come over and help me? You're overthinking it. There are zombies everywhere outside. You asked me to come over to help you move the bodies. Did your brain get caught in the door? In fact, the zombies in the alley have basically been cleared out. Plus, the super shotgun has a 7,000 round capacity. One man can hold off 10,000 men. As long as Yi Yuan is careful, there will be no problem in killing Zhang Xiaofan at his home. But I'm not a bootlicker. Why should I go over and help you move the body? I'm sorry, Brother Yi. I was so nervous that I forgot there were zombies outside. The thugs are all dead. Why are you so nervous? But I'm afraid there will be more thugs rushing into my house. There are zombies everywhere now. Social order has collapsed. There are all kinds of people. I'm afraid. Zhang Xiaofan's worries are not without reason. This is only the third day of the apocalypse. Some people will do evil. If this continues, every survivor can be a thug, and killing for a piece of bread is commonplace. Although Isu said he would send a helicopter to pick her up. But who knows if it was just to please her. Brother Yi, let's make a deal. Come to my house to protect me. I'll do your laundry and cook for you. When Isu sends a helicopter to pick me up, I will take you with me. I keep my word. I swear to God. Take me with you? This is quite a temptation. But Yi Yuan didn't believe Isu. My parents were killed by them. How can I trust such people? And the fact that Zhang Xiaofan was not seen in Luhu in the previous life meant that something unexpected happened to her along the way. The only explanation is that the pilot turned into a zombie and the helicopter crashed. Even if you begged me to get on the plane, I wouldn't dare. Yi Yuan was about to reject Zhang Xiaofan's proposal, but then he thought, this is an opportunity. Using food to brush the taming degree increases very slowly. I was thinking about changing the map before. It would be better to go directly to Zhang Xiaofan's house and have close contact with him, so that there will be more opportunities to improve the taming degree. And once he soon knew that he was living in Zhang Xiaofan's house, how would he react? It would be really infuriating if another man moved into the house of the woman you love. The enemies are sad, and the loved ones are happy. You can also increase the taming degree crazily. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone, why not? Chapter 12 Super Troll, God of War in the Stairwell. Although Yi Yuan wanted to change the map, he was not in a hurry to agree to Zhang Xiaofan's request. Don't let yourself become a good person who always agrees to anything. Otherwise, it will be more difficult to gain taming degree. Yi Yuan returned to the bedroom and continued to copy the super shotgun. This time it's much simpler. Just make a 1-to-1 copy of the existing super shotgun. Although the super shotgun has a capacity of 7,000 rounds. Holding it in my hand, it only feels like the weight of an empty gun. Because the internal space structure of the feed tube has been changed, an independent space has been formed without any energy field. Therefore, the bullets in the feed tube have no weight. This also includes the space warehouse converted from wine jugs. No matter how much supplies are loaded, there will be no weight. Next, Yi Yuan used his local replication ability to transform a super pistol with a capacity of 10,000 rounds. The pistol's lifespan is only 3,000 rounds, but it can continue to be used after replacing the barrel. Now Yi Yuan has a super pistol and 3 super shotguns. The firepower is sufficient for the time being. However, I was a little exhausted, so I took another nap. When I woke up, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Yi Yuan came to the balcony. It was discovered that Zhang Xiaofan had already thrown the body of the bearded man with the hooked nose down. The floor has also been cleaned, but I didn't see anyone. More than a dozen zombies wandered over downstairs. Yi Yuan picked up his gun and killed them. The gunshots attracted Zhang Xiaofan out again. Brother Yi, you are so awesome. You cleaned up all the zombies downstairs. It should be safe to go downstairs now, right? What does it mean? You want me to live with you again? Brother Yi, Why don't I come over to find you? I'm really afraid that more thugs will come to my house. Yi Yuan raised his eyebrows. Jiang Xiaofan looked pitiful, but he knew what was going on in his mind. It's true that you were asking for protection. Another aspect is definitely food. She knew very well that as long as she lived with him, she would be able to eat and drink for free. But it's risky. Although all the zombies downstairs have been cleared out, there is still a chance that some of them may have escaped in some corners. The speed and strength of the zombies are similar to those in Axe Mountain. If Jiang Xiaofan met him, there would be almost no chance of survival. Yi Yuan still hoped to extract one more entry from her, so Jiang Xiaofan must not have any accidents. But now there is an urgent need to change the map. Well, I'll go to your house. But there is a condition. You have to do whatever I tell you to do. Do you accept that? Jiang Xiaofan hesitated for a moment, hesitantly asked, will you let me do something embarrassing? Yi Yuan similed. I wouldn't mind if you volunteer. Pooh. I don't want to. It doesn't matter. I just want to pick up the entries, and if I can pick up the clothes at the same time, that would be even better. I'm going downstairs now. You be ready to open the door for me. After Yi Yuan finished speaking, he turned around and went back into the house. After a thorough search, I confirmed that nothing was left out and that all the useful items at home had been stored in the space warehouse. What's more, it was originally a temporary rental. The family is almost penniless. The truly commemorative items are all placed in the Deer Lake Villa. Yi Yuan came behind the security door of the living room. At this time, he was holding a super shotgun in his hand, and a pistol with a capacity of 10,000 rounds was inserted on the outside of his thigh. The firepower is off the charts. He hit the door several times with the butt of his gun. The huge noise quickly attracted the two zombies in the stairwell. There's a hole as big as a fist on the security door. It was pierced by the zombies I was fighting through the door yesterday. Just through this hole, he pointed the gun barrel at the zombies' foreheads and killed two zombies with 2 shots. It's quiet outside, but I'm not sure if there are still zombies. After all, people turn into zombies every day, and the zombies outside will wander into the alleys and accidentally enter the stairwells. Just to be sure, Yi Yuan knocked on the door a few more times. There was a lot of noise, but no zombies were found. After he was basically sure it was safe, he carefully opened the door, holding a shotgun, stepped over the body outside the door. The process went smoothly, and I didn't encounter any zombies when I reached the first floor. In a narrow corridor, even if you encounter any problems, it's not a big deal. A quality device for all beings, with a magazine capacity of 7,000 rounds. No matter how many zombies come, they will all die. Yi Yuan walked out of the building and saw corpses everywhere in the alley. They were the people he had killed in the past 2 days. There was also a stalled military vehicle next to it. In his previous life, Yi Yuan drove this car into the Shu River to escape. But there was a zombie in the cab. It was the soldier who had transformed into a zombie. After it bit his comrade, the comrade was forced to abandon the car and flee to the door of Yi Yuan's rental house, where he had a chance to get the shotgun. The zombie driver was restrained by a seatbelt, struggling and roaring constantly. Yi Yuan walked over, put the shotgun to its head, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The dense steel balls instantly blew up the zombie's head. Then Yi Yuan unbuckled the seatbelt, dragged the body down, and searched it. A pistol and a dagger. Hanging on his chest was the latest model of assault rifle, 2 magazines, and a grenade. Yi Yuan also obtained these weapons in his previous life. This grenade in particular blew up the zombies at the most critical moment and allowed him to escape. Now get it back. I am extremely excited. Things are different now. We have the ability of unlimited replication. As long as we have a sample, we can copy as many as we want. Put it away first. When he arrived at Jiang Xiaofan's house, he took the time to copy a few super rifles with a capacity of 20,000 rounds. Copy tens of thousands more grenades. Although it consumes a lot of energy, you can recover by resting. After looting the equipment, there was still a military vehicle left. Let it stop here for now. Open it when needed. But the key has to be taken out to prevent someone else from driving away. After doing all this, Yi Yuan observed for a while. The gunshots just now had alarmed the zombies outside the alley. Fortunately, there were not many of them, and they did not discover Yi Yuan's location. In the early days of the apocalypse, the zombies' vision, hearing, and sense of smell degraded to a certain extent. Not as sensitive as humans. As long as there is enough food and you hide well, you won't be discovered. The survivors generally make it through the first month. However, once the zombies begin to evolve, they will become a nightmare for the survivors, and it will be useless to hide anywhere. Yi Yuan was holding a shotgun. He took 2 leaps over the corpses in the alley and entered the building where Jiang Xiaofan lived. Did not alarm the zombies outside the alley. The entrance staircase was empty. No zombies seen yet. Yi Yuan held the shotgun and walked upstairs step by step. It would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous. However, he had fought zombies for a year in his previous life, and now with a super shotgun in his hand, he directly turned into the god of war in the stairwell. It doesn't matter if you were just one zombie or a group of zombies. In such a small space, it is impossible to get close. When he reached the third floor, Yuan saw a pair of feet at the corner of the stairs above his head. As expected, it was a zombie. He raised his gun and aimed at the upper floor, then walked up gently step by step, and sure enough, it was a zombie. Roar! The zombies also discovered Yuan and rushed towards him with a roar. Bang! 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 After 4 shots, the zombie fell in the stairwell. In fact, the first shot killed the zombie. More than 400 steel balls made a hole in its body. The spine was broken. No matter how strong the zombie's vitality is, their bodies will fall down if they lose the support of their spine. But Yuan didn't care about that. As long as they are not dead, they are a threat. Bullets are free anyway, so just fire a few more shots to be safe. The last shot can be shot directly on the forehead to blow the head off. Destroyed the zombies in the stairwell. Yuan successfully reached the 5th floor and knocked on Jiang Xiaofan's door. It's me. Open the door. Chapter 13. Change the map. The taming degree is increasing. Jiang Xiaofan opened the door and welcomed Yuan in. To be honest, Yuan didn't want to come to Jiang Xiaofan's house. Although she is very beautiful, and it is not an exaggeration to say that she is goddess level, she has to do this in order to increase her taming level. The increase based on food alone is already very low. Currently, it is only 63%. It is possible that the rate of increase will decrease as time goes by, so we can only change the map. The most important issue is safety. People's hearts are no longer the same as they used to be in the last days. As the saying goes, women have the most vicious hearts. Don't be fooled by their delicate appearance. They cry at every turn, but when they get angry, they can be more ruthless than anyone else. So as soon as Yuan arrived at Jiang Xiaofan's house, he used his ultimate move. He quietly took out food from the space warehouse and placed it on the table. Want some beef hot pot? Jiang Xiaofan looked at the small piece of beef, a leaf of vegetable, and a pitiful amount of seasoning on the table. That's all. How can it be enough? Yuan stretched out his hands in a pretentious manner, as if casting a spell, and used his consciousness to mobilize the mysterious power in his body, transforming it into an invisible 3D printer that covered the beef. A magical scene appeared. The beef on the table began to grow bigger and bigger. The greens have grown from 1 leaf to 2 leaves, 4 leaves, 8 leaves. Onions, ginger, and garlic are also copied continuously. In a moment, the table was full of ingredients. After doing all this, Yuan pretended to stop casting the spell, making it seem like a real thing. You saw it. I have a special ability that allows me to replicate food infinitely. As long as you listen to me, you will never have to go hungry again. Oh shit! Jiang Xiaofan stared at Yuan as if he had seen a ghost, his eyes full of admiration and fanaticism. Brother Yi, you have endless food. Are they all copied using supernatural powers? Yuan nodded. You kill zombies on the balcony every day. Are your bullets also copied? Yuan nodded again, profoundly. Wow, you're amazing. As soon as he finished speaking, the taming degree on the card above Jiang Xiaofan's head increased by 15% to 78%. I didn't expect that after showing off my skills, the taming level would increase so much. Yuan now has a deeper understanding of taming. Obedience, worship, awe, and even gratitude can all make the target feel submissive and dependent. So it will increase the degree of taming. Brother Yi, don't worry. I will listen to you in everything. You are so awesome. No wonder women admire strong men. A beautiful female Tyrannosaurus became gentle and well-behaved so quickly. So men have only one way. Become stronger. No talk of feelings, just conquest. Beautiful. Accept everyone. Go wash these ingredients. I'll get the seasoning. The condiment dish was separate, and Yuan was a little worried. What if Jiang Xiaofan drugged you? Although this possibility is very small. After all, Yuan played a royal bomb as soon as he entered the room. I have superpowers. Follow me, and you will never have to worry about food and drink. If I die, you will starve to death. I believe Jiang Xiaofan wouldn't be stupid enough to want to kill himself. But after living a new life, Yuan still maintained his cautious character and always kept something in reserve. While Jiang Xiaofan was cleaning the ingredients, Yuan carefully inspected her room. The house has 2 bedrooms and a living room. Although it is not large, the interior has been renovated and is very warmly decorated. There is live broadcast equipment in the living room, including that 3D printer. Fortunately, Jiang Xiaofan knows 3D printing. Otherwise, Yuan would not be able to see this entry and would still be hungry. After checking the living room, I went to her bedroom. As soon as you open the door, you can smell the unique body fragrance of a woman. There is a soft and comfortable big bed with a pink mosquito net. Through the half-open wardrobe door, I saw many small lace items hanging inside. The oversized watermelon hood is particularly eye-catching. No wonder Isu was so bewitched. Then I accidentally fell in love. The dignified master he of Shudu has become a bootlicker and has never even tasted the flavor of guacue liangfen. There are all kinds of people. Yuan left after checking the bedroom. He just wanted to see if there were any poisons, weapons, or the like in Jiang Xiaofan's home, although the inspection was not thorough and it was impossible to conduct a thorough search. But by doing this, at least I feel more at ease. At this time, Jiang Xiaofan had also washed the ingredients. Plug in the induction cooker, wait for the bottom of the pot to boil, and then you can eat the beef hot pot. She sat down at the dining table naturally. Jiang Xiaofan was already extremely hungry, and when he saw the big plate of beef and vegetables, he started drooling. But Yi Yuan didn't spoil her. Did I ask you to sit down? Ah? Jiang Xiaofan's head was full of question marks. Looking at Yi Yuan's cold and serious expression, he was at a loss for a moment. This? Ah! Yi Yuan's eyes turned cold. What me? Don't think that this is your home and you are the master. Now I am the master. Do you have any objection? What? This is obviously my home. How come it changed ownership as soon as you came in? Even though I'm reluctant. But the right to speak is in Yi Yuan's hands, and whoever has food is the boss. If you have any objections, I can leave now. Of course. I'll take the food with me. That won't do. Jiang Xiaofan was not stupid. Looking at the large plate of beef on the table, he realized it was clearly enough for 2 people. There's only me and Brother Yi at home. It must have been prepared for me. Brother Yi is like this. He looks cold on the outside, but he is actually warm-hearted on the inside. Humph, I won't be fooled by you. Brother Yi, I will listen to you. You will be the master of this family from now on. After saying that, Jiang Xiaofan stood up consciously and stepped back 1 meter. Yi Yuan noticed that just now, her docility had increased by another 2%, reaching exactly 80%. What's going on? Not letting you sit at the table, but increasing your taming degree by 2%. Are you a bitch? That's why women should not be spoiled. The more they are spoiled, the more they will act up. They need to be punished often. The bottom of the pot was already boiling. Yi Yuan picked up a thin slice of beef and put it in. After just 10 seconds, he took it out of the pot and dipped it in garlic chili sauce. Delicious. Jiang Xiaofan stood aside, swallowing saliva greedily, his stomach growling. I endured it. A lack of patience will ruin great plans. Once Brother Yi is full, he will probably let me sit at the table. It really doesn't work. I can have some soup from the hot pot. Wow, so pitiful. I even think the soup at the bottom of the pot is delicious. But it's better than going hungry. Besides, Brother Yi is not that stingy. There is still a lot of beef on the table. I can definitely have a few bites. At this time, Yi Yuan took out another bottle of ice beer from the space warehouse. Fill a large glass. He drank half the cup in 1 gulp and burped, and Jiang Xiaofan swallowed his saliva voraciously because of his greed. Beef hot pot with beer. Is this the end of the world? The more Jiang Xiaofan behaved like a greedy cat, the more Yi Yuan deliberately ate. Big stick and sweet dates. First you have to swing the stick wide, but not too far. It took more than 10 minutes to eat. Yi Yuan was already half full. He lit a cigarette and looked at Jiang Xiaofan, who was swallowing his saliva beside him. Let's sit down and eat together. I've been waiting for this sentence for a long time. Jiang Xiaofan sat down quickly, and after a piece of beef had been boiled in the pot for less than 10 seconds, he gobbled it up voraciously, completely disregarding the goddess image. Eat slowly. Don't burn yourself. Brother Yi is so nice. He still cares about me. I'm so touched. The taming degree increased by another 3%. It seems that changing the map is the right approach, as it will give you more opportunities to increase the taming level. Of course, Yi Yuan didn't know that this 3% of taming didn't come from the food, but from a casual request to her to eat slowly. Is this considered caring? Isu has been pursuing you for half a year, but you don't seem to be moved at all. So don't be too nice to women. Otherwise, she would take it for granted. If you let her sit at the table to eat at the beginning, you probably won't be able to achieve this 3% taming degree. It seems that the big stick has to continue to be wielded. Chapter 14. Copying 1,000 grenades, the real safe zone. Jiang Xiaofan ate while observing Yi Yuan. He ate meat with big mouthfuls and drank wine with big bowls. So envious. But Jiang Xiaofan was very sensible and did not ask for beer. At this time, Yi Yuan said, "You performed well today." So he poured a glass of wine and pushed it in front of her. "This is a reward for you. Just be obedient from now on. I'll make sure you don't have to worry about food and drink." All Yi Yuan wanted was Jiang Xiaofan's obedience. It didn't matter whether she had any ulterior motives or not. Max out the taming degree. Let's go through the entry again. This is Yi Yuan's goal. Brother Yi, You are so kind. Woo-woo. Zhang Xiaofan held the beer glass in his hand and was so excited that he was crying. The women in Shidu can drink a lot. Zhang Xiaofan drank it all in one breath and burped. Then the taming degree increased by another 2%. Feeding is still effective. But you can't let her take it for granted. Otherwise, she won't be grateful, and no matter how much you feed her, her docility won't increase. Now I'm only 10% away from another entry. Yi Yuan was eating hot pot, thinking about something. Once Zhang Xiaofan's taming degree reaches 95%, it may be the last time to dig up her entry. I will leave when the time comes. Should I take her with me, or leave her behind? Although Yi Yuan is a walking ammunition depot, it is still difficult for him to break out of the old city. Zhang Xiaofan is obviously a burden. It was very irrational to take her with me. If he left her behind, he would surely die. Betrayal and abandonment are very common among survivors of the apocalypse, and Yi Yuan has become accustomed to it. Call. Let out a deep breath and stop thinking about it for now. There's always a way when you reach the mountain. Maybe it has 100% taming degree. Brother Yi, why are you sighing? Are you worried about something? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just go wash the pot when you're full. I'm not full yet. Zhang Xiaofan wrinkled his cute nose and buried his head in eating meat. From the heart. Yi Yuan didn't want to take Zhang Xiaofan away with him, because it is not certain whether she has antibodies. As the blood mist descends, the survivors will inhale the virus every day. Even if they are not caught in the rain, most of them will eventually turn into zombies. Having Zhang Xiaofan around is like a time bomb. It would be so unfair if she turned into a zombie and bit me to death while I was sleeping. Yi Yuan just thought so. The voice in my head prompted. When you strip the target of the item 3 times in a row, the target will automatically become your follower, and the taming degree will reach 100%, and the target will absolutely obey your orders. Followers are now immune to the blood mist virus. But you can't be immune to the poison in the zombies. What? If you click on the entry 3 times in a row, the taming degree will reach 100%, and Zhang Xiaofan will automatically become my follower. Can you also be immune to the blood mist virus? Damn it. It seems that I have no choice but to take her with me. Although it was very difficult to get out of the old city with a burden. But taking a step back, more people are equivalent to more helpers. As long as Zhang Xiaofan becomes a follower, he will definitely not have any ill intentions towards me. Then we can train her to use weapons without any worries. With 2 people, each with a shotgun, the success rate of killing people will be higher. Yi Yuan stopped dwelling on the matter, and his mood suddenly improved. I am stuffed. Remember to wash the pot later. Besides, your bedroom belongs to me. You can sleep in the guest room. After Yi Yuan finished speaking, he walked into Zhang Xiaofan's bedroom and slammed the door. Zhang Xiaofan was dumbfounded. But there is nothing we can do. I could only mutter to myself. Too overbearing, even taking my bedroom. Never mind, let's eat hot pot first. The beef is delicious. Well, there's still half a bottle of beer. While Zhang Xiaofan was busy eating, Yi Yuan had already locked the bedroom door and was ready to continue copying weapons. Get out the grenades and assault rifles. Thought about it. It would be better to copy a batch of grenades first. Assault rifles are mainly used against humans, while shotguns and grenades are the most effective for killing zombies. Yi Yuan mobilized the mysterious power in his body and transformed himself into an invisible printer. Then it enveloped the space warehouse converted from the wine jug. Target the grenades in the space warehouse. Start local replication. Soon 1 grenade was copied into 2, then 4, 8, 16. Not long after, Yi Yuan then copied 1,000 grenades. Moreover, the entire process is completed in the space warehouse, and all the copied grenades are also in the warehouse. There is no security risk. Yi Yuan took out one. It was heavy. It feels cold to the touch. Full of sense of security. With these grenades, the success rate of escaping the main urban area will be much higher. It doesn't take long to copy a grenade, but it consumes a lot of energy, so you need to take a rest first. Yi Yuan put the grenade into the space warehouse. Lying on the bed filled with the scent of a woman, he closed his eyes slightly and fell into a light sleep, but he didn't dare to sleep too deeply. When Zhang Xiaofan finished his beef hot pot, it was already dark outside. After I cleaned up the table, my phone vibrated. It's Isu calling. Zhang Xiaofan hesitated for a moment and didn't answer it. She is very conflicted. Isu likes himself very much. He is rich, powerful, and influential, and he can even send a helicopter to rescue him. Apart from being lustful, short, and ugly, he has no other shortcomings. It stands to reason that if you meet such a big shot in the end times, you would be right to hug him with your eyes closed. Zhang Xiaofan thought so before. But after Yi Yuan appeared, everything changed. His ability to replicate infinitely is an invincible bug in any era, and is even more valuable in the end times. This thigh is thicker. And she was the first woman Yuan met. The one who was closest to the water sees the moon first. It is a wise choice to hold on to Yuan's thigh. But Su was really nice to me. Even if he was only pretending to be nice out of fear of the He family, he was still a human being, and he should at least tell the other party when he broke up. So Jiang Xiaofan answered the phone. Xiaofan, why did you take so long to answer the phone? How are you now? Have you eaten yet? Su was as concerned as ever, but Jiang Xiaofan was no longer moved. Even a bit disgusted. She knew very well that it was true that Su liked her, but he was notoriously lustful. Maybe at this moment when he was talking to her, there was another woman lying in his arms. Perhaps it was because of my reserved behavior that Su was fascinated by it. Men and women are the same. The more you can't get something, the more precious it seems. Jiang Xiaofan collected his complicated thoughts and said calmly, I've already eaten. I was washing dishes just now, and my phone was set to vibrate, so I didn't hear it. Su on the other end of the phone was obviously relieved. Very good. If you hold on for another night, I'll send a helicopter to pick you up tomorrow morning. I got the news from above that both blood mist and blood rain are viruses, but blood mist is relatively mild. But absorbing blood mist for a long time. It's possible that you will become a zombie in the future. But don't worry, there is no blood mist in Deer Lake. There is sunshine every day, and it is under military control. It is very safe. As soon as you get here, no need to worry about the corpse turning into a corpse. What? Jiang Xiaofan was dumbfounded. My originally calm mood became tense again. No way. Even though Brother Yi can copy food and weapons infinitely, there are potential risks as long as he is in the blood mist. The probability of corpse transformation is still unclear. Maybe very high, or very low. Jiang Xiaofan didn't dare to gamble, and now he had only one thought in his mind. Hurry and leave the main city area and head to Luhu. There is no blood mist there. It is a truly safe zone. But we have to find a way to take Brother Yi away with us. Chapter 15 Kill Yuan to eliminate future troubles. Jiang Xiaofan had a vague feeling that it would be difficult to take Yuan with him. Don't be fooled by Su's claim that he knows Yuan. He even said in person that as long as Yuan gave him food, he would be taken away by the helicopter when it arrived. But it was obvious that Yuan didn't buy Su's account. It means there is a grudge between the two people. Jiang Xiaofan knew Su a little bit. He was arrogant and vindictive. It was impossible for him to take Yuan away easily. We have to think of a way. On the phone, Su couldn't see Jiang Xiaofan's gloomy expression. Naturally, I couldn't guess what she was thinking. Still talking on and on to himself. Xiaofan, there is something I have to tell you in advance. You can't park a helicopter on your floor. A ladder will be dropped down. You just need to hold on to it. Hold on a little longer. There's nothing we can do during this special period. In addition to picking you up, the helicopter will also go to Yipan Tangxiang to pick up Aunt Ruyan. She is my Uncle Gu's wife. Remember to say hello when you see her. Jiang Xiaofan also knew this Uncle Gu, whose name was Gu Yiming, and he was a real super boss in Shidu. He runs real estate, supermarkets, and hotels. Especially supermarkets. There are 3,700 stores in Shidu alone, which can be said to cover every community. Whether it is a supermarket of foreign or domestic brand, when they arrive in Shidu, they will be killed by Gu Yiming, and then he will be the only one in power. The Gu family monopolizes the livelihood of 20 million people in Shidu and is a real super boss. But now it's the end of the world. Jiang Xiaofan didn't care about these at all and wanted to just deal with it casually, but suddenly he had an idea. Su said that when the helicopter arrives tomorrow, will the ladder be dropped? That's easy. Brother Su, when you come to pick me up tomorrow, please take Yuan with you. You said you would take him away if he gave me food. The person on the other end of the phone was visibly stunned. Yuan. Did he give you the food? That's not right. He was playing tricks on me yesterday, so why would he give you food? Jiang Xiaofan didn't know that Yuan was teasing Su. Even if she played tricks, she didn't care. Now I just want to take Yuan to Lu Lake. The food was given to me by Yuan, and he saved me today. Jiang Xiaofan told the story of thugs breaking into his house and Yuan killing them across the balcony. However, she did not tell the truth about Yuan moving into her house. You mean Yuan broke into your house and threatened you to take him away tomorrow? Jiang Xiaofan pretended to be aggrieved and said, Yes, he said you promised. And his condition for saving me was to leave in your helicopter. And he also said that he would tie a rope between me and him. We hung together on a hanging ladder. If you cut the ladder, he'll let me fall down with him and feed the zombies. You're not going to throw me down to feed the zombies, are you? We. Jiang Xiaofan felt aggrieved, but he was secretly laughing in his heart. She deliberately described Yuan as a thug to make Su hesitate. Just use a rope, put it around Brother Yi in your waist, and climb up the ladder to be safe. Waiting to get on the plane, Brother Yi took out a shotgun and threatened the pilot to change the route. Deer Lake is so big. Find a place to land, knock out the pilot, then hide in a secret place and develop slowly. With Brother Ye's strength, he will soon become the overlord. Then you won't have to worry about Hisu's revenge. Zhang Xiaofan planned it very well. But Hisu's voice was full of murderous intent. Good, very good. Yi Yuan, you bastard. Don't worry, Xiaofan. For your sake, I can let him get on the plane. When we get to Deer Lake, I'll help you vent your anger. You dare to threaten me, Hisu. You are simply courting death. Once you get on the plane, the sky is high and you can fly freely. I can't let you persecute Brother Yi. I, Zhang Xiaofan, am determined to hold on to this thigh. Before he knew it, Zhang Xiaofan's docility had increased by another 3%, and he only needed 7% to get another entry. The other side, Luhu Eco City, Black Pearl Island. There are 26 lakeside villas on the island, and in the middle is a high-rise commercial housing complex. Given Hisu's status, he must live in a villa. But he also bought a high-rise, specially used to house canaries. A well-known, lustful, rich second generation in Shudu. He has slept with countless beauties, and there are some top-notch ones that he particularly likes. So they all started keeping him for your own enjoyment. Hisu got up from the soft big bed and prepared to put on his clothes and leave. Master He, aren't you staying overnight? Are both of us no match for Zhang Xiaofan? There are two beautiful girls on the bed. Although not as pretty as Zhang Xiaofan, they are also rare and top-notch. Hisu rolled his eyes at the two of them. How can you compare with Xiaofan? I'll keep you guys for 100,000 a month before the end of the world. I gave Xiaofan a sports car and a mansion, but he refused to accept any of them, even though she's just a live-streaming influencer. But I never flirt. Xiaofan is the real White Lotus in my heart, pure and flawless. At this time, Hisu had already put on his clothes. Before leaving, he suddenly remembered something, so he turned back and said angrily, "Let me say hello to you first. I will bring Xiaofan to Luhu tomorrow. If you see me with her, you should pretend not to know me. If I let it slip, don't blame me for being rude." After saying that, Hisu left. The two women smiled at each other. Who the hell wants to accompany you? You're fat and ugly. I hope Zhang Xiaofan can get Fatty Yi hooked up with him when he gets to Luhu Lake, so he won't bother us. It's the end of the world anyway. The military has taken over this place. Even without Hisu, we can still get food. It's just a show. No one took it seriously. After Hisu went downstairs, he immediately returned to his lakeside villa. There was a middle-aged fat man sitting on the sofa in the living room. His huge beer belly looked like it was inflated. At first glance, I thought it was a big-bellied Buddha. He is Hisu's father, Xiaoming. Dad, there is something I need to discuss with you. Hisu came to his father in a hurry. Yi Yuan is still alive, and I suspect he already knows that we were the ones who killed his parents. In order to avoid any more trouble, I want to send someone to kill him tomorrow. Is this true? Xiaoming stood up from the sofa and stared at his son with a serious face. Didn't Yi Yuan move away a long time ago? Also, how do you know for sure that he knows that we killed his parents? Hisu didn't waste any words. Immediately tell us about the doubts regarding the conversations with Yi Yuan over the past 2 days. Think about it. If Yi Yuan didn't know that we were the ones who killed his parents, why would he tease me during the video call? He even broke into Xiaofan's house and used Xiaofan to threaten me to take him away with me tomorrow. You know, Yi Yuan and I have a pretty good relationship on the surface. He suddenly changed his attitude. It is very likely that during the time he disappeared, he had found evidence that we had killed his parents. So he must be killed. After listening to this, Xiaoming groaned and said, "You have a point," Hisu added. "I heard Xiaofan say that he has a gun, and since he dared to board the plane, he should be well prepared. So, I suggest you contact Uncle Gu. He has connections up there, so it's no problem for him to get some weapons and ammunition. We must kill Yi Yuan before he gets on the plane to prevent future troubles. I believe Uncle Gu will help. After all, he's the real planner who killed Yi Yuan's parents." Chapter 16. I join a game. I am a hunter. After careful consideration, Xiaoming decided to call Gu Yiming personally. Although Yi Yuan returned to Luhu, he couldn't make any waves. But it is better to be safe than sorry. We have seen many cases of boats capsizing in the gutter. To be on the safe side, it is better to kill Yi Yuan as soon as possible. After all, the He family was also involved in the assassination of Yi Yuan's parents. The irreconcilable hatred would lead to a fight to the death if he were to return to Deer Lake. After the call was connected, Xiaoming immediately told Gu Yiming about Yi Yuan. The other party also takes it very seriously, because Gu Yiming was the mastermind behind the assassination. And tomorrow's helicopter rescue will include Gu Yiming's wife, who is trapped in Yipan Tengxiang. Once Yi Yuan gets on the plane, what if something extreme is done? He even bullied his wife to vent his anger, and Gu Yiming's business card was ruined. Ordinary survivors do not care much about reputation in the apocalypse. But a powerful person like Gu Yiming, who is at the top of the food chain even in the end times, must consider his own face. Don't worry, brother he. Leave it to me. I'll let the higher-ups know and ask them to dispatch 2 light machine guns and a rocket launcher tomorrow to ensure that Yuan doesn't leave the old city alive. As for nephew Yi's girlfriend, she might die with him. You have to keep this a secret for now. Neither you nor I are fussy people. You know what is important and what is not. After hanging up the phone, He Xiaoming let out a breath lightly. Gu Yiming's methods were as ruthless as ever. In order to eliminate Yi Yuan, even his son's girlfriend was killed. But it was a wise decision. They are just women. In the last days, as long as you have food and strength, you can have as many women as you want. Zhang Xiaofan didn't know that the scam she thought was perfect had already brought her fatal disaster. But women have a very good sixth sense. After finishing her call with Isu, she felt restless and uneasy. This thing went so smoothly. It was too smooth to be true. Zhang Xiaofan wanted to discuss something with Yi Yuan, but no one answered the door after he knocked twice. She came to the bedroom door again and knocked. Brother Yi, what are you doing? Open the door. I have something important to discuss with you. Yi Yuan looked at the time, and it was time to get up. In fact, he had always known that Zhang Xiaofan was knocking on the door, but he just didn't want to pay attention to her. When dealing with a woman, you can't always agree to her requests. You have to make her worry about you. Worry about you. Even cry for you. In short, you have to occupy her heart to improve her taming ability. What the hell is that? You ate so much meat for dinner. You're not hungry again, are you? Zhang Xiaofan rolled his eyes. Am I that kind of foodie? Brother Yi, let's come out and talk about this. It's very important. Zhang Xiaofan took Yi Yuan to the living room. Then he told her everything that had happened. After hearing this, Yi Yuan's brows immediately wrinkled into a Chan shape. How is it, Brother Yi? Is there a problem? I always feel that things are going too smoothly, and I feel uneasy. Yi Yuan lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and said nothing. There is indeed something wrong with this matter. But Zhang Xiaofan is not bad. He has been successfully turned against the government and even deceived Isu into taking him away with him. Of course, Yi Yuan understood this in his heart. If she didn't have the ability to replicate infinitely, she wouldn't take the risk. The ways of the world are nothing more than exchanges of interests. A mixture of half true and half false. Just understand it in your heart. After finishing a cigarette, Yi Yuan said, I know Isu better than you. He won't let me reach Luhu alive, even if you take your safety into consideration. He asked me to get on the plane, but what about getting on the plane? Do you think I'm invincible just because I have a gun? The other side arranged 4 or 5 gunmen on the plane in advance. As soon as I got on the plane, they pointed their guns at my head. The end result was that I was at their mercy. So you absolutely cannot get on the plane. Zhang Xiaofan immediately shook his head and said, Brother Yi, we won't get on the plane. Just hang on the hanging ladder with a rope tied around our waists. If someone on the plane shoots you, I'll fall too. I believe Isu won't do that. It seemed like an unsolvable conspiracy, but Yi Yuan saw many loopholes. Didn't you say that the helicopter was going to pick up Lu Ruyan? We're hanging from the hanging ladder. Once we get to first grade sandalwood, how are we going to pick up Lu Ruyan on the plane? One sentence woke Zhang Xiaofan up. If the people on the ladder don't get on the plane, the people below won't be able to get on. It's impossible that all 3 of them are hanging on the ladder. What's more, Yi Yuan knew that the helicopter pilot might turn into a zombie, so he would not get on the plane. You don't know the relationship between me and the He family, including the Gu family. It's hard to explain in a few words. But one thing is certain, the most important purpose of this helicopter rescue was to kill me. Of course, in the previous life, no helicopter was sent to kill Yi Yuan, because Yi Yuan has never shown up. But in this life, he has been exposed and has fooled Isu. Even if Isu is stupid, he would probably have some doubts. Once this matter is told to his father, He Xiaoming, things will become more complicated. Maybe in order to prevent future troubles, even Zhang Xiaofan will be killed. Yi Yuan knew them too well. Listen to me, you can't get on the helicopter tomorrow. Of course. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. Zhang Xiaofan quickly shook his head. I'm not leaving. I'm with Brother Yi. Yi Yuan raised his eyebrows. Why, do you like me? No, I just want to stay with you. Yi Yuan nodded with a half smile. He knew very well what Zhang Xiaofan was thinking. But it doesn't matter. There is no love without reason in the world. Only capable people can have followers. The relationship between men and women is no more than the friendship between Guan and Bao. There is no need to take it too seriously. But Brother Yi, how are we going to leave the main city? Isu said that blood mist is also a virus. If you inhale it for a long time, you may turn into a zombie. Currently, Deer Lake is the only one that is not covered by the blood mist. We have to find a way to get to Deer Lake. Yi Yuan lived a new life, so of course he knew that Luhu was the safest place. But he has antibodies. There is no need to worry about blood mist at all. And if you look up Zhang Xiaofan's entry again, she will automatically become your follower and will be immune to the blood mist virus. I have my own way to get you out of the main city. Don't worry. I can guarantee that the blood mist won't turn you into a zombie. As for the reason, don't ask. In Zhang Xiaofan's mind, Yi Yuan is a master, and what he says is absolutely trustworthy. I believe in Brother Yi. Quietly, her docility increased by another 2%, reaching 90%. Only 5% left before the last entry. Now it seems that it should not be difficult. I estimate that I can reach 95% tomorrow. Yi Yuan looked at the time. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening, which should be time for bed. But he had just woken up, in very good spirits, just in time to get the job done tonight. What's the password to your front door? I'm gonna run something, and I won't need you to open the door for me when I come back. Yi Yuan took a look outside through the peephole. There are no zombies, it's safe. Zhang Xiaofan told Yi Yuan the door code. He held the shotgun, opened the door, and walked out. Brother Yi, be careful. Yi Yuan didn't answer and went straight upstairs. I don't know if there are any zombies upstairs. I have to clean them up tonight and hide on the roof early tomorrow morning. Isu wants to kill Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan also wanted to kill him. I teased him during the video call before, just to provoke Isu. If this guy came here in person by helicopter, Yi Yuan hit on the roof in advance and suddenly shot and killed the pilot, causing the helicopter to crash. Of course, even if Isu didn't come, Yi Yuan would shoot down the helicopter. My position has been exposed. If nothing unexpected happens, there must be a gunman sent by the He family in the helicopter. Rather than passively taking a beating, it's better to take the initiative. Chapter 17. The third time to dig up entries. The old and dilapidated houses in urban areas usually have only 7 or 8 floors. After Yi Yuan killed 2 zombies, he successfully reached the top platform, which was full of ropes for drying quilts, and there were 2 sheets hanging on it that had not been collected in time. Affects vision a bit. Yi Yuan tore off the bed sheet, and his vision became wider. Hide in the attic on the flat tomorrow, and wait for the helicopter sent by Hisu to arrive. Then you can open fire from the attic. There is basically no need to consider shooting skills. In his previous life, in order to seek revenge, Yi Yuan first joined the Luhu border guard and lay dormant, going out to kill zombies every day. He has acquired excellent marksmanship. After all, you have to shoot the zombies in the head to kill them. In 1 year, even a rookie can become a master. What's more, tomorrow we will be fighting a helicopter pilot. No headshots required. The bullet just needs to hit the body. The only uncertainty is how many meters the helicopter will descend to when it arrives tomorrow. If the distance is close, it is not high from the ground. You can just use a shotgun and kill the enemy with 1 shot. However, when the distance is far, the accuracy and power of the shotgun will be greatly reduced, and then you will definitely have to use an automatic rifle. Take advantage of this moment when you are in good spirits. Yi Yuan decided to modify another super automatic rifle. Just in time, all the zombies in the stairwell had been cleared out. The top floor is also very safe. Being stuck at home every day, Yi Yuan wanted to breathe some outdoor air. So he took out a stool from the space warehouse, sat down, lit a cigarette, and began to modify the super automatic rifle. At the same time, Zhang Xiaofan, who stayed at home, seemed uneasy and was struggling violently inside. Should I do this if I fall to the ground? She smoothed her hair by her ears, her bright and moving eyes looking out the window at the hazy blood mist under the street lights, and the growls of zombies came from downstairs. Zhang Xiaofan nervously retreated to the living room and sat on the sofa. With a world like this, why should I care? I am a powerless woman. Only by following a strong man like Yi Yuan can we survive. Maybe Yi Yuan will have many women in the future. But as long as I become the first, he should not treat me unfairly. Zhang Xiaofan's eyes suddenly became firm. She pushed open the bedroom door, opened the closet, and selected a thin suspender nightgown from a row of exquisite clothes. Put on a pair of black stockings. Standing in front of the mirror, looking at the perfect figure with fruits hanging from thin branches, no matter from which angle you look at it, it makes your blood boil. Zhang Xiaofan knows that she is beautiful. I also realized that my beauty is my greatest asset. So when she was in college, all her roommates had relationships, except her, despite countless suitors. But Zhang Xiaofan believes that only the most outstanding tall, rich, and handsome man is worthy of her, and she should not let the loser get away with it. Even if it's just holding hands. She would also feel that she was being defiled. No wonder some people say that you should look for a beautiful girlfriend, because the prettier she is, the cleaner she is. Not all beautiful women are pure at heart. It's because she is beautiful and can't let go of herself, and just wrap herself in the bed sheets with others. The same is true for men. The customers of the foot massage parlor are all ordinary looking and rough men. It's not that the handsome guy doesn't want to go, but I can't get over the hurdle in my heart. Walking into a foot massage parlor with a handsome face, I felt like a sheep among a pack of wolves. No matter which technician took a bite, I would feel that I was at a disadvantage. It is this narcissistic mentality that is at work. Zhang Xiaofan remains a virgin till now. She turned off the bedroom light, and with a feeling of trepidation and anticipation, she lay down on the bed and pretended to sleep. Even though the man she likes is tall, rich, and handsome. In fact, it doesn't matter whether you are rich or not. Anyway, I have money. As long as he is tall and handsome, it's enough. Yuan just happens to meet these two requirements. Moreover, it is the end of the world now. Yuan's infinite replication ability is the greatest wealth in the world. Tall, rich, and handsome? Who else can compare with Yuan? Unconsciously, the taming degree of the card above Zhang Xiaofan's head instantly increased from 90% to 95%. The requirement for the third entry has been met. However, Yuan was still on the rooftop copying the super automatic rifle and had no idea what had happened to Zhang Xiaofan. At this moment, she was lying on the bed with her eyes closed. My thoughts are like flying snowflakes, constantly wandering. She was a little worried. After all, Yuan has already occupied my bedroom. What if he is a straight man and thinks I am here to snatch his bedroom and wants to kick me out? It will be so embarrassing then. However, Zhang Xiaofan quickly thought of an excuse. If Yuan really doesn't understand romance and wants to kick me out, the worst that can happen is that I just go to bed out of habit. After all, the bedroom is mine. Sleep every day, develop a habit, forget that you have changed your owner. Zhang Xiaofan couldn't help but feel secretly delighted, thinking that he was so smart. The anxiety in my heart was put down. I felt much better. The other side. Before Yuan finished smoking a cigarette, he had already copied the super automatic rifle. After all, there is experience in replicating shotguns. Although the shotgun feed tube is different from the automatic rifle magazine. But the principle of replication is the same. They all involve extending the internal space and springs. The operation is very simple, provided that you have the ability to replicate partial one-piece structures. The super automatic rifle has a capacity of 10,000 rounds. In fact, this latest domestically produced automatic rifle has a shooting life of up to 15,000 rounds. But Yuan had no shortage of weapons and ammunition. There is no need to stick to the indicators. With a capacity of 10,000 rounds, it can ensure absolute reliability in accuracy and safety. Yuan put the automatic rifle and chair into the space warehouse. I stretched and prepared to go back to rest. After entering the attic, he suddenly stopped and looked at the attic shutters, and an idea flashed in his mind. Behind the blinds is the best position to ambush the helicopter. It's just that the view is blocked. Yuan took out his automatic rifle and broke two blades. Not only could the muzzle be extended, but his field of vision was also not affected. Perfect. We'll stay here tomorrow. Flick away the cigarette butt. Yuan held the shotgun and carefully returned to the 5th floor. After opening the door, the light in the living room was on. But Zhang Xiaofan was not seen. I called a few times, but no one answered. Is it a corpse? In his previous life, when Yuan returned to Luhu and didn't see Zhang Xiaofan, it didn't necessarily mean that the helicopter crashed. It is also possible that she turned into a zombie prematurely. Don't do that. There is still one entry that has not been picked up yet. Yuan locked the door behind him, cautiously drew his pistol, and slowly walked to the outside of Zhang Xiaofan's bedroom. I knocked on the door, but still no one answered. He checked the toilet again. It was wet, and he could smell the shower gel. This means Zhang Xiaofan had just taken a shower. But I searched the kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, and balcony. No one was seen. Now the only thing left is my bedroom. Yuan came to the door and gently turned the door handle. It turned, which meant it was not locked. He held the gun in his right hand and pushed the door open with his left. Through the dim street lights outside the window, you can vaguely see a graceful curve lying on the bed. The sleeping posture is not deliberate, but extremely seductive. It's Zhang Xiaofan. Her body rose and fell slightly. This means that the breathing is even and there is definitely no corpse transformation. What? Didn't we agree that the master bedroom belongs to me? Looks so good to you. You still don't learn your lesson after being beaten. Yuan's eyes turned cold, and he was about to yell at Zhang Xiaofan to wake him up. Suddenly, his eyes were deeply attracted by the card above Zhang Xiaofan's head. Taming degree 95%. Hey, I went to the rooftop, and when I came back the price had risen to 95%. It's time to review the entries for the 3rd time. Chapter 18. Copying Life Forms. Su's head is full of green. Yuan put away his gun and slowly walked to the bed. Looking at the card above Zhang Xiaofan's head, with a 95% taming degree, this is the last time I will look at her entry. I don't know what superpowers I can obtain. At this moment, Yi Yuan could not hide his excitement, and his breathing became rapid. Zhang Xiaofan, who was pretending to be asleep, heard his heavy breathing, and his imagination ran wild for a moment. Humph! All men are the same. When I see a beautiful woman, I turn into an animal, especially with a beauty like me. Zhang Xiaofan is very confident and conceited, but waited for a moment. But Yi Yuan did not take the next step. What? Is Brother Yi a wooden man? Or does he mean he can't? Zhang Xiaofan's long eyelashes moved, and his squinting eyelids slightly lifted. Through the slits of his eyes, he saw Yi Yuan standing there stupidly and motionless. He really looks like a wooden man. Could it be that Brother Yi has been infected with corpse poison? Will he turn into a zombie? That shouldn't be the case. People who are about to transform into zombies are usually very manic. They are not as calm as Brother Yi right now. Zhang Xiaofan is now confused. Little did he know that Yi Yuan was standing there stupidly because of the 95% taming degree card on her head. This is the last time. If you take it off, Xiaofan can become a servant and will be forever immune to the blood mist. Then you will have an extra helper to fight your way out of the city. Yi Yuan locked onto the entry above Zhang Xiaofan's head with his mind. I pick it. In an instant, a mysterious force surged into Yi Yuan's body. At the same time, the information on the cards has also changed. Servants, Zhang Xiaofan. Attributes, Strength +8, Constitution +8, Agility +9, Spirit +9. Ability, none can be granted by the master. Current taming degree, 100%. After the third time of searching for entries, Zhang Xiaofan's taming degree automatically increased to 100%. 100% taming means absolute loyalty, and it can also grant her supernatural powers. Yi Yuan currently only has one ability, 3D printing. Of course, when broken down, there are 3 different abilities. They are infinite replication, local integrated replication, and newly acquired new abilities. Haven't checked out the third ability though. I guess it's also related to copying. 3D printing is too powerful. Even if Zhang Xiaofan is already 100% docile, Yi Yuan would never give it to her. Now let's take a look at the newly acquired abilities. Yi Yuan called out the properties page. Yi Yuan. Attributes. Strength 11, Constitution 11, Agility 10, Spirit 9. Ability, 3D printing, infinite replication, partial integrated replication, lifeform replication. The third ability can actually copy living things. Yi Yuan's mind moved. A detailed introduction to superpowers appeared in my mind. Life replication. It can print and replicate low-level intelligent life forms, such as pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, geese, fish, shrimp, etc., but it cannot replicate memories. Damn it. Even living things can be cloned. That's amazing. This is equivalent to the ability to create life, even though its memory cannot be copied. So what? The copied life form will have completely new memories. Wouldn't that be better? Since low-level intelligent life forms can replicate, non-intelligent ones are naturally no problem. Such as various plants. Blood mist covers the sky. Species extinction does not exist. As long as I am here, the species cannot become extinct. Yi Yuan's first goal is revenge. But after revenge is achieved, one must develop one's own power and must collect various samples in advance for easy replication in the future. There is no rush for plant samples. Although the fog blocks the sunlight and weakens plant photosynthesis, it is not that there is no light at all. In a low-light environment, it won't die in a short time. The first priority is animal samples. This matter needs to be considered carefully, at least until we escape from the main urban area. Yi Yuan withdrew his thoughts. Then with a thought, the card above Zhang Xiaofan's head disappeared. This is a new feature after becoming a minion. Yi Yuan can hide her personal information card at any time and call it out to view when needed. That's fine. There is always a card floating above my head, and I always feel like a robot. Without this card, he would be like a real person. Since Xiaofan's taming degree has reached 100%, Yi Yuan is thinking about taking her out tomorrow and letting her kill the zombies herself. In addition to honing your marksmanship, what is more important in actual combat is to exercise courage. Only if you have the courage to face zombies will you not be at a loss when the zombies pounce on you. He didn't want Xiaofan to be scared when he left the city. It would not only be a pity if the servants that he had tamed with great difficulty were eaten by zombies, but the most dangerous thing would be that it would disrupt his plan to leave the city. As for the grenades, Zhang Xiaofan cannot be allowed to touch them for the time being. This thing is a powerful weapon. Although I can copy it infinitely, I am afraid that Xiaofan will panic and drop the grenade at his feet. That would be fun. Yi Yuan was thinking about tomorrow's plan, but Zhang Xiaofan, who was pretending to be asleep, was thinking about other things. As she became a servant and her obedience reached 100%, her admiration for Yi Yuan became deeper, and unknowingly, her thoughts also changed. Is Brother Yi a blockhead? Why are you still standing there like an idiot? No, I have to take the initiative. Zhang Xiaofan suddenly opened his eyes and said, I'm not going to pretend anymore. I'm going to reveal my cards to you. The other side. Yisu lay in bed and couldn't fall asleep. My mind was filled with the beautiful figure of Zhang Xiaofan. He went to bed early tonight and did not have sex with the woman he kept. Have a good rest tonight. When Zhang Xiaofan arrives at Luhu tomorrow, he must use all his skills for at least 5 minutes. I pursued her for half a year but failed. It is the end of the world now. Xiaofan has no reason to reject me this time, right? Only I can protect you. If we kill Yi Yuan tomorrow, Xiaofan will be able to reach Lu Lake smoothly. Then you and I will never be separated. Yisu was having a sweet dream. I wish I could take Zhang Xiaofan over right now. Unfortunately, there are zombies everywhere outside. He could only take out his cell phone and send a message to Zhang Xiaofan. Xiaofan dear, what are you doing? I waited for 10 minutes, but no reply. That shouldn't be the case. It's not even 8 o'clock yet. Why are you going to bed so early? I know. This is the end of the world. Everyone, please set your phone to vibrate. Xiaofan probably didn't hear it. I'll send another message. So Yisu sent another message. Xiaofan, I miss you, let's video chat. I waited another 10 minutes, still no reply. That's impossible. I haven't seen any information in so long. Xiaofan, what are you doing? Is that bastard Yi Yuan bullying you? This time Yisu started to get anxious. Zhang Xiaofan said that Yi Yuan kidnapped her. They were alone and Xiaofan was so beautiful. What if that bastard Yi Yuan has some bad intentions? Although the possibility is low. After all, he was still hoping to leave in his helicopter tomorrow. So even if Yi Yuan was going crazy, he should have held back. But Xiaofan never replied to the message. Is he asleep or being bullied? Yi Yuan, you bastard, you better behave yourself. If I find out what you did to Xiaofan, I will make you live a life worse than death tomorrow. Yisu muttered to himself viciously. It was not until an hour later that he finally received a reply from Zhang Xiaofan. I just fell asleep. I was woken up by the roar of the zombies downstairs. And then I saw your message. Replied. Finally replied. Yisu quickly sent a video. He wanted to see with his own eyes that Zhang Xiaofan was fine before he could feel at ease. Chapter 19. Fortune and wealth are sought in danger. I am the hunter. After the video was connected, Yisu looked at Zhang Xiaofan and felt relieved. The room was dimly lit though. It's a bit like the dim light coming in from a street lamp. But it can be seen clearly that Zhang Xiaofan's clothes are neat, but he looks very tired. It must be because I didn't wake up. Xiaofan, I'm relieved to see that you're okay. Just go back to sleep. Wait a moment. Yisu was about to hang up the video, but was stopped by Zhang Xiaofan. Can you pick me up in person tomorrow? I pick you up in person by helicopter? This is a bit difficult. Yisu did not refuse immediately, but he was extremely reluctant in his heart. He has never left Deer Lake since the apocalypse. Moreover, Lu, who was the only one who was not covered by the blood mist. He had never breathed the blood mist, so he was not sure whether he had antibodies. If we leave Deer Lake and get infected by the blood mist and turn into a zombie, it would be a big loss. It is true that he likes Zhang Xiaofan, but you can't joke with your own life. After struggling for a moment, Yisu stammered, Xiaofan, I'm sorry, I have something important to do tomorrow, so I can't come to pick you up in person. I hope you understand. Zhang Xiaofan immediately used a woman's usual trick. But no matter how angry and coquettish she was, Yisu refused to give in and refused to leave Luhu. After hanging up the video, Zhang Xiaofan didn't understand. Brother Yi, why don't you let me confront Yisu? We all are like this. It's the end of the world now. There's no need to hide it, right? Yi Yuan showed a meaningful smile. No hurry, play with Yisu first. It's a pity that he won't come to pick you up in person tomorrow, alas. Hearing Yi Yuan sigh, Zhang Xiaofan seemed to understand. Brother Yi, you asked me to lure Yisu here. Do you want to kill him? Yi Yuan nodded. Zhang Xiaofan's obedience has reached 100%, so there is no need to hide some things from her. But Zhang Xiaofan was a little confused. Why didn't I feel anything was wrong when Brother Yi just said he wanted to kill Yisu? Although she was just pretending to be nice at first, she was only Yisu's nominal girlfriend. But humans are not plants or trees. Even if she didn't like Yisu, at least he had never harmed her and had been her bootlicker for half a year. Logically speaking, I shouldn't be so cold-blooded. When he heard that Brother Yi wanted to kill him, he was indifferent. Why is that? Zhang Xiaofan couldn't figure it out. Little did she know that after becoming Yi Yuan's servant, her thinking had been influenced and she would unconsciously look at things from Yi Yuan's perspective. Brother Yi, how about I send a video to Yisu? This time, you must force him to come pick me up in person, and then you can kill him. After saying this, Zhang Xiaofan was shocked himself. Why did I change so quickly that I actually offered to help Brother Yi kill Yisu? Well, forget it, let's not think about these things. I don't like Yisu, And now I'm Brother Ye's woman. So naturally, I have to consider Brother Yi. Jiang Xiaofan quickly completed his psychological preparation. No longer doubt your changes in mentality. Yi Yuan shook his head. Forget it, don't send Isu another video call, so as not to arouse his suspicion. In fact, it doesn't matter whether Isu comes or not. No one, be it the He family, the Gu family, or even all the dignitaries in Luhu, dared to leave rashly. Because they have never come into contact with blood mist. No one knows whether they have antibodies. Especially after a month, most people will turn into zombies due to the blood mist, which also means that only a very small number of people have antibodies. The powerful people in Luhu were even more afraid to leave. Less than 10% probability. No one dares to bet. On the other hand, Deer Lake is an absolute safe zone, but it is also a prison that imprisons them. The enemies are all in Luhu, they can't run away. I have plenty of time to play slowly. I want them to die in despair. Recall your experiences in past lives. After his revenge attempt failed and he was caught, he suffered a long period of inhuman torture and was finally skinned and tortured to death by Hisu. The deep hatred would never allow them to die easily. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Yi Yuan took Jiang Xiaofan to the top floor. Before going out, I had packed all my clothes, pants, and important items and put them in Yi Yuan's space warehouse. This house is no longer habitable. After today, whether or not we shoot down the helicopter, we will completely break off relations with our enemies. Have to change place. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep well. Yi Yuan was very clear about the enemies in Luhu. They didn't have the strength to mobilize the army, but they had good relations with the bigwigs in the Ministry of Culture. It's no problem to rent a civilian helicopter with some supplies. Get some more weapons and ammunition. It is still very easy to go into the city and kill someone, so don't take it lightly. After reaching the top floor, the two hid in the attic. Yi Yuan took out 2 chairs and sat down to rest. Brother Yi, we don't really need to hide in the attic. Even if you want to shoot down a helicopter, you can just shoot directly from the balcony later. Yi Yuan lit a cigarette and took a deep breath before answering. It's not that simple. Hisu, a rich second generation, doesn't have many resources. He can't mobilize a helicopter with his ability. You said yesterday that this rescue also includes Lu Rian. She is Gu Yiming's wife. So the helicopter must have been dispatched by Gu Yiming through connections. Given his unscrupulous character, he is likely to order an indiscriminate attack. You won't give me time at all. If the machine gun fires, you will die too. Ah! Jiang Xiaofan was dumbfounded. She had never thought of such an outcome. A what? Do you think the Gu family would care about a mere Hisu? Hisu is afraid of the consequences. Gu Yiming doesn't care about your life or death. For their own interests, they can sacrifice anyone. Jiang Xiaofan is not stupid either. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that Yi Yuan was right. She had also heard of Gu Yiming, a legendary figure in Shu. Nothing else to say. The Gu family alone controls the livelihood of more than 20 million people in Shudu, which is not something that ordinary people can do. In addition to the background of Tongtian, it also requires decisive and ruthless means. Brother Yi, I believe you. Anyway, I'll do whatever you say and enjoy the good life with you. I'm determined to hold on to your thigh. I won't leave even if you chase me away. Yi Yuan smiled and said, You are already my servant, so what if I let you hold me? Do whatever you were told to do. In fact, Yi Yuan could just take Jiang Xiaofan away and hide in a place where no one knew to develop his life. But wealth and honor are achieved through risk. What if the helicopter doesn't explode after being shot down? If there is a gunner, there will be a chance to get new weapons. The helicopter should be equipped with at least a light machine gun. At 8:30, Hisu sent a message saying that the helicopter had taken off. 15 minutes of time. A Jixiangyo 313 helicopter arrived over the community. Yi Yuan saw the problem at a glance. The target of this rescue was only 3 people, but the mascot bird 313 could carry 27 people. Waste of talent. If nothing unexpected happens, there must be gunmen in the helicopter, and there are quite a few of them. Yi Yuan was extremely alert. The super-automatic rifle was aimed from a distance at the plane hovering overhead. Due to the distance and angle, it was unable to aim at the pilot, so there was no rush to shoot. At this time, Jiang Xiaofan received a text message. It was sent by Hisu. Xiaofan, the helicopter has arrived, but you are not seen. The pilot asked you to go to the balcony with Yi Yuan. After reading the text message, Jiang Xiaofan looked at Yi Yuan. Brother Yi, what should we do now? Chapter 20. Shooting down planes with rifles, training Jiang Xiaofan. Yi Yuan had already expected this situation to happen. Regardless of whether the helicopter is really here to rescue people or to kill people, at least it has to see the target person. Let's not talk about saving lives for now. If it was a murder, once he appeared on the balcony, the gunman in the helicopter would fire a machine gun at him, and he would be killed instantly. So Yi Yuan had already thought of a countermeasure. Tell Sue that I kidnapped you in the bedroom with pink curtains on the right side of the balcony. I asked the helicopter to lower its altitude and lower the ladder before I was willing to go to the balcony. Zhang Xiaofan didn't know Yi Yuan's intention, but I did it anyway. Edit what you just said into a text message and send it to Yi Su. Soon, the other party replied. Xiaofan, ask Yi Yuan to open the curtains and wave out the window. The driver needs to confirm your floor and location. After reading the text message, Yi Yuan said, tell him that your house is the only one on the 5th floor that has pink curtains. After Zhang Xiaofan sent the message, Yi Su replied, no, the driver must show up to confirm your exact floor. Damn, it's all very clear. 5th floor, pink curtains. But the other party must show up himself. It is basically certain that there is a gunman in the helicopter, and as soon as he shows up, he will be shot into a hornet's nest on the spot. What should we do, Brother Yi? If we don't show up, the helicopter won't land. Tell Yi Su that I will not show up until the helicopter lowers the ladder first. Since you were here to kill me, they are definitely more anxious than me. Now the people in the helicopter urgently need to confirm my location. I guess they also suspect that they have been moved, but you are anxious. I am not. As long as I don't show up, you won't open fire rashly. The most important thing now is to let the helicopter fly over and drop the ladder. As long as the plane gets close to the building and adjusts its posture, there will be a chance to aim at the pilot. All Yi Yuan has to do now is wait. Yi Su passed the message to the helicopter, and the helicopter passed the message to the person behind the scenes. They must be discussing countermeasures, which will take some time. About 5 minutes later, the helicopter moved. It first adjusted the fuselage and aimed the hatch at the building where Yi Yuan was. Then the hatch opened. A man appeared carrying a bazooka. Quickly aim at the window with pink curtains on the 5th floor. Whoosh! A rocket was launched and hit Zhang Xiaofan's bedroom in an instant. With a loud bang, Zhang Xiaofan's home was blown to pieces and the entire building shook violently. This is not the end yet. After the rocket was launched, 2 men armed with machine guns appeared at the hatch, and the 2 machine guns fired crazily at Zhang Xiaofan's house. Son of a bitch! Yi Su, this beast, lied to me and told me to send a helicopter to rescue him, but he didn't expect me to be killed too. Fortunately, I listened to Brother Yi. Otherwise, he would have been beaten to death by now. Zhang Xiaofan kept cursing. Yi Yuan ignored her and looked at the helicopter not far away with a fanatical look on his face. Damn it! Bazooka! Machine gun! Damn, if I could get these 2 weapons, I'd be rich. The helicopter pilot was careful, because Zhang Xiaofan told Yi Su that he had a gun. And it's a shotgun. It seems that the people in the helicopter are also worried about masturbating. So I refuse to get close. If it stops at 70 or 80 meters away, even if it is hit by a shotgun, it will not pose a threat to the aircraft. And the driver was cautious. After the helicopter arrived above the residential area, its tail was always pointed at the building where Yi Yuan was, and it was impossible to aim at the pilot. But just now, the people inside adjusted the fuselage in order to launch the rockets, so that the cockpit was now facing the building sideways. Yi Yuan's position was just right for him to aim at the driver. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I not only have a shotgun, I also have an automatic rifle. Bang! With a gunshot, a 5.8mm bullet shot out of the gun and instantly hit the driver's neck. The tumbling bullet penetrated the body from the other side of the neck. The driver received a box lunch on the spot. Although there was an element of luck in this shot, Yi Yuan's marksmanship was unmatched by ordinary people as he had killed zombies for a year in his previous life. As the driver was killed, the helicopter lost control and began to tilt. Yi Yuan continued to output firepower. His super automatic rifle fired crazily, switching between single shot and continuous fire with ease. The 2 machine gunners at the helicopter door were also killed. One of them died inside the plane, and the other was beaten to death and fell directly out of the cabin door. Yi Yuan saw it clearly. A machine gun also fell down. From the appearance, it is the latest 7.62mm general-purpose machine gun, with an adjustable 4-fold scope installed on the rail. Yi Yuan suddenly felt extremely jealous, especially the quadruple scope. The new domestic gun family has universal accessories and can be directly installed on the rail of the automatic rifle. With the scope and Yi Yuan's marksmanship, it is no problem to target zombies at medium range with an automatic rifle. But Yi Yuan was still thinking about the rocket launcher. The helicopter is now severely tilted, the fuselage is shaking constantly, and the people inside have completely lost their combat effectiveness. I'm gonna fall down. Brother Yi is so powerful. He killed the driver with just 1 shot. Zhang Xiaofan looked excited. Even though she didn't kill the man, she felt like she had gotten revenge because the people in the helicopter fired rockets at her bedroom. She is a female Tyrannosaurus. I just hate that I don't have the ability, otherwise I would definitely shoot and kill everyone in the plane with my own hands. The helicopter stayed in the air for more than 10 seconds. Then it plummeted down with a loud bang. Thick smoke billowed, and all the people inside were killed. Damn! Why? Yuan sighed. A helicopter crash does not necessarily result in an explosion, and it was clear that this time we were unlucky and the plane blew up. The rocket launcher inside must have been damaged. Forget about the rockets, they will explode together. Yuan felt that he had suffered a great loss. Brother Yi, you look very uncomfortable? Yuan waved his hand. It's okay. Let's not go down yet, come with me. The two walked out of the attic together. When I came to the top guardrail, I looked down and saw that the crashed helicopter was burning fiercely. The violent explosion attracted all the zombies nearby. The fallen general-purpose machine gun should be not far from the explosion point. If you want to get the weapons, you have to get rid of all the zombies. Wait for me here. Yuan returned to the attic alone, copied a super automatic rifle with a capacity of 10,000 rounds, and then handed the gun to Zhang Xiaofan. This gun is for you. Shoot the zombies near the helicopter for me. Remember the headshot. It doesn't matter if I can't hit the target. I have plenty of bullets. Just treat it as practicing your marksmanship. This was also Yuan's previous plan. As long as Zhang Xiaofan's obedience reaches 100%, you can give her weapons and train her shooting skills. When you leave the main city in the future, you can also become your own helper. Zhang Xiaofan was holding an automatic rifle. The cold texture gave her a full sense of security. In the end times, only holding a weapon can make people feel at ease. But only when you are alone. If a group of people have weapons, everyone will be on high alert. After all, there are no laws or moral constraints in the end times, and no one knows if someone will shoot them in the back. Brother Yi, thank you for trusting me so much. Yuan smiled and didn't answer. If the personal information column had not clearly indicated that the obedience level had reached 100%, Yuan would not have been able to trust Zhang Xiaofan. Next, Yuan taught Zhang Xiaofan how to shoot. Two men were holding guns on the top floor and kept shooting at the people downstairs. Without the help of a scope, it would not be easy for Yuan to kill with a headshot. But I have plenty of bullets. He kept shooting with great efficiency. Zhang Xiaofan had good talent and quickly entered the shooting state, although her headshot rate is shockingly low. However, the power of the automatic rifle should not be underestimated. If it hits the chest, a hole as big as a peanut will be left in the front and a hole as big as a fist in the back. If you're lucky, the spine will be broken directly. Even if the zombies don't die, they will lose their ability to move. At this moment, Hisu sent another message to Zhang Xiaofan. Xiaofan, are you on the plane? I can't contact the helicopter pilot. Chapter 21 Your best friend is also very beautiful. Let's go to her house. When Zhang Xiaofan saw Hisu's text message, he suddenly became murderous. This is not an act. Zhang Xiaofan kept shooting and killing zombies, and his transformation was very fast, exuding a feminine ferocity. You son of a bitch, you dare to send me a message. Rockets bombed my house. My bedroom was machine-gunned. Hisu, you beast. When I return to Luhu, I will kill you. Zhang Xiaofan picked up the phone and prepared to curse. Yuan interrupted head immediately. Ignore Hisu for now. Once you're done with all this, you can tease him properly. Although Zhang Xiaofan was very angry, but Yuan's words made her calm down immediately. I'll listen to Brother Yi. The two continued to shoot the zombies, stopping and starting. It took more than an hour to clear all the zombies near the helicopter. There's no other way. My body can't handle the constant shooting. Tired ears, aching shoulders. Get adequate rest. Come on, let's go downstairs. Yuan walked in front holding a shotgun, and Zhang Xiaofan walked behind with empty hands. I'm still worried. This was the first time Zhang Xiaofan touched a gun today. She was walking behind, and if she got nervous and accidentally fired the gun, killing Yuan would be a huge loss. She could only put the gun away. After they walked out of the building, Yuan gave her a shotgun again, and the two walked forward side by side. All the zombies downstairs have been killed. Soon Yuan found the Type 20 general-purpose machine gun that had fallen to the ground. Remove the magazine. There are bullets inside. The quadruple scope was also intact. Yuan heaved a sigh of relief and put the machine gun into the space warehouse first, and then copied it when he had time. Looking at the burning helicopter wreckage not far away, he gave up the idea of searching. Even if the bazooka was not damaged, the rocket had already exploded. There's no point in getting a bazooka. Come on, let's retreat back to the building and plan to find a new place to stay. Zhang Xiaofan's home has been bombed. Yuan's own home is not safe either. Even several buildings nearby are not safe, and no one knows whether the He family and the Gu family will send a helicopter. I always feel uneasy. I have to be nervous even when sleeping. So we have to find a new place to stay nearby. As soon as the two returned to the building, Zhang Xiaofan received another text message. This time it wasn't sent by Hisu. The WeChat avatar shows a woman. Xiaofan, are you still alive? As soon as the first message was sent, several more followed. Xiaofan, I'm so scared. There are zombies knocking on my door. I have seen zombies eat people. If the door is knocked open, I will be dead. No one can contact you, and I don't know whether you are dead or alive. What should I do? Yuan stood by, looking at the message on his phone, and asked, Who is it? My best friend Fang Xiaowan lives next door at Tang Xinjuan and is also an internet celebrity. Zhang Xiaofan answered while sending messages. Xiaowan, I kept sending you messages for the past 2 days. Why didn't you reply? I thought you were eaten by zombies. The other party immediately replied. Xiaofan, you silly woman, it's great that you are still alive. I thought you were dead. I lost my phone. On the day of the apocalypse, I was about to go downstairs when I ran into a group of zombies. I was so scared that I turned around and ran back. I accidentally left my phone at the door. It was not until today, after the zombies outside the door left, that I opened the door and took back my phone. But the zombies have been alarmed again, and now they are banging on the door again. What should I do? Looking at the content of the text message, Zhang Xiaofan was at a loss. It's so dangerous outside, although she's a good friend, but it was impossible for her to risk her life to save others, and she didn't have the ability to do so. Yuan's eyes lit up. Fang Xiaowan's WeChat profile picture is a photo of herself. Very beautiful. Even without beauty filters, she is most likely still a stunning beauty. The system said, goddess-level beauties will have entries appearing above their heads. It's better to try your luck. Tianxin Garden is in the neighborhood next door. It's only about 400 to 500 meters away by the small road. Why don't you stay at your friend's house? Luck is one thing. Yuan also had another consideration. If you randomly find a place to stay nearby, you will inevitably have to break the door violently. Once the door is damaged, you will not be able to sleep well at night, even if you block it with furniture. It's safer to go to Fang Xiaowan's house. If there are no more entries on her head, she can then find another place to live. Zhang Xiaofan quickly sent a message to Fang Xiaowan. Xiaowan, don't be afraid. Brother Yi and I are here to save you. Fang Xiaofan didn't dare to go alone. But with Yi Yuan's encouragement, she was no longer afraid. Little Fang Hua wife, you are so kind. And your big brother Yi, thank you. There are zombies outside my house. Please be careful. Zhang Xiaofan rolled his eyes. Bitch, don't call me a bitch, or I'll beat you to death. I won't waste my time talking to you anymore. See you later. After putting away their phones, the two locked their positions and headed towards an alley. The streets in the old town are not wide. The alleys between the houses are narrower, which is very suitable for shotgun combat. One man can block the passage of 10,000. Yuan walked in front. Zhang Xiaofan walked behind. I'll emphasize again, you only need to pay attention to your back. If there are zombies in front of you, you can't shoot. Leave it to me. Damn it. What if someone shoots me randomly? Don't worry, Brother Yi. I won't joke with your life. The alley is 5 or 6 meters wide. But both of them turned sideways and took small steps forward. There are two advantages to standing sideways. On the one hand, you can see each other, and on the other hand, the gun will not be pointed at your own people. Even if it accidentally fires, no casualties will be caused. In fact, the trigger of a gun is not as loose as you might think. Unless you are too nervous, it is generally not easy to cause an accidental discharge. Yuan walked in front. The shotgun with a capacity of 7,000 rounds pushed forward all the way, and Zhang Xiaofan behind him was basically in no danger. She couldn't be too nervous. The zombies in the alley were attracted away by the sound of the helicopter explosion and have been cleared out, so it is safe for the time being. The two walked forward. As long as he sees a corner, Yuan will open fire, and any zombies in the blind spot will be attracted by the gunshot. Don't meet love around the corner. The distance of more than 400 meters is not far. There weren't many zombies in the alley. After killing about 70 or 80 zombies, we finally arrived outside the Tang Xinjuan community. But now it's a bit troublesome, because Tang Xinjuan is separated by a street that is more than 10 meters wide. Yuan quietly stuck his head out and took a look. There are quite a lot of zombies on the street, so it's no problem to just rush over. But there are also zombies in the community. Once you are attacked from both sides, you will not be able to escape even if you want to. Brother Yi, what should we do? Zhang Xiaofan was a little nervous. But Yuan was not panicked at all. He had the confidence to kill his way here. There are residential buildings on both sides of the alley. There is a street outside the building. Choose any residential building on the left or right. Go in and find the apartment facing the street, break in, and then stand on the balcony and throw grenades downstairs. Blow up all the zombies nearby, and you can enter Tianxin Garden safely. Come with me. Yuan took Zhang Xiaofan and walked into the building on the right side of the alley. I made my way to the 4th floor and killed a zombie on the way. Yuan chose a house facing the street and knocked a few times, and the sound of zombies came from inside. Judging from the sound, There was only one. Yuan picked up the shotgun and opened fire. The zombies inside were killed through the door, and the door was violently broken open. The two entered the house together. After searching, no other targets were found. Then blocked the door with furniture to prevent zombies from sneaking up. Finish all this. Yuan came to the balcony, took out a grenade, pulled the fuse, and threw it down. A few seconds passed. There was a loud bang, and the zombies nearby were instantly in panic. They all came running over. Even the zombies in the tame community opposite were alarmed. Yuan simulate feindlich. We'll blow up the zombies here, and after we've destroyed them all we can enter Tianqin Garden. Chapter 22. The majestic Jiang Xiaofan. On the street downstairs, the sound of explosions was heard continuously. Yuan was holding a cigarette. Grenades were thrown down as if they were free. The high explosive grenades were extremely powerful, and the zombies at the center of the explosion were blown into pieces. Even the zombies on the periphery will be killed by the shock wave. One grenade can often kill more than a dozen zombies. Jiang Xiaofan's face was filled with excitement. After all this fighting, the originally beautiful and sexy girl has now become a bit bloodthirsty. Brother Yi, can you let me throw two for fun? Yuan glanced at her and said nothing. In front of Yuan, Jiang Xiaofan was very obedient, but he still shamelessly stretched out a finger. One. I'll just throw one, okay? Yuan was a little worried. This thing is not a gun. If you mishandle it and it falls on the balcony, both of us will be dead. However, considering that we need to get out of the main urban area in the future, we will have to rely on Jiang Xiaofan's help. Teaching her how to use grenades in advance will be of great help when the time comes. Okay, I'll teach you. Grenade is not like a gun. You must be careful and throw it out early. Don't miss the second. There are zombies downstairs. A stupid zombie. He doesn't know how to lie down or hide. Even if you pull out the fuse and throw it down immediately, it will still kill a large number of people, so there is no need to waste time. Yuan spent several minutes teaching Jiang Xiaofan the essentials of throwing grenades. You know what? I learned pretty quickly. The psychological quality is also good. Although he lacked the strength and couldn't throw it too far, he didn't look embarrassed or nervous, and didn't look like a novice at all. No wonder it is widely rumored internationally that nearly 80% of people in Dragon Country have the Berserker gene, a natural-born warrior. Picking up a weapon will awaken your bloodline. It seems that this statement has some basis. For example, foreigners often vomit when they kill someone for the first time. This phenomenon does not seem to exist among the Long people. There is even less evidence of post-traumatic stress syndrome. Just look at Jiang Xiaofan, and you will know. A singing and dancing host before the apocalypse. Now he can kill zombies with a gun, and he looks excited when he uses grenades to blow up zombies. Isn't this a sign of the Berserker gene being activated? That's fine. If you adapt quickly, you can help yourself sooner and avoid becoming a burden. The two took turns bombing. After using more than 80 grenades, he finally killed all the zombies he could see. Including the zombies near the gate of Tang Xinjiang community, they were all attracted out and blown into pieces. Now you can enter the community with confidence. Let's go. The two men worked together to move the furniture that was blocking the door, then carefully walked downstairs holding the shotgun. There are no zombies outside anymore. Walk out of the alley, cross the street, and enter Tianqin Garden smoothly. Which building is your bestie in? Building 8, room 604, is still a bit far from the main gate. We almost have to cross the entire community. Yuan nodded. It is impossible to attract all the zombies in the community out. If you cross the community, you will definitely encounter zombies. Be careful. When you see a zombie, just fire immediately. Don't save bullets. Jiang Xiaofan nodded. She knew that Yuan could replicate infinitely and had no intention of saving bullets. The greening in the old community is very mature. Camphor trees, osmanthus trees, and various viewing trees grew tall and dense, and with the blood mist covering the area, the visibility was not very good. You can faintly hear the growls of zombies coming from the depths of the blood mist. The old neighborhood is filled with weirdness. However, neither of them was afraid. They had the truth in their hands and were trolls with huge bullet capacities, so they were fearless. What's more, the zombies are not densely populated. With Yuan's experience in his previous life, dealing with scattered zombies was not a problem. The two walked some distance, came under a yellow horn tree. Just then, a zombie rushed out from the building next door and pounced towards Jiang Xiaofan with a ferocious face. The distance is about 30 or 40 meters. The shotgun's shooting accuracy will be lacking at this distance. But Jiang Xiaofan doesn't care. He raised his gun and fired, not caring whether he aimed or hit the target. He kept pulling the trigger and ejecting shells into the chamber in the direction where the zombies were rushing. The action was repeated 7 or 8 times. When the zombie was only a dozen meters away from her, it was shot in the head. Call. Let out a breath gently. Jiang Xiaofan's face looked a little solemn, but he didn't seem panicked. After all, Yi Yuan is there. The two continued to move forward and killed 8 more zombies on the way, 3 of which were shot to death by Jiang Xiaofan. Now she is so proud, holding a gun, full of confidence. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Fortunately, I was wise and chose to hold on to Brother Ye's big, fragrant thigh. If I hadn't followed Brother Yi, even if I hadn't been killed by Yisu, I would probably still be hiding at home and starving. It was never as majestic as it is now. Jiang Xiaofan tightened the shotgun in his hand. It felt so good to hold the truth in his hands. The two walked forward for a distance. Soon we arrived at Building 8. At this time, Jiang Xiaofan's cell phone vibrated. It was a message from Feng Xiaowan. Xiaofan, I see you. How awesome. You all have guns. But be careful, the zombies outside my door are still banging on it. Judging from the sound, there should be 3 zombies. Jiang Xiaofan looked up. On the balcony on the 6th floor, Feng Xiaowan was waving at her. There were some survivors nearby, hiding behind the curtains and watching the two. Come on, let's go in. It's not safe to be exposed outside. Yi Yuan said, although guns are banned in Longhua, but you can still buy powerful bows and crossbows from some channels. He held a gun in his hand. It's bound to make people jealous. If you are attacked by a bow and crossbow, you might end up capsizing in a ditch if you are unlucky. The two of them walked quickly into the stairwell. We didn't encounter any zombies until the 5th floor. It seemed that they were all attracted to the 6th floor by Feng Xiaowan. Put the gun away. Don't shoot when you see zombies. Leave it to me. Yi Yuan vimined it. I've seen Jiang Xiaofan randomly shoot zombies. Yi Yuan didn't dare let her be so presumptuous in the stairwell. I am in front. If you accidentally hurt someone, the end result will be death. Yi Yuan walked to the corner of the 5th and 6th floors with a gun in hand, then fired a shot, and the zombies upstairs were immediately attracted. Roar! 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 3 zombies immediately rushed down from the 6th floor and pounced on Yi Yuan. At this time, Yi Yuan was calm and composed. The equality device does not require any aiming in a small space. Bang! 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 4 shots were fired quickly, and all 3 zombies were knocked down, but 2 of them fell because the bullets penetrated their bodies and broke their spines. Not beaten to death. Yi Yuan walked over and pointed the muzzle of the gun at the zombie's head. Bang! Bang! After 2 shots, everything became completely quiet. Yi Yuan thought about it and decided to throw the 3 bodies down from the ventilation duct. The weather is still a bit hot now. The stairwell will become smelly if you stay there for too long. After all, you might be staying at Feng Xiaowan's house for a while. Jiang Xiaofan helped, and the 2 of them worked together to quickly dispose of the body. At this time, the door of 604 opened a crack, revealing a pair of big, black, bright eyes. When they saw Jiang Xiaofan, the people inside immediately opened the door, and Yi Yuan could see her true face. She is a fair and pure little girl with a baby face and 2 pigtails. Xiaofan, Xiaowan. The 2 women hugged each other happily. Yi Yuan's attention was focused on Feng Xiaowan's head. There's a card there, but the entry in the card surprised him. Chapter 23 Super Digger My World. At this time, Feng Xiaowan's entry has appeared above his head. Feng Xiaowan. Entry 1. Excavator Master Blue. Entry 2. Cooking White. Entry 3. Driver White. There are also 3 entries, and the first one, Excavator Master, is in uppercase bold blue. The back 2 are white. Obviously, Excavator Master is of the highest quality, and once it is stripped off, the superpowers it transforms into are also the most powerful. But no matter how I look at it, I feel that the Excavator Master is pretty useless. Besides, how did Feng Xiaowan, a beautiful internet celebrity with a baby face and a delicate figure, get connected with an excavator? Never mind for now. The first time you dig up entries, you don't need taming. The best quality? Yi Yuan's mind locked onto the Excavator Master, as if a pair of invisible hands were digging hard. In an instant, a mysterious power surged into Yi Yuan's body. Success! At this time, the card above Feng Xiaowan's head changed. Feng Xiaowan. Item 1. Excavator Master. 60% taming degree, can be forced to dig twice. Current taming degree, 0%. Really? Just like Jiang Xiaofan, after taking it for the first time, you can do it again. If you do it 3 times in a row, Feng Xiaowan will become his servant. However, it is not clear what is so special about this Excavator Master's ability. Yi Yuan immediately called out the attribute page. View the description of abilities. Excavator Master. A super excavator who can use any excavation tool, consume a small amount of energy, and can instantly excavate 1 cubic meter of earth and stone. Is that it? The effect of supernatural power is just as its name suggests. Digging the ground is so useless, etc. Yi Yuan suddenly had an idea. and then his face was filled with ecstasy. Super excavator seems to be extraordinary. It only takes a small amount of energy to dig 1 cubic meter of earth and rock instantly. Simply put, it's digging a hole. And it digs the hole instantly. No matter what digging tool you use, you can dig 1 cubic meter of soil and rock in an instant. A shovel is also a digging tool. You can use a shovel to dig a tunnel and escape the main city safely and efficiently without any risk. Even anywhere. Moreover, digging is instant, does not consume any physical energy, is neither dirty nor tiring, and is extremely easy. Isn't this my world? Many thoughts suddenly popped up in Yi Yuan's mind. It will be much easier to collect samples in the future. There is nothing to be afraid of when there are zombies everywhere. As long as you have a shovel, you can dig a tunnel and move freely. Nothing else to say. In a city of more than 20 million people, endless supplies were occupied by a sea of corpses, and most of them could only rot. But now it's different. We have our own large warehouse space, which can be expanded at any time. It also has the ability to dig holes instantly. He might as well take all the important materials in the city for himself and lay the foundation for developing his own power in the future. Although Yi Yuan can copy anything infinitely, but the mental drain has to be taken into account. It's no problem to raise a group of servants by relying on the copying ability. If you develop a force of several thousand or even tens of thousands of people, it is unrealistic to feed so many people by replicating food by yourself before agricultural production recovers. Besides, the blood mist covered the sky, making it difficult for crops to grow. It is still unknown when the blood mist will dissipate. In the future, food will be God. Yi Yuan had never thought about collecting supplies before because he didn't have the ability. Can now dig holes instantly. Naturally, we will not let so many supplies rot. There is no need to rush to Luhu now. Luhu is a safe area and also a prison. The enemies dare not leave Luhu. You can collect supplies in the city while looking for entries about beautiful women. There are many survivors at this stage, and there should be quite a few beautiful women. Even if your luck is average, you can at least meet 3 or 2 of them. Wait until a month later. More than 90% of the people turned into zombies. At that time, meeting a goddess-level beauty would be as difficult as winning the lottery. So the sooner the better. Of course, there are risks. No one knows whether the survivors at this stage have antibodies and when they will turn into zombies. If you find a beautiful woman, she may soon turn into a zombie. But Yi Yuan was not worried. The infected will not instantly turn into zombies. When the human immune system is eroded by the virus, natural corpse transformation usually takes 12 hours, and the body will also show abnormal symptoms. Just don't sleep together. You won't be bitten to death by someone who suddenly turns into a zombie. Besides, it's not a loss. As long as they are goddess-level beauties, there will be entries. It's the first time to dig them up, so no taming level is needed. Find it and earn it. As for how many times you can get it, it depends on your luck. That's it. You are Brother Yi, right? Fang Xiaowan's voice brought Yi Yuan back to his senses. Brother Yi, thank you and Xiaofan for coming to save me. It's not safe outside. Please go inside quickly. Xiaowan has a nice voice. It is crisp and soft, sweet and sticky, and it makes people want to commit a crime as soon as they hear it. But Yi Yuan's attention was once again attracted by the card above her head. Taming degree, 10%. It's rising very fast. But it's normal. After all, he saved her life, so a 10% increase is not excessive. The 3 of them did not delay any longer. Quickly returned to the house. Fang Xiaowan's home also has 2 bedrooms and a living room, and the house is rented. Her parents are not here, and they have long been out of contact. I'm afraid it's too dangerous. Xiaowan poured 3 glasses of water, sat down, and briefly chatted about what happened after the apocalypse. Yi Yuan just listened quietly. His eyes were observing the layout of the house. This was a habit he developed in his previous life. He would check every place he went to. He even planned to wait until Xiaowan fell asleep at night. He also needs to search carefully to see if there are any dangerous items, even though there is a high probability that nothing will be gained. But because of the habits I developed in my previous life, I would not feel at ease if I didn't search. Oh, it's already noon. I'll go cook for you. Yi Yuan remembered that one of Xiaowan's entries was cooking skills, which meant that she should be a good cook. People who cook have frozen food in the refrigerator. This is also the reason why she has no shortage of food. After all, it has only been a few days since the end of the world. Of course, at times like this, Yi Yuan would definitely show off his skills. He had shown off in front of Jiang Xiaofan before, and his obedience level had increased dramatically, so he naturally couldn't miss this opportunity. Xiaowan, what are you going to do for us? When asked this, Fang Xiaowan felt a little embarrassed. There's still plenty of rice, but I've already eaten all the meat. There are 2 potatoes left. There's also fermented tofu and olives in the refrigerator. To ease the embarrassment, Fang Xiaowan said playfully, olive, vegetable, and rice are also delicious. Yi Yuan stopped pretending. The thought entered the space warehouse, turned into an invisible hand, and took out a small piece of beef. It's like magic. Feng Xiaowan was stunned, but the next scene made her jaw drop. Yi Yuan began to pretend to cast a spell again, and the energy turned into a 3D printer, covering the palm-sized piece of beef. Then start local integrated replication. Beef goes fast. Get bigger. Get bigger. In less than a minute, the palm-sized piece of beef grew to the size of a wash basin. This, what's going on? Brother Yi, do you know magic? Feng Xiaowan's brain suddenly short-circuited. Although she had a baby face and a big chest, she was not a brainless person. In fact, she was very smart. But there is no reasonable explanation at the moment. Zhang Xiaofan said in the tone of an experienced person. That's nothing. Brother Yi is very powerful. He has supernatural powers. You can copy anything. The quantity can be infinitely replicated. The volume can be infinitely replicated. Anything can become more and bigger. Having said that, Zhang Xiaofan suddenly reacted. Get bigger? This bad guy cheated himself. Chapter 24. Taming degree increased by 40%. Before Feng Xiaowan recovered from her shock, Yi Yuan took out another bottle of beer and copied 2 bottles using 3D printing. No red wine at the moment. Steak and beer will do. You guys go and cook. He said it lightly, but Feng Xiaowan was shocked beyond words. She was a little skeptical about the copied beef before. Actually, it's not that I don't believe it, but the incident happened too suddenly, and even with Zhang Xiaofan's testimony, it was a bit difficult to accept. But then 2 more bottles of beer were copied. This time, Feng Xiaowan really believed that Yi Yuan could be replicated infinitely, and the admiration in her heart was beyond words. Crash! The taming degree increased directly by 10%. This situation was within Yi Yuan's expectations. Adoration and awe could both make the other party feel submissive. In order to tame Feng Xiaowan, he no longer considered using the method of feeding her. After all, Xiaofan became his servant. Xiaowan is her best friend. Now that we are living in someone else's home, if we feed him by starvation, it may backfire. Since pretending to be cool can convert the other party's admiration into obedience. Why bother feeding them by starvation? Xiaowan took the beef to the kitchen, and Xiaofan also went to help. Yi Yuan was the only one left outside. This is a good opportunity to search the living room and bedroom. I will never feel at ease if I don't search. After all, Xiaowan is not a servant yet, so you have to be more careful about everything. Yi Yuan is very fast. He finished searching the living room in 5 minutes and found no dangerous items. Then he went to Feng Xiaowan's bedroom. He was not worried about being discovered by Feng Xiaowan. Just discover it. In principle, ever since Yi Yuan entered Xiaowan's house, he has regarded himself as the master here. It's just that we have just settled down, so we should give it some face. So it was not announced immediately. We'll talk about it later while we eat. I believe Feng Xiaowan is not a fool. I have already demonstrated my ability to replicate infinitely. I don't believe she will drive me away. So search her house now. It doesn't matter even if I get discovered. Feng Xiaowan's bedroom is also decorated very warmly, with many furry dolls placed on the bedside. Nothing was found on the bed, under the bed, or in the drawers. Yi Yuan opened the wardrobe again, which was filled with all kinds of exquisite clothes and many light and thin small items. Girls nowadays are having a lot of fun. After searching Xiaowan's bedroom, they went to the guest room. After it was over, Yi Yuan felt more at ease. The meal was not ready yet, and the sound of the range hood came from the kitchen. Yi Yuan sat on the sofa and smoked a cigarette first. At the same time, Xiaofan and Xiaowan were chatting while cooking. Xiaowan, Brother Yi is a great helper. You must behave better. Follow him, and you will never have to worry about food and drink. If he recognizes you, he will also give you weapons. Like me, I killed more than 20 zombies today with guns and killed many more with grenades. Only with weapons can you truly protect yourself. Zhang Xiaofan was very puzzled as to why he would say such words. It is true that she and Feng Xiaowan are best friends. But the friendship between women is more or less mixed with a bit of plasticity. Feng Xiaowan is so beautiful, at least on par with myself. I didn't expect that I would specifically remind her to be nicer to Brother Yi and hold on to him tightly. When did I, Zhang Xiaofan, become so magnanimous? Don't I mind sharing Brother Yi with her? It seems like I really don't mind. Why is this happening? Zhang Xiaofan couldn't figure it out. Little did she know that as Yi Yuan's servant, everything she did would be from Yi Yuan's perspective. Naturally, there will be no jealousy. It's great that Xiaowan has joined us. She can assist me and relieve my pressure when I go to the battlefield in the future. Zhang Xiaofan quickly completed his psychological preparation. Feng Xiaowan was still thinking about what she had just said. Following Yi Yuan, you will never have to worry about food and drink, and you can also get weapons. What could be more important than this in the end times? Although I didn't go hungry these days. But being trapped at home with zombies everywhere outside is a feeling of despair and helplessness that I really don't want to experience again. If I live with Xiaofan and Brother Yi, we could take care of each other in the future. There are weapons again, and with Brother Ye's ability, he should be able to copy ammunition, so he won't be afraid of any zombies. Just thinking about it, Fang Xiaowan felt very safe. Xiaofan, I will listen to you. You are really my good sister. I didn't expect you would really come to rescue me. You will be my sister from now on. Quietly, the card above Fang Xiaowan's head increased its taming degree by 20%. It has reached 40% at this moment. Of course, it seems like a big increase, but it is still 20% away from the next entry review. Even though Fang Xiaowan was mentally prepared to play a supporting role. But to a certain extent, it is due to the pressure of reality, not entirely from the heart. So the taming degree did not soar to 90% all at once. This is also normal. Psychological changes require a process and cannot happen so quickly. It wasn't long before the 3 steaks were ready. They brought the steak to the table. Brother Yi, it's time to eat. Yi Yuan looked up and his eyes widened immediately. 40% taming? Damn, what just happened in the kitchen? It increased by 20% in one go. Do you have to be so exaggerated? It seems that it is much easier to tame Xiaowan. After a little thought, Yi Yuan understood. He would release the trump card as soon as he appeared. With Xiaofan maneuvering in the middle, it would be easier to tame Xiaowan. Not bad, not bad. Yi Yuan was in a good mood. While eating, Xiaowan first toasted Yi Yuan and Xiaofan to thank them for saving her today. Then the 3 of them ate and chatted. Yi Yuan suddenly remembered something. Xiaowan, can you drive an excavator? I can't believe that such a beautiful girl with a baby face, big breasts, delicate and fair skin can actually drive an excavator. Who would believe it if I told others? But the entry just happened to include the word excavator master. Unexpectedly, Xiaowan nodded. Yes, Brother Yi. How did you know that I can drive an excavator? Oh, I see. Xiaowan suddenly realized. You must have seen my videos before, right? Video? No. At this time, Xiaofan explained. Xiaowan wanted to create a self-media account at the time, so I suggested to her that she could go with a contrast approach. With her image, if she shoots some construction site videos, the results will definitely be good. So, she went and learned to drive an excavator. As he was speaking, Jiang Xiaofan opened his phone and found Xiaowan's account. The videos on the homepage are all of Xiaowan driving an excavator working on a construction site, and each video is accompanied by corresponding text. Some are sensational, some are inspirational. All the loser bootlickers in the comment section were howling. Everyone was heartbroken, saying that such a pure and beautiful girl actually went to work at a construction site. It's against the will of heaven. Little did they know that this was all just a show. Brother Yi, do you think I'm a bad guy for deceiving so many netizens? Yi Yuan stopped. In the age of data traffic, you didn't cheat them out of their money. So how can you say you are good or bad? Besides, it's the end of the world now. I don't care whether you are good or bad. Yi Yuan's original intention was, I only care about digging up your entry, but Fang Xiaowan obviously misunderstood. Brother Yi, I don't want to lie to anyone, let alone you. I swear to God, I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Chapter 25. Surprising? Surprising happy? It's quite interesting that I can do whatever I want. Is Xiaowan hinting at me? Yi Yuan was not sure. However, when she was speaking just now, the taming degree in the card increased by 5%, which seemed to be the truth. But the taming degree is only 45% at present. Loyalty is not high yet. Even if what he said just now was the truth, it doesn't mean he won't betray her in the future, unless he tames her into a servant. Of course, the premise is that he doesn't turn into a zombie. Before Xiaowan became a servant. Even if she took the initiative to throw herself into his arms, Yi Yuan would not dare to accept her. What if I fall asleep and bite myself? It takes 12 hours for a corpse to naturally transform into a corpse, and the body will have abnormal symptoms, such as prominent veins on the face and neck. Eye sockets are bloodshot, dark circles under the eyes, fever in the body, etc. However, this obvious change can only be seen 2 or 3 hours before the corpse turns into a corpse. If you fall asleep, you might be bitten to death by the person next to you. But since Fang Xiaowan said so, I'll do whatever she says. That's great. Let's declare sovereignty. Since you listen to me in everything from now on, I will be the one making the decisions in this family. The master bedroom belongs to Xiaofan and me. You sleep in the guest room. Any questions? Actually, it doesn't matter where you sleep, but as the head of the family, you have to prove your status in some way. Yi Yuan doesn't want the 3 of them to be together and lose track of priority. The best form is room allocation. Fang Xiaowan was also very sensible and agreed without hesitation. After eating and drinking, Yi Yuan wanted to take a rest. We shot down a helicopter in the morning and then fought our way here. The high-intensity fighting made me a little tired. It's a good time to take a lunch break to recover some energy. Yuan took Zhang Xiaofan into the bedroom, leaving Xiaowan alone in the living room. Looking at the closed bedroom door, Xiaowan always felt a little lost and lonely. Singles can't help but feel this way when they see other couples enter the room. Even though Yuan and Zhang Xiaofan are not a couple. But that doesn't matter. In the desperate end of the world, at least two people can accompany each other and alleviate the inner fear. Xiaowan also wanted to go into the house with him, just wanting someone to be with me. Like now, alone in the living room, I feel isolated, and the feeling of despair from the past few days is quietly beginning to spread again. In the room, Yuan and Zhang Xiaofan had just laid down. Yisu sent a message. Xiaofan, please reply. Where are you? The helicopter couldn't get in touch with you, and you didn't reply to my message. I was so worried. Zhang Xiaofan looked at the content of the text message with an indifferent expression. There was even some murderous intent. You bastard, the helicopter you sent almost killed me, and now you have the nerve to send me a message. Zhang Xiaofan was about to block Yisu. Unexpectedly, Yisu sent a video call request. Take it, we can confront him now, Yuan said. In fact, Yuan had wanted to confront Yisu for a long time. I'm sure his expression would be very interesting after he learned the truth. However, revealing your cards too early will make the other party more defensive. Especially helicopters. Yuan had done many rehearsals in his mind, either letting the helicopter get close to the building or tricking the helicopter cockpit into being within his line of fire. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to kill the driver. The real purpose of this layout is to attract helicopters. To shoot down the helicopter, there is hope of obtaining new weapon samples. That's why he didn't provoke Yisu in advance and let him act as a mouthpiece to facilitate his dealings with the helicopter pilot. As it turned out, this decision was correct. Now that the helicopter has been shot down, Yisu is no longer needed. He will probably be furious after the showdown. It must look great. Zhang Xiaofan listened to Yuan's words and made a request through video. When Yisu saw Zhang Xiaofan, he was immediately excited. Xiaofan, you scared me to death. The helicopter couldn't get in touch with you, and you didn't reply to my message. I was very worried about you. Where are you now? Zhang Xiaofan sneered. Where am I? You want to know my address and then send a helicopter to kill me? What? I kill you? Xiaofan, please explain clearly. Why would I send a helicopter to kill you? Is there any misunderstanding? And your tone of voice is so cold. The eyes are scary too. Xiaofan, can you please not treat me like this? If there is any misunderstanding, we can just talk it out. Zhang Xiaofan was too lazy to argue with Yisu. Just tell him everything that happened this morning. Yisu was stunned after hearing this. Opposite? I clearly told my father that I would kill Yuan after rescuing you. I like you so much. How could I possibly give the order to attack you indiscriminately? It's not me. It's really not me. No matter how Yisu explained, Zhang Xiaofan remained unmoved. She only had Yuan in her heart now. Looking at Zhang Xiaofan's indifferent expression, Yisu was so anxious that he talked nonsense, saying everything he should and shouldn't say. This matter has nothing to do with me. I see. It must have been Gu Yiming who gave the order. He used his connections to requisition the helicopter. He also got the weapons, and the gunman is his man. Yes, it's Gu Yiming. This old man has no regard for friendship at all. He even dares to kill my woman. I'm not done with you. Yisu became angry and humiliated and kept talking a lot of nonsense. Zhang Xiaofan just replied coldly. I'm not your woman. Never. You're not my woman? Xiaofan, there is just a misunderstanding between us. Can you please not say such angry words? Zhang Xiaofan still said in a cold tone. There is no misunderstanding. You are short, dark, fat, and ugly. You are a well-known playboy in Shudu. How could I possibly like you? I am just pretending to be nice to you because of the power of your He family. I've already thought about it. When I can't handle this anymore, I'll leave Shudu and get rid of your entanglement. I'm not short of money. She's pretty too. Why should I make myself your woman? From the beginning to the end, you were just being sentimental. What? Yisu suddenly felt as if he was struck by lightning. It turns out that I've been a bootlicker for half a year. No, I don't believe it. You are lying. You are the purest woman in my heart. You can't deceive me. I, Yisu, am suave, handsome, and elegant. I am not worthy of you. Huh? Suave and handsome? You are hopelessly stupid. The He family is powerful, and the people around you will definitely flatter them. I didn't expect you to take it seriously. Take a good look at yourself in the mirror. Do you think you are handsome? After Zhang Xiaofan finished speaking, he felt extremely happy. I feel so sick every day of playing along with Yisu. This time I finally spoke out my true feelings, and I feel so relieved. Xiaofan, don't provoke me with such vicious words. I don't believe this is what you really think. Wait a moment. Hisu suddenly widened his eyes, as if he wanted to see through the screen. Xiao Fan, are you lying on the bed? Was it your house bomb? Whose bed were you lying on? And your pillow, why does it look like whose arm? At this time, Yi Yuan turned the camera. He and Jiang Xiaofan appeared in the video at the same time, and the pillow under her head was Yi Yuan's arm. Hello, brother, wow, we meet again. Yi Yuan looked like he deserved a beating, and said with a half smile. You didn't expect it, Xiaofan and I are still alive. Are you happy to see this scene? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Chapter 26. Killing people and destroying their hearts. You are deliberately irritating me. Hisu looked at Yi Yuan's playful expression on the video, and suddenly became furious. The beloved woman was actually lying in someone else's arms. And you still ask me if I'm happy? Killing people is heartbreaking. I'm happy you my Gobi. Yi Yuan, I'm going to kill you, you bastard. At this moment, Hisu felt extremely ashamed and angry. Endless shame rushed to my head. He bared his teeth and looked as if he wished he could eat Yi Yuan alive. And you, Jiang Xiaofan. You stinky bitch, I've been so good to you, and you treat me like this. You two dogs will pay the price. I swear, I will kill you. Kill you. Seeing Hisu getting as angry as a mad dog, Yi Yuan felt extremely relieved. The angrier he got, the happier Yi Yuan was. His parents were killed by them, and in his previous life, he was skinned and had his tendons pulled out by Hisu. It's just a little punishment for you now. Can't you stand this? Yi Yuan showed an expression of enjoyment and said, Brother, don't be so angry. You forgot that it was you who asked me to take care of Xiaofan. I took such good care of her. Why are you still angry? I'll take care of you, my Gobi. I asked you to take care of me, not to steal my girlfriend. Oh, I took too much care of you. Brother, you know Xiaofan is so beautiful, and I am young and energetic, so I can't control my emotions for a while. Please understand. We are all men. Jiang Xiaofan naturally understood that Yi Yuan was deliberately trying to anger Hisu. She now hated Hisu to death. So he cooperated sensibly and said, Hisu, it's all your fault. If you didn't come to save me, I would have to follow Brother Yi. Just stay in Deer Lake. When Hisu heard these words, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Bitch, how am I useless? I tried everything to save you, but something unexpected happened, and you treated me like this. You did it on purpose. You did it on purpose to make me angry. I hate it so much. Fuck it. The video call suddenly shook and then the screen went black. It seemed that Hisu was so angry that he smashed the phone. Yi Yuan and Jiang Xiaofan smiled at each other. How's it going, Brother Yi? My performance just now was pretty good, wasn't it? Hisu was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Yi Yuan nodded with satisfaction. You performed very well just now. Keep it up. I don't want to let it go like this. I want Hisu to gradually go crazy and collapse. I want to make his whole family despair. A little after 4 in the afternoon, after Jiang Xiaofan woke up, he went out to find Xiaowan. Yi Yuan stayed in the room to prepare to copy a batch of new weapons. I slept for more than an hour, and now I feel very energetic. Logically, he should have woken up long ago. It's just that the end of the world is so boring. If you sleep a little longer and get enough rest, you can copy more weapons. Although inorganic matter has very low mental consumption. But if you copy too much, the consumption will be more obvious. Yi Yuan took out the 7.62 general-purpose machine gun he had obtained today, first removed the 4-fold scope, and copied more than a dozen in one go. Attach one to your automatic rifle. Raising the gun and looking out the window, the vision suddenly became clear and the distance was shortened a lot. Although it was shrouded in fog, the visible distance was only 70 or 80 meters. But it is very difficult to shoot in the head with machine aim. With a quadruple scope, it will be much easier. Yi Yuan came to the window, looked around, and found a zombie walking out of the fog. It's a good time to practice. He immediately raised his gun and aimed, locking the crosshairs on the zombie's forehead. Pull the trigger. Bang. The bullet spurted out but missed. When the zombie had no target, it walked swaying from side to side. When Yi Yuan pulled the trigger, the zombie just happened to sway its body. If it were a human, the shot would definitely alarm the target. But the zombies just roared a few times without any purpose, and then wandered around aimlessly again. The hearing of early zombies has not yet evolved. If the distance is a little further, it will be impossible to lock the location of the sound source. Soon Yi Yuan aimed at the zombie's head again. Bang! A shot to the head, the bullet passed through the forehead, leaving a hole only as big as a peanut, but with such powerful kinetic energy, it came out from the back of the head and tore a hole as big as a fist. So even if it hits the chest, with the power of the automatic rifle, even if it fails to kill the zombies, it can break their spine and make them unable to move. At this time, the bedroom door was pushed open. Jiang Xiaofan and Xiaowan appeared at the door. Brother Yi, are you shooting? Yi Yuan nodded. Xiao Fan, you came just in time. I'll install a 4x scope on your gun. Yi Yuan spent several minutes teaching Jiang Xiaofan how to disassemble and assemble the telescope and how to adjust the magnification. Then he let her go to the balcony to practice shooting by herself. Fang Xiaowan was envious to death, especially when seeing Jiang Xiaofan holding a gun and firing at the zombies downstairs. He looked so handsome. I don't know when Brother Yi will trust me. I want a gun too. Even if you don't want to spank me, at least let me touch you. The end of the world makes people feel very insecure, especially women. Only when you touch the gun will you feel at ease. Jiang Xiaofan seemed to see what Xiaowan was thinking. Xiaowan, the gun was given to me by Brother Yi. I can't let you shoot without his permission. But don't worry. Brother Yi is a very good person. As long as you are obedient, he will accept you sooner or later. Xiaowan nodded heavily. In order to get the weapon from Brother Yi as soon as possible, I have to perform well. Let's start with the image. Xiaowan came to the bedroom and knocked on the door. Brother Yi, can I come in? Come in. Xiaowan pushed the door open and Yi Yuan sat by the window looking at her. What's the matter? Brother Yi, I want to change my clothes. The master bedroom originally belonged to Xiaowan, and her clothes were all in the closet. You change. After Yi Yuan finished speaking, he continued to copy the machine gun. Anyway, no one else could see the copying process, so there was no need to avoid suspicion. Xiaowan stood in front of the wardrobe. My heart immediately became lively. Brother Yi just asked me to change, but he didn't ask me to take my clothes away. Does that mean I should change in front of him? But his attention doesn't seem to be on me. At this time, Yi Yuan was looking down at the machine gun in his arms. In fact, it is operating the energy printer to replicate the internal space of the machine gun's ammunition box. Xiaowan started to imagine again. No, Brother Yi must have been thinking about something, so he didn't explain it clearly. I can't be a bitch. If I really did this in front of Brother Yi, he would definitely think I was a frivolous girl. You can't ruin your image. As long as Brother Yi recognizes me, he will give me weapons. It's hard to imagine that what we once dreamed of were all kinds of luxury bags, perfumes, and clothes. Now all he wants is a cold gun. The end of the world has changed women's interests and hobbies. When lives are threatened, there is no substitute for weapons except food. Xiaowan carefully selected items in the wardrobe. I must choose the best-looking one, and it can't be too revealing. Otherwise, Brother Yi will definitely think I'm a bad guy. Quietly, the taming degree in the card above Xiaowan's head increased by another 5%. Chapter 27 Special Physique Fang Xiaowan, Armed Servant. Xiaowan is also a very capable woman. After picking and choosing in the closet, I finally chose a dark green suspender ice silk miniskirt. It shows your figure without being revealing. Xiaowan went to the bathroom to change her clothes and deliberately posed in front of the mirror. Unfortunately, Yi Yuan was concentrating on copying the ammunition box of the light machine gun. Why doesn't Brother Yi look at me? No, I have to remind him. Xiaowan thought secretly. Ahem. Brother Yi, do you think my skirt looks good? Yi Yuan felt furious. I don't have the time to care whether your skirt looks good or not. I'm busy copying the super machine gun. Yi Yuan glanced up casually, ready to tell Xiaowan to shut up. Just this one glance made him stunned for a moment. Oh shit, what's going on? Changing clothes increases the taming degree by 5%. How does it increase? Women are indeed unpredictable creatures. However, as a straight man, Yi Yuan never likes to guess what women are thinking. In view of Xiaowan's self-docility, Yi Yuan decided not to bother with her. So he said, well, it looks good, very good, especially suitable for your figure and skin, very charming. This is also the truth. Xiaowan's skin is so white and tender that you can pinch water out of it. The tight and thin suspender ice silk miniskirt outlines Xiaowan's perfect figure. Xiaowan's heart beat fast when she was praised. It seems that Sister Yi has a very good impression of me. She even praised me for being very charming. I will wear more beautiful clothes for her in the future. Try to gain his trust as soon as possible. As soon as I thought of this, the taming degree above my head increased by another 5%. Ye Yuan Suden Shud. Not bad, not bad. Xiaowan is a talented girl who can be molded. She can tame herself very quickly. Could it be that she has some special innate physique? If that's true, I'm looking forward to it. Xiaowan, very good. Perform well. Okay, Brother Yi, do you want to see me wearing other clothes? What are you talking about? If you want to change, just change it yourself. Don't ask me if I want to see it. What man doesn't want to see it? But I'm not in the mood to taste it right now. I'm a little busy now. Let's watch it when we have time. Okay, Brother Yi, I won't bother you anymore. After Xiaowan left, Yi Yuan spent more than 10 minutes and finally copied a super machine gun. The ammunition capacity is 30,000 rounds, and it is a 7.62 caliber bullet, which is far more powerful than the 5.8 caliber. As long as you are in the right terrain and fire at the zombies, You can tear them into pieces even if you don't hit their heads. But one machine gun is not enough. Because after firing 500 rounds continuously, the barrel needs to be replaced. In a critical moment, there is no chance to change. So Yuan copied 2 more super machine guns to use alternately, plus 100 spare barrels. I looked at the time. It's only 4:30. The mental exhaustion is not particularly severe. So Yuan copied an automatic rifle and 2 pistols with a capacity of 10,000 rounds. Then take out a wine jug from the space warehouse. This is a spare part that was copied previously and is specifically used to make a space warehouse. It was copied 29 times in a row. The internal space of the wine jug has been expanded to 130,000 cubic meters, equivalent to a small warehouse with a length, width, and height of more than 50 meters. It is far from the 26.83 million cubic meter warehouse used by Yuan. However, this space warehouse is prepared for Jiang Xiaofan. It certainly can't be the same size as your own. From now on, her personal belongings, including weapons and ammunition, can be kept with her. Unless you keep it here. It makes me feel like a butler, which is really degrading. Besides, when I go out to collect supplies in the future, I can't do it all by myself and let Jiang Xiaofan watch from the side. So it is necessary to build a small space warehouse for her. Not only can store personal belongings, you can also help yourself collect supplies. Although the internal space of the wine jug is large enough, the space at the spout is still relatively small. So Yuan expanded the spout another 10,000 times. This way even a car can fit in. Next, Yuan copied a space warehouse on a 1-to-1 basis, which he prepared for Feng Xiaowan. Xiaowan tamed herself very quickly. If nothing goes wrong, I should be able to strip her of her attributes 3 times, and then she will become a servant. So prepare it for her in advance. Including weapons were also prepared for her. Yuan walked out of the bedroom. Jiang Xiaofan was still practicing shooting on the balcony, and Xiaowan was watching him eagerly. Yuan asked the two to pause. Then he handed the space warehouse to Jiang Xiaofan. This is the space warehouse I modified. The time inside is suspended. Anything can be put in it. You can also use your spiritual power to take it out. Now it's yours. I want to remind you that your spiritual thoughts can take out the contents, and so can others. So don't expose the spout to the outside. The hip flask has a flip-top leather case. Put the leather cover down to block spiritual thoughts from entering. Hang it around your waist or on the outside of your thigh. Whatever is convenient for you. Jiang Xiaofan took the small wine jug. His mind was in a mess. This? Flagon? Space warehouse? Brother Yi, he doesn't seem to be lying. Jiang Xiaofan trusted Yuan very much, so he tried it and actually put the automatic rifle in. Xiaowan stood there stunned. The spout of the wine jug is so small, yet such a big gun can be put into it. At this time, an even more magical scene appeared. The gun that had just been loaded into the wine jug automatically came out of the spout of the jug again. No, to be precise, it was as if an invisible force took the gun out of the wine jug. Wow, it really works? Taking things with your mind? How awesome! Jiang Xiaofan was so excited that he sipped the traditional Chinese quintessence. It seems normal for a female Tyrannosaurus to spray the national quintessence. Yuan took out another shotgun. The ammunition capacity is 7,000 rounds. Now I give it to you. After saying that, he stuffed it into Jiang Xiaofan's space warehouse. Then he pulled out a pistol. The ammunition capacity is 10,000 rounds, and it's yours too. Finally, he stuffed another 100 grenades into her hands. I will provide you with unlimited weapons and ammunition. I only ask that you improve your marksmanship as soon as possible. Yuan doesn't want his servants to be just vases. You can play however you want at home, but when you go out, you must be a good zombie killer. Even if he returns to Luhu in the future, he will still have to face powerful enemies. We must become stronger before that. I can no longer be as reckless as I was in my previous life. After all, I have a golden finger now, and it is not worth exchanging my life for another. You continue to practice your shooting skills. I need to take a break. By the way, if you are tired of shooting, you can stop for a while and teach Xiaowan how to use a gun and let her practice her shooting skills. At the rate Xiaowan is taming herself, she will become his servant sooner or later. There is no harm in getting her proficient in the use of guns as early as possible. But I have to remind you that you must be present when Xiaowan touches the gun. Yuan will not take it lightly. After all, Xiaowan is not his servant yet. Allowing her to touch the gun does not mean that he can let her use it without worry. Jiang Xiaofan must be allowed to watch from the side. Make sure you don't fall into the ditch. After Yuan finished speaking, he went back to his bedroom to sleep. Little did she know that those words just now had made Feng Xiaowan enter the self-taming mode again. Brother Yi allowed me to practice shooting. It means he recognizes me. I'm so happy. I must not let Brother Yi down. Come on, practice well. Suddenly, Feng Xiaowan's obedience reached 60%, and she could be raped a second time. Chapter 28 Previous Life, Origin Lu Rian. It was past 6 in the afternoon, and it was already dark. Normally, it gets dark in Shidu area around 7 o'clock. But the blood mist blocked out the sunlight. The sun rises late and sets early. Yuan took a nap and woke up feeling refreshed. As soon as he walked out of the bedroom, he smelled the aroma of food wafting from the kitchen. He filled the fridge with food before going to bed. It saves you from having to cook and get it yourself every day, which is too troublesome. There's no one in the living room. It seems that Xiaofan is also helping Xiaowan in the kitchen. Although Xiaowan looks like a girl who has never done housework, she's actually a very good cook. In her entry, cooking skills come second. Yuan came to the kitchen door and wanted to ask what to eat tonight, but when he saw Xiaowan, he was dumbfounded. Oh shit, taming degree 60%? Xiaowan, there must be something wrong with you. I didn't do anything, but you have tamed yourself again. I hope there will be more good girls like Xiaowan in the future. Yuan calmed down his excitement a little. Then he locked his mind on the entry above Xiaowan's head and pulled it hard. The next moment, a mysterious power surged into Yuan's body. At the same time, the card above Xiaowan's head also changed. Feng Xiaowan. Entry 1. Excavator Master. 95% taming degree can be forced to dig 3 times. Current taming degree, 60%. Just like Xiaofan, you need to reach 95% taming before you can get the entry for the 3rd time. I thought Xiaowan was showing signs of self-taming. It is estimated that it will reach 95% in less than 2 days. Now let's take a look at the new abilities. Yuan called out the attribute page and clicked on the superpower page. At this time, a new ability appeared. Digging to strengthen your body. Every time you dig soil and rocks, you can gain experience points. When it reaches 100%, you can gain free attribute points. Current experience value, 0%. Damn it, you can now gain attribute points. Although his supernatural powers are very powerful and he can copy anything infinitely, his physical fitness is a bit disappointing. Although I worked out crazily for half a year before the end of the world in order to avenge my parents. This makes his physical fitness stronger than that of ordinary people. But it is also limited. Especially now is the end of the world. Strength is the basis for survival. Yuan has always been dissatisfied with his physical fitness. Now it's better, digging soil and rocks can strengthen your body. And it is directly converted into free attribute points. Strength, physique, agility, spirit, you can give it to anyone you want. It feels so fucking good. It just so happens that the next step is to sweep the city for supplies while looking for stunning beauties. There are zombies everywhere outside. For safety reasons, it is definitely safer to dig a tunnel and gain attribute points while digging. This is not killing 2 birds with 1 stone, but it kills 2 birds with 1 stone. After living a new life, my luck is getting better and better. Yuan couldn't help but sigh. At this time Xiaofan saw Yuan standing at the door. Brother Yi, you're awake. Xiaowan also said, Brother Yi, we can eat soon. Yuan nodded. We came out to drink tea for a while, and the meal was ready. We asked about the afternoon at the table. Xiaowan is already proficient in using pistols, automatic rifles, shotguns, and grenades. But his shooting skills are still very poor. Because most of the zombies in the community were killed by Yuan using grenades in the morning. There are fewer zombies now, and fewer targets to shoot at. Yuan shook his head and said, You don't have to fight zombies. I said, there is an unlimited supply of bullets, and anything can be used as a target. As long as you practice hard, you don't have to worry about wasting bullets. Just kidding, if you have the ability to copy infinitely, of course you have to practice as much as you can. As long as we can quickly form combat effectiveness. It's worth it no matter how many bullets you use up. Xiaofan and Xiaowan both breathed a sigh of relief after receiving Yuan's affirmation. They had also thought about practicing shooting at all costs. But it is unclear what price Yuan will pay for copying the ammunition. So everyone is restrained. By the way, Xiaofan, I remember you said before that Su sent a helicopter to pick up a woman named Ruyan, right? Jiang Xiaofan nodded. Yes, Brother Yi, it seems to be Gu Yiming's wife, trapped in the 1st grade sandalwood. That's right. Lu Ruyan. Speaking of which, I have some connection with her in my previous life. Lu Ruyan is Gu Yiming's 2nd wife. She is young and beautiful, an extremely rare and stunning beauty. And she is completely different from Gu Yiming. Kind-hearted. In his previous life, he failed in his revenge, and after being caught, the gang led by Gu Yiming did not rush to kill him. The end of the world is so boring. They took turns torturing themselves every day. Lu Ruyan couldn't bear to watch it. Although she didn't have the ability to let me go, she secretly sent me food a few times. Yuan always kept this favor in his heart, based on the experience of the previous life. After returning to Luhu, he did not see Jiang Xiaofan, but saw Lu Ruyan. Explain what happened after the 1st rescue attempt failed. Gu Yiming sent another helicopter to rescue Lu Ruyan. Looks like I have to hurry up. If nothing unexpected happens, we can find entries about a stunning beauty like Lu Ruyan. This opportunity cannot be missed. We must find her before Gu Yiming rescues her. The wife of your enemy becomes your servant. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. Whether for the purpose of revenge or to owe a favor in his previous life, Yi Yuan must accept Lu Ruyan. Xiao Fan will go out with me tomorrow to do some things. Xiaowan, you stay at home. Ah! Xiaowan immediately panicked and showed a terrified expression. Yi Yuan explained, it's not like I won't come back, don't be afraid. Xiao Fan also said, don't worry, Xiaowan, brother Yi always keeps his word. Fang Xiaowan hesitated for a long time. Finally, he said, can I come with you? I'm really scared of being alone at home. I don't want to experience that kind of loneliness again. Even if brother Yi gives me a gun. When I'm alone, I fall into loneliness and despair again. I don't want this. But I can't control it. Ultimately, it's because we are not strong enough. Yi Yuan thought about it. Okay, I'll take you with me. After dinner, pack your luggage and put it in Xiaofan's space warehouse. Since I'm taking you with me, I won't be coming back tomorrow. Yi Yuan decided to set off tomorrow to find Lu Ruyan as soon as possible. Yipan Tengxiang is also located in the main urban area. Not far away. Digging tunnels is safe and risk-free. The most important thing is that I can show off in front of Xiaowan. Yi Yuan is already very experienced. Pretending to be cool can make the target feel admiration for you, and admiration is also a form of domestication. The other side. At the Luhu Lakeside Villa, Hisu lay on the sofa as if he had lost his soul, muttering Jiang Xiaofan's name intermittently. Sometimes I would even smile bitterly. When I think of my sadness and anger, I will slap myself hard a few times. His face was swollen at this moment. Not long after, the door of the villa was pushed open and a man with a beer belly walked in. It was Hisu's father, Hixiomin. Seeing his son's half-dead appearance, Hixiomin was shocked and thought his son was going to turn into a zombie. Xuya, what's wrong with you? Do you have a fever? Hisu turned his head, looked at his father with bloodshot eyes, and said with a grin that seemed to be half crying and half laughing. Hixiomin, do you still know that I am your son? Since you acknowledge me as your son, why did you want to blow up even the woman I love the most? I have never had feelings for a woman in my life, except Jiang Xiaofan. But you teamed up with that bastard Gu Yiming to deceive me. Now Xiaofan has become Yi Yuan's woman. Are you satisfied? Chapter 29. The powerful and wealthy, each one more perverted than the other. Hixiomin breathed a sigh of relief after listening to his son venting his complaints. At least it is certain that my son will not turn into a zombie. It's just that I was hit because of the woman's matter. Hixiomin suddenly felt very disappointed with her. She was just a woman. Was it necessary to be like this? But he made a more important discovery. Hixiomin's fat body rolled in front of his son like a rolling ball. Sua, what did you just say? Jiang Xiaofan has become Yi Yuan's woman, which means that both of them are alive. This is what Hixiomin cares most about. He came home so late because he wanted to discuss countermeasures with Gu Yiming. The helicopter that was sent out could not be contacted. This matter can be big or small. If the helicopter crashes unexpectedly, it's fine. But Yi Yuan has a gun. What if Yi Yuan shot down the helicopter? There are machine guns and rocket launchers in the helicopter. If Yi Yuan gets these weapons, he can sneak back to Lu Lake. Anyone who participated in the assassination of Yi Yuan's parents is in danger. This is not alarmist. Hixiomin knew very well that the Shu River was near Wudong Garden where Yi Yuan lived. Zombies can't swim. As long as Yi Yuan rushed into the Shu River at all costs, he would have a chance to return to Lu Lake. There were many survivors who swam to Lu Lake in the past few days. Therefore, Hixiomin and Gu Yiming attached great importance to this matter. However, after making inquiries from many sources, there was still no news of Yi Yuan's life or death. I didn't expect to get it from my son. Suer, answer me. Is Yi Yuan not dead? Hisu, who had been depressed for the entire afternoon, finally exploded at this moment. He stood up quickly. Hixiomin, are you still my father? You even want to blow up my beloved woman. I want to sever the father-son relationship with you. Bang! Hixiomin slapped Hisu in the face. Coward! You are the son of my father, Hixiomin, but how can you have any of my skills? Are you going to sever the father-son relationship with me for a woman? Without my protection, how many people would still serve you? If you sever the father-son relationship with me, I guarantee that even if you starve to death, no one will collect your body. Just a woman. As long as you cheer up, I'll give you as many women as you want. This slap also made Hisu angry. He glared at Hixiomin. Yeah, you don't care about women because you're gay. Don't think I don't know. Are all the bodyguards around you having an affair with you? But I'm a normal man. I just like Xiaofan. But you want to blow her up? Now it was Hixiomin's turn to be angry. Damn, what a beast. I dare to tell my secret openly. The fact that I am gay will never be known to outsiders. How dare this bastard yell so loudly? looking for death. If this gets out, how will he Xiaomin, continue to be involved in the circle of the powerful and wealthy? Bang! Another slap hit Su's face. Brute! Shut up! Someone lock him up in the basement and let him calm down for a few days. Soon, Su was forcibly dragged to the basement by a group of muscular men in vests. I am really impressed. The whole family is full of muscular men, and I don't know whether this fat guy, Xiaomin, is 0 or 1. 1 is better. If he was 0, the scene would be unbearable to watch. Xiaomin really wanted to find a strong man to vent his anger, but now he had more important things to do. He immediately called Gu Yiming. Brother Gu, Yuan is not dead. It's absolutely true. Su'er told me. Oh, don't mention it. He knows that we killed Jiang Xiaofan in the explosion, and he is arguing with me. I can't get the details. The only thing that is certain is that Yuan is still alive. Also on Black Pearl Island, another lakefront villa. Gu Yiming hung up the phone with a gloomy expression. It seems that Yuan already knew the cause of his parents' death. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken precautions in advance and even shot down the helicopter. Although Xiaomin didn't say that on the phone, but Gu Yiming had already guessed it. The helicopter was going to kill Yuan, and after that it would go to Yipan Tengxiang to pick up his wife. Now the helicopter has lost contact. Yuan is still alive. I spoke to my wife, and she said she didn't see the helicopter. So there is only one answer. Yuan shot down the helicopter, and I don't know if he got those weapons. This is what Gu Yiming is most worried about, because the probability of a helicopter crashing and exploding is not high. If Yuan got the rocket launcher, he sneaked back to Deer Lake and aimed a rocket at me when I wasn't paying attention. Even a god couldn't save me. Lao Zhang, hire some more people tomorrow. Preferably a retired soldier. The security of the villa needs to be strengthened. Lao Zhang is Gu Yiming's housekeeper. There are many survivors in Luhu, including many retired soldiers. Although Gu Yiming attaches great importance to Yuan, but I wasn't overly worried. A super boss who controls the lives of more than 20 million people in Shudu, his methods are self-evidently ruthless. Every day someone wants to kill him, but he is alive and well. I've experienced all kinds of storms. Being cautious does not mean being afraid of death. Yuan, you'd better not come back. If you come back, I will make you regret being a human being. Gu Yiming said with a sneer. The only thing I'm worried about now is my wife. Gu Yiming called Lu Ruyan. Hey Ruyan, have you eaten? Are there any zombies outside? That's good. You should be careful and make sure the doors and windows are secure. I will find a way to get you back as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, Gu Yiming's hatred for Yuan deepened. I still soften my heart. If you don't remove the roots, you will have endless troubles. We should have killed Yuan while he was in the hospital, and there wouldn't have been any problems later. And I won't let him shoot down a helicopter. Now Ruyan is trapped in the first grade of Sandalwood, which is really a headache. Gu Yiming let out a long breath. The military cannot borrow a helicopter in the short term, so I hope Ruyan can hold on. It's hard to say how much Gu Yiming loves Lu Ruyan. It's more of possessiveness. In his early years, he was also a playful person who tasted all the beauties in the world. Later, he had a bad experience at his third brother's house. The home of Bai Xiang's third brother was notorious for being plagued by viruses and bacteria, so Gu Yiming specially found a beautiful woman from a high caste. As a result, I got caught. Moreover, it was an unknown virus, so we had to try every possible means and it took us 3 years to cure it. Although his life was saved. But he also completely became a eunuch. His wife couldn't stand being a widow and finally divorced him. Since then, Gu Yiming's psychology has gradually become distorted. He can't play with beautiful women, but he wants to possess them. I take advantage of the beauty. Just play. That's probably the mentality. Lu Ruyan was the woman he forced to marry. Although he had never used her, this sense of possessiveness made Gu Yiming very satisfied. There is a sense of satisfaction in collecting treasures. This collecting obsession will deepen over time. It's like collecting a bottle of Maodai Maodai from the Year of the Sheep. The longer you collect it, the more precious it becomes. This twisted mentality actually made Gu Yiming gradually fall in love with Lu Ruyan, even if it's never used. But I regard it as a treasure and cannot bear to desecrate it. Ruyan, when I take you back, I will never let you run around again. You are mine, forever. Absolutely no one is allowed to get involved. Chapter 30 Emperor Ruyan angrily crashes into the zombies. Yipan Tengxiang is also an older community in Shudu. However, the greening and supporting facilities are mature. Although the community is old, the owners are all people of noble status. The cars coming in and out are ordinary, but you can often see license plates with 888 or 666. Yipan Tengxiang is the earliest high-end villa area in Shudu. All the people living there are big guys. Lu Ruyan liked the lively atmosphere of the old city, so she asked Gu Yiming to buy her a villa here. Occasionally come and stay for a couple of days. Of course, this is just an excuse. Essentially, she came here to take a breath. Gu Yiming's desire for control was too strong, making her feel suffocated. Unfortunately, my parents are controlled by Gu Yiming's people. As a last resort, Lu Rian chose to marry Gu Yiming. She married an old man in her prime. The key point is that this old man is not only incompetent, but also controls himself tightly. Whenever Lu Rian thinks of him, she feels sad. Only by hiding in the first-class sandalwood can you take a breath. Don't do anything. Lie on the sofa, listen to some music, and heal your tired soul. But I never expected this. The end of the world came suddenly. There are man-eating zombies everywhere outside. After Lu Rian got over the initial panic and calmed down, she reinforced the doors and windows so that the zombies outside could not get in. Even though there are dangers everywhere outside, there was little food left in the refrigerator. But at this moment she felt completely free. The parents could not be contacted. Maybe it's gone. Gu Yiming was trapped in Lu Lake and could no longer control himself. I didn't expect that I would have to use Doomsday to buy my freedom. Lu Rian stood on the second-floor balcony, looking at the brightly lit neighborhood with crowds of people everywhere. It's just a zombie's head. Call! Lu Rian let out a breath. There was a fierce struggle in my heart. Gu Yiming will send a plane to pick me up. Should I leave then? She didn't want to go to Deer Lake. Don't want to go back to Gu Yiming. But the reality is cruel. There are zombies everywhere outside, and there is not much food left. If you don't leave here, you will soon starve to death. Am I going to go back to that prison-like home again? Lu Rian struggled for a long time. Finally compromised. People who are alive live because they are afraid of death. Lu Rian doesn't want to die. He didn't want to starve to death or be eaten. His only hope was to wait until Gu Yiming sent a plane to pick him up next time. Maybe this is my fate. In every apocalyptic movie, there is someone who is turned on the protagonist's halo. If there is such a person, he can save me and leave. I'm willing to do anything. Just don't let me go back to Gu Yiming. Lu Rian turned around, twisted her waist, and raised her hips, and went back to the living room. She didn't twist her waist on purpose. It's the end of the world. No one will watch if she twists her body. Her body is just like that. She twists her waist unconsciously when she walks, twisting and swaying in various shapes. That's why Gu Yiming treated her like a treasure, kept her away, and didn't allow anyone to touch her. Even if he looked at her a few more times, as long as his eyes were not right, he would be retaliated by Gu Yiming. At least 5 or 6 people died because of Lu Rian. Some speak frivolously. Some have obscene looks. Some pursue it boldly. They were all killed by Gu Yiming's men. He would not allow his treasure collection to be desecrated by others. As soon as Lu Rian entered the living room, she heard a voice calling for help. Help! Someone come and save me. It was a woman calling for help, and the voice was coming towards her villa. Lu Rian shuddered all over. I immediately hid behind the floor-to-ceiling window on the balcony, opened the curtains a little, and saw a middle-aged woman running wildly under the streetlight. It was indeed heading towards his home, and there was a large group of zombies following behind him, getting closer and closer. The next moment, the woman sprained her ankle and fell to the ground, and the zombies behind her swarmed over and drowned her. Screams suddenly rang out. Lu Rian has gotten used to it. It's common to see zombies eating people these days. But as luck would have it, this woman died less than 20 meters away from her home. Wait until the zombies finish eating her. You will soon find yourself. After all, there are several zombies outside the door knocking on it, and they will attract other zombies to come over. By then, the reinforced doors and windows may not be able to block it. What to do? I have to think of a way to escape in advance. When the zombies break down the door, it will be too late. Lu Rian's brain started working rapidly, filtering through all the possibilities in her mind, but she couldn't think of any feasible solution. By this time, the zombies had already eaten the woman. There are dozens of them. Just like hyenas fighting over food, they finished it all in less than a minute, and it was obvious that they were not full. At this time, a zombie discovered Lu Rian's villa. The 3 zombies banging on the door downstairs were still working tirelessly and did not leave. And he kept roaring from his mouth. At such a close distance, the roar quickly attracted the attention of the zombies. Oops, we've been discovered. Lu Rian was so frightened that she didn't dare to breathe. Her mind was in a mess, filled with images of zombies eating people. I don't want to be eaten by zombies. Someone come and save me. She had seen at least a dozen scenes of zombies eating people. The scenes were vivid and horrific. Thinking of that feeling, I might as well commit suicide. But not everyone has the courage to commit suicide. Lu Rian suddenly made up her mind. Get out! Even though I might die if I rush out, it's better than waiting to die at home. The horde of zombies has arrived downstairs. The door was shaking from being hit. If we don't escape now, we will be unable to escape later. There is a refined version of the tank Dark Warrior in the garage. Powerful power. It should be able to knock away the zombies. Even after escaping, there are still endless zombies outside, and it is even more dangerous at night. But I can't care about that now. Lu Rian rushed to the kitchen, picked up a kitchen knife, and quickly went to the garage. In villas and old neighborhoods, garages are usually on the first floor. The garage rolling door is electrically operated. Lu Rian got into the car, started the ignition, and pressed the remote control. The rolling door made a rattling sound and began to rise slowly. The zombies were also attracted by the movement here. Gather them all together. Pairs of bloody feet were clearly visible through the palm-wide gap in the rolling door. Lu Rian's heart was in her throat. Hold the steering wheel tightly with both hands. The electronic handbrake has been released long ago, and the right foot is lightly pressing on the brake, ready to step on the accelerator at any time. The rolling door rises higher and higher. Zombies began to rush in one after another, surrounding the SUV and beating it wildly. Lu Rian didn't dare to look at the zombies outside the car window. His eyes were fixed on the rolling door. Hurry up! Faster, faster. At this time, the off-road vehicle was surrounded and the rolling door had not been completely raised, but it was enough for the off-road vehicle to drive out. Rush! The charming and beautiful Lu Rian let out a wild beast-like roar from her throat. Press down hard with your right foot and step on the accelerator to the bottom. The off-road vehicle roared and knocked down and crushed the zombies blocking the front of the vehicle. Sitting in the car, you can hear the sound of the explosion. It's so frustrating. Under the high beam, the zombie lying on the front of the car had a hideous face and was clearly visible. Lu Rian also forgot her fear. It's important to follow. Her beautiful eyes widened. A low growl came from her throat, and her right foot pressed hard on the accelerator. Finally, the off-road vehicle ran over the zombies. Rushed out of the garage. But she was confused. There are more zombies outside. Where should I go? Chapter 31. Never escape surveillance. The night of doomsday is even more dangerous. The zombies are also more active. Fortunately, the woman before attracted all the zombies nearby to Lu Rian's home. So it's safe for now. Even if it encounters scattered zombies, the off-road vehicle can knock them away. But there's not much fuel. We must find a place to stay as soon as possible. Lu Rian slowed down the car, looked out the windshield, but her mind was working rapidly. She is a canary in captivity. But he is definitely not a brainless person. Otherwise, he would not have deceived Gu Yiming for so long and made him think that he had been tamed. But at this moment she panicked. My mind is a mess. I can't make up my mind at all. At this time, she thought of Gu Yiming. Although she hated him to the core, only Gu Yiming could help her. Lu Rian quickly waved the phone. Then tell the other party what happened in a concise manner. What? You escaped? Rian, are you hurt? Damn it, it's already this late. Why are you still talking nonsense? Hurry up and find a solution for me. I'm not hurt. Lu Rian answered while suppressing her anger. She did not dare to lose her temper with Gu Yiming. Even though she cursed him in her heart, she did not dare to say it out loud. On the phone, Gu Yiming was silent for 3 seconds. Seems hesitant about something, but in the end the decision was made. Rian, drive the car to Villa number 9, which is not far from your home. When you get to Villa number 9, someone will open the door for you. Don't hang up the phone. Villa número 9? Lu Rian was puzzled. Villa number 9 was indeed not far from her home, and she had to pass by it every day when entering and leaving the community. But no one lives in this villa. The door is closed all year round. Even if someone lives there, it should be Gu Yiming's friend, otherwise why would he open the door for me? But Gu Yiming never mentioned that Yip and Tang Xiang had his friends. Even though I was confused. But the situation was critical, and there was no time to think carefully. Lu Rian changed direction and soon arrived outside the gate of Villa number 9. Yiming, I'm here. I know. As soon as the words fell, the garage door of the villa slowly opened. Lu Rian hesitated for 2 seconds. He stepped on the accelerator and drove into the garage. Then the garage shutter door slowly fell down, and it was pitch black all around. Rian, don't turn on the lights at night. There's food in the fridge. Stay here for a few days. I'll send someone to pick you up. Lu Rian turned on the flashlight on her cell phone and groped her way to the kitchen. Sure enough, I found food in the refrigerator. A full refrigerator. But they are basically all fast food, frozen dumplings, frozen glutinous rice balls, noodles, and the like. She checked the room again. It was very tidy, as if no one had ever lived there. There was a thin layer of dust on the sofa. Looked around. Finally, I found signs that someone was living in the master bedroom. The quilt is not made. But the person was not there. Lu Rian was fierce but smart. She reacted quickly and then showed a painful smile. Gu Yiming. You are simply a demon that is everywhere. You are suffocating me. She finally realized that this villa was also bought by Gu Yiming, specifically used to monitor yourself. She only came to stay for 2 or 3 days every month, but during these 2 or 3 days, she still couldn't escape his control. Ridiculous. I naively thought that I was free only in Yipan. No wonder Gu Yiming was so happy to buy me a house here. He doesn't care about money at all. At worst, I can just buy another house for the person I'm monitoring to live in. This also explains why Villa number 9 is so tidy and covered with dust. Because the people who were monitoring her only came to stay for 2 or 3 days every month. No one cleans. Moreover, Villa number 9 is equipped with a remote control lock, and there must be surveillance cameras in the room. Maybe Gu Yiming is watching him through the surveillance cameras. Even if this villa saved me. But Lu Rian couldn't feel grateful. At this moment, she felt that Gu Yiming's hand was pinching her neck tightly, leaving her without freedom and unable to breathe. There was a half-smoked pack of cigarettes on the bedside table. The person who was monitoring her was not at home for some unknown reason. Maybe he has already turned into a zombie. Lu Rian took out a cigarette, lit it skillfully, and took a deep breath. The stimulation of nicotine slightly relieved the pain in her heart. During the years she was controlled, she relied on cigarettes to get through the day. The name really suits her, Lu Rian. After finishing a cigarette, she felt tired and found a guest room to lie down and rest. The next day, I woke up. It's already daybreak. There is no concept of time in the end times. There is no need to work from 9 to 5 or sleep until you wake up naturally. Yi Yuan saw that Xiaowan's docility had increased by another 5%. Not bad, it can still grow while sleeping. Just get used to it. This good girl is a self-taught genius. Today you must act cool in front of her. Try to reach 95% as soon as possible. After the three of them had breakfast, they prepared to go out to Yipan. All the important items in Xiaowan's home have been packed into Xiaofan's space warehouse. Let's go to the property tool room first. I'll go ahead. Xiaowan, walk in the middle. Xiaofan will take the rear. Feng Xiaowan came empty-handed and was not a servant yet, although she was very well-behaved and obedient. But he is not a servant, so I am always worried. Let her walk in the middle, and generally there will be no accidents. Today's task is to dig a tunnel to Yipan. First, we have to go to the property tool room to get a shovel or hoe. The super excavator can excavate 1 cubic meter of soil and rocks in an instant, but you need to use digging tools. You can't do it empty-handed. The three of them reached the first floor smoothly without encountering any zombies on the way. Yi Yuan had killed them all yesterday. But there must be new zombies in the community. Cheer up, everyone. Don't walk too fast. You can't see anything beyond 70 or 80 meters, and you have to be on guard against zombies rushing out of the fog at all times. However, the scattered zombies pose no threat to Yi Yuan. The property is not far away either. After killing 4 zombies, the three successfully arrived at the tool shed. There are shovels, hoes, and all kinds of tools inside. However, the shovel and hoe were too long, so Yi Yuan used a shotgun to break the handles, making them much easier to operate. Xiaofan, you try first. Yi Yuan threw the half-meter-long hoe to Zhang Xiaofan. Zhang Xiaofan was seen concentrating his attention, then swinging his hoe and digging under his feet. A magical scene appeared. A pit 1 meter long, wide, and high suddenly appeared under his feet. Zhang Xiaofan didn't pay attention and fell down with a scream. Fortunately, the pit was not deep and I didn't fall. Fuck, that's awesome. Zhang Xiaofan turned on the traditional Chinese culture mode again. The true nature of the female Tyrannosaurus was revealed, and her beautiful face was filled with excitement. Xiaowan, who was standing by, was so shocked that she couldn't speak clearly. Xiaofan, what kind of magic did you use just now? It's not a spell, it's a supernatural power that Big Brother Yi gave me last night. I can dig the ground instantly by waving the shovel. The supernatural power bestowed by Brother Yi? Can Brother Yi teach others supernatural powers? Xiaowan looked at Yi Yuan with admiration. Suddenly, the docility level in the card above my head increased by 10%. Chapter 32. Digging tunnels to increase attributes, double happiness. Yi Yuan thought he was dazzled. The taming degree was only 65% just now, but suddenly it became 75%. Based on past experience, after the taming degree reaches 60%, the increase will become very slow. Otherwise, I wouldn't have changed the map to go to Zhang Xiaofan's house. He was a little bit unbelievable. Rubbed his eyes. Yes, it really is 75%. Looking at Feng Xiaowan again, his face was full of admiration and his eyes were full of fanaticism. Yi Yuan understood immediately. There are zombies everywhere, and the ability to dig the ground instantly is only slightly less precious than infinite replication. If we talk about it from a safety perspective, even slightly better. I can go wherever I want. There are zombies everywhere. I can hide underground or dig a tunnel directly to the cliff. No matter how dangerous the outside world is, it has nothing to do with me. No wonder Yuan is so fanatical in worship. She naturally understands the value of this special power. Of course, Yuan's purpose was just to show off and improve his taming ability. I don't plan to grant Yuan the superpower for the time being. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't do it. He had to wait until Yuan became his servant before he could grant her superpowers. Xiaofan, keep digging. Okay, brother Yi. Jiang Xiaofan waved the hoe and dug up the earth and rocks in an instant. The excavated soil and rocks did not disappear. If you don't take care of it, earth and stone will appear randomly nearby. However, a location can also be specified. The premise is that it is a place you can see. Yuan had thought about this last night. He didn't want pure soil, and the stones could be directly loaded into the space warehouse. A huge stone 1 meter long, wide and high. When we build a base in the future, we can use these huge stones to build a wall, and we don't have to worry about the tide of zombies at all. This can also be considered as recycling of waste. Jiang Xiaofan continued digging and soon reached a depth of 5 meters underground. Yuan took Yuan and walked down. Then, he poured out a dozen huge rocks from Yuan's space warehouse to block the entrance of the cave to prevent the zombies wandering above from coming down. Of course, the entrance to the cave was not sealed. Otherwise, he would have suffocated to death due to lack of oxygen. There is still network signal at present, but once we continue to dig forward, the signal will become weaker and weaker. So Yuan first used his mobile phone to locate Yip and Tangxie. Then just dig forward in a straight line along the direction of positioning. Of course, during the excavation process, the positioning direction will definitely deviate. But it's not a big problem. At regular intervals, a hole is dug to receive the signal, so as to correct the direction in a timely manner. Xiaofan, you take a rest first. I'll dig it. After digging up Yuan's entry for the second time, he gained the ability to dig underground to strengthen himself. You can gain attribute points. Yuan also wanted to become stronger quickly, so as long as he was not tired, he would give priority to digging. With a shovel down, a line of prompts appeared in front of Yuan's eyes. Jedi physical fitness, experience value plus 1%. He quickly called up the attribute page and saw that there was an additional 1% experience behind the superpower. By this calculation, you can obtain 1 attribute point after digging 100 times. So cool. Keep going. Yuan waved the shovel and kept digging, and there was a magical phenomenon. The soil and rocks in the excavated area were extremely solid, just like reinforced concrete. No need to worry about landslides. Before long, Yuan had dug a tunnel that was 50 meters long. At this time, the prompt pops up again. Upgrade dig to strengthen your body, and you gain free attribute plus 1. Ha! Finally got attribute points. Yuan immediately called out the attribute page. Yuan. Attributes. Strength 11, Constitution 11, Agility 10, Spirit 9. Ability. 3D printing, infinite replication, partial integrated replication, life replication. Excavator Master, Super Excavator. Digging strength LV 0.10%. Free attributes 1. Yuan's attribute layout is pretty good. His strength, physique, and agility are all higher than normal people, but his mental strength is a little lacking. Moreover, whether it is 3D printing or Excavator Master, the series of supernatural powers require mental consumption. So he added 1 point of freedom attribute to Spirit. Keep working on it, but don't dig further for now. I have been underground with my head down for a long time, and the network signal has long been gone. I have to stick my head out to receive the signal and correct the direction. Yuan began to dig upwards. Soon, a square hole appeared above his head. A dark shadow fell from the cave entrance. After it fell down, everyone could see clearly that it was a zombie. Roar! The zombie roared before it even got up. Yuan had anticipated this situation, so he had the shotgun in his hand in advance. Bang! A shot in the head. After getting rid of the zombies, Yuan raised his phone above his head so that the outside network signal could be more easily received by the phone. Although this is not really effective, at least it can play a certain psychological role. Soon, the phone screen showed his current location, which was indeed different from his previous route. When you dig later, just adjust the angle slightly. But Yuan noticed. The mobile phone map shows that there is a Wu supermarket nearby. You can dig a tunnel into the hardware supermarket and get some ordnance shovels and flashlights. Using your phone's flashlight all the time also consumes a lot of battery. Moreover, the hose and shovels we got from the property management were not small and convenient enough. Let's go to the hardware store and get some tools first. Yuan stepped back, dug a few shovels to the left, and then dug upwards. He has a pretty good sense of direction. Soon they dug into the interior of the hardware supermarket. There was no one inside. Now that we're here, we might as well just go for a clean sweep. Xiaofan, do it. Empty the hardware supermarket. Although it is called a supermarket, it is actually only 200 or 300 square meters, but it has all kinds of tools densely packed on the shelves. These tools are not available at this time, but maybe will come in handy in the future. It's just a matter of stealing anyway. Yuan took action directly. What wrenches, screwdrivers, wires, electric drills, cutting machines? All of them are loaded into the space warehouse. Xiaofan was a little hesitant at first. After all, he grew up in Hongqi and was taught not to steal or rob. This kind of behavior now makes her feel a little uncomfortable, but soon she realized what the law of true fragrance is. Fuck, it feels so good to get something for free. No wonder some people become addicted to stealing. I can't control my hands anymore. Xiaofan began to let himself go. Xiaowan stood by with eager eyes, watching Yuan and Xiaofan stuffing the goods into such a small wine jug as if by magic. It's all so magical. Just then, Yuan came to her and handed her a wine jug. This is for you. It's also a space warehouse. I knew how to use it yesterday, so I'm giving it to you in advance. Let's help empty the supermarket. Ah, it turns out that Brother Yi has already accepted me in his heart. Otherwise, the space warehouse would not have been prepared for me in advance. I also have a space warehouse. Okay, Brother Yi, I'll be quick. After Xiaowan got the space warehouse, she immediately took action and hummed a tune unconsciously, completely forgetting that this was the end of the world. I even forgot that there were zombies outside. But the zombies can't get in. Even if they do, everyone can hide in the tunnel and release huge rocks to block the zombies. At this time, Yuan noticed that Xiaowan's obedience had increased by another 5%. He's used to it. It seems that Xiaowan is also suitable for feeding, but the feeding material is not food, but some black technology. I'll think about it again tonight and see if I can speed up Xiaowan's taming. As the saying goes, when men and women work together, work becomes less tiring. 3 people work together. The endless supermarket was emptied in less than half an hour. Okay, let's call it a day. After changing to a handy ordnance shovel, Yuan dug faster. After a while, the digging for strength skill was upgraded to level 2. You gained free attribute +1. Digging tunnels can also earn attribute points, double the joy. Chapter 33. Don't touch my woman. Please don't. Yuan still focused on the spiritual aspect of the freedom attribute he gained this time. Only with sufficient mental strength can the value of infinite replication be magnified. Otherwise, you have to sleep and recover every time the copying is finished. Next, continue digging forward. However, after the digging skill is upgraded to level 2, it becomes more difficult to gain experience points. At level 1, you can get 1% each time you dig. After reaching level 2, each excavation can only yield 0.5%. I guess the higher you level up, the lower your experience value will be. But it's not a big problem. Yuan's goal is to collect all the important materials in the city, which inevitably requires digging many tunnels. The Jedi's physical fitness was an unexpected surprise. It doesn't matter if you upgrade slowly. What followed was very boring. Yuan and Zhang Xiaofan took turns digging the tunnel, and they would stick their heads out every 100 meters to receive the network and correct their position. Sometimes, if you are unlucky, you may end up digging into the underground garage in a residential area. Fortunately, there are very few zombies in the underground garage. Basically no threat. The two took turns digging for a kilometer and finally arrived at the first-class sandalwood. This distance doesn't seem far, but tunneling is a straight line. If you kill from the ground with many twists and turns, the distance will at least double. The degree of danger increases exponentially. During this process of digging, Yuan gained 2 free attributes, and his digging skill has been upgraded to level 4. Zhang Xiaofan also gained 3 free attributes. She added it all to strength. Girls are relatively weak, especially when using automatic rifles, which have a lot of recoil. Point shooting is okay. It's impossible to hold the gun steady when shooting. You have to increase your strength in the early stages. Now her strength has reached 10 points. Although the recoil of the gun still has an impact, it is much better. Basically, there will be no stroke shooting technique. We are now located in the basement of the first-grade sandalwood community. It's not clear exactly where. I'll dig an exit later. Maybe some zombies will fall out. Xiaofan, don't shoot randomly. Zhang Xiaofan nodded. After all, Yuan was digging in front, and if a zombie fell down, it would be easy to hit Yuan by shooting randomly. But I was lucky this time. After Yuan dug out the last piece of soil and rocks from the ground, no zombies fell down. He first used his mobile phone camera to look around the hole. Then take it back and take a look. Oh shit! Near the villa in front, there were densely packed zombies, at least dozens of them. Who the hell brought the zombies here? At this time, the mobile phone signal has been restored. Yuan checked the map and saw that the villa outside the cave entrance was marked with number 7. Damn it, is it such a coincidence? Villa number 7 is Lu Rian's home. Before the end of the world, Yi Yuan conducted a detailed investigation on the enemies who killed his parents, and the first one to be investigated was Gu Yiming. He is the mastermind. Therefore, Yi Yuan investigated it very thoroughly. As Gu Yiming's wife, Yi Yuan knew Lu Ruyan's daily activities clearly. Of course, it is also known that Lu Ruyan has a villa in Yiping Tanxiang. Unexpectedly, I accidentally dug right in front of her house. However, Yi Yuan immediately became nervous. The villa has been breached by zombies. Is Lu Ruyan still alive? That's not right. In her previous life, she returned to Deer Lake safely. Could it be the butterfly effect after my rebirth? Yi Yuan doesn't believe in the butterfly effect. The power of an individual is weak and cannot change the predetermined trajectory of the development of things at all. Never mind for now. Whether she is dead or alive, we must go to Lu Ruyan's house to check. Xiaowan, please step back. Xiao Fan, you step back as well, and help me turn the high-intensity flashlight to the maximum. The high-intensity flashlight I bought from the hardware store is a skyrocket. When the power is adjusted to maximum, the tunnel can be illuminated extremely clearly and can be seen clearly even from 100 meters away. Wait for Xiaofan and Xiaowan to retreat far away. A powerful flashlight illuminates the tunnel. Yi Yuan walked out of the tunnel and fired 3 shots at the zombies in Lu Ruyan's house. 3 zombies fell to the ground. The dull gunshots also alarmed the other zombies in the villa, and they immediately swarmed towards Yi Yuan. Don't panic at all. Yi Yuan retreated back to the tunnel leisurely, quietly waiting for the zombies to arrive. The tunnel is only 1 meter wide, just enough for one person to pass through. Holding a shotgun with a capacity of 7,000 rounds at this time, this is truly the meaning of one man standing alone against 10,000. Soon, the first zombie rushed into the tunnel. Bang! Gunshots rang out, and the zombie was instantly shot in the head. Yi Yuan took a few steps back, and the second zombie rushed in, stepping on the corpse and pounced on Yi Yuan. Bang! The second zombie also fell. In this way, Yi Yuan fought and retreated at the same time, making sure that the zombie bodies would not pile up and would not block the zombies behind from coming in and dying. It takes less than 5 minutes. The entire tunnel was filled with zombies. All were killed. The process was very easy, and even Feng Xiaowan, who was hiding at the back, didn't show any fear. Yi Yuan asked Xiaofan to dim the light of the flashlight. Only then did I realize that Xiaowan's obedience had increased by another 5%. What is going on? I really didn't do anything. No, I just killed 70 or 80 zombies. Was it because of this? Come to think of it, it's really pretentious. Just dig a tunnel, lure all the zombies in, and kill them one by one. The whole process was hassle-free. This was unintentional, but the pretending was successful. Xiaowan naturally admired him very much. Well, this 5% tameness was an accident. At this time, Feng Xiaowan's obedience level reached 85%, and only 10% was left before he could strip her for the last time. By then, there will be one more obedient servant. Life in the end times is also wonderful. Let's go up. Yi Yuan walked in front. The ground was full of corpses. Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan were still a little uncomfortable. But I saw Yi Yuan walking very quickly. They could only suppress their fear and follow. They both knew that this was the end of the world, and they had to adapt as quickly as possible. After walking out of the tunnel, the outside was still shrouded in blood mist. The farthest you can see is only 70 or 80 meters. There are no zombies nearby for the time being. Yi Yuan held a shotgun and walked carefully towards Villa number 7. Although he didn't see any zombies, he did not rule out the possibility that there were some zombies that had escaped. Xiaofan protected Xiaowan in the middle. The 3 of them successfully entered the villa, and after searching, they found no zombies or corpses. Yi Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. The absence of a corpse means Lu Ruyan is not dead. At least he didn't die in the villa. He searched the garage again and saw several crushed zombies, one of which was still alive. Only half of his body was crushed into meat paste. It can't even crawl, so it's no threat at all. Yi Yuan solved it with one shot. After taking a look at the traces in the garage, he roughly analyzed that Lu Ruyan should have escaped by car. I just don't know if I was bitten. What should we do, Brother Yi? Are you going to continue looking? Yi Yuan definitely wants to keep looking. Even though there are still many survivors now, goddess-level beauties are still rare. Since there is some clue about Lu Ruyan, don't give up easily. How about this? Let's look in the direction of the tire tracks. If you can't find it, forget it. After all, there are zombies everywhere outside. If Lu Ruyan escapes from the community, there is no need to look for her. There is a high probability that she will be eaten by the zombies outside. Of course, it would be best if you still stay in the community, but you should still try it even though the chances are slim. Come on, let's go. There weren't many zombies active in the community, and Yi Yuan had killed so many of them before, so it wasn't as dangerous as imagined. The blood mist obscured the survivor's vision. It will also block the zombie's vision. With a super sprayer in hand, it won't be a big problem if you are careful. The three left the villa and followed the bloodstains left by the car tires. At the same time, Gu Yiming, who was far away in Luhu, was staring at the screen of his mobile phone, watching Yuan and his group leave Villa Number 7. I guess Lu Ruyan didn't expect this either. Gu Yiming not only bought a villa, but also sent someone to monitor her. Even the Villa Number 7 where she lived was equipped with surveillance cameras. Gu Yiming watched Yuan disappear from the surveillance screen, and his eyes became more sinister and vicious. Yuan, you actually found the first-grade sandalwood. Why? Are you looking for Rian? You want to take Rian away from me to avenge me, just like you took Jiang Xiaofan away to avenge Hisu, right? I guess your plot. You're looking for death. You are looking for death. Gu Yiming gritted his teeth, thinking that the woman he cherished like a treasure and had never touched might be monopolized by Yuan. At this moment, his heart was roaring. No, no. Gu Yiming clenched his fists so hard that they made a crackling sound, and he didn't even notice his nails digging into his flesh. Chapter 34. Dig up Lu Ruyan's entry, become stronger by swallowing it. Gu Yiming was not worried that Yuan would come back for revenge. Sending a helicopter to kill him was just a matter of picking up Lu Ruyan. But now he was really scared. It feels like a person who is addicted to alcohol and has a bottle of limited edition fine wine at home, but he can't bear to drink it. Suddenly one day, a thief broke into the house. I was extremely nervous. You can steal anything, but don't steal my wine. It just so happens that the thief also likes to drink. This is how Gu Yiming feels now. He wishes he could tear Yuan to pieces right away. But at this time Yuan had disappeared from the surveillance screen. Villa 7 is very close to Villa 9. This bastard is likely to come looking for him. No, I have to remind Ruyan that she must not make any noise if there is any movement outside. Gu Yiming switched the surveillance footage to Villa Number 9. Then call Lu Ruyan. After some instructions, I felt a little relieved when I saw Lu Ruyan pull all the curtains. At the same time, Yuan took Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan and followed the tracks of the SUV and soon found Villa Number 9. After all, when the off-road vehicle rushed out of the garage last night, it crushed several zombies. There was blood all over the wheels. The two villas are not far apart and can be easily tracked. At this time, near Villa Number 9, two zombies walked out of the blood mist. Seeing Yuan and the other two, they immediately roared and rushed over. Brother Yi, leave it to me. Xiaofan volunteered. She was now bolder and wanted to improve her shooting skills urgently. Yuan took back the shotgun and handed it to Xiaofan. If she couldn't handle it well, it wouldn't be too late for her to take action herself. Anyway, the two zombies were still quite far away from each other. Xiaofan picked up the shotgun, aimed, but did not fire. Wait until the first zombie is about 20 meters away before pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out and 2 zombies were killed. In fact, the first 2 shots had knocked down the zombies, but one of the zombies was shot in the chest, and its spine was broken. So he fired another shot. Not bad. Your shooting skills have improved. Xiaofan was very happy to receive Yi Yuan's praise, and thought to himself that he must perform well in front of Brother Yi. Anytime. The gunshots outside also alarmed Lu Ruyan. She came behind the curtains and quietly opened a crack to observe. Gu Yiming saw this scene through the surveillance video. My heart suddenly rose to my throat. Don't let Yi Yuan find out. He immediately called Lu Ruyan, trying to threaten her to hide and not look outside. The cell phone is placed on the bedside. Lu Ruyan had her back to the camera and heard the slight vibration, but pretended not to hear it. She has her own judgment. The Long Kingdom has strict control over guns. The gunshots heard outside were most likely the military and police clearing the zombies in the community. If conditions are ripe, just follow the military. It can be said that he has escaped from Gu Yiming's control. She now hated Gu Yiming to the extreme, and she knew very well that her future would be bleak if she escaped with the military. Even with Gu Yiming's connections, there is a possibility of being sent directly back to Deer Lake. But now I don't care about that anymore. I've had enough of this suffocating life. I'll live my life one day at a time with freedom. But when Lu Ruyan quietly pulled open the curtains, she was stunned. Not from the military? Looking through the gap in the curtains, I saw a man and 2 women outside. Upon closer inspection, they looked somewhat familiar. Lu Ruyan's eyes suddenly lit up. That person looks a bit like Yi Yuan. The Gu family and the Yi family are old friends. Otherwise, Yi Yuan's father would not have allowed Gu Yiming to invest in his company. Therefore, the 2 families used to meet each other frequently. Lu Ruyan had met Yi Yuan several times. At this moment, more than a dozen zombies rushed out from the blood mist not far away and pounced towards Yi Yuan and the other 2. Lu Ruyan was shocked. With so many zombies, even if Yi Yuan had a gun, he would not be their match. Lu Rian instinctively wanted to open the window to let Yi Yuan and the other two hide in. After all, they were once acquaintances, and she was not clear about the grudge between the Yi family and Gu Yiming. Even if Yi Yuan didn't spend a lot of money to hire a detective to investigate, even he wouldn't be able to know. But Lu Rian had just opened the curtains. I haven't opened the window to shout yet. Yi Yuan and Zhang Xiaofan have already opened fire. Xiaofan was still using the shotgun, and Yi Yuan took out a general-purpose machine gun like a magic trick. Da-da-da-da. The dense rain of bullets was like a metal storm, and the rushing zombies were instantly shot into a hornet's nest. Often one bullet can penetrate 3 or 4 zombies. When the bullet enters from the front, it leaves a hole as big as a peanut, but when it comes out from the back, it leaves a hole as big as a fist. Plus Xiaofan was there to add to the shooting. Before the zombies could rush over, they were all knocked to the ground, but most of them had broken spines and lost the ability to move. Yi Yuan waved his hand. Zhang Xiaofan understood what he meant, walked over with a shotgun, and shot the zombies that were not dead yet in the head one by one at close range. It's done, brother Yi. Yi Yuan nodded it. Inadvertently, I saw someone behind the window of the villa out of the corner of my eye. Yi Yuan subconsciously raised his gun and aimed. Take a closer look. Damn, it's Lu Rian. Yi Yuan, it's me, Aunt Lu. Although Lu Rian is not very old, only 27 or 28 years old, she looks even younger because she takes good care of herself. But she is Gu Yiming's wife after all. I used to call her Aunt Lu. Yi Yuan didn't want to worry about what to address her for the time being, because his attention was all on the card above Lu Rian's head. It was just as expected. Lu Rian is so beautiful, so it is natural that she has a lot of entries on her head. Lu Rian, Item 1, Nutritionist Blue. Entry 2, Cooking White. Entry 3, Driver White. The first bold and capitalized entry is Nutritionist, and it is of blue quality, the same quality as Xiaowan's Excavator Master. In other words, if you take it off, it will be blue power. At this time, Lu Rian opened the door. Yi Yuan coming quickly. At this moment, Yi Yuan was concentrating his mind, locking onto the entry Nutritionist, and then he pushed hard. In an instant, a mysterious power surged into the body. It succeeded, and the entry became a superpower. It's not clear what the function is yet. Let's ignore it for now and go into the house first. Yi Yuan took Xiaofan and Xiaowan into the villa. Lu Rian closed the door. Yi Yuan, I haven't seen you for half a year. I didn't expect to meet you here again. Can you tell me what's going on outside? Yi Yuan shook his head. The situation is terrible. There are zombies everywhere. Whoever they bite will turn into a zombie. There will be more and more of them in the future. As he spoke, Yi Yuan called out his own attribute page. Then checked the supernatural powers taken from Lu Rian. Nutritionist. All food can be converted into high-level nutritional supplements, and free attribute points can be obtained after swallowing. Devouring LV.1. For every ton of food devoured, you will gain 1 free attribute point. Level 1 skill can devour up to 20 tons of food. The introduction of superpowers is very one-sided, but the information has been integrated into Yi Yuan's mind. Nutritionists are really awesome. Ordinary food can be converted into advanced supplements. As long as you consume 20 tons of food, you can gain 20 free attributes. Zhang Xiaofan, Feng Xiaowan, and Lu Rian, none of them is a useless vase. Huh, I'm in a lot of money this time out. Chapter 35. Your wife left with me. Are you angry? Yi Yuan was in a very good mood at the moment. In terms of functionality, the Nutritionist that Lu Rian obtained is inferior to Xiaowan's Excavator Master. After all, the Excavator Master can both dig holes. You can also strengthen your body and gain attribute points. But Nutritionists come faster. You can just find a big supermarket where there is no limit on the types of food. If you devour 20 tons in one go, you can immediately gain 20 free attributes. Efficient, simple, and crude. Yi Yuan was still immersed in joy when Lu Rian suddenly handed him a cell phone with a message typed on the screen. Yi Yuan, do you have a place to stay? Can you take me away? Don't talk or look around. I suspect there are surveillance cameras in the villa. Yi Yuan glanced at Lu Rian secretly. This woman is very thoughtful. Especially the last sentence, which reminded Yi Yuan not to look around, leaving himself a way out. If Yi Yuan had no place to stay, or unwilling to take her away, she had to compromise with Gu Yiming in the end. She could give Gu Yiming a reasonable explanation for everything that happened today. I didn't hear the phone vibrate. The reason why Yi Yuan was allowed in was because we had known each other before. Nothing wrong. And if Yi Yuan didn't look around, Gu Yiming wouldn't suspect that the villa's surveillance had been discovered. Of course, Yi Yuan didn't care about Lu Rian's little thoughts. It's not surprising for a helpless woman to keep a backup plan for herself. Besides, she's not a bad person. In her previous life, before she died, she secretly came to deliver food twice. No matter what the purpose was, Yi Yuan had to take her away. Don't worry, Rian. No matter how dangerous it is outside, you are free now, follow me. I'll find you a place that's absolutely safe. After saying that, Yi Yuan took Lu Rian's hand and walked out the door. He just spoke those words directly. It would be better to have surveillance so that Gu Yiming can see and hear it. I'm so pissed you off, you bastard. Lu Rian's heart beat faster when Yi Yuan held her hand. After being married to Gu Yiming for so many years, it was the first time she actually held the hand of a man. Gu Yiming doesn't count. He is a eunuch. He is also a psychopath who treats people as collectibles. Lu Rian still had a question in her mind. Yi Yuan always called her Aunt Lu before, so why did he call me by my name just now? And you call me so affectionately? Xiaofan and Xiaowan followed at the back. Xiaofan is fine, he is already a servant, so he won't be jealous. It's Xiaowan. She wasn't Yi Yuan's man yet, but when she saw him holding Lu Rian's hand, she felt a little jealous. I always feel like I'm at a disadvantage. Brother Yi hasn't even pulled me in yet. Why are you pulling in other women? It's not fair. After the 4 people left the villa, Yi Yuan held the machine gun, Xiaofan held the shotgun, and they all disappeared in the blood mist. Gu Yiming looked at the empty phone screen. He was already furious at this moment. Rian, how dare he call my wife so affectionately? Rian didn't object. And let him take my hand and leave. Assholes, you 2 bitches. I won't let you go. I definitely won't. Gu Yiming's eyes were bloodshot, and he was filled with murderous intent at this moment. Old Zhang, contact the higher-ups immediately. No matter what the cost, lend me a helicopter. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I will find Yi Yuan and Lu Rian. Grind them to dust. As deep as love is so deep as hate. Lu Rian is Gu Yiming's treasure. Over the years, his perverted possessiveness has turned into perverted love. But I didn't expect it. Lu Rian took the initiative to follow Yi Yuan away. At that moment, she felt like the sky was falling. I swear, I will definitely make you 2 dogs regret your lives. The other side, Yi Yuan and the 3 women did not go far. It's dangerous outside. Staying at Yipan Tangxiang is the best choice. Even if Gu Yiming sent people to search, he didn't have the strength to do so on the ground, and there was fog in the air, so it would not be easy to find him. At this time, the 4 of them arrived at the gate of Villa number 16. Knocked on the door a few times. There were sounds of zombies coming from inside. It is not ruled out that there are survivors hiding. Anyway, as long as there are no zombies, it will make me feel comfortable living there. At worst, I can go in and search it carefully later. Yi Yuan started digging the ground. It is safer to dig a tunnel inside. If you destroy the gate violently, you will not be able to sleep well at night. Once the tunnel is dug into the villa, we can block it then. Yi Yuan dug down with a shovel. In an instant, a large pit with a length, width, and height of 1 meter was dug out. Xiaofan and Xiaowan were already used to it, but when Lu Rian saw this scene for the first time, her eyes widened in shock. I can almost fit an egg in my mouth. Yi Yuan, what did you do just now? Xiaofan immediately acted as Yi Yuan's mouthpiece. This is Brother Ye's special ability, which is specially used to dig tunnels. It digs 1 cubic meter at a time very quickly. And I also have this ability. It was given to me by Brother Yi. The last sentence obviously has a sense of boasting, as if declaring sovereignty. I am Yi Yuan's first woman. Lu Rian looked incredulous. But seeing is believing. Every time Yi Yuan swung the shovel, he could dig out a piece of soil and rocks, and in a few strokes he dug out a passage leading underground. Oh my god! Shocked. I was extremely shocked. No wonder Yi Yuan just said that he would take me to a place that is absolutely safe. You have this ability to dig the ground. Where is unsafe in this apocalypse? As long as I follow Yi Yuan, I won't have to worry about danger anymore. Most importantly, I can escape from Gu Yiming's clutches. Suddenly, Lu Rian's obedience level increased by 10%. This scene happened to be seen by Yi Yuan. It seems that pretending to be cool works on any woman, but he felt a little puzzled. He had just killed more than a dozen zombies and saved Lu Rian. Why does the taming degree show as 0% after checking the entry? Yi Yuan just thought so. The voice in my head replied, for every host with an entry, the host needs to strip off the entry for the first time before the taming degree can be activated. Before this, all factors that could be converted into tameness will be reset to 0. I see. Alright, don't dwell on it. As long as you follow me, you will become my servant sooner or later, as long as you don't turn into a zombie. Lu Rian shouldn't turn into a zombie. It is not clear whether she has antibodies, but she will not turn into a zombie in a short period of time, otherwise it would be impossible to see her in Deer Lake in the previous life. Not long after, Yi Yuan dug into the villa. 3 women followed in. Then Yi Yuan poured out the huge rocks in the space warehouse, blocked the entrance to the tunnel leading to the villa, and found the key in the villa. Let's stay here for the time being. Don't worry, Rian. Even if Gu Yiming comes looking for us, we can hide in the tunnel immediately. Once you enter the tunnel, it's my home ground. Lu Ruyan suddenly felt warm in her heart. I didn't expect Yi Yuan to care about her so much. The first thing he thought was her safety. In addition to being moved, the degree of domestication increased by another 10%. But she still couldn't understand why Yi Yuan called her name. Yi Yuan, you used to call me Aunt Lu. What now? Yi Yuan was silent for a moment, then suddenly sneered. The past is the past. Now I just want to kill that bastard Gu Yiming. He is not worthy of being my elder. I know you were forced to marry him. So in my heart, you are not his wife either. Is there a problem with me calling you by your name? No. Of course no problem. Lu Ruyan laughed from the bottom of her heart. Thank you, Yi Yuan. I like you to call me by my name. I don't want to be labeled as Gu Yiming. Yi Yuan nodded. Okay, take a break, then we'll go out and do some cleanup. I have to find a supermarket quickly. Just devour 20 tons of food, and you will quickly become stronger. Chapter 36. What a powerful official. Bang! Lu Ruyan had no idea what Yi Yuan meant by the sweep. At this moment, she was still immersed in the joy of gaining freedom. I have been married to Gu Yiming for 5 years, and I have never felt so relaxed as I do now. She has had opportunities to escape in these 5 years. But his parents were always controlled by Gu Yiming, so they didn't dare to leave even if they wanted to, and could only compromise and stay. Maybe it's God's will. Since I can't contact my parents anymore, they've probably turned into zombies, so there's no need for me to be so timid. Follow Yi Yuan. At least he wouldn't be like a voyeur, trying to control himself all the time. Sister Rian, don't be in a daze. Hurry up and catch up. Lu Rian looked up and saw Xiao Fan waving at her. Yi Yuan and Xiao Wan have already walked into the tunnel. Is this guy so arrogant? He didn't even call me before leaving. Lu Rian hurriedly followed. I feel a little bit resentful in my heart, but no hatred. Instead, it feels a bit like a wronged girl complaining about her boyfriend. However, Lu Rian did not admit it in her heart. At least Yi Yuan used to call her Aunt Lu. It is impossible for the heart to change so quickly. After the four of them entered the tunnel, while the network signal was still there, Yi Yuan locked onto a large supermarket outside the community, and then asked Xiao Fan to dig in the direction of the supermarket based on his feel. The distance is easy to calculate. 1 shovelful of land is 1 meter forward. The key is not to deviate too much from the direction. After a while, Yi Yuan silently estimated that his current location should be outside the community. But the tunnel is too deep. The network signal is no longer being received. Xiao Fan, dig a hole upwards first. I'll receive the network signal to determine the location. Soon a piece of earth and rock was dug up. A large square hole appeared above his head, and at the same time, a figure fell down. Yi Yuan thought it was another zombie. Quickly raised the shotgun and aim. Looking closely, under the strong flashlight, it was clear that the person who fell was a living person. He looks to be in his 40s or 50s, with a Mediterranean hairstyle, with a beer belly. At this moment, he fell in the tunnel and looked miserable. At this moment, another person appeared from the hole above his head. District Chief Lu, are you okay? The Mediterranean man jumped up and shielded the strong flashlight with his hand. Are you fine? There are still people down there. Yi Yuan was speechless. He didn't expect that he would dig out a living person with a shovel. Or some district chief. Hey, who are you? Turn off the flashlight. I can't even open my eyes. Without Yi Yuan's instructions, Jiang Xiaofan kept shining the flashlight on District Chief Lu. Yi Yuan took 2 steps forward. The shotgun hit District Chief Lu on the forehead. Either I beat you to death, or you climb up quickly. It's obviously not a supermarket. Yi Yuan had to continue digging tunnels so as not to let outsiders see his special abilities. It's not that it's shameful. After all, this is the end of the world, and it is safer to keep something in mind. This is the experience gained from the previous life. Hey, put your gun down now. This is District Chief Lu. You can't be held responsible if anything goes wrong. The man at the cave entrance growled. District Chief Lu's eyes were blinded by the strong flashlight, and he couldn't see Yi Yuan's appearance clearly. But he could vaguely feel a gun against his chest. If it weren't for the gun, he would still be afraid. Since the other party is holding a gun, he is an insider. Can I, a district chief, subdue you? Which department are you from? I need to speak to your superior. Now, please put your gun away and turn off your flashlight immediately. This is an order. District Chief Lu had just finished speaking. Yi Yuan pulled the trigger. Bang! There was a dull gunshot, and dense bullets pierced District Chief Lu's chest. I told you to leave, but you insisted on seeking death. With a click, eject and load the shell. Yi Yuan raised his hand and fired another shot, killing the other person who was lying at the entrance of the cave and had not yet come to his senses. Who? Are you trying to show off your power to me? Think this is before the end of the world? Yi Yuan put away his shotgun, switched to an ordnance shovel, and continued digging the tunnel as if nothing had happened. Xiaofan, what are you doing? Turn on the flashlight for me. Zhang Xiaofan finally came to his senses and quickly raised the flashlight. She's better. After all, he had already seen Yi Yuan's methods. A few days ago, two thugs broke into her house and Yi Yuan killed them with a shotgun. So Zhang Xiaofan didn't have much reaction to the killing of District Chief Liu. Xiaowan and Lu Ruyan, who were standing behind, were so scared that they just stood there. Brother Yi, you are killing. Yi Yuan turned around. Looking at the stunned Xiaowan and Lu Ruyan, he felt it necessary to emphasize the matter to them. Listen carefully. This is the end of the world. The strong prey on the weak. Don't trust strangers, especially those in high positions. They won't treat you as human beings. If necessary, I will kill you without hesitation. Yi Yuan had seen too much in his previous life. It is not uncommon for high-level officials to send countless survivors to their deaths for their own selfish desires. They don't care about the lives of ordinary people, but they always find high-sounding excuses to make ordinary people willingly go to their deaths. This group of people is the most untrustworthy. Yi Yuan, I support you. Sister Xiaowan, you have to believe Yi Yuan. I didn't expect Lu Ruyan to change so quickly and actually support Yi Yuan's approach. But think about it carefully. She was once Gu Yiming's wife, at least in name only, and must have heard many secrets of high-ranking officials. That's why he recognized Yi Yuan so quickly. Come on, stop being in a daze and keep up. Yi Yuan didn't want to explain anymore. If Yi Yuan was not worried that his behavior just now might affect Xiaowan and Lu Ruyan's views of him, making it more difficult to gain taming power in the future, he would not have planned to explain. Brother Yi, I believe you. Even if you did something wrong, I don't support it, but I don't oppose it either. Yes, this is a very high level of awareness. Yi Yuan similite. Turn around and continue swinging the shovel. This time they adjusted the direction slightly and quickly dug the tunnel into the supermarket. Tianyi Supermarket. When reading this name, Lu Ruyan looked a little unnatural. Tianyi is the largest supermarket chain in Shidu. There are 3,500 stores of all sizes. It covers almost every community and every street. This is Gu Yiming's industry. That's why Lu Ruyan felt uncomfortable. Anything related to Gu Yiming would make her resist. Yi Yuan showed a wicked smile and came in front of Lu Ruyan. Do you hate Gu Yiming? Lu Ruyan nodded. Yi Yuan continued. In that case, we should be happy to raid his supermarket. Yes, that seems to be the case. Although the supermarkets in the city have lost their effect on Gu Yiming. However, it still feels good to take his things for free. Lu Ruyan nodded happily. Yi Yuan took Xiaowan's space warehouse and made a one-to-one copy of it. Never mind, just make 2 copies. Keep a sample and copy it when needed. Yi Yuan mobilized the power of 3D printing and quickly copied 2 space warehouses, then handed one to Lu Ruyan. This is a space warehouse. Now it's yours. Inside the supermarket, except for food, take away everything else you can carry. Xiaowan, teach Ruyan how to use it. Xiaofan, let's get started. Ever since he raided the hardware supermarket, Zhang Xiaofan has fallen in love with the feeling of getting things for free. Hearing Yi Yuan's order, suddenly, he rushed to the container as if he had been injected with chicken blood and started to sweep it frantically. This supermarket is quite big. Area A on the underground first floor is for daily necessities, and Area B is for rice, flour, grain, oil, fruits, vegetables, raw meat, seafood, etc. The second floor is for household appliances and digital equipment. There are also clothing and luxury goods shops on the 3rd floor. Currently, Yi Yuan and his team are on the underground first floor. The food is in Area B. That was his goal. Chapter 37, You kidnapped my wife and raided my supermarket? Yi Yuan ran towards Area B of the supermarket like a mad dog pouncing on its prey. Think about how powerful you will become immediately. I could no longer suppress my excitement. I took 2 steps at a time and arrived at Area B like a gust of wind. What caught my eye were all kinds of packaged foods. Candy, milk, bread. The shelves are packed with goods. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately released his devouring ability. In an instant, a huge whirlpool appeared in front of him, like a huge mouth of an abyss. All the food on the shelves, and even the shelves themselves, were swallowed up by the huge mouth. At this moment, 2 choices appeared in Yi Yuan's mind. Transfer, conversion. Transfer, you can move food to a fixed place. For example, pile it up in a corner. Convert, instantly convert food into advanced supplements. Yi Yuan first tried to transfer it, using his mind to guide the 2 loaves of bread that the giant mouth swallowed and put them into the space warehouse. Unexpectedly, it succeeded. Very smooth. Haha, when I collect supplies in the future, I can use the devouring ability together. Swallow all the supplies in one gulp. then transfer to the space warehouse, which is very convenient. Cool. Yuan was in a good mood and switched his mind to conversion, converting all the food into supplements. As the thought moves, the huge whirlpool mouth in front of him released powerful force, and all the food was converted into colorful gas and entered Yuan's body. But the food packaging has not been converted, because packaging bags are not food. All fell to the ground at this moment. After swallowing the first mouthful of food, Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. How strange. He devoured 300 or 400 kilograms of food in one breath, but he didn't feel full at all because all the food was converted into energy. Yuan hurried to another shelf, devouring superpowers to release. The whirlpool mouth appeared again. The goods along with the shells were sucked over and then converted into high-grade supplements to be absorbed by Yuan. Wow, so cool. After sucking 7 shells in a row, a prompt suddenly popped up in front of me. You have devoured 1 ton of food, gaining free attribute +1. This is so meow. It only took 2 or 3 minutes to gain 1 free attribute point. It is much more efficient than digging in the ground to keep fit. Of course, the real value of digging the ground to strengthen the body is digging the ground, and strengthening the body is just an unexpected gain. Yuan quickly added 1 attribute point to his spirit. All of his abilities, to a greater or lesser extent, require mental effort. In the early stage, raise your spirits a little bit, then slowly improve other attributes later. Yuan called out the attribute page and took a look. Yuan. Attributes, Strength 11, Constitution 11, Agility 11, Spirit 13. Ability, 3D Printing, Infinite Replication, Partial Integrated Replication, Lifeform Replication. Excavator Master, Super Excavator, Digging Strength Level 4, 39%. Nutritionist Devouring LV.1. It's much more pleasing to the eye. All 4 attributes are very powerful, and becoming a scion is just around the corner. Keep on swallowing. Yuan kept hesitating, and the 3 women behind him were dumbfounded. It's not that they are lazy. They were just raiding the supermarket when they accidentally saw Yuan transform into a big mouth, gobbling up food nonstop, which frightened the 3 of them. My God, can Brother Yi eat so much? It looks like he didn't eat. Look, the food finally turned into colorful gas and was absorbed by Brother Ye's body. What kind of supernatural power is this? Brother Yi is becoming more and more mysterious. He feels so powerful. Worship, awe. The 3 women's feelings are self-evident. Quietly, Feng Xiaowan's obedience level increased by 5% to 90%. Only 5% left before I can peel her off for the last time. Lu Rian's increase was even greater, directly increasing by 10% to 30%. It will take some time before I can review the entries for the second time. At this moment, Yuan turned around and saw 3 people standing and watching, as if they were watching a show. How could this be possible? Hurry up and get to work. After cleaning out this one, go to the next one. Oh? The taming degree has increased again? Yuan was happy in his heart and didn't think about showing off. He just swallowed the food normally, which could increase their docility. Not bad, not bad. Before long, the candies, drinks, instant noodles, sausages were all devoured by Yuan. Gained 3 more free attributes. Still all added to the spirit. Now Yuan's spiritual attribute has reached an astonishing 16 points, almost twice that of an ordinary person. It's enough for now. When you get more attribute points, you can distribute them evenly. There is also rice, flour, grain, and oil in front. Yuan was as simple and rough as ever. He just went up and swallowed all the food he could see. Of course, samples of each food were kept. Although there are thousands of supermarkets in the city and there will be no shortage of samples in the future, Yuan is used to being cautious and careful in everything, so it is safer to keep the samples first. Just then, the supermarket suddenly became dark. There is a power outage, but everyone had a flashlight. The sky-piercing Canon high-intensity flashlight not only illuminates far, but also covers a large area with its light source. It doesn't affect the view at all. Yuan continued to devour frantically. At the same time, Gu Yiming was sitting on edge in the Luhu Lake Villa. He felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife when he thought of Yuan kidnapping Lu Ruyan. Just then, the housekeeper came running over in a hurry. Mr. Gu, I found my wife. Found it? So fast? Gu Yiming excitedly grabbed the housekeeper's hands. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? This? The housekeeper couldn't guarantee it, but he knew that the matter was of great importance, and he had to report to Gu Yiming. Mr. Gu, I'm not sure either. It was someone from the materials management office who said that. Someone dug a tunnel into your supermarket near Epine Sandalwood, and one of them was Madame Ruyan. I came to inform you as soon as I got the news. So there's no time to confirm. Gu Yiming's eyes suddenly lit up. Lu Ruyan disappeared with Yuan in Yipan Tingxiang. Logically, it was reasonable for her to appear in a nearby supermarket. but they dug a tunnel into it. This doesn't make sense. There are zombies everywhere outside, and the reinforced concrete ground is not easy to dig into. Did the people from the Materials Management Office really say that? Yes, Mr. Gu. Gu Yiming's headquarters is in Luhu, and all the supermarket surveillance can also be seen at the headquarters. After the end of the world, he immediately realized the importance of supplies. So they used their connections to rescue the supermarkets on the outskirts of the city as soon as possible and brought supplies back to Luhu one truck at a time. A materials management office was specially established for this purpose. All supermarket surveillance is also under the jurisdiction of this department. Although digging a tunnel is a bit unreasonable, we have to go to the materials management office anyway. To confirm the exact location of Lu Rian and Yi Yuan. You two dogs. I want you to die miserably. Gu Yiming hurriedly took a car to the materials management office. The person in charge was named Wang. He used to be Gu Yiming's personal bodyguard and was now promoted to manager of the materials management office. Boss, you are here. I heard you saw the lady? Yes, I have personally confirmed it. It is in the supermarket near Yipin Sandalwood. Please follow me. Manager Wang took Gu Yiming to the monitoring room. Switched to Yipin Tangxiang Huanqing Road Supermarket. But when the monitor switched the screen, it was black. Boss, there must be a power outage at Huanqing Road Supermarket. The surveillance footage is not visible. Oh shit. Power outage at a critical moment? Wang Biao, are you kidding me? Gu Yiming stared at Manager Wang. Wang Biao was so frightened that his legs went limp. He was very clear about his boss's methods. Ruthless and cruel and vindictive. Boss, I definitely didn't lie to you. They can all testify that they did see the ladies in Tianyi Supermarket on Huanqing Road. They were frantically buying supplies in the supermarket. Gu Yiming half closed his eyes. He knew very well that Wang Biao would not lie to him, and there was no need to lie about such a thing. Then it is very likely true. Dam Yi Yuan. He kidnapped my wife and took her to raid my supplies. Kill people and destroy their hearts. It's a murder. Chapter 38, Devouring the Limit, Super Warrior. At this moment, Gu Yiming's heart was bleeding. Even though it was very uncomfortable, he still had to pretend to be calm and composed so as not to let the people below see it. A boss must have the aura of a boss. He exhaled lightly to ease the grief and anger in his heart, and then asked, Wang Biao, I heard from Lao Zhang that Madam and the others dug a tunnel to get in? Wang Biao thought about it and answered uncertainly. According to the video, they must have dug a tunnel to get in. What does this mean? Should it be? Boss, this is what happened. When the staff were checking the situation in each supermarket, they happened to see Madam and another woman walking out of the supermarket tunnel. Before this, a man and a woman had already walked out of the tunnel. So, we didn't see clearly how it was dug, but it is certain that the lady entered the supermarket through the tunnel. That's strange. Gu Yiming frowned slightly, with 100,000 questions in his mind. There is no better way to enter the supermarket. Do we have to dig a tunnel? It would be easier to just find a diesel cutting machine and cut open the security door curtain than to dig a tunnel, right? Let's not worry about that for now. Are you sure the woman in the surveillance video is Rian? I am sure. Wang Biao was confident that he would not make a mistake. He was once Gu Yiming's personal bodyguard. Didn't he know what Lu Rian looked like? Okay, I understand. Gu Yiming changed the subject. What is the current situation of rescue of supplies? So far, more than 80 supermarkets and 3 warehouses have shipped important supplies back to Deer Lake. Although there are zombies everywhere. But there are relatively fewer zombies in the suburban development zones, so large trucks can crush them all the way. On the first day of the apocalypse, Gu Yiming organized people to rescue supplies. Now it seems that the harvest is not small. That's great, but we can't let our guard down. These supplies are the foundation of our survival. Yes, boss. Gu Yiming only said half of it. Materials are not only the foundation of his existence, but also the guarantee for him to become a powerful force in the last days. As long as there is food, there is room for recruitment. If you have food, you can exchange it for weapons and ammunition through certain channels. Although gun control was strict before the end of the world has changed and many soldiers have turned into zombies. The security defense of Deer Lake requires cooperation between the military and civilians. This is the opportunity. If you have food, people, and weapons and ammunition, there is no need to worry about not being able to dominate a region. Even if we can't be on equal footing with the military. In front of the civil service group, he can be arrogant. Gu Yiming was fed up with the civil service group. No matter how powerful his means were, he was just a businessman after all. In the eyes of the civil servants, he is still a fat sheep. I was fleeced a lot before the end of the world. As long as I can get weapons and ammunition and recruit private soldiers, I won't have to worry about those parasites anymore. After returning to the lakeside villa, Gu Yiming immediately asked the housekeeper to contact the military and rent a helicopter no matter what the cost. Since Yi Yuan and that bitch Rian are still near the first grade sandalwood. As long as we are fast enough, you will definitely find them. On the other side, Yuan was still eating with relish. The food in Area B had been devoured by him, and his attribute points had increased by 12 points. The current 4 attributes are Strength 13, Agility 13, Constitution 13, and Spirit 18. All in all, he consumed only 12 tons of food in Area B. Now only the aquatic creatures were left to be devoured, because he could not devour living things. The supermarket just had a power outage. Before that, all water-generating oxygen pumps, water circulation were on, and most were still alive. This made Yuan's eyes light up. His 3D printing ability can replicate lower life forms. That is to say, from now on, you can eat fresh seafood without restrictions. So Yuan immediately put these aquatic products into the space warehouse, including abalone, lobster, shrimp, clams, and various freshwater fish. After a busy work, Area B was cleared out. Of course, supermarkets have more than just this kind of food. Only a few are on the shelves, and more food is in warehouses. Rian, do you know where the warehouse of this supermarket is? Rian was once Gu Yiming's wife. He often stays at Yipan Tangxiang for a short time, so it is possible that he knows the exact location of the warehouse. I know. It's on the second floor below ground. I'll show you the way. Yuan couldn't help but sigh. It would be so satisfying to kidnap Gu Yiming's wife. Not only can I get revenge on him, but I can also lead the way when I raid his supermarket. Due to power outage in the supermarket, you can only walk to the second floor below ground. Yuan was not worried about the safety of Xiaofan and Xiaowan. The supermarket door was locked, and people outside could not get in without special tools. At this time, few people dare to go out. It's also thanks to the timing of the end of the world. It started to rain blood around 8 a.m. At this time, supermarkets are basically closed, resulting in all supermarkets being closed. This is inconvenient for myself. Next, we will conduct a citywide sweep, and all supermarkets will be safe, which can save us a lot of trouble. Most importantly, those who killed my parents were powerful people. I won't get up that early at all. As a result, these people successfully escaped the disaster and lived well in Lu Lake, waiting for himself to return for revenge. Before they knew it, Yuan and Lu Rian arrived at the basement level. With a strong flashlight, the vision is very clear. The two arrived at the warehouse smoothly. The door was locked, but it was not a problem for Yuan. He picked up the shotgun and broke it open violently. A strong flashlight, set to diffuse light mode. The area within a diameter of 30 meters was brightly lit, and all that could be seen were neatly stacked goods. Will you wait for me here, or go upstairs and look for Xiaofan and the others by yourself? I'll wait for you. I'm afraid to go up to them alone. Lu Rian feels helpless now. I only feel safe when I am with Yuan. Quietly, her docility increased by another 3%. Although it was not much, Yuan did nothing, and it was all in vain. Okay, find a place to sit down. After saying this, Yuan went about his own business. The devouring power was released, and the huge whirlpool was like a huge mouth of the abyss, sucking in all the supplies on the shelves. Food is directly converted into energy and absorbed by the body. All other daily necessities were transferred to the space warehouse. Not long after, Yuan devoured 8 tons of food and gained 8 free attributes. After all the distribution, Yuan's attributes became Strength 15, Constitution 16, Agility 16, and Spirit 18, equivalent to twice the comprehensive attributes of ordinary people. It is no exaggeration to say that Yuan can barely be considered a super soldier. At this time, a prompt popped up in front of Yuan. You have reached the limit of food you have devoured. You can continue to devour by upgrading your abilities. The limit. It can only absorb a maximum of 20 tons, which means 20 points of free attributes. But how do you upgrade your abilities? As soon as Yuan thought of this, the voice in his head replied, by repeatedly searching for a certain entry, you may gain new abilities, or you may upgrade your existing abilities. It depends on the characteristics of the abilities. I see. For example, the 3D print taken from Xiaofan. Each time you steal, the weight of the item that can be copied increases. But this is just incidental. The upgrade effect is not obvious, or it can be said that there is no upgrade at all. But every time you dig up Xiaofan's entry, you can gain new abilities. The first time is infinite replication, the second time is partial replication, and the third time is life form replication. Obviously, the entries copied from Lu Rian are different. The devouring ability needs to be constantly upgraded to increase the devouring upper limit. Only by increasing the upper limit can you continue to gain free attributes. Understood. It seems that if I want to continue to become stronger, I have to conquer Lu Rian as soon as possible. Chapter 39: The Joy of Buying for Free. I only wear it for Brother Yi to see. Yuan looked back at Lu Rian and found that she was looking at him secretly. The moment their eyes met, he quickly looked away. There was even a slight blush on her face. There's a kind of shyness after a little secret is discovered. She's interested in me? It's impossible to fall in love over time. We've only been in contact for a short time. Although we knew each other before, it was only a few times at dinner parties. So, there is only one answer. The strong have an aura of charm, especially the end of the world. In this case, it is not difficult to tame Lu Ruyan, but there is no time at the moment, so we have to move out the supplies quickly. Although I can no longer devour food, but it can be used to raid supplies. The abyss opened its huge mouth, and all the supplies were sucked in and transferred to the space warehouse. No need to convert food into energy. It was just collecting supplies, and the efficiency was very high. In less than 10 minutes, a warehouse was emptied of supplies, including fruits and vegetables in the freezer, chicken, duck, fish, pork, beef, and mutton. However, using the devouring ability all the time has caused serious mental exhaustion. Take a break later. Come on, let's go up. Yuan came to Lu Ruyan, took her hand, and walked out of the warehouse regardless of whether she agreed or not. The two of them soon arrived at the underground first floor. Only then did Yuan notice that Lu Ruyan's obedience had increased by another 10%. The blush on her face was even more intense than before. What's going on? Just pull your hand, and the price goes up by 10%. This moment made Yuan deeply realize that it was too easy for a strong man to capture a woman's heart. Of course, this kind of capture certainly has limitations. It may not be purely from the heart. After all, it is the end of the world now, and Yuan's strength can give Lu Ruyan a sense of security. Essentially, this is a relationship of interest. But it doesn't matter. All Yuan wanted was docility. Whether it is Lu Ruyan, Feng Xiaoan, or the former Zhang Xiaofan, it doesn't matter whether their emotions are pure or not. Yuan, I didn't bring any clothes when I went out. The third floor is all about clothing. I want to go up and pick out some clothes to change into. When Lu Ruyan said this, Yuan noticed that Xiaofan and Xiaowan also looked expectant. Shopping is a woman's nature. Especially now, buying for 0 yuan is even more exciting. It just so happened that Yuan also needed to rest and recover his energy. So he said, "Go ahead, I'll give you an hour." Yeah. The three women cheered immediately. He turned around and rushed to the second floor. Yuan had no interest in joining in the fun. Shopping was the most troublesome thing for women. So he found a seat at the cashier counter and sat down to rest. The underground floor is very safe. There are no glass windows, so zombies can't see me and I can smoke quietly. At the same time, a Lucky Bird helicopter took off from Luhu Lake and flew towards the main urban area. Except for the pilot, everyone in the helicopter was Gu Yiming's men. There are 10 in total. All of them were armed with assault rifles. The firepower configuration is much weaker than last time, but Gu Yiming has tried his best. Last time, he only used 50 tons of supplies and rented a helicopter. There are also 2 machine guns and a rocket launcher. But the helicopter crashed. Weapons lost. No matter how wide his network of contacts is, in this special period, if his helicopter is lost, the people above will be angry. It's a great honor for us to be able to rent another one this time. The 10-man team in the helicopter was led by Ma Ge, who used to be Gu Yiming's bodyguard. It is said that he graduated from a training camp in Siberia. The military quality is very good. Ma patted the driver and said, "Brother, when we get to our destination, we'll rappel directly to the rooftop of the supermarket. Please wait for us. This is no joke. After all, the pilot is not one of us. And what if he breaks his promise and flies away? Even if you complete the task yourself, I'm afraid I'll be trapped and die in the city. Brothers, don't be careless. Yuan has a gun. After we enter the supermarket, we will quickly rush to the basement floor. Remember, it's best to capture Yuan alive. If that doesn't work, killing him is also fine. The boss has said that the reward for capturing Yuan alive will be doubled. But Madam must return to Deer Lake alive." After explaining the important matters, Ma Ge was still a little worried, so he reminded again. Although Yuan and his wife were on the underground first floor, they couldn't hear the sound of the helicopter. But we cannot rule out the possibility that someone leaked the information. There are 4 of them, after all. So, I emphasize again, once you complete the rappel, you must rush to the basement floor as quickly as possible. Brother Ma believed that Yuan and 3 women appeared on the underground floor of the supermarket for food. There was no way they could go to other floors. After all, it is so dangerous now. The only purpose of entering the supermarket is food. There is no need to take the risk of buying daily necessities. At least we have to empty the food first. How fast can it get if 4 people carry it by hand? It has been less than an hour since Yuan was discovered. So they must still be on the underground floor. As long as he was fast enough, he could reach the underground first floor quickly before Yuan noticed and complete the mission. The other side. The three women in the supermarket were completely unaware of the impending danger and were frantically shopping for free. Yuan, is this suspender skirt sexy? Very sexy. You will surely charm all men in this outfit. I don't want that. I just want to be obsessed with Big Brother Yi. Wow, you didn't have this attitude towards men before. That's because Brother Yi didn't show up. At this moment, Xiaofan and Yuan suddenly saw Lu Ruyan quietly stuffing some exquisite small items into the space warehouse. Wow, Sister Ruyan has a sharp eye. We can't fall behind. Let's go, pick out some eye-catching things. The clothing store on the third floor was swept away by them. Except clothes, pants, and shoes. There are also perfumes and cosmetics, all stuffed into the space warehouse. It's so fun to buy for free. At this moment, Lu Ruyan suddenly frowned and pricked up her ears to listen carefully. Yuan, please be quiet for a moment. Wait until everyone quiets down. Lu Ruyan's expression suddenly changed. Come on, let's go downstairs quickly, and don't be too greedy. Xiaofan and Yuan were a little confused. Brother Yi said he would give everyone an hour, but it's not even 40 minutes yet. Sister Ruyan, what's wrong? Lu Ruyan pulled the two of them and trotted downstairs, saying, Did you hear the helicopter outside? I always feel uneasy. Let's go and meet up with Yuan. Lu Ruyan knew Gu Yiming very well and knew all sorts of tricks. She could almost conclude that Gu Yiming saw her and Yuan leaving Villa Number 9. Given his vengeful character, he will definitely not give up. The helicopter outside made her suspect that something was wrong. Lu Ruyan is definitely not stupid. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to act around Gu Yiming for so long without being discovered. Xiaofan also came to his senses immediately. Sister Ruyan is right. Gu Yiming also sent a helicopter a few days ago. He originally planned to kill me and Brother Yi, and then come to pick you up. But it was shot down by Brother Yi. He will definitely not give up. Regardless of whether the helicopter outside was sent by Gu Yiming or not, we must be careful. It's safer to join up with Brother Yi. Huh? Lu Ruyan finally found out that the plane sent by Gu Yiming to pick her up was shot down by Yuan. Fortunately, it was shot down. Otherwise, I would have to go back to Deer Lake and be controlled by him again. Soon, the three of them returned to the underground first floor and told Yuan about the situation. A helicopter? Yuan frowned and thought for a moment. Then a cold smile gradually appeared on his face. Chapter 40. Catching a turtle in a jar. Coming in is like committing suicide. There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. There is no door to hell, but you have to break in. Since Gu Yiming wants to send soldiers over for me to kill, I will not be polite. Hide in the tunnel immediately. Hurry up. After entering the tunnel for 100 meters, Xiaofan immediately dug a corner next to it, and everyone hid in the corner. Hurry up and act. The three women immediately walked into the tunnel. Yuan took out a bag of rice, cut a slit in it, and scattered the rice on the ground as he walked towards the tunnel. Create the illusion that the items were scattered all over the ground during transportation. This is also to guide Gu Yiming's men. Although it is not certain whether they are Gu Yiming's men, it is almost certain. Even if they are not, as long as these people dare to enter the tunnel, Yuan will not let them live. Human nature is greedy. All the food in the living area of the supermarket was emptied by himself. Even if they were not Gu Yiming's men, as long as they followed the scattered rice into the tunnel, they would probably not have good intentions. Maybe I'll turn around. Someone will use a knife later. Having seen too much in his previous life, Yuan once believed in the goodness of human nature, but that was before the end of the world. Not long after, Yuan also entered. At this time, Jiang Xiaofan had dug out a corner, 5 meters long, 2 meters wide, and high each. Is that enough? Almost. Yuan replied. The tunnel is straight. If the people in the helicopter really enter the tunnel, they can see the entire tunnel by just turning on the flashlight. If you want to ambush them, you have to find a corner. Hide well, and don't make any noise. Especially the flashlight, you must never turn it on. Yuan's voice was serious. The three women were also very sensible. They put the flashlights directly into the space warehouse to avoid accidentally pressing the power button. The next step is to wait quietly. If no one comes in half an hour later, we will dig a tunnel from the side and leave. Yuan was very cautious. Just because no one comes in doesn't mean it's absolutely safe. What if there are also a group of old silver coins, hiding at the entrance of the tunnel waiting for me to show up? If you turn the corner, you might get ambushed. Living his life over again, Yuan couldn't possibly be so careless. If no one entered the tunnel, for safety reasons he would have to dig another tunnel to leave. It's just a matter of waving your hands. Not tiring. You can also gain attribute points. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. However, it is not convenient to observe at corners, and if you stick your head out, you will be discovered by the other party. So he dug another observation hole on top. As long as someone enters the tunnel, they will be discovered immediately, and they can also be shot from the observation hole. Even throwing grenades is no problem. After doing all this, I began to wait quietly. On the other side, Ma Gu and others rappelled and landed on the top floor of the supermarket. Hurry, hurry, hurry up! The helicopter made a lot of noise. Ma held the gun in his right hand and waved his left hand constantly, signaling his brothers to act quickly. A 1.9-meter tall, strong man kicked open the iron door on the top floor. The team of 10 also rushed in quickly. Everyone wore radio communication headsets and could be contacted at any time. 5 people in a team. One team will take the emergency exit, and the other team will take the elevator. Although there was a power outage in the supermarket, it didn't matter whether the escalator had power or not. The 2 teams immediately rushed to the first floor. They relied on their numbers and acted recklessly. They didn't care even if Yuan had a gun. They all wore bulletproof vests. I don't believe Yuan is a sharpshooter. It would be strange if a random shot could hit the head. The team led by Ma Gu took the elevator. They moved quickly, and it only took them 2 minutes to get from the 4th floor to the basement floor. When they saw the scene on the underground floor, everyone was dumbfounded. Mad, was this done by a human? In less than an hour, they emptied the underground first floor? Ma Gu immediately became alert. Everyone take cover and keep watch. Being able to empty the basement floor in less than an hour is definitely not something that 3 or 4 people can do. So he was almost certain that after the power outage in the supermarket, when the surveillance cameras could not be viewed, many people entered the supermarket to move supplies. This is the only reasonable explanation. The problem is that we don't know how many guns the other side has. Brother Ma, we're here. Where are you? The team that took the fire escape also came down. Ma Gu quickly instructed. We are in Area B. The situation has changed. The underground first floor has been emptied. There may be more than 4 people on the other side. You should find a place to hide first. The 2 teams hid and observed for 5 minutes. The underground floor is so quiet that you can hear a pin drop. It is not a solution to continue to be in this stalemate. We cannot be perfunctory in completing the tasks assigned by our boss. Even if we don't catch the person, we must at least find his route of movement. Everyone listen up. Check all possible hiding places on the underground first floor. Do not disperse. Report any situation immediately. The 2 teams immediately took action. The underground floor is only that big and empty. Even many shelves are gone, so the view becomes very open. It takes about 10 minutes. The entire underground floor was checked, but no one was seen. But the entrance to the tunnel has been found, and there was a lot of rice scattered along the way. Brother Ma, it seems we are too late. The enemy has robbed the supermarket and escaped through the tunnel. Ma Gu stood at the entrance of the tunnel. I shone a flashlight around it and saw that there was no end in sight. It looked like it was very long. He walked into the tunnel and touched the smooth and flat wall. Damn, what method did these people use to dig the hole in the ground? The cut is so smooth. At this time, a few more people came down. Several flashlights shone into the tunnel together. The narrow tunnel led all the way to the darkness in the distance, but it could be roughly seen that the internal structure was not complicated. That is to say, go all the way to the end. Brother Ma, what should we do? What else can I do? My wife and Yuan escaped from here, and the boss's task is to bring my wife back alive. As for Yuan, if he cannot be captured alive, he must be killed. Once you have accepted the task, you cannot go back on your word. Ma Gu is well aware of his boss's methods, and returning empty-handed will result in a miserable outcome. Let's go into the tunnel too. Everyone be quiet and don't make any noise. Maybe we can catch the other party off guard. In Ma Ji's opinion, Yuan and his wife definitely didn't know that he had tracked them here. So the tunnel is safe. Just follow the tunnel, and you will find where the lady is. Ma Gu waved his hand. The 10-man team walked into the tunnel one by one, and all of them had tactical flashlights installed on their assault rifles. All open at this time. 10 beams of strong light shone into the tunnel, making everything visible clearly. The more people there are, the bolder they are. In addition, Ma Gu graduated from a Siberian training camp, and his military qualities and courage are extraordinary. He walked in front. He half-crouched and took small steps, aiming the muzzle of the gun straight ahead. Anything that came into his sight would be shot and killed immediately. The group was a little nervous at first. After walking for a distance, I gradually relaxed. After all, we have entered the tunnel. There's no use getting nervous. Under this psychological suggestion, even Ma Gu straightened up slightly. It was tiring to squat all the time. Unexpectedly, it happened at this moment. A black object suddenly appeared from somewhere. Fortunately, it rolled to my feet. Ma Ji's response was also very quick. When encountering this situation, the brain's first reaction is grenade. Get down! He immediately turned around and prepared to jump to the ground, but there were people everywhere behind him and he couldn't do it at all. Horse Gobi! Boom! A deafening explosion sounded in the tunnel. Chapter 41: New Superpowers, Killing People Without Being Seen. Anyone who has been blown up by a high explosive grenade knows that the shockwave from that thing can kill people. What's more, it exploded directly under Ma Ge's feet. It was blown into pieces in an instant, including the two people behind Ma Ge. Their limbs were mutilated by the explosion, and the shockwave also killed 2 other people. One grenade killed 5. This is because the tunnel is straight and Ma Ge's men are in a long snake formation. If you were thrown into a crowd, one high explosive grenade is enough to wipe out the entire team. But it's not a big problem. If one isn't enough, try 2. In the long and narrow tunnel, the explosion of high explosive grenades made everyone dizzy and their eardrums buzzing. The remaining 5 people have not yet woken up. Another grenade rolled to their feet. Oh, get down! Alpaca, come back! Boom! There was another violent explosion, and 4 people received their lunchboxes on the spot. The last gunman in the team was not killed in the explosion. This person is more alert, because when the first grenade exploded, he turned around and started to run for his life. So the second grenade didn't hit him. Alpaca, this is too insidious. Put a grenade in the tunnel. Damn it. Luckily, I reacted quickly, otherwise I would have been blown to pieces by now. The last gunman ran and rejoiced. But before he reached the tunnel exit, the roar of a machine gun was heard behind him. Da-da-da-da. The dense rain of bullets formed a metal storm. The gunman fell down in fear, then turned over and prepared to fight back. At times like this, we can only fight back desperately. Otherwise, it's a dead end. Turning over, he finally saw the gunfire. There was actually a very hidden small window at the top of the tunnel. Damn, this is so fucking insidious. Who would have thought that you could have a window above your head? After all, it is 5 or 6 meters underground, and it is all hard rock, so it is not easy to dig a tunnel. Who the hell opens a window above their head when they're full? Miscalculated. The gunman had just thought of this, but before he could fight back, he was torn into pieces by a metal storm. The tunnel suddenly became quiet. Xiaofan, Yuan, and Lu Rian walked out from the corner. This is not the first time Yuan has killed someone. They seem to be used to it and were not panicked. Their eyes were not only fanatical, but also full of admiration. This is Yuan's strength. Easily kill a fully armed team of 10, although it was used cleverly. But we have to admit that whether it is the tunnel or the grenades and machine guns, they are all part of Yuan's strength. Unlimited copying allows him to use weapons and ammunition without restraint. A super excavator who can quickly dig out a maze of tunnels. Anyone who dares to come in will be caught in a jar and will surely die. Following Yuan, I feel very safe. Quietly, Xiaowan's obedience level increased by another 5%, reaching 95%. Meet the conditions for the last entry. That's not all. Lu Rian's taming degree also increased by 10%, and she only needs 7% to dig up her entry for the second time. Yuan was filled with joy. Unexpectedly, after defeating the soldiers sent by Gu Yiming, he acted very cool and directly raised Xiaowan's taming level to the maximum. Gu Yiming, thank you. I'll kidnap your wife, raid your supermarket, and help me raise Xiaowan's obedience level to the maximum. You are such a nice person. Yuan jumped down from the top of the tunnel and clapped his hands. Brother Yi, you are so awesome. There were 10 of them, and you wiped them out so quickly. Sister Rian's intuition is also very accurate. She guessed immediately that it was the helicopter sent by Gu Yiming. Brother Yi, what should we do now? Yuan thought about it. We have to find a new place to stay. We can't live in Yipin Tangxiang anymore. Lu Rian also nodded and said, yes, Gu Yiming must have guessed that we are near the first grade sandalwood. I'm afraid he will continue to pester us. And this incident also reminded us. Gu Yiming knew we were in the supermarket so quickly. Most likely, he found out through surveillance. Next time you raid a supermarket, it's best to destroy the circuit facilities first. Yuan deeply agreed with this and couldn't help but look at Lu Rian again. She is indeed very meticulous. Yuan also thought of this. Gu Yiming must have seen him through the supermarket surveillance to be able to discover him so quickly. I didn't expect that this old fox could actually check supermarket surveillance remotely. If you think about it carefully, it's not surprising. He has a surveillance fetish. The fact that Lu Rian was monitored wherever she went proved this point. Yuan, do you think Gu Yiming saw you digging a tunnel into the supermarket? Yuan thought about it and shook his head. Probably not. The power went out shortly after we entered the supermarket, so he couldn't see what was happening afterwards. Theoretically, Gu Yiming might have seen the scene of digging a tunnel to enter the supermarket. But if he really found out that I have supernatural powers, he wouldn't have rashly sent such a small number of people to walk into the tunnel and die. So I guess that when Gu Yiming found out, we were already in the supermarket. And he didn't see me devouring the food. If I really get discovered, I'll be scared to death. He swallowed hundreds or even thousands of kilograms of food in one mouthful, like a monster. Unless the military personally took action, Gu Yiming would not send anyone to die in vain. Okay, go clean up the battlefield. Look at their equipment and see if there's any intact one. Collect it and I'll make a copy. While the three of them were cleaning up the spoils, Yuan quickly got down to business. Xiaowan's taming level has been maxed out. If you tame her once more, she will become your servant. Yuan used his mind to lock onto Master Digger. I pick it. The next moment, a mysterious force surged into Yuan's body. I don't know whether it is an upgrade of superpowers or a new ability. Yuan immediately called out the properties page to check. No upgrade, but a new power was gained. Dig and throw. Consume a certain amount of energy to throw the excavated soil and rocks to any place within a 1 kilometer diameter. Although the literal meaning is a bit vague. However, when Yuan finished reading it, his brain instantly understood how to use the supernatural power. Just as the name suggests, the excavated soil and rocks can be shoveled to a specified coordinate, as long as the diameter is within 1 kilometer. Yuan immediately became eager to try. He swung the shovel at the stone wall, and a large pit with a length, width, and height of 1 meter was dug out in the flat wall in an instant. However, the excavated soil and rocks were not stored in the space warehouse, nor was it randomly dropped nearby. At this moment, a translucent 3D modeling image with a diameter of 1 kilometer appeared in Yuan's mind. This 1 kilometer is not just forward, backward, left, and right. Also includes up and down. It is equivalent to a 3D radar image, which clearly presents the spatial structure. Even the zombies moving on the street outside the tunnel could be seen clearly. In this 3D picture, there are an infinite number of coordinates. The piece of earth and rocks just shoveled away can be thrown to any coordinate. This is so fucking awesome. Very interesting. Yuan locked the coordinates above a zombie, as if he had discovered a new continent. About 20 meters high. In his mind, he threw the shovel lightly. The piece of earth and rock that was just dug out was thrown directly to the designated coordinates. Then a huge stone pillar suddenly fell from a height of 20 meters. With a clang, an innocent zombie was smashed into a pulp. The whole process seems complicated. In fact, it is just a matter of a thought, especially when looking from the outside, a square boulder appears out of thin air above the zombie's head. Then it fell and crushed it to death. Damn it! Yuan looked fanatical. Digging and throwing shovel, killing people without being seen. As long as you are within 1 kilometer, I can kill you with just one shovel of dirt, and you won't even know who killed you. I just want to ask you if you are afraid. However, digging and shoveling require a lot of mental effort. You can't expect to use it to kill the zombies. Guns and grenades are more suitable for this job, but it can be used to correct course. When digging a tunnel, since there is no network signal, you have to open a hole every once in a while to receive the signal and check whether the route has deviated. It's very troublesome. It's okay now. With one shovelful of digging, the 3D picture in your mind will automatically appear, and you can modify the route at any time. At this time, Xiaofan and the others had finished cleaning up the battlefield. He came back with a lot of spoils in his hands. Brother Yi, they're good things. Chapter 42. Confiscated bulletproof vests. Huge rocks smashed into the plane. Yi Yuanqing counted the gains from this battle. There were 4 intact assault rifles, 5 pistols, and some bullets. There were also 6 bulletproof vests, 7 tactical daggers, a tactical flashlight, 3 sets of radio communications headsets. The harvest was indeed good. The bulletproof vest, tactical dagger, and radio communication headset. These 3 items enriched Yi Yuan's sample library. Especially radio communication headsets. Just copy a batch of them, and everyone will have one set so they can talk at any time within a short distance, which is very convenient. At this time, someone seemed to be talking in one of the headphones. The sound is very soft. If you don't hold it close, you won't be able to notice it at all. So Yi Yuan put on his headphones and heard clearly what was being said. Hey Talk, why don't you answer me? I have a new mission and must return to Deer Lake immediately. You guys hurry up and get upstairs or I'll fly away. Please answer if you hear me. Please answer. Yi Yuan raised his eyebrows. He already knew who was speaking in the headset. Helicopter pilot. Because of a temporary mission, we had to go back to Luhu immediately, so we notified this group of people to go upstairs quickly. Now that you are here, don't leave. With Yi Yuan's personality, how could he let the helicopter leave? No need to call. Gu Yiming's men are dead. You can't leave alive. Yi Yuan's voice was cold and murderous. The other party was obviously stunned for 2 seconds before answering. Are you Yi Yuan? Did you kill them all? I have to admit that Gu Yiming is very capable. Even the communication equipment is military. I can communicate with the helicopter pilot normally even 5 or 6 meters underground. The quality is really excellent. Yi Yuan did not answer the driver's question. He had already swung the shovel and dug at the wall. At this moment, a clear 3D picture immediately appeared in his mind. A helicopter hovering above the supermarket is clearly visible. Moreover, it has turned around and seems to be ready to fly away immediately. Too late! Yi Yuan's mind moved. The next moment, a huge square rock suddenly appeared above the helicopter. It fell without any warning. With a bang, it hit the propeller of the helicopter directly, and even the fuselage was flattened. The helicopter lost balance. Like a kite with a broken string, it fell down headfirst and exploded with a loud bang. Duh! Yi Yuan smiled with satisfaction. The digging shovel is so useful. Not only can it kill people without them being seen, but it also never fails to hit the target. As long as it is within 1 kilometer in diameter. No matter where you hide, you can be seen clearly. Then a huge rock smashed him to death. It's simply the perfect skill of old silver coin. After calming down his excitement, Yi Yuan copied several tactical flashlights and installed flashlights on everyone's weapons. This is much more convenient. The high-intensity flashlight I bought from the harbor supermarket cannot be installed on the weapon, which is very inconvenient. Especially in the dark. There must be special people to hold flashlights for lighting, which will seriously affect combat effectiveness at critical moments. Then Yi Yuan gave everyone a bulletproof vest. Although the effect may not be significant. After all, the biggest threat right now is zombies. If you walk through tunnels, you won't have much contact with zombies. But there's nothing wrong with having a little more safety protection. Let's call it a day today. Yi Yuan plans to come out and raid again tomorrow. If my memory serves me correctly, there will be a power outage and water shortage in the main urban area tomorrow. When we go out to raid the place again, we won't have to worry about being seen by surveillance cameras. Now a new place to stay must be chosen immediately. Yi Yuan looked at the map on his phone for a while and finally decided to stay at Nanhu International Mansion. In the main urban area, this is considered a relatively new community, and there are many villas. When the time comes, just choose an empty villa and move in. This is the good thing about the end times. As long as you have the ability, you can take whatever you like. The only thing to worry about is that the tunnel cannot be dug directly into the lake. Fortunately, there is a 3D stereoscopic map for reference every time the tunnel is dug. No more having to dig in vain like before. The rough work of digging tunnels should have been done by servants. After all, digging underground to strengthen your body can earn you attribute points. Yi Yuan is in good mental state at the moment, so he digs in the front himself and lets Xiaofan take over when he gets tired. It's quite far from here to Nanhu International Mansion. This was also done intentionally by Yi Yuan. On the one hand, you can gain attribute points. On the other hand, there are many large supermarkets and shopping malls near this route. Dig the main tunnel first. In the future, we can expand branch roads from the main road to the surrounding areas, which will make it much more convenient to sweep the entire city. So the tunnel dug this time is 3 meters wide. You can just ride a bicycle or an electric car, which is much more convenient to go back and forth. It took more than 20 minutes to dig. Yi Yuan gained another 3 free attribute points. At present, it is relatively easy to gain attribute points, but more experience will be required as time goes by. However, continuous digging is quite mentally exhausting. So Xiaofan was asked to take over. Xiaowan was holding a flashlight behind him, with an envious look on her face. After she had checked her entry for the last time, Xiaowan had automatically become Yi Yuan's servant. We are truly one of our own. Yi Yuan took out 3 weapons. Shotguns, automatic rifles, pistols. Leave all to Xiaowan. Now these weapons are yours. Thank you, Brother Yi. Fang Xiaowan understood that this meant Yi Yuan truly accepted her. The weapon I had been longing for was finally obtained. Truly your own. So happy. Next, Yi Yuan began to pretend to be a charlatan again, and he put one hand on Xiaowan's forehead. Don't move. I'm going to give you supernatural powers. What? Give me supernatural powers? Like Xiaofan's ability to dig a sack at a time? No, a pit at a time? She would never have thought of this even if you killed her. Yi Yuan actually gave her this kind of supernatural power. In Xiaowan's opinion, the reason why Xiaofan got this supernatural power is because she is Yi Yuan's first woman. And I have nothing to do with Yi Yuan. Will it really be given to me? Is this true? At this moment, a mysterious force surged from Yi Yuan's body into Fang Xiaowan's body. This process is a bit dirty, but in an instant, Fang Xiaowan mastered the magical ability to dig into the ground to strengthen her body, which made her ecstatic. Xiaowan happily ran to dig a tunnel with Xiaofan. Lu Rian looked at the bustling tunnel. I feel very uncomfortable. She was very observant and could naturally notice that she seemed to be an outsider among the 4 people. In addition to the space warehouse given by Yi Yuan, whatever you want you don't have it, especially the supernatural power. Seeing Xiaowan digging a big hole with one shovel, she was so envious that she almost drooled. although I have heard before that Yuan can grant supernatural powers to others. But seeing it with my own eyes, the shock is beyond words. Because the process is so easy. Just by touching Xiaowan's forehead, she gained the ability to dig into the ground to strengthen her body. Lu Ruyan felt like she was being scratched by a cat. But she knew very well that there must be a reason why Yuan didn't give it to her. Asking for it proactively may backfire. Lu Ruyan decided to find another way. While Xiaowan and Xiaofan were digging the tunnel, she leaned close to Yuan's ear and whispered, Yuan, I just picked out some clothes in the supermarket. When you are free, I will wear it and you can help me see which one looks good. After saying this, she couldn't help but blush. But she was an adult woman after all, not as shy as the little girl, and she quickly calmed down. Yuan is so handsome. I don't suffer any loss either. With this thought, Lu Ruyan's taming degree immediately increased by 10%, soaring directly to 63%, and it was time to dig out the entries for the second time. Yuan already has experience. Isn't this the same as Xiaowan? Self-taming? But then again, I also want to help you see which clothes look good. Chapter 43. The stronger you are, the more you have to show off. Yuan suddenly realized that the stronger he was and the more high-profile he acted, the easier it would be for a woman to tame him. The reason is simple. Women all admire strong men. The stronger a man is, the more women will admire and worship him, and these two mentalities can be converted into degrees of domestication. This also allowed Yuan to discover a new world. As I become stronger, next time I meet beautiful women, I will be able to tame them more easily and quickly. It's not just hush-hush when I think about it. It took a lot of effort to tame Jiang Xiaofan. No way. At that time, apart from being handsome, I didn't have any other ways to show off. Being handsome can't make a living in the last days. Fortunately, I changed the map later and moved into Jiang Xiaofan's house. Otherwise, I don't know how much effort it would take to tame her. But that was all in the past. Things will get smoother in the future. Yuan was in a very good mood, and in a flash, he completed his second look at Lu Ruyan. This time, I checked her entry and found no new abilities. Instead, upgrade the devouring ability to level 2. Devouring LV.2. Every 2 tons of food devoured can be converted into 1 free attribute point, and a maximum of 20 free attribute points can be obtained. Not bad, not bad. Give me a pillow when you feel sleepy. Then you can continue to devour food and become stronger. However, after the upgrade, the amount of food consumed increased from 1 ton to 2 tons. It doesn't matter. The whole city is full of ownerless supermarkets, with food everywhere. Anyone with the ability can take it. For Yuan, the thing he has the most is food. I dug for another 10 minutes. Xiaofan and Xiaowan were both a little tired. Their mental strength was not as good as Yuan's, so naturally, they could not last as long as Yuan. They had to be replaced after more than 10 minutes. I gained a lot in these 10 minutes. Xiaofan gained 2 free attributes, 1 for physique and 1 for spirit. Now her 4 dimensions are Strength 10, Constitution 9, Agility 9, and Spirit 10. Definitely not as good as Yuan. However, this 4-dimensional attribute is much stronger than that of an ordinary adult man. Xiaowan also gained 3 free attributes. Although they were very tired, they were both in a good mood when they thought about becoming more and more powerful. They talked and laughed, which made Lu Ruyan envious. What does it take for Yuan to accept me? Could it be that Xiaofan and Xiaowan are already his, so he takes such good care of them? What if I become Yuan's person too? Lu Ruyan had her own plan in mind. Thinking of how Yuan once called her Aunt Lu, she felt inexplicably excited. How so? Am I a pervert? It's all Gu Yiming's fault. He's the pervert. I've lived with him for a long time, so he has influenced me. Yes, it's Gu Yiming's fault. Snort. Gu Yiming. I sit at home, and the pot falls from the sky. 3 people took turns digging the tunnel. The recovery of mental strength gradually cannot keep up with the consumption. When I am too tired, I can only sit down and rest. There's plenty of time anyway. During the chat, Lu Ruyan also asked about the death of Yuan's parents, although she had no direct evidence. But this woman was very smart and had guessed that it might be related to Gu Yiming. Yuan did not deny it, nor did he admit it. There is no point in telling her this now. In Yuan's eyes, Lu Ruyan is still just his quasi-servant. Even if I become a servant. In terms of status, Yuan is the master, so there is no need for him to tell too many of his secrets to his servants. A servant's duty is to obey his orders. By the way, repair the tunnel boring machine that often malfunctions. Of course, if Yuan feels lonely, he can also talk about it. A little after 4 in the afternoon. After unremitting efforts, the tunnel was finally dug into Nanhu International Mansion. This neighborhood is relatively large. It is also a high-end residential area, inhabited by either the rich or the noble, and the occupancy rate was very high before the end of the world. So it's a bit troublesome to find a villa that is uninhabited. Although Yuan is cold and ruthless, he is not a bloodthirsty thug. He rushed into the villa and killed the original owner. He disdained to do such a thing as occupying someone else's home, although it is a bit difficult to find a truly ownerless villa. However, with a 3D radar in the brain, the search will be much simpler. At present, Yuan is still in the tunnel. He aimed a shovel at the wall and dug out a huge rock. He didn't throw it out first, and the 3D map in his mind would continue to appear. Take advantage of this time to observe carefully. 3D stereograms not only present space, but also show all living things. Clear at a glance. Yes, there is no one in Villa number 28 by the lake. Yuan started digging immediately. In less than 3 minutes, they dug directly into the villa. After walking out of the tunnel, several people breathed a sigh of relief. After staying underground in such a gloomy environment for a long time, they were obviously feeling a little uncomfortable. It's still more comfortable to live on the surface. Yuan asked Xiaofan to pour out some of the huge rocks from the warehouse and other spaces to block the entrance to the tunnel of the villa. I will never feel at ease until the entrance of the cave is blocked. In fact, the tunnel leading to Tianyi supermarket has been completely blocked by Yuan. In this way, even if Gu Yiming sent more people to the supermarket to investigate, it would be impossible to find his current whereabouts through the tunnel. But there is no oxygen in the tunnel. Dig a ventilation hole at regular intervals. The vents aren't big though. It would be troublesome if someone dug open the vent and found me through the tunnel. It doesn't matter during the day. Someone sneaked in when I was sleeping at night and died without knowing how. Therefore, the tunnel must be blocked before we can sleep peacefully. After finishing all this, Yuan took a comfortable hot bath while the water and electricity were still on. Then he took another bucket of hot water and put it into the space warehouse. 100,000 barrels were directly copied. That's enough hot water for a lifetime. It can be copied infinitely. It's so capricious. There were still more than 2 hours before dark, so Yuan found the master bedroom and took a nap. When I woke up, the smell of food wafted from the kitchen. It's been a tiring day. I didn't eat well at noon. My stomach has been growling for a long time. Brother Yi, please wait a moment. We can eat in 10 minutes at most. Xiaowan said sweetly at the kitchen door. Xiaofan and Ruyan were also helping. It's good to have a woman. No wonder the older generation likes to say that a wife, children, and a warm bed are a good thing. Yuan sat on the soft leather sofa. I feel a little empty inside. Got to find something to do. By the way, sent a video to Gu Yiming. This guy sent helicopters to kill me twice, but he didn't say anything. He thought I was afraid of him. Yuan has Gu Yiming as a WeChat friend. Just send a video call request, and the other party will answer it almost immediately. Hello, Uncle Gu. Yuan's smile was bright and gentle, even with a hint of respect, just like a younger generation greeting an elder. His appearance confused Gu Yiming. I don't know how to answer. Doesn't Yuan know that I sent a helicopter to kill him? He doesn't even know that I was the mastermind behind the murder of his parents? Doesn't that mean Ruyan is now safe and sound? Oh, Nephew Yi, it's great that you're still alive. Where are you? Do you need your uncle to find a way to pick you up? This confused Yuan. What's the meaning? I was acting with you, but you took it seriously. In that case, then I have to have some fun with you and let you know what unexpected surprises and excitement are. Chapter 45 Yuan. Uncle Gu, do you think I acted well? In fact, Yuan didn't know whether Gu Yiming had guessed that he already knew that he was involved in the murder of his parents. But it doesn't matter. So what if you pretend with me? I abducted your wife. I raid your supermarket every day, and you can't do anything to me. The advantage is mine. It doesn't hurt to act with you. The end of the world is boring anyway. So Yuan laughed and said, don't bother Uncle He. If you send someone to pick me up, you might get into trouble. What if you get angry? Gu Yiming frowned. Nephew Yi, what do you mean? Yuan deliberately hesitated, like a junior who had done something wrong, and spoke reluctantly. Uncle Gu may not know yet. I've been investigating for more than half a year, and finally got a clue that my parents' death may be related to He Xiumin. Yuan used the word, may be related, meaning he wasn't quite sure either, to lay the groundwork for paralyzing Gu Yiming next. Nephew Yi, are you serious? Gu Yiming pretended to be surprised. Yuan frowned. I'm not sure either, but the clues are related to him. Before I could confirm it, the end of the world came. It just so happens that He Su's girlfriend lives across the street from me. You know, I'm young and energetic. Plus, I suspected Uncle He had murdered my parents, so I slept with He Su's girlfriend. She's my woman now. After He Su found out, he started a life and death hunt for me. Yuan suddenly held up 2 fingers and said in disbelief. Twice, he sent a helicopter to kill me twice. It's just a woman, what's the big deal? Fortunately, I am blessed with a long life. Otherwise the body would have rotted by now. After saying this, Yi Yuan felt that his acting was flawless. There is absolutely no trace of performance. Gu Yiming was even more confused now. From Yi Yuan's tone, he had no idea that he was the mastermind. What they didn't know was that he was the one who planned both helicopter chases. Instead, it was the He family father and son who took the blame for him. This is good. Since they haven't fallen out yet, Rian is safe. At least she hasn't been touched by Yi Yuan. But I can't ask. Otherwise, Yi Yuan would start to doubt how he knew where Rian was, and he wouldn't be able to explain it then. The most urgent task is to find out where he is staying. Gu Yiming sorted out his words and said, I didn't expect the He family father and son to be so cruel. From now on, I will cut off all ties with the He family. Nephew Yi, tell me where you are. Uncle will try his best to borrow a helicopter from the military to pick you up. Yi Yuan sneered in his heart. Old thing, you still have evil intentions. Do you really think I'm an idiot? I'll tell you where to stay. Are you waiting for you to come and kill me again? Yi Yuan suddenly had an idea and decided to take advantage of the situation and walk Gu Yiming around like a dog. Then I'll trouble you, Uncle Gu. I currently live in Sunshine Community, Building 1, 3 to 6. By the way, Aunt Lu lives with me. Sunshine Community is very close to Yipan-Tangxiang. It also makes sense logically. After all, he had just left Yipan-Tangxiang in the morning, and the whole city was full of zombies, so it was impossible for him to walk too far. Report a community that is closer. It is easier for Gu Yiming to believe it. At this time, Lu Rian came out from the kitchen with a plate of food. Yi Yuan, who are you video chatting with? Let's eat soon. You came just in time. Yi Yuan pulled Lu Rian over, and the two of them appeared in the video together. And Yi Yuan deliberately got very close. The weather was a bit hot, so they all wore short sleeves, with their arms touching, deliberately letting Gu Yiming see. Uncle Gu, look, I didn't lie. Aunt Lu is with me. When Lu Rian saw Gu Yiming, she was immediately shocked. She had finally escaped from the clutches of the devil. So why did Yi Yuan take the initiative to video chat with him? Wrong. Yi Yuan obviously hated Gu Yiming. Now he took the initiative to video chat with her and told her that he was here too. There must be something fishy here. At this time, Yi Yuan gently pinched Lu Rian. She understood immediately. She leaned a little closer to Yi Yuan and said in a surprised tone, Yiming, I'm so happy to see you. I left my phone at home and couldn't contact you. Gu Yiming was filled with anger. Bitch, why are you holding Yi Yuan so close? You are my collection and cannot be touched by other men. Even though he was already furious. But Gu Yiming still held back and could not explode for the time being. He had to bring Lu Rian back as soon as possible. The beast Yi Yuan. He slept with Isu's girlfriend, which shows that this guy has Chao Zhe disease. Rian felt uneasy if she stayed with him for one more minute. This bitch is not a good person either. Gu Yiming saw it clearly in the surveillance video that she deliberately did not take the mobile phone from the bedside, clearly wanting to get rid of me. Fortunately, that idiot Yi Yuan contacted me on his own initiative. Humph! This time I'm going to kill you completely, and then bring that bitch Rian back and lock her up in a dog cage for life. Gu Yiming said with a fake smile. Rian, nephew Yi, don't worry. I will send a plane to pick you up tomorrow. You must hide well. Hold on until I come. After chatting for a while, Yi Yuan hung up the video. Dinner was still a few minutes away. So Yi Yuan decided to reinforce the villa. The huge rocks piled up in the space warehouse are the materials, all of which are 1m times 1m times 1m stone blocks. Each piece weighs 2 or 3 tons. A circle of fortifications was built around the villa, so even rockets couldn't penetrate it, let alone resisting zombies. Yi Yuan went out and killed a dozen zombies nearby first, then let Lu Rian stand guard. He took the space warehouse and poured out the huge rocks around the villa. The whole process was a joke. Taking a palm-sized wine jug and pouring it on the ground, a huge stone was neatly placed. It feels a bit like dispensing glue. Click wherever you need it. In just a few minutes, the entire villa was surrounded by a 2-meter-high wall built with huge stone piers. The height is not enough. The thickness is not enough. Yi Yuan continued to reinforce the wall. It took another 20 minutes to raise the villa's wall to 5 meters, with 3 layers of thickness staggered across each other. Even without concrete bonding, it is still as strong as a city wall. And the wall has no entry or exit gates. Anyway, Yi Yuan took the tunnel, so there is no need for a main gate for better defense. You can sleep peacefully at night. When repairing a shield machine, there is no need to worry about it being suddenly startled and causing permanent failure of the machine. Yi Yuan returned to the villa. The food had been on the table for more than 10 minutes, and everyone was waiting for Yi Yuan to finish. Tonight is more sumptuous. After raiding a supermarket during the day, Yi Yuan's copy samples were much richer, with fish, meat, lobsters, and other seafood on the table. I also opened 2 bottles of red wine. Although this thing doesn't taste good, adding some Sprite as a drink can add some atmosphere. Cheers! Yuan was in a good mood and spoke very loudly, not worrying at all about attracting zombies. 3-meter thick stone wall. If you have the guts, then bite it through for me. As everyone was eating and chatting, Lu Rian suddenly asked, Yuan, why did you take the initiative to contact Gu Yiming just now? I seem to hear you say we live in Sunshine Community. Yuan similet malijusli. Of course I was just kidding him. And the main road we dug today happens to pass through the Sunshine Community. As long as Gu Yiming sends a plane over tomorrow, I can take out his plane. Yuan didn't dare to say such big words before, but it's different now. Digging and throwing shovel. Dig a huge rock and bring the plane down directly. No matter how many planes are sent, they are all just to deliver food, and they will confront Gu Yiming in the end. I not only lied to you, he also kidnapped your wife. TSK, TSK, TSK. That would make him furious. Killing people and destroying their hearts is my favorite. Chapter 46. I just did some PUA, and you were moved so quickly. Every day in the end times, it is hard to tell whether it is cloudy or sunny. A bloody mist covered the earth. The sun couldn't get through, so it wasn't until 8 o'clock that day broke. After Yuan got up and washed up, Lu Rian had already prepared breakfast. She was a senior nutritionist, and the entry Yuan had dug out from her was also nutritionist. So Lu Rian's breakfast is quite special. Shrimp and egg fried rice. Fresh milk. Breakfast may seem simple, but it is actually not complicated at all. The key lies in the combination of ingredients. Fresh shrimp, eggs, peas, corn, and carrots. Stir fry over low heat until golden brown. The nutrition is very complete. Lu Rian understands me and knows that I need a lot of supplements. Yuan, come over and have dinner. Where are Xiaofan and Xiaowan? Yuan glanced at the bedroom. Xiaofan and Xiaowan just happened to come out. After washing up, they sat at the table and started eating. After eating and drinking their fill, they were eager to go out. Brother Yi, when are we going out? I want to continue digging tunnels to gain attribute points. The scar hasn't healed yet, but I've forgotten the pain. It seems that I will need a few days to adapt. However, if you gain free attributes and add them to your physique, you can instantly heal your body, and if you add them to your spirit, you can recover from fatigue. Therefore, brushing up attributes is also a good way to quickly recover and heal. Don't worry yet. The main purpose of going out today is to raid the supermarket. Even if Xiaofan and Xiaowan were exhausted to death, they couldn't move much. Yuan thought about it carefully last night. Since they are already his servants and are 100% loyal, there is no need to be too stingy, so he decided to grant them the ability to devour. On the one hand, it can quickly sweep up supplies. On the other hand, you can also become powerful immediately. Yuan was not worried that his servants would be as powerful as himself, because the strengthening effect of the supernatural powers bestowed on the servants would be weakened by 50%. For example, Level 1 Devour. Yuan can devour 20 tons of supplies and gain 20 points of free attributes. But the minions devoured 20 tons of supplies. Only 10 free attributes can be obtained. It seems that the Golden Finger also takes the master-servant relationship into consideration, and it is impossible for the servant to have the same ability as the master. However, the devouring speed and the sweeping speed are the same. Yuan placed his hands on Xiaowan and Xiaofan's foreheads respectively. Today I will grant you another supernatural power. In fact, to grant a servant superpowers, you only need to call up the servant's attribute panel, and it can be done with just a thought. But this is not enough to prove that the supernatural power was bestowed by Yuan. The pretending effect is not achieved. If you want to play a charlatan, you have to act more realistically. Soon, Yuan completed the gift of the devouring power, and Xiaowan and Xiaofan each called out the attribute page. When seeing the introduction of supernatural powers, the two were immediately overjoyed. Wow, devouring food can gain free attribute points. That's great too. That means I can eat whatever I want without getting fat. I'm so happy. Some are happy and some are sad. Lu Rian seemed a little lost as she watched Xiaowan and Xiaofan becoming more and more powerful. I'm still an ordinary person. Although I never complained, I must have felt unbalanced in my heart. We all follow Yuan. Why can't I have the same treatment? Is it because I'm not Yuan's person? I wanted to, but I didn't have the chance. No, I have to take the initiative. I'll let Xiaofan and Xiaowan wash the dishes and mop the floor tonight, and I sneak home as quickly as possible. Snort. It's the end of the world anyway, so why should I be so shy? If I want superpowers, I have to work hard for them. Waiting for Yuan to grant supernatural powers, no one knows when. Yuan looked at Lu Rian's changing expression and had no idea what she was thinking. But you can roughly guess it. There must be some loss. Rian, if they have it, you will have it too. But not now. As for the reason, don't ask. I'll give it to you when the time is right. Yi Yuan is a principled man. If it is not a servant, it will not be given weapons or superpowers. Besides, even if I wanted to give it, I couldn't. Superpowers can only be granted to servants. It won't work without this kind of relationship. However, these words touched Lu Ruyan deeply. Yi Yuan still cares about my feelings a lot. He may have his own reasons. Thank you, Yi Yuan. I believe you. As soon as he finished speaking, the docility level above Lu Ruyan's head increased by another 5%. It has now reached 68%. This is so fucking awesome. What a surprise. Yi Yuan was too disdainful to explain, but considering his previous relationship with Lu Ruyan and the kindness of Emil in his previous life, he gave her a reassurance. I didn't expect this to move her. As expected, you can't be too nice to women. If you always ask about others' well-being, you will become a disgusting bootlicker. Not only will you fail to gain taming, but it will even directly increase the difficulty of obtaining it. An occasional word of PUA can actually win a girl's heart more easily. Yi Yuan withdrew his thoughts. Are you all ready? Let's go. Today we went to the supermarket near the Sunshine community to raid it. I hope Gu Yiming will send a helicopter over. Deer Lake, Lakefront Villa. Gu Yiming, accompanied by a group of bodyguards, has arrived outside He Xiumin's villa. In fact, he really didn't want to come to He Xiumin's house. Every time he saw the villa yard full of muscular men, all wearing small vests, he felt nauseous. Others may not be clear. How could he not know? He Xiumin is a gay, and a zero at that. These big, muscular bodyguards are all his good friends. That scene is disgusting just thinking about it. But what happens next is about killing Yi Yuan and capturing Lu Ruyan. It's not impossible for him to do it alone. There will be heavy bleeding. That's why I came to He Xiumin, to share his pressure. At this time, He Xiumin had already arrived at the door. Brother Gu, come in and sit down. He Xiumin habitually reached out to pull Gu Yiming, but he dodged without making a sound. Damn, you fag. Do you want to take advantage of me too? The two entered the tea room. Hisu had also been released and was now in charge of making tea. Uncle Gu, have some tea. Gu Yiming put down his teacup, stopped wasting time, and went straight to the point. Brother He, I'll just say it straight. I came to you this time to discuss how to deal with Yi Yuan. Mention Yi Yuan's name. Hisu's eyes suddenly became bloodshot, and he wished he could eat him alive. He Xiumin seemed calmer. I heard that Brother Gu sent a helicopter out yesterday, probably to deal with Yi Yuan. Why? He is so lucky and still alive. When mentioning this matter, Gu Yiming felt very angry. Damn it, we finally borrowed a helicopter from the military and sent out a team of 10 people. There was no news after that, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. It's okay if someone loses contact. The helicopter never returned. In just a few days, 2 helicopters borrowed from the military were either shot down or lost contact. This made the top military officials furious. Last night, I went to borrow money again with a thick face, and after much persuasion, this time I demanded 500 tons of supplies. It is true that Gu Yiming is wealthy and powerful, but with so many supplies, most of which were food, he felt the pain in his heart. So they found He Xiumin as the scapegoat. Brother He, this time the military wants 500 tons of supplies before they will lend the helicopter. You and I will each pay half. We can't let Yi Yuan live. He's a time bomb. If I return to Deer Lake alive, you will be my first target. And it's definitely a fight to the bitter end. Why? You are the mastermind. Why am I the first target? Brother Gu, you're a little alarmist, aren't you? Gu Yiming knew He Xiumin would say that, so he took out his cell phone and handed it to him. Brother He, take a look for yourself. Chapter 47, young man. You are full of youthful vigor. Don't make any mistakes. He Xiumin took the phone and immediately frowned. The person in the WeChat call record is Yi Yuan, but there is no content. There is only a record of a 5-minute video call, but we have no idea what the conversation between Gu Yiming and Yi Yuan was about. Brother Gu, what does this mean? Gu Yiming took back his phone and said solemnly. You saw it. Yi Yuan called me through the video. I was also puzzled at the time. Until he asked me for help, he also said that he had found evidence that you murdered his parents, so he slept with Jiang Xiaofan as revenge. Hisu is not going to do this anymore. What a beast. If he wants revenge, he can just go find my dad. Why would he sleep with my girlfriend? I'm going to kill him. He Xiumin looked at his son with disappointment. After glaring at him with a gloomy look, Hisu immediately became obedient. It seemed that being locked in the basement for 2 days had made him realize who was the head of the family. Gu Yiming continued. Yi Yuan now only knows that you murdered his parents. He said that you sent helicopters to hunt him down twice. Now it was He Xiumin's turn to quit. I won't take the blame for this, Brother Gu. You were the one who planned these 2 operations. It has something to do with me, but I can't get helicopters and weapons from the military. Gu Yiming just stopped. You and I, brother, what's the point of saying this? The point now is that Yi Yuan is convinced that you killed his parents. Once he returns to Luhu, He will definitely fight you to the death. On the other hand, I'm also afraid that he will come back. He'll probably find me by then too. The last sentence is also a double entendre. I'm almost saying it bluntly. I'm afraid that you, Xiaomin, will take the initiative to betray me in order to divert hatred. They're all old bitches in them all. No one is better than anyone else. So we must get rid of Yuan as soon as possible. Keeping him around is a huge threat. When he video called me yesterday, he took the initiative to reveal his location. It's in the Sunshine community. You know, that community is by the Shu River. As long as Yuan gets a boat, he can row back to Lu Lake. Aren't you worried? The hatred for killing one's father and mother is irreconcilable. Let Yuan come back, damn. I can't sleep well. Mainly because he had a gun. A helicopter was also shot down. This means that during the half year he was missing, he had made sufficient preparations. If such a person really came back, it would definitely be a time bomb. Xiaomin is not stupid either. He didn't want to filter out how much truth and how much falsehood Gu Yiming's words were. But getting rid of Yuan is imperative. Dad, promise Uncle Gu that we will provide half of the supplies and borrow another helicopter from the military. Yuan must be killed. I want to take Xiaofan back. Damn it. Xiaomin glared at Isu in dismay. You useless thing, she's already Yuan's. Why do you still want her? Are you still my father? Pick on my pain points. If you keep blabbering, I'll expose the fact that you're gay. Of course, Isu could only complain in his heart. He didn't dare to say in public that his father was gay. If we really do this, we will not be able to bear the consequences. With his father's abnormal personality, he might ask the bodyguards at home to open a back door for him. But he is my biological father after all. As long as he doesn't go too far, he will still give him some face. Isu stiffened his neck and said with a sad face, even if Yuan sleeps with her, I still like Xiaofan. I want her. When these words were spoken, the person who reacted the most was Gu Yiming, thinking that Ruyan is still in Yuan's hands. This bastard is young and energetic, and Ruyan is so beautiful. Even though Yuan now asks him to send a helicopter to rescue him, he may not do anything excessive. But that bitch Ruyan is not an easy person to deal with. When we were video chatting yesterday, I was so close to Yuan. What if she seduces Yuan? The young man was full of youth and energy, and he lost control for a moment, so I suffered a great loss. A treasure that has been treasured for so many years. But you must never let others defile you. Brother please make your point. We will each pay half of the 500 tons of supplies. As long as you agree, I will immediately arrange for someone to contact the military. We can be dispatched in half an hour at most. Although 500 tons of supplies is a lot, Xiaomin also has a large family and a large business. Before the end of the world, his main businesses were food processing, wholesale of medical supplies, tourism, investment and development, etc. Food processing is especially important. There are many warehouses in the suburbs. Like Gu Yiming, Xiaomin realized the importance of food as soon as the apocalypse broke out. So rescue work began immediately. A lot of food was also brought back and stored in the warehouse in Luhu, with people guarding it day and night. Powerful people like them have long been in collusion with those above them. No matter how much food is brought back, it will not be confiscated. Xiaomin gritted his teeth, then nodded and said, okay, you and I will each take half. Send a helicopter to kill Yuan immediately, so as to avoid any more trouble. Isu quickly interjected. Uncle Gu, please try not to hurt Xiaofan and bring her back to Luhu alive. I will definitely thank you. Gu Yiming nodded. He doesn't care about Jiang Xiaofan's life or death, as long as he can kill Yuan and bring Lu Ruyan back. But I still have to be perfunctory for the sake of face. Don't worry, nephew I will try my best to bring Xiaofan back. Isu is not completely stupid. Last time, Gu Yiming issued an order for an indiscriminate attack. This man is cruel and ruthless and cannot be trusted. So Isu added, if Uncle Gu can bring Xiaofan back to me, I will give you 100 tons of food. The He family has a huge business. As the only son of Xiaomin, Isu also has a lot of resources in his hands. This time he spent a lot of money to bring Jiang Xiaofan back. But Gu Yiming would not take such a blank check seriously. I think my nephew is really in love with Xiaofan. As your uncle, I will do my best to help you. How about this? I'll send a few more people and borrow 2 machine guns from the military so that we can be sure that nothing goes wrong. Only. Isu was also very sensible and reacted immediately. Uncle Gu, I understand. Adding more personnel and renting machine guns will require a large amount of supplies. I will send someone to deliver 100 tons of food to your warehouse right now. You are a sensible boy. Gu Yiming pretended to be ashamed and said, alas, things are different now. Uncle Gu's ability is limited. He has to put forward conditions for helping you bring someone back. Nephew, please understand. I understand you, my Gobi. Isu had a smile on his face, but he was cursing in his heart. Of course he knew what kind of old fox Gu Yiming was. There is no benefit and it certainly won't help you. The person who was most angry was He Xiaomin. The 100 tons of supplies given by his son still belonged to his He family. Damn it, he came here and cheated my He family out of 300 tons of food. Although it's not much for the He family. But this is the end of the world, and the more supplies the better. He is in contact with senior military officials and is preparing to form his own private army. The preciousness of the materials is self-evident. It's all He Su's stupid son's fault. There's no way to stop him. If my stupid son tells others that I'm gay, I'll be too embarrassed to live like this anymore. After leaving the He family, Gu Yiming immediately drove to the military. Although the military was very angry with him. But thanks to their strong connections, they were able to borrow a helicopter in exchange for 500 tons of supplies. As for weapons and ammunition, he had already obtained them. The 100 tons of supplies requested from He Su were simply a trap for this sucker. After careful consideration last night, he firmly believed that the helicopters sent out yesterday had most likely defected en masse. After all, in Deer Lake, they have to carry out dangerous missions every day. Moreover, these people have antibodies and will not be affected by the blood mist and turn into zombies. They have planes and weapons. Find a safe place, stockpile some supplies, and become a local tyrant. He never thought that he would be shot down by Yi Yuan again. Learn from the last lesson. This time, Gu Yiming has selected people with families. If you dare not come back, your family will surely die. An hour later, a Lucky Bird helicopter took off with 15 gunmen on board. Gu Yiming looked at the flying plane, his eyes becoming more and more sinister. Ye Yuan, Ye Yuan. If you hadn't asked me for help, you might have survived. And there's that bitch Rian. You are mine, and you will never escape from my control. At this time, Gu Yiming thought of Xiaofan and Xiaoan again. He had watched the video, and these two women were also very beautiful. Yes, catch them all. All of them are my collection. Chapter 48. Old man, I'm waiting for you to save me. For electric vehicles were running in the dark tunnel. Yi Yuan and the three women each rode one. From Nanhu Houding to Sunshine Community, this tunnel runs almost through the entire old city. It will be much more convenient to ride an electric bike when going out to collect supplies in the future. Just now, the entire city suffered a power outage. Yi Yuan and the other two stayed for a while. They went to Nanhu Houding property and got a generator set. Diesel can be replicated infinitely. The villa where Yi Yuan lives will have 24-hour electricity and air conditioning. Now all we need is a gas stove. There will be a power outage, water outage, and gas outage. Although Yi Yuan's current ability can only copy objects weighing no more than 30 kilograms, he can directly copy the space and gas capacity of a gas tank. Equivalent to a gas tank, unlimited use. Not long after, the three of them arrived near Sunshine Community. There are many old and dilapidated houses around here, specially used for rental. There are also many families that use gas stoves. Yi Yuan dug a hole in the tunnel and directly entered an old and dilapidated house. I knocked on the door of the resident on the first floor first. The sound of zombies came from inside. Let's go to the next one. Yi Yuan is a cautious person. Even though he is very powerful now, he will never take risks as long as he can avoid facing the zombies directly. Not from the first floor to the third floor. Finally, he found a house where no one lived and there were no zombies, and broke into it with a shotgun. Good luck. This family uses a gas stove. Just store the entire set into the space warehouse, and then slowly copy the capacity of the gas tank when you return. Yi Yuan looked at the map on his phone. Not far away is the pedestrian street, where there is a large Tianyi supermarket. Gu Yiming's industry. A major sweep is necessary. There was a power outage today as well, so no need to worry about being seen by surveillance cameras. Let's go back to the tunnel and dig our way to Tianyi supermarket. Just at this moment, a video call request came from Yi Yuan's phone. It was sent by Gu Yiming. Although the city has a power outage, the base station's batteries will still work for a while. So the mobile phone signal was not interrupted for the time being. Yi Yuan couldn't help but mutter. Could this old man, Gu Yiming, be good at predicting things? He knew that I was going to raid his supermarket and sent me the video. Hey, Uncle Gu, what's up? Gu Yiming's face with a forced smile appeared in the video. Nephew, where are you? The helicopter has arrived at Sunshine Community. The pilot said that no one was seen in Building 1, 3 to 6. Damn, he actually came. You're quite proactive. Are you so eager to kill me? Uncle Gu, the place where we live was attacked by zombies. We finally escaped, and now I don't know where we are. But we are all safe. Wait a minute. Let me check the location of my phone. Yi Yuan hung up the video call. Then he took out a huge rock from the space warehouse and dug it up with a shovel. A 3D map with a diameter of 1 kilometer instantly appeared in his mind. Found it. Sure enough, a helicopter was seen over the Sunshine Community. And even the people in the helicopter knew it very well. There were 15 gunmen and a driver, and 2 of the gunmen were holding light machine guns. But no bazooka. It's a bit regrettable. Yuan immediately locked onto the coordinates of the helicopter. Then with a thought, he dug into the ground and threw the shovel. The next moment, a huge rock weighing 2 or 3 tons suddenly appeared above the helicopter. Less than 10 meters in height. Not to mention that helicopters can't detect it. Even if you find out, you can't avoid it. The huge rock came down with a loud bang, and the helicopter immediately plunged to the ground like a kite with a broken string. A moment later, a loud noise was heard. Then thick smoke billowed. Ha, done. Yuan showed a happy smile. Every time he tricked Gu Yiming, he felt more pleasure of revenge. Of course, this is just the appetizer. This life is different from the previous one. I must play with these enemies, make them fall into despair step by step, and then kill them cruelly. Don't let anyone go. Yuan calmed down and sent a video to Gu Yiming, but the other party didn't answer. Called again. The line is busy. So Yuan left a voice message. Uncle Gu, what's going on? You don't answer my video call, and my phone call is not working. Are you kidding me? I am your uncle. How could you do this to me? After sending the message, Yuan put away his phone. Never mind, Gu Yiming. Go raid his supermarket first. The other side. Gu Yiming was frantically making phone calls. The 15 gunmen in the helicopter took turns calling, but no one answered. How so? Mad. How could this happen? Gu Yiming was dumbfounded. Just now, he was still talking to the driver on his other cell phone. This is also a lesson learned from the past. He always believed that the helicopters sent out yesterday had collectively defected. So today I pay special attention to it. Even though the families of the gunmen and the driver were under guard, Gu Yiming stubbornly insisted on staying on the phone with the driver until he killed Yuan and brought Lu Rian back. But just now, the pilot suddenly screamed that the helicopter was hit by an unknown object and was crashing. Then I heard yelling and cursing throughout the cabin. Then there was a loud bang, and all contact was lost, and calls to other people were no longer connected. Gu Yiming sat sluggishly on the sofa. After a long while, he let out a long sigh. Fuck, 500 tons of food wasted again. Food comes second. The key is the helicopter. We borrowed 3 helicopters from the military, 1 was shot down, 1 lost contact, and today this one was hit by an unidentified object. Damn, what kind of shit luck do I have? Grass! Even though he is a super boss, he couldn't help but swear at this moment. How to explain the above? 3 helicopters. No matter how good your connections are, you still have to give an explanation for this kind of thing. The statement given to the senior bosses is not an ordinary statement. I guess I'll have another heavy bleeding. Gu Yiming became increasingly aware that it was urgent to have his own private army. And it must be organized. Only by controlling the army can you truly have the right to speak and avoid being drained of blood by the top leaders. By then, killing Yuan would be a piece of cake. When it comes to Yuan, he starts to worry again. The helicopter crashed, and Lu Rian couldn't be brought back for the time being. This bastard, please don't touch my baby. If you dare to touch Rian, I will make you regret being a human being and die 1,000 times more miserably than your parents. Huh? Gu Yiming felt like he was going crazy. Ever since Yuan showed up, nothing has gone smoothly, and this bastard has been leaving messages asking if he is playing a trick on him. I'm kidding you. Nephew Yi, I'm so sorry, the helicopter was just hit by an unidentified object. Hold on a little longer. I wonder if there is any other way. Tianyi Supermarket. After listening to Gu Yiming's message, Yuan showed an evil smile. You really have a wicked heart. Still trying to save me? It's obvious that you want to kill me. Okay, I'll wait. When Lu Rian becomes mine, I'll see if you will come to save me. Chapter 49. Air travel is a problem, so this time we'll take the water route. There is an extra-large latex mattress on the first floor of Tianyi Supermarket. It should be a prize for an event before the end of the world. Lu Rian suggested moving back, saying that it was very comfortable to sleep on this kind of mattress. Yuan naturally understood it immediately, so he used the devouring skill to transfer to the space warehouse. Level 2 devouring can devour objects weighing no more than 1,000 kilograms at one time. A mere mattress is no problem. Directly swallowed and transferred to the space warehouse. When Lu Rian saw this scene, she smiled knowingly, and her taming degree increased by another 2%. Can this increase taming level? It's just a bed. I don't understand what's going on in this woman's head, so let's raid the warehouse first. Rian, you don't have the ability to devour yet, so I won't give you any tasks. Just take whatever you want. It's Gu Yiming's supermarket anyway. We're just sweeping it up for the sake of psychological satisfaction. This supermarket covers a large area, with department store and living areas on the first floor. All food is in the living area. When Yuan walked over, Xiaofan and Xiaowan had already started, and they were devouring the food frantically. However, What Yuan gave them was level 1 devouring. It can swallow up to 500 kilograms of food each time, and it must be within the coverage range of the skill. If the distance exceeds this, it will not be able to swallow even if there is a lot of food. Yuan went straight to the place where rice, flour, grain, and oil were piled. These things hit the scale. He could swallow thousands of kilograms of food in one mouthful. In less than 2 minutes, Yuan had finished all the rice, flour, grain, and oil. Including all kinds of dry goods placed nearby are also eaten together. A little over 4 tons in total. Yuan gained another 2 free attributes, added to strength and spirit respectively. The whole person suddenly felt a little stronger. This feeling is very real and incredible. It is unbelievable to gain attribute points so easily. If it weren't for the strength in my body, Yuan couldn't believe it either. After finishing all the rice, flour, grain, and oil, we went to the fruit and vegetable area. Brother Yi, please slow down. Leave some for us too. Yuan transformed into a huge mouth of the abyss, which frightened Xiaofan and Xiaofan so much that they screamed in fear that they would be swallowed up by him alone. Don't worry, every supermarket has a warehouse. This supermarket is huge, and the warehouse should be big too. What's on the shelves is just the tip of the iceberg. Hurry up and clean up the shelves. Then we'll go find the warehouse location. Now Xiaofan and Xiaowan felt relieved. In fact, there was nothing to worry about, as there were supermarkets everywhere in the city and countless amounts of food. With Yuan's strength, it would be easy to obtain. The 3 of them swept for more than 20 minutes and finally cleaned up the food area. Yuan gained another 4 free attributes. Xiaofan and Xiaowan each gained 3 attribute points. Now Xiaowan's 4 attributes have all reached 10 points, which is very balanced. Xiaofan's strength is 11 points, and the remaining 3 attributes are also 10 points. The fighting capabilities of both of them have been significantly improved, and they can easily beat 2 or 3 adult men with their bare hands. When using firearms, recoil no longer has much of an impact. Next, continue looking for a warehouse. Lu Rian was not familiar with this tiny supermarket, didn't know where the warehouse was, but warehouses were usually underground. Just find the freight elevator. Lu Rian also followed. It's not safe to leave her up there alone. If thugs break into the supermarket, she won't be able to deal with them now. It took another 10 minutes. The warehouse was found on the underground 2nd floor. Yuan used a shotgun to violently break it open, and what came into view was a familiar scene. Tall shelves filled with supplies. There are various foods: rice, flour, grain, oil, sauce, vinegar, tea, sugar, and all kinds of packaged food and beverages are available. At least half of it. The other half is daily necessities. All of them are mine. Yuan didn't think it was too much. Eat the food first, then sweep up other supplies. Let's get started. Yuan's huge mouth of the abyss instantly sucked in thousands of kilograms of materials, and then converted them into energy. Xiaofan and Xiaowan also joined in immediately. Only Lu Rian was standing there, watching with eyes wide open, with countless questions in her mind. How can I get Yuan's approval? Become his woman? That's not right. Xiaowan acquired the digging skill in advance, so this point can be ruled out. Lu Rian also asked Xiaofan and Xiaowan. They also don't know what conditions must be met before Yuan will grant them supernatural powers. I'm so anxious. I also want to become strong, so that even if I meet Gu Yiming, I will be able to resist. I don't want to be controlled by him anymore. Yuan is such a bad guy. Why not just say what you want? Why are you being so secretive? Lu Rian doesn't think she is stupid, even a little smart, but this time she really couldn't see through it. No, I have to find a chance to be alone, perform well in front of Yuan, and try to get him to understand how I can obtain superpowers. Although he is not proficient in all the 18 martial arts, but after learning from masters for so many years, I can now perform quite well. I don't believe you won't give in. Suddenly, Lu Rian's obedience level increased by 5%. Currently 85%. I'm only 10% away from reviewing her entry for the last time. But Yuan was only focused on devouring the food. I didn't even notice that Lu Rian had activated her self-taming function, and the stock price rose by another 5%. The other side. Gu Yiming returned to the villa with a gloomy face. Just now, he went to meet with the senior boss. There will definitely be no good consequences. 3 helicopters and 2 rocket launchers were borrowed, but they were either damaged or lost contact. No matter how good the relationship is. Gu Yiming was also scolded like a grandson. In front of the real official boss, he didn't dare to breathe. In the end, the matter was settled only after they gave away 1,000 tons of supplies. This is because they were given a certain degree of tolerance because of the interest they had before the end of the world. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a pity if he died 10 times. After returning to the villa, Gu Yiming became angrier and angrier, and it wasn't about the 1,000 tons of supplies. Although there are so many supplies, it is still a big loss. However, Given his background, there are many Gu family warehouses throughout the suburbs, storing large amounts of food and daily necessities. During this period, transportation to Deer Lake is carried out every day. Therefore, 1,000 tons of supplies could not cause any damage to his foundation. I just feel so angry inside and have no place to vent it, which makes me feel uncomfortable. Beast Ye Yuan. As soon as he showed up, my bad luck started. The 3 helicopters we lost were all related to him. Could it be that he is playing tricks? Gu Yiming thought about it for a long time and felt that the possibility was not high. He shot down the first helicopter out of sheer carelessness. But the second one lost contact, and no news was ever returned. The third one was hit by an unidentified object. The next 2 times should have nothing to do with Yi Yuan. It seems that Konglu and I are at odds. I'm going by water this time. As long as Yi Yuan brings Ruyan to a neighborhood close to Shujiang River, I will send someone over by speedboat and kill Yi Yuan. You are a jinx. I must kill you before you touch Ruyan. I will never allow anyone else to touch my things. Chapter 50. I don't want to hear that Yi Yuan is still alive. Kill him. Gu Yiming felt a little unbalanced. In order to kill Yi Yuan, he suffered heavy losses. If he didn't have connections with higher-ups, he would have been shot long ago. But he was not the only one who killed Yi Yuan's parents. Logically speaking, this hatred should be shared. Then, dealing with Yi Yuan is not just my job. In the previous few times when we sent out manpower and supplies, we were the ones who suffered losses, especially the dead gunmen, whose families had to be paid pensions. Just a little food, though. But I'm not a sucker. No, we must take them with us. So Gu Yiming immediately made a phone call and invited all the people who participated in the murder of Yi Yuan's parents to come to his house. Both are shareholders and presidents of Giant Semiconductor. At the beginning, Yi Yuan's father was determined not to go public in order to prevent the company from being controlled by foreign capital. Every board meeting ends in a bad mood. Later, Gu Yiming took the lead and joined forces with 2 other shareholders and the company's president to plan the murder. These people also live in Deer Lake. Not long after, He Xiaomin and his son, He Su, arrived first. Brother Gu, I heard that the pursuit of Yi Yuan failed again. The helicopter was hit by an unknown object. Is this true? Gu Yiming's face was numb. Why are you bringing up something that is not related to the topic? But it's not He Xiaomin's fault. He also contributed 200 tons of food in this operation, and He Su gave 100 tons. Brother He, you and I are both businessmen. It should be clear that investment involves risks. Besides, you are not the investors in this operation, and killing Yi Yuan is also what you desperately want. Just bad luck. The helicopter crashed, and no one survived. Depend on? The one who reacted the most was He Su, who immediately started cursing. Damn it, Yi Yuan is so lucky. He caused me to lose 100 tons of supplies for nothing. Your 100 tons is nothing. Gu Yiming frowned, took a deep breath and said, this little loss is nothing. I was called over by the higher-ups, and they took away another 2,000 tons of supplies as compensation. Damn, it's clearly 1,000 tons. Just open your mouth and it doubles. Gu Yiming continued. I can't handle this alone. The death of Yi Yuan's parents was not caused by me alone, but the loss caused by killing Yi Yuan was borne by me alone. Brother He, you and I are both businessmen. Where is this kind of business? Even though He Xiaomin was given a backdoor every day, he couldn't help but feel his anus tighten at this moment. What do you mean, Brother Gu? Gu Yiming was not in a hurry to reveal his cards. He just stopped and signaled He Xiaomin to wait a little longer. Not long after, 2 more people came in from outside. Walking in front was a middle-aged man in his early 50s. He has a grooved nose, thin lips, a bald head with side-parted hair, and a gloomy look in his eyes. At first glance, he is a cruel and ruthless person. This person's name is Hong Jingyi. It is the 3rd largest shareholder of Giant Semiconductor Corporation. Before the end of the world, it mainly engaged in logistics warehouses, fresh food freezers, grain and oil trade and export businesses. Very strong. The suburbs were filled with warehouses full of supplies, which were transported back to Luhu in truckloads after the apocalypse. It is said that negotiations have been held with the military. Prepare to form a private army. Walking behind was a man in his 40s with a side-parted hair and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, giving off a gentlemanly and easygoing vibe. But since I can appear here, it's not an easy task either. His name is Yu Wei. He is the president of Giant Semiconductor and the person Yi Yuan's father trusted most before the end of the world. Unexpectedly, he colluded with the 3 major shareholders, killed Yi Yuan's parents, and quickly took control of the company. Gu Yiming asked the 2 to sit down. Now that everyone was present, he felt it was time to show his cards. So he recounted what he had just said to He Xiaomin. Hong Jingyi and Yu Wei couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. I didn't expect Yi Yuan to be so lucky that he survived 3 attempts. He is indeed a serious threat. Mr. Gu paid such a huge price for this. I deeply regret it. I'm so sorry. I called you here because I want to listen to your nonsense. I want you to share my losses. At this time, Yu Wei changed the subject. According to Mr. Gu, Yi Yuan currently only knows that it was Mr. He who killed his parents, right? This doesn't sound right. He Xiumin also reacted instantly. Mr. Yu means that this matter should be handled by me, he alone, and you can stay out of it? He Xiumin's words were quite tactful. He Shuka was not so gentle. Fuck you, Wei, what do you mean? You bastard. Yi Yuan's father trusted you the most, but you betrayed him. You are such a jerk. You still want to stay out of this now? No way. I'm telling you. Yi Yuan has been preparing for half a year. He must be a very good marksman to be able to shoot down a helicopter. No matter if he comes after my He family or not, I will betray you immediately. I'll kill him after he kills you. You damn. Yu Wei was suddenly speechless. He originally wanted to play some Tai Chi, but was ended by the reckless Isu. At this time, Hong Jingyi came out to smooth things over. Everyone calmed down for a moment. Let me make it clear that no one can stay out of this matter. We all bear the responsibility together. Hong Jingyi said it beautifully, seemingly extraordinary. But he is very shrewd. Now that the He family is in the open, if Yi Yuan comes back, he will only fight the He family to the death. If the talks fail, even though He Xiumin gave everyone away, he still had to be on high alert all the time. After all, Yi Yuan had shot down a helicopter. There are weapons in hand. If you hide in that corner, you might be killed. Therefore, it is best to maintain the status quo and make the He family the obvious target, while others can provide supplies and manpower as needed. The wise choice is to kill Yi Yuan as soon as possible. At this time, Gu Yiming said, "Thank you, Brother Hong, for your understanding of justice. I am not a stingy person. I will let go of the supplies that were lost before. But this time, in order to kill Yi Yuan, the top brass took away 2,000 tons of supplies from me. I hope everyone can share my burden. Each of you will provide 800 tons of supplies as compensation, and I will send another motorboat to enter the main city by water to kill Yi Yuan." Everyone gasped. The lion opened his mouth wide. You only lost 2,000 tons, but each person needs 800 tons of supplies. Why the hell don't you just go and rob them? Gu Yiming ignored the anger of the crowd and continued. If you think it's unreasonable, you can kill Yi Yuan yourself, or keep him and come back for revenge. But I'm not sure if you will find more clues when he comes back. Threaten. A naked threat. Either give me the supplies, or I will tell Yi Yuan that you were also involved in the murder of his parents. Gu Yiming really has the courage to do this. Others are afraid of Yi Yuan coming back, but he is not. At present, he is the only one who can get weapons from the military, although he has not yet formed his own private armed force. But there are more than 100 bodyguards in the house, all equipped with automatic rifles and light machine guns. With his firepower, he doesn't have to worry about Yi Yuan coming back to find him. What he was worried about was that Lu Ruyan was slept with by Yi Yuan. Boss Gu, what you said is too polite. Hong Jingyi stood up with a fake smile. We go kill Yi Yuan? Obviously unrealistic. You are the only one who can get weapons now, so I have to ask you for this matter. Although everyone could see that Hong Jingyi was furious, he still had a smile on his face. His strength is no less than Gu Yiming. It's a pity that I don't have enough connections and can't get any weapons for the time being, so I have no choice but to be suppressed. Since Hong Jingyi agreed, Yu Wei had nothing to say. He Xiumin wanted to say something, but didn't know where to start. He was Yi Yuan's open enemy and wanted to kill Yi Yuan the most. But another 800 tons of supplies are needed. It hurts so much. With 800 tons of supplies, I could have hired a few hundred handsome guys to play with him in and out, but I was cheated. Yi Yuan from Alpaca. It's all your fault. He Xiumin suppressed the anger in his chest and said with a long breath. Brother Gu, the supplies will be delivered to your warehouse soon. Please make arrangements quickly. I don't want to hear the name Yi Yuan again. Kill him quickly. Hisu quickly added. Uncle Gu, please don't hurt Xiaofan. Bring him back alive. He Xiumin wanted to vomit blood. This stupid son? Has he never seen a woman? Men are much more fun than women. Just then, Gu Yiming's cell phone rang. Pick it up and take a look. It was Yi Yuan who called. Chapter 51. First destroy the heart, then kill the person. Seeing the call from Yi Yuan, even a super boss like Gu Yiming couldn't help but panic. A group of people were discussing how to kill Yi Yuan. It was originally a sneaky thing. I didn't expect the other party to call me. How could I not panic? Everyone be quiet. It's Yi Yuan who called. After Gu Yiming reminded everyone, he pressed the answer button. Nephew Yi, how are you now? Gu Yiming wanted to ask Ruyan if she was okay, but it was not convenient for him to ask in this situation. If everyone knew that Lu Ruyan and Yi Yuan were together, not to mention whether everyone would suspect that their wives might have been slept with by Yi Yuan, the key point was that the next mission might be hindered. My wife is in someone else's hands. It is obvious that Gu Yiming's real purpose is to rescue Lu Ruyan. If others know about this, they will lower the price. It is definitely impossible to provide 800 tons of supplies per person, and it is even a pity. Anyway, it's not my wife who is with Yuan. People of Gu Yiming's status care a lot about their reputation. Not to mention how much he values Lu Ruyan. Even if he doesn't like her at all, he would never let her embarrass himself. Fortunately, no one knows about this for the time being. Gu Yiming breathed a sigh of relief. Not only can you save face, but you will also not be forced to lower the price by these people. Gu Yiming continued. Nephew Yi, I'm trying to find a way to save you. I can't do anything in the air, so I can only go by water. You have to find a way to get to the river. I guess you're not far from Sunshine Community now, so try to find a place to stay nearby. I will arrange a boat to pick you up as soon as possible. Don't worry, Uncle Gu keeps his word and will never lie to you. Kid, why are you being so polite to your uncle? Your father and I are close friends. We are a family. Don't be so distant with your uncle. Okay, it's settled. I will arrange personnel and boats as soon as possible and try to take you back to Deer Lake before dark. After hanging up the phone, Gu Yiming couldn't help but blush. I was called you uncle. They're still a fucking family. I feel ashamed when I say this. He killed the other person's parents and seized almost half of Giant Company's shares, and he still has the nerve to call us a family. So disgusting. It would be fine if no one heard it. But everyone at the scene knew the whole story. It was like a group of prostitutes chatting, and the oldest one said she was still a virgin. This is not a question of belief or not. So shameless. Ahem. Gu Yiming coughed twice to ease the embarrassment. Let's get on with business. I just discussed it with Yuan. He will rush to the riverside near Sunshine Community as soon as possible. We can take action here. As long as you deliver the promised supplies, I will immediately arrange for ships and gunners. We must kill Yuan before dark. This time it's foolproof. The other side. Yuan hung up the phone, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, with a look of success on his face. There was a power outage in the city. The base station's battery can only last for 1 or 2 days at most. By then, the mobile phone will have no signal. So I had to trick Gu Yiming a few more times before the signal was interrupted. Unexpectedly, he was very straightforward and sent a boat to pick me up in the afternoon. I'm afraid they'll send a boatload of gunmen to kill me. But it doesn't matter. Be it an airplane or a motorboat, as long as it is not a tank, the shovel-digging skill can cover an area within 1 kilometer and can be destroyed by a boulder. Even if the tanks come, we are not afraid. It can't be broken even if it falls from a height of 10 meters. 100 meters or 500 meters should be fine. The inertia acceleration of a 2 or 3 ton boulder at high altitude can directly crush a tank. So Yuan was not worried at all about what Gu Yiming would send. I'm afraid he won't come. Yuan, the warehouse has been emptied. Where should we go next? Yuan took out his cell phone and opened the map to check nearby supermarkets. Lu Ruyan also came over to take a look. She leaned on Yuan's arm naturally, and Xiaofan and Xiaoan were not jealous at all. Minions are 100% loyal. He will even help Yuan to PUA Lu Ruyan, but at the moment, Lu Ruyan is PUAing herself and does not need help from others. Yuan quickly locked onto a supermarket on the map. Tianyi Supermarket on Binjiang Road, right beside the Shu River. Next to it is the Lanning Community. When Gu Yiming sent a boat over, he would say that he was at the Lanning Community and ask them to pick him up. In fact, he hid in the supermarket and destroyed the ship directly with a shovel. It feels good to hide behind the scenes and do bad things. Let's go to the supermarket on Binjiang Road. The 4 of them walked back into the tunnel, then released the huge rocks from the space warehouse to block the entrance to the tunnel. This is to prevent someone from breaking into the supermarket and discovering the tunnel. That is a potential risk. After all, Yuan has to go back and forth in the tunnel every day. No outsiders are allowed to enter the tunnel. So every time a new tunnel entrance is dug, it will be blocked when leaving. While we are on the road, Yuan took stock of what he had just gained. He devoured 28 tons of food, gaining 14 points in the free attribute, and after even distribution, all 4 attributes reached 21 points, more than twice that of adults. The adults here are athletes with very strong physical fitness, not beasts of burden sitting in the office and working 996. Xiaofan and Xiaoan also swallowed 28 tons. 14 tons per person. Yuan gave the 2 of them level 1 devouring, because each of them had previously devoured 6 tons of food. Now it's 14 tons per person, reaching the limit of 20 tons, respectively. However, they only gain 10 free attributes as the servant's ability benefits are halved. Now both of them have 12 points in all 4 attributes. The combat effectiveness has been significantly improved. Especially when using thermal weapons such as automatic rifles, the recoil can basically be ignored. The food from the last supermarket, except for some necessary samples. The rest were devoured cleanly by the 3 of them. All daily necessities are loaded into the space warehouse. In fact, supermarket warehouses in urban areas are not very large, and they store the day's stock. These chain supermarkets all have large warehouses. It's a pity that Yuan doesn't know where he is. Lu Ruyan didn't know either. But it's not a big problem. There's plenty of time in the end times, and the enemies are in Lu Lake and can't run away. First, slowly sweep the urban area. By the way, find some beautiful girls and read some more entries. When you are strong enough, go back to Luhu and trample to death those who killed your parents one by one, etc. Those enemies in Luhu either remarried and got beautiful wives. Either your daughter-in-law is as beautiful as a flower. Isn't it a coincidence? I like them all. Don't rush to kill them. Make them all your servants and kill them when they get mad. Killing people and destroying their hearts is not vicious enough. First destroy the heart, and then kill the person. Only then will revenge feel satisfying. Yuan was digging a tunnel while thinking of the most vicious plan. At this time, he noticed that the 3D map in his mind showed that there was a store with welded anti-theft windows above his head. The villa in Nanhu Houding has a solid wall. It's no problem to stop the zombies. The survivors could still climb in with the help of tools, as the windows were made of glass and could not be blocked. So Yuan quickly dug into the store. All the equipment for welding anti-theft windows and the best steel bars were swallowed up and transferred to the space warehouse. Finished work early today. I went back to reinforce the doors and windows of the villa in Nanhu Houding. After all, I will be living there for a while. After the sweep is complete, Yuan retreated back into the tunnel, blocked the entrance, and continued digging towards the supermarket. Not long after, we arrived at Tianyi Supermarket on Binjiang Road. The supermarket door was locked. No survivors or zombies came in. I can sweep the place without restraint again. The three of them kept devouring. Xiaofan and Xiaowan had reached their limit. Yuan had no plans to grant them level 2 devouring for the time being. So they both used their skills to clear out the hoarded items. Yuan's level 2 devouring ability had not yet reached its limit, and a large amount of food was converted into high-level supplements, causing his attribute points to increase rapidly. Chapter 52. Bastard. Are you in such a hurry to die? As Yuan's huge mouth continued to swallow. Not long after, 20 tons of food were converted into high-level supplements by him, and after absorption, he gained 10 free attributes. At this time, the limit of level 2 devouring has been reached. A line of prompts appears in front of you. Level 2 devouring has reached its limit. Continuing to devour food will no longer convert it into high-level supplements. Please upgrade your skill level. No way. We can only wait until Lu Rian's taming degree reaches 95%. Then I'll pick her up again. You can upgrade Devour to level 3, and then continue to brush up attribute points. Next, just focus on collecting supplies. After Yuan distributed the 10 free attribute points he had just obtained, it became Strength 23, Constitution 23, Agility 23, and Spirit 25. 25 points of mental power are enough to support Yuan's long-term swallowing and transfer. After all, it's just transferring supplies. Compared to absorbing and converting energy, it consumes much less energy. All three were very busy. Only Lu Rian was free. She would wander around here and there, and when she saw something she liked, she would go directly to the space warehouse. The supermarket is safe anyway. She treated it like she was shopping before the end of the world. But this is a $0 purchase. After clearing out this supermarket, Yuan led everyone to dig a tunnel and headed to another supermarket nearby. There are too many Tianyi supermarkets. In places with heavy traffic, there are even 2 or 3 on one street. Gu Yiming was grabbing food like a mad dog. There are supermarkets in every corner. This was convenient for Yuan, as he didn't have to run around looking for a supermarket. It was around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Yuan's cell phone rang. It was Gu Yiming calling. Nephew Yi, where are you now? Is Rian okay? Damn Gu Yiming. You only realize to ask your wife now, but it's a pity that she will be mine soon. Uncle Gu, Aunt Lu is fine. It's just that she had a nightmare last night and ran to my room. But don't worry, Uncle Gu. I slept on the floor, and Aunt Lu slept on the bed. She fell asleep soon and didn't continue to have nightmares. What? Gu Yiming was dumbfounded. Why are you telling me this, you son of a bitch? What do you mean? Are you trying to piss me off on purpose? Or are you really being honest? You bastard, you sleep in the same room with my wife. Even if you sleep on the floor, I don't believe you haven't secretly peeked at her. Spicy next door, my heart hurts. Calm down, calm down. Yuan is going to die soon. Why should I argue with a dying person? Hey, Uncle Gu, why aren't you talking? Yuan's mouth was crooked from smiling. It's just a random lie from anywhere, and it can make you so angry that you can't speak. If Rian really becomes my woman, wouldn't you vomit blood? Don't worry, take your time. I'll have fun with you. On the other end of the phone, Gu Yiming took a deep breath and said, It's okay. I just had some shortness of breath. I have many minor ailments as I get older. My dear nephew, where are you? The boat will soon be near Sunshine Community. It comes so quickly. It seems that he is eager to kill me. Uncle Goo, I'm at room 301, building 1, lawn and community. Just turn right after entering the community gate. It's right by the river. Please come and save us as soon as possible. Good, very good. Beast, your time of death has come. Don't worry, nephew. My people will be here soon. You don't have to do anything. Just wait at home. Don't hang up. Stay on the line with me. 3 consecutive helicopter chases had been sent out, but all ended in failure, and only one of them was shot down by Yuan. The other 2 times could eliminate Yuan as a suspect. But Gu Yiming is an old and cunning man, and Yuan is like a jinx, and every mission targeting him will go wrong. So he also had doubts. Could it be that Yuan is behind this? This time, he asked Yuan to keep in touch with him. On the one hand, he could keep track of the situation here at any time, and on the other hand, it was also to prepare for any eventuality. If it was really Yuan who was behind this, you can spot clues at the first time and notify the gunners on the ship to make deployments in time. But I couldn't see the other person on the phone. Still not safe. Nephew, let me video call you. I also want to see Rian. She must be very haggard. Yuan had long expected that this old man would play this trick. But he also has an excuse. Okay, Uncle Goo, but there is a power outage in the city right now. Many base stations have stopped operating, and the network signal is very poor. Wait for me 2 minutes. I'll find a location with good signal and send you a video. The 3rd floor of the supermarket is residential housing. Yuan hung up the phone, picked up Lu Ruyan, and with his current physical condition, he rushed to the 3rd floor in 1 minute. Xiaofan and Xiaowan followed closely behind. Then find the residence of 301. Although this is not the lawn and community, as long as it is 301, it will be fine. Yuan shot the door lock and kicked the door open. Roar! A zombie rushed towards him. If it was a few days ago, Yuan would still be on guard and be very careful even when opening the door. It's different now. More than twice the agility of an adult. Not only was his speed extremely fast, his thinking and reactions were also extremely quick. Before the zombie could pounce on him, Yuan kicked it away. Then he shot the zombie in the head. Check the time. Exactly 2 minutes. Yuan immediately sent a video to Gu Yiming. Uncle Gu, can you hear me? Yuan waved his hand, just like waving when the signal was bad. Gu Yiming said with a fake smile. Yes, I can hear you and see that you are fine. I feel relieved. Humph, old fox. Want to test me? Nephew, please check the door number again. Is it 301? My people will be here soon. In case you're mistaken, this is no joke. You know how dangerous it is to come and rescue you. Yuan Similit. Walk outside with your phone and aim it at the door number. That's right, Uncle Gu. It's 301. That's good. I feel relieved. Hurry and close the door. Be careful of zombies coming in. My people will be here soon. Fuck you. The door lock is broken. But Gu Yiming couldn't see it either. Yuan pretended to close the door and asked Xiaofan and Xiaowan to guard the door. It would be troublesome if zombies really came in. Then Yuan handed the phone to Lu Ruyan. Uncle Gu, please talk to Aunt Lu. You have been apart for so long. You must be worried about each other. Lu Ruyan glared at Yuan. That look seemed to be saying, this pervert, I don't worry about him. I hope he dies soon. But Lu Ruyan knew what Yuan was going to do. So he said to the video with a fake smile, Yiming, don't worry, we are all fine and safe. Yuan was not idle at this time either. 10 huge stones were immediately released from the space warehouse. This was all the stones they could hold. If they were to release more, they might collapse the floor. Yuan picked up the shovel and shoveled at a huge rock. A 3D image appears in my mind. 2 motorboats on the river just happened to dock. The location chosen was very good, and there were no zombies nearby. You think this is safe? Yuan noticed that one of them was holding a rocket launcher. Damn, I've been coveting this thing for a long time. It's delivered to your door. I just hope the bazooka doesn't get broken later. The 2 motorboats docked, but before anyone got off, Yuan immediately locked the coordinates. A thought came to mind. With a clang sound, a huge rock fell from the sky, and before it hit the motorboat, Yuan immediately shoveled up another one. The target is another motorboat. A thought came to mind. Once again, huge rocks fell from the sky. But it was not over yet. Yuan kept shoveling boulders, and boulders kept falling from the sky on the shore. The river bank was a mess of blood and flesh, with wailing everywhere. At the same time, Gu Yiming, who was video chatting with Lu Ruyan, suddenly let out a roar. It felt like my heart, liver, spleen, and stomach were stabbed hundreds of times. Anger mixed with fear and pain. Chapter 53. Damn it. I lost my wife and my army. Through the phone screen, Lu Ruyan was startled by Gu Yiming's roar. That murderous expression seemed like it could overflow the screen at any time. Yiming, what happened? Although Lu Ruyan had already guessed that it might be related to Yi Yuan, after he shoveled away 10 boulders, he released another 10 and continued shoveling. Gu Yiming's roar came when Yi Yuan started to shovel the boulder. This has nothing to do with Yi Yuan. Who would believe it? It's just a guess. Lu Ruyan still had to pretend to care. Yiming, say something. What happened? You look scary. The other end of the phone, Gu Yiming took a few deep breaths before he calmed down the anger in his chest, and the fear on his face also dissipated a little. But his eyes became even more gloomy and terrifying. Even the voice became low and hoarse. It's nothing, Ruyan, hide well. I may not be able to save you today. Something unexpected happened. Don't ask anything, just leave it at that. After saying that, Gu Yiming hung up the video call. At this moment, he felt mixed emotions. Anger, fear, doubt, suspicion. A mixture of emotions. Just now, when he was video chatting with Lu Ruyan, he was also on a video call with the gunman on the ship. Everything went smoothly along the way. Just as the 2 motorboats were approaching the shore and the 20 gunmen were about to disembark, an accident happened. The 2 motorboats were suddenly smashed by huge rocks that appeared out of nowhere. The first wave killed several people. Fortunately, the person who was talking to Gu Yiming on the phone was fine, so the video call recorded an incomplete scene. Huge rocks seemed to have fallen from the sky. Those huge stones were cut neatly and in square shapes, and each one weighed at least 2 or 3 tons. It seems like it has eyes and specifically hits people. In less than half a minute, all 20 gunmen were killed and the 2 motorboats were smashed to pieces. The man who was holding the cell phone and talking to Gu Yiming kept shouting before he died. Rocks are falling from the sky. What a big rock. Get out of the way. Gu Yiming was sure that he had indeed said that. He could hear rocks falling from the sky, clearly, through his Bluetooth headset. He really wanted to know what happened. Unfortunately, the person in charge of communication had been crushed to death by the boulder, and the screen on his phone was completely black. I can't see anything. It is destined to be impossible to know what exactly happened just now. That's why Gu Yiming's mood is so complicated. He was very angry. 20 more gunmen were killed. They were all his bodyguards, first-class experts. It's a pity to die. These people could help him train the Doomsday Legion in the future, but now they have all become meat paste. Spicy next door. Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan. Every time I mess with you, my people will be wiped out. What the hell are you? A jinx? Gu Yiming felt like he was going crazy. At this moment, he thought of the previous times he sent out helicopters, but there was no survivor. Although the second time the helicopters lost contact, Gu Yiming no longer thought so. Because before the third helicopter crash, the pilot kept shouting that the plane was hit by an unknown object. Could this unidentified object be a huge rock that fell from the sky? Reasoning further, is it possible that the first helicopter sent out was also hit by a huge rock and crashed? But Yi Yuan doesn't know that I am the mastermind. He thought it was a helicopter sent by He Xiaomin. So he bluffed and called Yi Su to tell him that he had shot down the helicopter in order to intimidate He Xiaomin. Well, that should be the case. Yi Yuan is just bluffing. He was afraid that the He family would continue to hunt him down, so he made up a lie that he could shoot down a helicopter. That being said, Yi Yuan knew that huge rocks would fall from the sky in the old city. But he didn't tell me. Brute! What a beast! You knew that boulders would fall from the sky. You knew that I was going to save you. Well, kill you. It all means the same thing. You knew I was coming, but you hid this from me. I lost my wife and my army. It's really a case of losing both the wife and the army. You son of a bitch. I want you to die. I will definitely kill you. Gu Yiming gritted his teeth. I wish I could tear Yi Yuan apart right now. He felt that Yi Yuan was a very selfish bastard. He knew that a huge rock of unknown origin had fallen in the old city, but he chose to conceal it in order to allow himself to save him. And that bitch Ruyan. She didn't tell me either. This pair of bastards teamed up to set a trap for me. Gu Yiming felt so upset. He was betrayed by the canary he regarded as a treasure, and he was heartbroken. But he soon let it go. As a veteran in society, having been in the business world for decades, Gu Yiming has a good understanding of human nature. Anyone who is trapped in an urban area will try every possible means to seek help. Knowing the danger, I will pretend not to know, because if we say it out loud, no one might dare to come to rescue us. It is understandable that Yi Yuan and Lu Ruyan chose to conceal the danger and not report it, but it does not mean that it can be forgiven. We'll settle this later. Now Gu Yiming can be basically certain. Yi Yuan knew that huge rocks would fall from the sky in the old city, but he had nothing to do with the helicopter crash, and the sinking of the 2 motorboats was also not his business, because he was next to Lu Ruyan at that time. Although Yi Yuan did not appear in the video call when the motorboat was crashed, he was away for only a dozen seconds. Such a short time. Even peeing is not enough. It was even more impossible to destroy the 2 motorboats and the 20 gunmen on board. Therefore, Yi Yuan's suspicion can be ruled out. What Gu Yiming is most puzzled about now is how those huge rocks fell from the sky. This goes against nature and science. Those huge rocks are square and look obviously man-made. How could they fall from the sky? Even a helicopter was destroyed. Gu Yiming looked up and saw that Deer Lake was bathed in golden sunlight, but in the distance was an endless blood mist that enveloped the entire city. To be precise, the blood mist covered the entire world. This is something that makes people think deeply. Could there be something hidden in the blood mist? Otherwise, the huge rocks falling from the sky could not be explained. At this moment, Gu Yiming's sense of crisis became even stronger. In the past, I just thought that when doomsday came, the worst that could happen was that I could stockpile more supplies, build a private army, become a local overlord, and live the rest of my life in peace. It doesn't seem necessarily so now. We have to hurry up and build a private army. I don't know what dangers there will be in the future. The blood mist is too weird and makes people feel uneasy. As for Yi Yuan and Lu Ruyan, hey! Gu Yiming let out a long sigh. He didn't care about Yi Yuan's life or death, but he was mainly concerned about Lu Ruyan. He wanted to capture her, but he was worried that he would suffer casualties from falling rocks. If I don't bring her back, I'm afraid Yi Yuan will take her away. Damn it, you beast Yi Yuan, this is all your fault. The other side. Yi Yuan was digging a tunnel at full speed. 2 motorboats on the shore were smashed, 20 people were turned into meat paste, and the weapons were scattered on the ground. Guns didn't matter. He had plenty of them. The key is that rocket launcher. Yi Yuan saw clearly that the rocket launcher fell into the grass on the shore and was not damaged. The bazooka also contained rockets. Gotta get it quickly. Not long after, Yi Yuan dug to the riverbank. After confirming that there were no zombies nearby, he walked out immediately. Xiaofan and Xiaowan followed closely behind. They were all on guard with weapons in their hands. Lu Ruyan stayed in the tunnel for the time being. Her combat power was now 0, and she was about to be stripped of the entry again, so she couldn't be allowed to come out and take risks. Soon, Yi Yuan found the rocket launcher in the bushes. Haha, Gu Yiming, you didn't expect that. How does that song go? If you have nothing to eat or clothes to wear, the enemy will provide them for you. We had no guns or cannons, but the enemy made them for us. You're sending weapons from thousands of miles away. I accepted it with a smile. Yi Yuan took the bazooka, removed the rocket, and began to caress it lovingly. Rockets can now be copied infinitely. You can blow it up however you want. It's so cool. At this moment, Yi Yuan suddenly frowned, staring at the rocket with his eyes. His eyes became extremely fanatical. Chapter 54. Super rocket can blow you up even if it's not aimed properly. Yi Yuan looked at the rocket in his hand and suddenly had an inspiration. If we use the replication ability of 3D printing to expand the interior of a rocket, wouldn't its power be able to surpass that of a missile? Theoretically, it can even surpass the Fat Man and the Little Boy. Because the replication of the interior is not limited to space, it also includes explosives. Expand hundreds of millions or even billions of times. The power of the explosion can definitely exceed that of an atomic bomb. Of course, this project is very large, and because of Yi Yuan's current copying ability, the items copied each time cannot exceed 30 kilograms. The explosive filling of the rocket is expanded billions of times. I don't know when it will be copied, and the power was so great that it exploded itself. 10 can be expanded. However, Yi Yuan only dared to copy the explosive filling, not the propellant. The composition and dosage of this thing would be strictly calculated based on the combustion chamber and nozzle. Rashly change the parameters that have been set. If an accident occurs during the launch, the power will be so great that it will directly kill you. Explosive fillings can be copied at will, because after launching, the fuse must be triggered before it explodes. All shot out. Who cares about the results? Anyway, I won't win the bid. Generally speaking, the range of a shoulder-fired rocket launcher is about 500 meters. According to this distance, 10x the explosive filling of the replica rocket makes the most sense. After all, not every shot is at the extreme distance. Sometimes the target may be only 100 meters away, or even closer. The power is too great, the blast wave can blow you away, so it's better to be conservative. Yi Yuan led everyone back to the tunnel. It's too dangerous outside. If you are not careful, a zombie might rush out from a corner and bite you, and you'll be dead. Having antibodies does not mean you are immune to corpse poison. The same goes for servants. When a zombie bites a person, it instantly secretes the virus like a poisonous snake. Corpse poison is a mutated virus and is completely different from the blood mist virus. Once bitten, the end result is assimilation, and even gods cannot save you. Therefore, Yi Yuan did not dare to be careless in the wild, and it was safer to return to the tunnel. He first copied 10 ordinary rockets, 10 bazookas. These are just samples. Although you don't need so many samples, it's better to be prepared. Then Yuan took out one of the rockets. The internal explosive filling, including the space, was replicated 10 times. You can try your hand now. Yuan arrived at the entrance of the tunnel, loaded the rocket into the rocket launcher, and aimed at a large truck on the side of the Riverside Highway. Pull the trigger. Whoosh! The rocket dragged a long tail flame, like a python coming out of a cave. After a few slight ups and downs, it accurately hit the truck and the car next to it. It went astray. Although Yuan's shooting skills are good, but I had never played with a rocket launcher in my previous life. I only knew how to fire it, so it was normal that my accuracy was not good. As the rocket hit the car, a deafening explosion was heard, and flames shot up into the sky. The large truck next to it was blown to pieces. Even the dozen or so cars nearby were all blown away. The scene was truly spectacular. Yuan simulated it. It doesn't matter if you shoot off target. I have great power, so what if my accuracy is poor? A rocket with 10 times the power is very powerful. If you shoot one of these things into a pile of zombies, it will definitely kill a large group of them. A devastating massacre. At this time, 3 women also stuck their heads out. Seeing the raging fire and shattered cars in the distance, everyone was dumbfounded. Wow, Brother Yi, what kind of rocket launcher is this? It's so powerful. I see. Brother Yi must have used a cheat on the cannonball. Lu Rian was terrified as she listened. Yuan is so amazing, he can use cheats on anything. You can even give yourself a cheat. At this time, Yuan had some inspiration again. Since the explosives inside rockets can be copied and expanded, so can grenades, right? No. Yuan quickly rejected this idea, which was tantamount to suicide. Rockets can be fired very far, so 10x replication is fine. But grenades are thrown by hand. Even a normal grenade can cause injury or even death if not handled properly. Once the internal explosives are expanded, that's just seeking death. It's okay to throw it down from the roof, but normally you should throw it forward, backward, left, and right from the ground. Better not be stupid. It's not worthwhile to blow yourself up. In addition to grenades, Yuan also thought of bullets. The gunpowder inside automatic rifle bullets can be expanded, but the power is too great, and it is easy to explode. The shotgun steel balls can also be expanded. However, the gunpowder equivalent and the weight of the steel balls have been strictly calculated. Once the number of steel balls is too large and the gunpowder thrust is insufficient, the power will be greatly reduced. There are many ideas. The only thing that can really be put into practice is rockets. But it doesn't matter. If one grenade doesn't work, can I just throw 10? One bullet won't do. Is it okay for me to switch to a machine gun and start firing wildly? If quality is not enough, quantity can make up for it. Anyway, it can be copied infinitely. Besides, we already have rockets as a powerful weapon, so other weapons can be normal and there is no need to pursue perfection. Yuan put away the rocket launcher, then blocked the tunnel entrance. Okay, let's call it a day and go back. The villas in Nanhu Houding also need to be equipped with anti-theft windows, and welding equipment and steel pipes are available. In his previous life, Yuan also worked as a laborer in the Luhu settlement for a period of time. Follow the welders to reinforce some defenses. So don't be fooled by the fact that he is a rich second generation. He basically knows all the basic technical jobs. The 4 of them returned on their own electric scooters. Not long after, they arrived at the foot of Nanhu Houding Villa. However, the entrance to the tunnel leading to the villa was blocked by huge rocks. Yuan was cautious. In case someone broke into the villa, at least they would not enter the tunnel to ambush him. Now we have to shovel the big rocks into the space warehouse. Yuan took out a shovel, aimed at a large rock, and shoveled it. A 3D image automatically appeared in his mind. Unexpectedly, an unexpected discovery was made. The 3D image clearly shows that there are 6 people in the villa. 4 boys and 2 girls. All in the living room. They all held fire axes and fire hammers in their hands, which were covered with blood. Some of them were sitting, some were standing, and they kept talking, like they were arguing about something. Damn it, the cuckoo has taken over the magpie's nest, and I actually guessed it right. A good villa was surrounded by a huge stone wall overnight. If the survivors saw it, they would definitely try to sneak in. Yuan had already prepared himself mentally. This is also the reason why he reinforced the doors and windows. After all, the wall could be climbed over. But coming in would be a death sentence. Yuan didn't want to know who they were, or what they were doing in his home. He didn't want to take the risk of talking to these people. Although we can see from the 3D image, these people only have cold weapons. What if there is still truth around my waist? It's easier to just smash him to death. So Yuan kept digging, and huge rocks suddenly appeared above the living room of the villa. A series of loud bangs and smashes. In less than 10 seconds, all 6 people were crushed to death. Yuan led the 3 women out of the tunnel, and saw people who had been smashed to death lying all over the living room. The 3 women were used to it. There was no panic. However, the living room was already a mess. Yi Yuan put the boulder back into the space warehouse and then released the devouring skill. The abyss opened its mouth. The smashed furniture and corpses on the ground were all swallowed up and transferred to the space warehouse. When I was raiding the supermarket before, I picked up a lot of furniture. Take out a new set from the space warehouse and put it in place. The living room is back to looking like new again. At this moment, Yi Yuan saw something outside the window, and his eyes suddenly flashed with cold light. Chapter 55. To deal with the liquor, you have to abuse the fountain. There's a drone on the high wall outside the window, spying on the villa. But Yi Yuan can be sure. This drone had just appeared, which meant that Yi Yuan smashed the people in the villa to death, including using devouring transfer to store the smashed furniture and dead bodies into the space warehouse, and take out a new set of furniture and arrange it in the living room. None of this was seen by the drone. Yi Yuan look. Lu Rian also saw the helicopter on the high wall. Xiaofan and Xiaowan immediately raised their guns, and Yi Yuan quickly signaled them to put their guns down. Just this delay. The drone immediately turned around and flew away. Xiaofan and Xiaowan stamped their feet in anger, but Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If we had shot it down just now, we would never know where the person operating the drone was hiding." People's hearts are no longer the same as they used to be in the last days. Since someone has set his sights on this place, Yi Yuan must find out where this person is hiding, no matter what the other party's purpose is. To be on the safe side, we must prevent future troubles. So he immediately released a huge rock and used the engineer's shovel to shovel the rock, and the 3D stereoscopic image automatically appeared in his mind. The fleeing drone was also seen clearly. "You little bastard, are you the only one who knows how to peek? As long as you dare to land, I will know where you are hiding." Yi Yuan was paying attention to the movements of the drone. Like a 3D stereo imaging radar, he could ignore the blood mist and see everything clearly. But the drone did not stop. Keep flying forward until it disappears from the 3D map in my mind. Yi Yuan sighed with regret. The 3D stereogram could only cover a diameter of 1 kilometer or a radius of 500 meters. This range is very wide. Whether it is escaping, chasing, assassinating, or reconnaissance, it can always be done by surprise. The only problem is that it is a bit difficult to use it to monitor drones. This thing is not threatened by zombies on the ground and can fly around without restraint. With a radius of 500 meters, it is a bit difficult to capture the activity track of the drone. Yi Yuan shoveled the boulder into the space warehouse. The 3D image in my mind also disappeared. "How's it going, brother Yi? Where did the drone go?" Xiaowan asked. Yi Yuan shook his head. "Out of my detection range. But there's no need to worry. There must be survivors trapped at home, so we used the drone to check the situation outside. Although I say so. But Yi Yuan would not really take it lightly. In theory, living underground is safer, even absolutely safe. But it's very depressing underground. Not only do you dig tunnels all day, but you also have to live underground at night. People will become depressed after a long time. Therefore, it is better to weld anti-theft windows to the windows." With the tools and materials ready, Yi Yuan walked out of the villa and into the yard, took out the steel bars and connected the cutting machine to the power source. The three women went to measure the window size separately. Not long after, Yi Yuan had made a burglar-proof window and then copied other windows according to the size. Some windows are larger in size. At this time, local integrated replication and enlargement can be used. Very convenient. Finally, all the anti-theft windows were installed using expansion screws, and the security level of the villa was instantly greatly improved. Even if someone climbs over the wall, don't even think about entering the house without special tools. In his previous life, Yi Yuan developed a habit of light sleeping. If someone really used tools to pry open the anti-theft window, he would definitely be awakened. Anti-theft windows are installed. I looked at the time. It's still early, only 6 o'clock. For safety reasons, the wall can be raised by another 5 meters. There are plenty of boulders in the space warehouse anyway. Yi Yuan asked Xiaowan and Xiaofan to come and help. These huge stones were stacked directly, and although each one weighed 2 or 3 tons, they did not need to be carried by hand. Just like dispensing glue, just dispense it wherever it is needed. The space warehouse made of wine jug is aligned with the location where the boulders need to be built, and then mental power enters the space warehouse. You know, there is no energy field inside the space warehouse. The mental force inside is comparable to the will of gods. It directly grabs the boulder with the hand of mind and sends it to the mouth of the wine jug, where it slowly falls out. A huge stone was built in this way. Very silky and effortless. Of course, this kind of built wall is not reinforced with concrete, so increasing the height also requires increasing the thickness. Some places even need to be staggered to form a pulling force. Therefore, the thickness of the wall was also increased by 1 meter. 3 people worked together to build the wall and finished it in less than 20 minutes. Looking at the thick and tall walls, everyone smiled with satisfaction. Now we don't have to worry about someone climbing over the wall. You can sleep well at night. It would be nice if we added a wire rolling cage. You know what? Yuan had exactly that intention. When I was raiding the hardware supermarket, I picked up a lot of steel wire, which came in handy. Wire rolling cage is a defensive fortification. In his previous life, Yuan often did this when he was in the Luhu City Defense Force. Soon, he was able to skillfully make a 10-centimeter rolling cage. It was covered with crisscross steel spikes. Although it is only 10 centimeters, it can be copied. Yuan came to the top of the wall, fixed the rolling cage, and then activated the local copying ability. The 10 centimeters wire roller cage began to extend and lengthen. 1 Meter, 2 Meters, 5 Meters. Use expansion screws to secure it at regular intervals to ensure it does not fall. The perimeter of the wall is less than 200 meters. Steel wire is also an inorganic substance. Not only does the copying process require little mental effort, but it is also very fast, and it was completed in just 10 minutes. Yuan came down from the wall. He clapped his hands at the impregnable rolling cage wall. Done! After so much busy work, the safety issue of the villa has been resolved. Next it's time to prepare dinner. Lu Rian smiled slightly and immediately began to implement her plan to steal the house. It's getting dark. I'm gonna cook. You've all been very busy today. You don't have to help me. Just take a good rest. Wow, Sister Rian is so nice. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Rian. Not to mention Xiaofan and Xiaowan. Even Yuan didn't realize Lu Rian's plan. Now I'm cooking. Is it okay for you to wash the dishes and mop the floor after eating? I took this opportunity to wash up quickly. You haven't even finished cleaning yet, but I've already robbed your house. The abacus was jingling loudly. At this time, the 3 people who were kept in the dark did not know that they were all being plotted against. Yuan sat on the sofa, thinking that Gu Yiming might not come to save him for the time being. But I won't betray my enemies for a day. Yuan felt uncomfortable all over. After thinking about it, apart from Gu Yiming, it seems that Isu is the only one who can be tricked. I finally caught your weakness, you die-hard bootlicker. I must dig you into it to death. Brother Yi smoke. Xiaofan lit the cigarette and handed it to Yuan. To play with Isu, it is best to let Xiaofan come forward. After all, she was once the holy white moonlight in Isu's heart. Although the showdown has been made before. But there is no cure for this lickspittle. He has no self-respect and no bottom line. And just one word can revive him. After resurrection, strike again, to death. It would be fun just like a fountain attack. Xiaofan, did you block Isu? Yes, Brother Yi. You are the only one in her heart. She will definitely block Isu. Yuan gave a wicked smile. Pull him back quickly and then, Chapter 56. There is no cure for licking dogs. According to Yuan's plan, Jiang Xiaofan added Isu as a friend again. Then he said he was not nice to her. I hope Isu will come to save her. As long as Isu is really willing to come, he will be cheated completely, and then we can confront him. It makes me happy just thinking about it. This guy will definitely be so angry that he will vomit 3 liters of blood. However, Jiang Xiaofan shook his head repeatedly. No, Brother Yi, I said it so decisively in the video before. He must hate me to death. It's even more impossible to come and rescue me. You won't know if it works until you try it. Isu, this bootlicker, has been chasing Xiaofan for half a year, but he has never even tasted the taste of Guokue Liangfen. It means he has lost his mind. My love for Xiaofan has almost reached the point of unlimited tolerance. Listen to me and add friends again. Then try what I said before. If it works, it works. If not, forget it. Jiang Xiaofan is absolutely loyal to Yi Yuan. Since you said that, let's give it a try. I hate Isu anyway. If it can make Brother Yi happy, I'd be happy to do it. Soon, Xiaofan added Isu as a friend again. She hasn't sent a message yet. Isu sent it first. Xiaofan, is it really you? Xiaofan, I miss you so much. How are you now? He sent 3 messages in one breath, and it was obvious that Isu was very excited at the moment. But Jiang Xiaofan felt disgusted. If it wasn't for making Brother Yi happy, I wouldn't have contacted you. Isu, I'm not feeling well. What's wrong, Xiaofan? Tell me quickly what happened. After seeing the content of Isu's chat, Yuan could almost conclude that this guy was already in the late stage of dog-licking cancer. The anxiety of the bootlicker is revealed between the lines. Xiaofan is already mine. Why do you still care about her so much? There is no cure. There is no cure for this guy. But it suits me just fine. Xiaofan was still typing when Isu, impatiently, immediately sent him a video. What should I do, Brother Yi? Answer it. Of course. Yuan signaled Xiaofan to answer the video, and he hid aside to avoid being captured by the camera. The video is connected. Jiang Xiaofan immediately started acting, looking miserable and tearful as he said, "Yisu, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that to you. You're the one who's really good to me. Yi Yuan is just using me." What? Hearing this, Yisu's anger suddenly exploded. I have been pursuing this goddess for half a year and worshipped her as a holy white lotus, but she was actually used by Yi Yuan? Damn Yi Yuan. I'm not done with you. Xiao Fan, don't cry. Tell me what happened? Jiang Xiaofan cried, and spent more than 10 minutes polishing the lies Yi Yuan had made up and telling them to Yisu with exaggeration. After hearing this, Yisu almost exploded on the spot. What? You are asked to go out to find food during the day, and you are asked to massage his feet when you come back at night. He beats you if he is not satisfied. Brute! You beast! I'm gonna kill that bastard Yi Yuan. Yisu's heart was bleeding. The woman I cherished like a treasure was used as cannon fodder by Yi Yuan. When going out to look for food every day, Xiaofan should walk in front. If she encounters zombies, she will become a human shield. Yi Yuan, this beast, is even more ruthless than me. I gave enough money to the women I slept with before the end of the world, so I can ensure that they have enough food and clothing after the end of the world. Yisu, am ruthless and ungrateful, but never owe a woman anything. Unlike Yi Yuan, he is worse than a beast. At this moment, Yisu suddenly felt that he was very great, as if he was the last in the class, but suddenly one day, he got the second to last place in the exam. If you say Yisu is stupid, he is not really stupid. He knew clearly in his heart that Jiang Xiaofan was played by Yi Yuan and was used as cannon fodder. At least this is what Xiaofan's lie just now conveyed. Yisu still felt heartbroken. The lickers are so fucking pitiful, hateful, and hopeless. But it's heartbreaking. But he couldn't bear to cut the Gordian knot. Xiaofan, don't worry. As long as you really regret it and are willing to follow me, Yisu, will do my best to send someone to rescue you. Yisu is rational on this point. I didn't say anything stupid like I came to rescue you myself. Really? Yisu, will you send someone to rescue me? Trust me, I will send someone to rescue you soon. Give me some time. Okay, I'll wait for you. After hanging up the video, Jiang Xiaofan let out a breath and glared at Yi Yuan. Brother Yi, you are so bad. I didn't expect Yisu to be so infatuated with me. It's a pity that I can't tolerate him at all in my heart. Yi Yuan smiled, but said nothing. To be honest, if Jiang Xiaofan had not become her servant, she would definitely be moved by Yisu. After all, humans are not plants. In the end times, there are still people who try their best to save another person. Even if it is for a certain purpose, it is enough to move a heartless person. Even sing praises. Yi Yuan admitted this. Yisu's feelings for Jiang Xiaofan are indeed worthy of praise. It's a pity that you bastard killed my parents. In my previous life, I was skinned and my tendons were pulled out. Don't say you are a fake pure love warrior. Even if you are a real saint, I will play you to death. At this time, Xiaoan also sat down and poured tea for Yi Yuan. There is a huge gap between past and present life. Not only did he get the golden finger, but he was also surrounded by beauties on both sides, all of whom were stunning beauties. It seems like a dream. While expressing his emotion, Yi Yuan checked the current attribute page. Yi Yuan. Attributes. Strength 25, Constitution 25, Agility 24, Spirit 25. Ability. 3D printing, infinite replication, partial integrated replication, life form replication. Excavator Master, Super Excavator, Digging Strength Level 8, Digging Shovel. Nutritionist Devouring LV.2. This attribute layout is luxurious. Especially the following row of superpowers. Each one is awesome. I've been digging tunnels these 2 days, and my digging skills have been upgraded to level 8, gaining 8 free attributes. Different abilities have different upgrade effects. For example, if you dig underground to strengthen yourself, you will gain 1 free attribute each time you upgrade, which is the upgrade bonus attribute. The swallowing ability is different. At level 1, you can gain 1 free attribute point for every ton of food consumed. After upgrading, you have to devour 2 tons of food to gain 1 free attribute point. The difficulty increases after upgrading. Actually, it is not. The upper limit of devouring LV.1 is 20 points of free attributes. Once the limit is reached, further devouring will not be able to be converted into free attributes. However, when the devouring ability is upgraded to level 2, you can continue to gain free attributes. Therefore, the key to upgrading the devouring ability is to remove the limit. At this time, the smell of food wafted from the kitchen. But it's not done yet. Taking advantage of this time, Yi Yuan took out another can of gas. This was a replica. The sample had already been given to Lu Ruyan, who was cooking at the moment. However, the copies can still be copied. The original plan was to replicate the internal space of the gas tank and the gas storage capacity tens of thousands of times at the same time. A tank of gas lasts a lifetime, but doing so is dangerous. In case of an accidental explosion, no one at the scene would survive, so it is better to be safe. Yuan copied more than a dozen cans of gas in one breath. It's enough for a short period of time. At this time, the sky had completely darkened, and the solar street lights were no longer shining, and the entire city was in darkness. Only the lights in Yuan's house were still on. Diesel generators generate electricity 24 hours a day. This gave him an idea. There was a communication base station near the community. After a power outage, the base station would automatically use the battery power. The battery will run out by tomorrow noon at the latest. However, there are backup generators in the base stations. We will dig a tunnel to the base station early tomorrow morning and start the generator to provide power. At worst, we can come back once a day to refuel with diesel. This way, you won't be disconnected from the internet. Life is fun only with the internet. After all, I haven't come clean with Gu Yiming yet. When the time comes, I will take an intimate video with Lu Ruyan and send it to Gu Yiming. I guess he will explode on the spot. Not long after, Lu Ruyan prepared the meal. After everyone sat at the table, Yuan noticed that Lu Ruyan ate very fast. After eating, he said he was tired and wanted to wash up and go to bed early. Yuan was confused. You didn't do anything today, and you're tired after cooking a meal? It was not until Lu Ruyan came out of the shower and flashed into the master bedroom that Yuan suddenly realized what was going on. Oh shit, you are stealing the house. Chapter 57. Emperor Ruyan bloodthirsts and slaughters zombies. After the storm last night, early the next morning, Yuan was the first to wake up. After washing up, he went to the yard to smoke a cigarette. Although the villa is surrounded by a 10-meter-high wall. However, some space for activities is reserved, otherwise it would be very depressing to live there. Finished a cigarette. The three women got up and washed one after another, and Yuan prepared a table full of breakfast. He has already developed the habit. Anything that can be copied will be reserved as a sample in the space warehouse, including the delicious food made in the past few days. Although the food is directly copied, it lacks the authenticity of life. But this is the end of the world. Now that we have decided to raid the city for important supplies, we have to hurry up. If we want to make life more real, we can make dinner ourselves. Breakfast and lunch can be copied directly. Lu Ruyan looks even more charming today. It's just that it feels a little unnatural when I walk. There's no way. When I was moving last night, the furniture was too big and the door frame was too small, so I had to squeeze in and got a little injured. But there are also benefits. Lu Ruyan's taming degree reached 95%, and Yuan completed the last entry. The devouring ability was also upgraded to level 3. Then Lu Ruyan automatically becomes a servant with a 100% taming degree, which means absolute loyalty. Now I can give her weapons without worry. Moreover, after moving house last night, Yuan gave her 2 superpowers, Dig to strengthen the body and Devouring LV.1. Yuan would never give the copying ability to anyone else. It was a symbol of his status as the master, and as an orange power, he was not willing to share it with anyone. After breakfast, Yuan gave Lu Ruyan a set of weapons, including a shotgun, assault rifle, pistol, and machine gun. Grenades and rocket launchers cannot be given for the time being. If you haven't learned it, a mistake in operation may lead to the destruction of the whole team. Let's go! Xiaofan Xiaoan, your main task today is to teach Ruyan how to use firearms to kill zombies. Lu Ruyan has learned how to use firearms these days, but the shooting is kinda bad. Of course, there is no problem with shooting when using a shotgun. The main thing is that when facing the zombies rushing towards you, you have to overcome your fear and fire quickly. If the first shot doesn't kill him, fire the second shot immediately. Just kill a few more. Yuan dug a tunnel, walked in with 4 people, and blocked the tunnel entrance again. Today we will go to the nearby communication base station to start the backup diesel engine. This allows the base station to continue operating. There is internet at home. When I come back at night, I can watch the video to understand the situation outside. And by the way, think of ways to continue to trick Gu Yiming and Hisu. Especially Hisu. This guy promised yesterday that he would do everything he could to save Xiaofan. And Gu Yiming also promised to save Lu Ruyan. So you must ensure there is internet access. Today, Yuan took the initiative to undertake the task of digging the tunnel. As long as he was not tired, he would not need help from others. After all, digging tunnels can increase your attributes. You have to maximize your strength first. After all, when the 3 heroes fight Lu Bu at night, it will be embarrassing if you don't use your full strength and fail to win. This reason makes sense. It took Yuan 20 minutes to dig under the base station closest to the community. The 3D image in my mind showed a dozen zombies scattered on the ground. There's also a zombie in the base station room. This is just right, I can give Lu Ruyan some practice. There are more than a dozen zombies on the ground. I'll dig a tunnel and lure the zombies in later. Ruyan, you stand at the front and kill the zombies. Xiao Fan stands behind Ruyan. If anything happens to her, you will be responsible for clearing out the zombies that rush into the tunnel. Xiao Fanping made an okay gesture. Lu Ruyan also nodded, but she looked a little nervous because Yi Yuan had just said that if anything unexpected happened, Xiao Fan would be the one to take the blame. What accident? Was he bitten to death by zombies? Since I'm still a novice, I have to stand in the front to resist damage, but the Lu Ruyan now is not the Lu Ruyan of yesterday. Servants are absolutely loyal to their masters. No matter how scared she was, she still followed orders. Soon, Yi Yuan dug away the last piece of earth and rock, and the tunnel entrance led directly to the interior of the base station building. Yi Yuan fired a shot toward the door. The gunshots alarmed the zombies in the base station room. The door was not closed, so those outside could also hear it. Roar! 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 The first one to pounce was the zombie in the base station room. Yi Yuan kicked it away, then quickly retreated back to the tunnel and hid behind the three women. I can't do everything by myself. From now on, the job of killing zombies will have to be handed over to these women. So whenever there is a chance, train them. Lu Ruyan held a shotgun, concentrating completely. Soon, the first zombie rushed into the tunnel. Bang! His hand trembled and he pulled the trigger. Unexpectedly, I had good luck. I knocked down the zombie that rushed in from a distance of 30 meters. This gave Lu Ruyan great confidence. Snap! Eject the shell and load the chamber. Another zombie rushed in. Lu Ruyan pulled the trigger, but this time she missed the vital part. Most of the bullets hit the cave walls. The zombie only staggered for a moment and continued to rush forward with its fangs and claws bared. Don't be nervous. Load your gun quickly. Lu Ruyan was not nervous. She knew very well that Xiao Fan was standing behind her. If there was really danger, she didn't believe that Yi Yuan would watch her die. After all, I'm the main technician in repairing the tunnel boring machine. But even though my mind wasn't nervous, my heart was still uncontrollably nervous. The zombies rushed over at an extremely fast speed. The ferocious appearance has a strong visual impact, and the heart is completely out of control. After trembling for a while, he finally completed the second ejection and loading of the gun. At this time, the zombie was less than 15 meters away from Lu Ruyan. Zhang Xiaofan has aimed her shotgun. If he advances to 10 meters, she will pull the trigger decisively. Bang! When the gunshot rang out, Lu Ruyan was shaken by the powerful recoil. But this shot was very accurate. At a distance of 13 meters, the zombie's head was blown up like a watermelon. This scene is both bloody and terrifying, and also makes people's blood boil. As if something engraved in her bones was activated, there was a bit of fear, a bit of excitement, and a bit of madness in Lu Ruyan's eyes. Click, the bullet is loaded. 2 more zombies rushed in. Ah! She let out a cry of excitement and pulled the trigger. Bang! A zombie fell down, the gun was loaded and ejected, the trigger was pulled, the gun went off, and the second zombie also fell down. More and more zombies rushed into the tunnel. The excitement in Lu Ruyan's eyes became more and more intense, turning into excitement. She kept loading the shells into the chamber and pulling the trigger. The tunnel became a death passage. No matter how many zombies come in, they will die. In less than 3 minutes, the tunnel was quiet and the bodies were piled high. Lu Ruyan let out a breath. Fuck! It's so enjoyable. Yi Yuan held his forehead with his hand. He didn't expect that Lu Ruyan was also a female Tyrannosaurus, just like Zhang Xiaofan. It's just that he usually disguises himself very well. Tigers in the northeast, wolves in the northwest, and Tyrannosaurus rex disguised as sheep in Sichuan and Chongqing. But the Tyrannosaurus is also very tasty. Be gentle when you should be gentle, and be wild when you should be wild. Let's go to the base station room. Yi Yuan led the 3 people out of the tunnel. At the same time, on the wall of the villa behind me, the drone from yesterday appeared again. Chapter 58, Elegant Young Woman Su Min. I only want a dagger. The towering walls can keep out zombies, and the wire rolling cages can stop thugs from climbing over the walls. But it can't stop drones from snooping. The drone from yesterday appeared on the wall again, carefully observing the interior of the villa. Unfortunately, all doors and windows have been equipped with anti-theft windows. The curtains were also drawn. There's nothing to see inside. At this moment, an elegant and charming young woman was muttering to herself through the images transmitted back by the drone. Strange, the wall of this villa doubled in height overnight. The walls are also thicker than before, and the huge stones used to build the wall are cut so smoothly and flatly. How do they do that? The young woman frowned in confusion. She was wearing a cool, tight-fitting cheongsam. Her bare shoulders and arms were white and soft. Her slender thighs were like radishes just pulled out of the ground in winter, white, tender, and fresh after washing. The young woman's name is Su Min. She has another identity. She is Hong Jingyi's wife. That is, he was one of the 3 major shareholders who killed Yi Yuan's parents. Of course, Su Min must be Hong Jingyi's second wife. After all, Hong Jingyi is in his 50s and Su Min is only 24 or 25. But Su Min was unlucky. Just after getting the marriage certificate with Hong Jingyi, and before having time to hold the wedding banquet, his father passed away unexpectedly. The wedding had to be postponed. After dealing with her father's funeral, she decided to stay at home with her mother for a while. So she did not move to Luhu to live with Hong Jingyi. I didn't expect the end to come. My mother went out to buy groceries early and never came back. She was the only one left at home. Fortunately, during my father's funeral, my family bought a lot of drinks and candies to entertain the guests who visited my mother. Usually my mother also likes to buy some frozen food and put it in the refrigerator. So during this period, Su Min did not lack food. She also likes to keep pets and has a husky and a cockatiel at home. Even though they're just animals, but at least there is company, so I don't have a mental breakdown. But since the power outage the day before yesterday, Su Min started to panic. It was July, and even though the blood mist blocked the sunlight, the weather was still very hot. Most of the food in the refrigerator has rotted. The remaining bread, biscuits, and other foods would not last for a few days. During this period, I kept in touch with Hong Jingyi. Unfortunately, Hong Jingyi was too incompetent to send a helicopter to rescue her. It wasn't that he had no money. Before the end of the world, he was a famous capitalist in Shu City. But what does it matter if you are rich? He Xiaomin ranks second in the Shudu capitalist circle, but even he can't get a helicopter. Only Gu Yiming has the status to do so. Hong Jingyi went to find Gu Yiming. The first time Gu Yiming agreed, he sent a helicopter to kill Yi Yuan and Jiang Xiaofan first, and then go to Yipan Tangxiang to pick up Lu Ruyan. Finally, he crossed the city and picked up Su Min as well. Unfortunately, the helicopter was shot down by Yi Yuan at the first stop. Later, Su Min suggested that Hong Jingyi find a way to save her. Hong Jingyi agreed and said that he was thinking of a way. But for some reason, rescue did not come. There is a power outage now. The network is down. Su Min could no longer contact Hong Jingyi and could only use a drone to investigate the situation outside to see if there were any rescue forces in the city. But she was disappointed. There were no rescue troops. There were only endless zombies, and their number was increasing every day. The neighborhood where he lived was already filled with zombies. Don't say there was no rescue. Even if there is, I'm afraid no one can save me. The worst thing is that the drone has little battery left, and it is estimated that it can only go out twice before it will be completely paralyzed. Power outage, internet outage. The water and gas are cut off. Why? Su Min sighed and looked at the little food left. She felt extremely desperate. She thought of the villa with its huge stone walls. There lived 1 man and 3 women. It's absolutely safe there, and judging by the appearance of those 4 people, they should have no shortage of food. And there is electricity. It's not far from my home. Of course, the straight line distance is not far, only about 700 or 800 meters, but you have to cross 3 blocks in a park. You can imagine how dangerous it is. With Su Min's weak strength, he couldn't even go downstairs, let alone go to the villa that could be called a fortress. It seems I can only wait to die here. Thinking about how young, elegant, and sexy I was, and how I was once a goddess with countless men licking my boots. Eventually, he would starve to death at home. Su Min couldn't help feeling sad. In fact, she had a plan to escape in her mind, but she still lacked a weapon, even the most rudimentary one. At this time, the husky raised by Su Min came to her side quietly. Shahab, don't make any noise, there are zombies outside. I have to say that Su Min is very good at training pets. Even a stupid dog like Era could be trained by her to be very obedient. It hasn't yelled or screamed in all these days. At this time, the drone has also returned. Su Min quickly turned off the phone. She couldn't waste any electricity. Her life might depend on this little bit of power. She was ready to ask for help from the people in the fortress villa. Even though there's a high chance you won't get help, give it a try anyway. What if I get help? And her demands are not high. The women in the villa had guns, which we saw clearly through the drone yesterday, and they didn't look like thugs. Su Min didn't expect to get a gun. If she could be given a sharp knife, she could try to fight her way out of the building on her own. She estimated that the survival rate might be only 10%. But try it anyway. It's better than waiting to die at home. So she wrote a note today and hung it on the drone, directing it to fly to the fortress villa, but unfortunately the people in the villa were gone. I don't know whether he has gone out or hasn't gotten up yet. To be on the safe side, Su Min decided to send the drone out again before dark. There are fruit knives and kitchen knives everywhere in the house. With my weak combat ability, I would not be able to deal with the zombies even if I used that method. She saw the woman in the villa with a military dagger tied to her leg. If she was lucky enough and was willing to give it to her, she could implement her escape plan. At that time, only Habir and Taizi will be left. The prince is a cockatiel. After raising it carefully for 3 years, she was reluctant to abandon it. But now, there was no better way. Have a beer, Prince. Come over and eat. There is still a lot of pet food, so they won't starve for the time being, but my own food is running low. Su Min tore open a piece of bread and ate it carefully. I finished a small piece of bread and drank 2 sips of Tu Lao Ji and just made do with it. You have to eat sparingly, and when you really need to escape, eat enough all at once. Sleep, sleep. I don't feel hungry when I fall asleep. The day passed in a daze. The sky gradually darkened. I guess everyone in the villa should be here. Even if you go out during the day, you have to come back before dark, so you can send a drone out to try your luck. Mom and Dad, please bless me. I don't ask for too much. As long as they can give me a dagger, I will be satisfied. Su Min stood on the balcony. The drone restarted and flew towards Nanhu Houting. Chapter 59. It turns out you are also a female Tyrannosaurus. When it was about to get dark, Yuan and his group returned to the Nanhu Houting villa. After raising the wall and installing a rolling cage yesterday, no outsiders broke in today. The 5-meter-high wall can be climbed over with the help of tools. 10 meters high, basically impossible. This is not the apocalypse. There are zombies everywhere, and going out with a ladder is basically a dead end. Besides, there is a circle of rolling cages on the wall. Everyone rested for a while, and Yuan took Xiaofan to make dinner. They usually cooked this meal themselves. Ate a day's worth of copied food. It always feels a little unreal. Lu Rian was quite tired today, so she didn't cook. Although she was tired, she gained a lot today. Don't be fooled by her usual elegant and charming appearance. Like a docile sheep, her true nature was exposed as soon as she picked up the gun. She went on a killing spree today and killed at least over 100 zombies. Now when I see zombies, there is only excitement in my eyes, no fear. In addition, today's gains were not small. Lu Rian's level 1 devouring skill has reached its limit. Added 10 free attributes. Currently, all 4 of her attributes have reached 11 points. Her physical fitness is comparable to that of a top all-around athlete, and she can almost ignore the recoil when using firearms. Of course, machine guns are another matter. Xiaofan and Xiaowan's digging skills have also been upgraded to level 6, and each of them has increased 2 free attributes. Each level of digging for strength increases 1 free attribute point. But the upgrade was a bit slow. Yuan had the biggest harvest today. After his devouring skill was upgraded to level 3, the restrictions were lifted. He devoured 100 tons of food today. Free attributes increased by 20 points. Level 3 devouring. Gain 1 free attribute point for every 5 tons of food devoured. Although the conversion rate is greatly reduced. At least the restrictions have been lifted and we can eat as much as we want. What we have the most right now is food, so we can go shopping in any supermarket in the city. Even without food, he can replicate. Of course, this is the worst option. Copying food consumes a lot of energy, but it is not a big deal for daily life. Using copied food to stack devouring skills will be very inefficient. It is still more efficient to raid the supermarket. In addition, Yuan's digging and strengthening skills have also been upgraded to level 8. The higher the level, the slower the digging skill will upgrade. Currently, all his attributes have reached 30 points, and he can slap zombies away with a slap. It's a bit difficult to shoot to death. If you use your fist and punch the zombie on the head with all your strength, you can kill it. He has verified it. Strength attributes include brute force, explosive power, and penetration. 30 points of strength is equivalent to 3 times the comprehensive strength of an all-around athlete. With one punch, the powerful penetrating force can directly shatter the zombie's brain. Even if the outside is good, it's a mess inside, and there's no way to survive. Of course, under normal circumstances, he would not use his fists to kill zombies. It was too risky. If he was unlucky and got bitten, even God could not save him. Xiaowan and Xiaofan are still cooking. Lu Rian was very sensible and made a pot of tea for Yuan. Top quality Yu Mao Feng, the king of green tea. Got it during today's raid. The fragrance is elegant and fresh, the taste is fresh and sweet, and the flavor is rich and mellow. Yuan put down the teacup, but the fragrance still lingered in his mouth. I can still enjoy it like this in the end times. I'm afraid it's just me. This is not just self-satisfaction. Even the big guys in Luhu can enjoy top-notch delicious food every day. But the mood is different. Being trapped in Deer Lake, people are still worried that zombies will break through the defense zone at any time. Nothing like Yuan. There is no need to worry about either physiological needs or safety needs, and life may even be more fulfilling than before the end of the world. Just then, Yuan heard a buzzing sound. Hi! He pulled Lu Rian and immediately hid behind the window with a shotgun in his hand. Not long after, a drone hovered outside the window. Is that the drone from yesterday? Yuan did not answer. He was not sure. Many people had drones. Who knew if it was the same person? Look, there's a piece of paper hanging from the drone's belly. Yuan also noticed it. Moreover, the drone was hovering outside the window. It seemed that the person operating it had no ill intentions. There was probably something written on the paper. Yuan, go get it down and have a look. Yuan pushed open the window, took the note, and handed it to Yuan. After unfolding it, there were indeed a few lines of words written on it. Hello, my name is Min. I live in Garden City not far from you. I am trapped at home now, and my food and water are running out. I want to leave the building, but I don't have any weapons. I hope you can help me. I need a military dagger. There is a hook on the belly of the drone. You can hang a dagger on it. Of course, you can also hang a gun. If it is possible. Thank you. After reading the contents of the note, Yuan frowned slightly. Min? This name sounds so familiar. I remember. It seems that Hong Jingyi's wife is also called Min. Yuan had conducted a detailed investigation on all those who participated in the murder of his parents, so he naturally knew some of Hong Jingyi's background. At least the details on the surface are very clear. However, Hong Jingyi's second wife only got the marriage certificate a few days before the outbreak of the apocalypse, and they hadn't even held a wedding banquet yet. Yuan didn't have time to investigate carefully. I have no idea what he looks like, where he lives, or what he does. However, Yuan has the memory of rebirth. I had seen Hong Jingyi's wife in Luhu in my previous life. She was also a charming and stunning beauty, simply a saint who had lost her husband. A demon who can drain a man dry and kill him. But it is obvious that this Min is not that Min. Hong Jingyi's wife is clearly in Luhu. It's impossible that she is in Garden City. Not the same person. Although this woman named Min was courageous, she actually wanted to kill her way out of the building with just a dagger, which was both tragic and brave. But who knows whether it is true or not. In the end times, people's hearts are no longer the same as they used to be. Every word said by the survivors may be a trick to put you to death. Whether true or false. I don't believe you. Maybe the person controlling the drone was not Min at all, but a big man with bad intentions. Bang! Yuan raised his hand and fired a shot, directly blowing up the drone. Yuan was stunned for a moment. What happened? How can we shoot down the drone? Yuan said calmly, in the last days, don't trust anyone. Even if what the other party says is true, don't believe it easily. Yuan nodded. Okay, I'll remember that. I'll only trust you from now on. Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan can also be trusted, but others cannot be trusted. The other side. Min stood up from the sofa, a look of gentle anger on her face, which gradually turned into anger. Damn it, that's so damn. How can people be so evil? Not only did you not help me, you even shot down my drone. Fuck you, you idiot. Sichuan and Chongqing Tyrannosaurus Rex dressed as sheep. Look, even Min, such an elegant and charming beauty, will reveal her true nature when she gets angry. But having said that, such a woman seems to have a strong desire to conquer. The premise is not to overestimate your own abilities. He is obviously a loser, but he still wants to conquer the beautiful Tyrannosaurus Rex. That's like a toad trying to eat a swan's flesh. Just at this moment, Min heard some noise outside the door, but it didn't sound like zombies. She tiptoed to the door and looked out through the peephole. Chapter 60. Trick people to the end, do things to the utmost. Min looked through the peephole and saw the neighbor opposite tiptoeing towards the fire escape. In his right hand, he held a dagger. He was holding a pot lid in his left hand, apparently using it as a shield. He also carried a backpack on his back. But the backpack is emptied, probably doesn't contain anything. The neighbor is a man around 30 years old. He has the habit of exercising and is in very good physical condition. It looks like the food at home has been eaten. There was no rescue yet. Not wanting to sit and wait for death. He had no choice but to take the risk and rush out of the building. Min didn't say anything, but watched her neighbor walk towards her home step by step, because her home was near the fire escape. It's only a dozen meters away. The neighbor walked and stopped, as if hesitating, and finally gritted his teeth and walked quickly into the safe passage. But the next moment, he let out a shrill scream and crawled back, with a zombie following him. The neighbor was thrown to the ground in front of his own house. The zombies pressed on him and bit him madly, and he stabbed the zombies randomly with a dagger. He stabbed him more than 10 times, but none of them hit the vital parts. The zombie was not dead, but the neighbor's neck had been bitten through. He had lost his strength and could not continue swinging the knife. I can only keep wailing. Soon, 2 more zombies heard the noise and rushed out of the fire escape. 3 zombies joined the feast. The sounds of growling, chewing, and flesh being torn apart could be clearly heard. Min was so frightened that she didn't dare to breathe. She retreated to the bedroom quietly and brought Habir and the prince into the bedroom as well. Although they are very obedient. But after all, they are low-level animals. If they make a sound and alarm the zombies, they might be the next ones to be killed. After calming down, Min felt very confused. Even if the neighbor wanted to escape, it shouldn't be now. After all, it's almost dark. I can't figure it out. She didn't want to think about other people's affairs, as she was already busy with her own affairs. Gradually, the sky became completely dark. Darkness enveloped the entire city, and the noise outside the door became much quieter, but Su Min did not dare to go and check. She was thinking about the dagger in her neighbor's hand. Let's wait and see tomorrow. If the zombies left, she could open the door and get the dagger, as long as she moved gently, so as not to alert the zombies. Although the light was dim at that time. However, Su Min still saw it clearly. The dagger seemed to be of good quality. As long as you get it, you can implement your escape plan. The other side. After Yuan finished his meal, he sat on the sofa and drank tea, thinking about something in his mind. High walls can keep out zombies and survivors, but it can't stop drones. Although this thing is not a big threat, at least the drone in the survivor's hand cannot carry a bomb. But it's annoying to be spied on all the time. So Yuan pulled up a wire mesh overnight, and then used expansion screws to fix the wire mesh to the wall. Then used the local integrated replication ability. Expand the barbed wire little by little, and finally cover the villa completely. The process is actually very simple. The villa wall is only about 30 meters wide from front to back, and several keel frames are made of steel bars and rolled from one end to the other. Then pull a wire mesh on the keel frame and secure it. It can be copied and extended continuously. Yuan gave this barbed wire a name with a sense of humor: Iron Dome. The Iron Dome has a retractable window. You can climb up the wall directly from this window, and then just close and lock the window after coming down. The barbed wire not only prevents drones from climbing over the wall to peek. Even if bombs are dropped from high altitudes, they will be intercepted. At most, they will make a hole, as long as they don't hit anyone. Yuan looked at the time. It was just past 8 o'clock in the evening, still early, and Xiaofan happened to be free, so she asked her to call Yisu. Ask him when he will come to rescue people. Anyway, people in Luhu don't know when the internet was shut down in the old city, so calling them won't arouse suspicion. Xiaofan called, and Yisu answered almost immediately. Xiaofan, I miss you so much. I'm so worried about you, but I don't dare to contact you easily. I'm afraid that the beast Yuan will find out and torture you again. Xiaofan, do you know how much I am suffering? I wish I could take you to my side right now and love you well. Depend on Yuan, who was standing nearby, got goosebumps when he heard this. Dead liquor. Could you please not be so corny? You are a rich second generation after all. You really bring shame to this group. Zhang Xiaofan also felt disgusted, but he still managed not to reveal any flaws, and instead said with a miserable look, Yisu, Yuan is taking a shower, so I only have a few minutes. Let's make this short. When will you send someone to rescue me? I don't want to stay with Yuan for a moment. Every day when we go out to look for food, he always asks me to walk in front. I was almost eaten by zombies several times today. I'm so scared. When Yisu heard that Zhang Xiaofan was almost eaten by zombies, he immediately felt heartbroken. The woman I treat as my sweetheart. But you treated me as cannon fodder. Brute! Yuan, you beast. Xiaofan, hold on a little longer. I'm discussing with Uncle Gu and asking him to help me organize a group of gunmen. Then I'll get a few boats and sail to the river near the Lanin community. Give me some more time. I will definitely take you to Deer Lake. Xiaofan, I love you so much. Ugh, it's so disgusting. I just can't stand it. Zhang Xiaofan tried hard to hold back his vomiting and pretended to be horrified. Oh no, Yuan has just come out of the shower. I have to die quickly. Yisu, come and save me quickly. Yisu also raced against time and said, Don't worry, Xiaofan, I will definitely come to rescue you. Hold on a little longer. I'm hanging up. Hang up now. I don't want to say another word to you. Zhang Xiaofan complained silently in his heart and quickly hung up the phone. Call. He let out a long sigh and couldn't help shuddering, as if he was shaking off goosebumps all over his body. Zhang Xiaofan looked at Yuan with resentment. Brother Yi, I was just disgusted. How long will this mission take to complete? I don't want to hear Yisu's disgusting words. Yuan took a sip of tea happily. After he sends someone here and we kill them, we will confront him. Please work hard during this period. It's just a few minutes of acting every day. At this time, Lu Rian finished washing up and came to the living room. That's great, Rian. You should also give Gu Yiming a call and ask him what's going on. You promised to rescue us. Why is there no response? Be thorough in cheating people and do things thoroughly. Otherwise, what's the point of talking about killing people? But Yuan, I didn't take my phone from first grade sandalwood. I used your phone to call you before. Oh, forget about that. Then I'll fight myself. Yuan took out his cell phone address book, found Gu Yiming's number, and dialed it. I won't answer the call. After dialing several times, the old man finally answered the phone with great difficulty. Then Yuan started acting. Uncle Gu, if you don't come to save us, Aunt Lu might be in danger. We have a mob in this building. I've killed several people. He also raped several young women. If our house is searched, I'm afraid Aunt Lu will be in trouble. Chapter 61. For my wife's sake, I must ask your wife to ward off disaster. On the other end of the phone, Gu Yiming heard Yi Yuan's voice and was frightened. He knew very well how charming his wife was. Even though she has never used it, any man would be deeply attracted to her. If the mob finds her, that's too much. Gu Yiming's mind couldn't help but emerge with images of women who were violated by the Japanese invaders in anti-Japanese war movies and TV shows. In today's world, the thugs are probably no different from the Japanese devils. The stunning beauty that I have treasured for 5 years must not be discovered by the thugs. My dear nephew, you must protect your Aunt Lu. Don't let anything happen to her. Uncle is trying to find a way to rescue you. Just hold on a little longer and hide well. By the way, don't you have a gun? Gu Yiming was so nervous just now that he forgot for a moment that Yi Yuan had a gun in his hand. In this case, why should we be afraid of a small-time thug? My dear nephew, if the thugs dare to knock on the door, you can just shoot them outside. It's not against the law if you kill them. Yi Yuan grinned. It seems that Ruyan is Gu Yiming's weak spot, and the old man has been fooled. Uncle Gu, I do have a gun, but I ran out of bullets long ago. Otherwise, would I be afraid of those thugs? Damn, is the gun empty? The bastard is taking advantage of the power of the tiger to make Xiaomin and Hong Jingyi scared. But I have to keep this secret. As long as they are afraid that Yi Yuan will come back for revenge, I can continue to blackmail them. After all, I am the only one who can get weapons from the military. Gu Yiming was calculating in his mind. But I kept thinking of ways to ensure Ruyan's safety. I haven't even touched my woman. No one else is allowed to get involved. Oh, nephew, I sent people to rescue you yesterday, but those gunmen were attacked by a mysterious force and were all killed by huge rocks falling from the sky. You should have seen that scene, right? More than just seeing it. That's what I did, idiot. Yes, Uncle Gu, I saw it. It was so scary. I wanted to pick up their weapons. But I don't dare. Who knows if there will be more boulders falling down. I planned to observe and make sure it was safe before picking up the weapons, but I didn't expect that the gang of thugs got there first and took away all the weapons. There was also a bazooka in it. Gu Yiming's head was about to explode. Damn, it was like I was personally delivering weapons to the thugs, and they used these weapons to clear out the zombies and search for people door to door. So, it was me who harmed Ruyan? Damn it, I don't want to take the blame for this. It's all Yi Yuan's fault for being such a coward. If he had gotten those weapons first, there wouldn't be any thugs. When I get hold of Ruyan, I will kill Yi Yuan. My dear nephew, I know you are in a difficult situation now, but you must hold on and protect your Aunt Lu. Don't let anything happen to her. By the way, isn't he Sue's girlfriend with you? She's very beautiful too. Tell Ruyan quietly to make herself look as ugly as possible, and ask Sue's girlfriend to dress up prettier. You know what I mean? I understand. Old man, do you want Xiaofan to help Ruyan take the bullet? I won't agree to this kind of thing. After all, the gun is mine, and they both have to carry it together. Uncle Gu, I understand. Don't worry, I'm tired of playing with Sue's girlfriend. I can sacrifice her if necessary. But this is not a foolproof solution. Aunt Lu has such a great figure. Even if she deliberately makes herself ugly, she is still very charming. It's probably not that easy to deceive the thugs. Yes, my wife is such a good figure indeed. Wait, what does this bastard Yi Yuan mean? You are tired of playing with Sue's girlfriend. My wife has an attractive figure? Are you attracted to my wife? Son of a bitch. That's your aunt. At least in terms of seniority. Now there are wolves in front and tigers behind. She is worried that the thugs will find Ruyan, and she is also afraid that Yi Yuan will lead her. What to do? Even a powerful figure like Gu Yiming had no way to deal with the situation at this moment. He thought about it carefully yesterday. Should we continue to send people to rescue Lu Ruyan? In his heart, he couldn't wait to bring Lu Ruyan back, even if another 10 or 20 people died. Anyway, it's not me who is dying. But he was also worried about the mysterious power in the old city. More than 50 people died in 4 rescue operations, and it was confirmed that 2 of them were killed by huge rocks falling from the sky. There were 2 other cases, although there was no direct evidence. But it's pretty close. So the question now is, if we send more people to rescue, will the boulder appear again? Gu Yiming was not worried. But the gunmen were unwilling to continue to die. For rescue attempts failed, and all the crew members were killed. The news had already spread, and no one dared to take on this job anymore. Gu Yiming has the means. The status is also very prominent. But the more this happens, the more he cares about the people under him. If he ignores the lives of his subordinates, once he is deserted by his friends and relatives, he will become a commander without any troops. Gu Yiming knows clearly what is important and what is not. My dear nephew, Uncle has never asked anyone for help. I'm begging you this time. You must find a way to protect your Aunt Lu. I will also arrange for someone to rescue you as soon as possible. By the way, your Aunt Lu has AIDS. You have to be careful. Drinking water and eating must be separate. Don't ask her about this. I promise to keep it a secret for her. She has a strong sense of self-esteem. If you knew I told you this, you would definitely be angry with me. But I don't want you to be infected. Why? After Gu Yiming hung up the phone, he still felt unsure. I don't know whether this bastard Yi Yuan will believe it, but even if he is half believing and half doubting, he will probably be afraid. At least in the short term, you don't dare to touch Rian, right? What we're most worried about now are the thugs. We have to find a way to organize manpower as soon as possible. The bodyguards at home are already in a panic. They can't be sent out again. Otherwise, people will become disunited and no one will work hard for you anymore. By the way, Hisu called me yesterday and expressed his willingness to provide supplies and asked me to send another group of gunmen to rescue Jiang Xiaofan. He also has a group of bodyguards under him. I might as well provide the guns, and he provides the men. We should be able to form a team after 2 or 3 days of training. It doesn't matter if your shooting skills are almost bad. I can still get the shotgun. There is nothing that can be done about it. Long Country has strict control over guns, and even the He family's bodyguards have basically never touched a gun. Must start training from scratch. Time is tight, 3 days at most. Gu Yiming immediately called Hisu and said that he would provide the guns, and he would provide the men and supplies. The two sides hit it off and decided to start training tomorrow. Gu Yiming was still a little worried, so he went to rescue Rian 3 days later, but Rian was facing a search by thugs. Time waits for no one. Yi Yuan may not be reliable. If she were really discovered by the thugs, they might hand Rian over immediately. Although there are 2 women around Yi Yuan. One of them is Hisu's girlfriend. Yi Yuan just said that he was tired of playing, but Gu Yiming didn't believe it at all. How could he get tired of playing with such a beautiful woman so quickly? You little bastard is framing me. There is a high probability that those 2 women had sex with Yi Yuan. In this case, if he was discovered by the thugs, he would most likely hand Rian over as a token of his allegiance. That's right. Didn't Hong Jingyi ask me to send a plane to rescue his wife, Su Min, a few days ago? Su Min is also a stunning beauty. Since she is also trapped in the city, if Su Min finds Rian, maybe she can help Rian take the bullet? You know what? It's really possible. After all, Yi Yuan used to call Rian Annie, so there was some affection between them. Su Min didn't know Yi Yuan at all. If we are really discovered by the mob, we must hand over one person. There is a high probability that Yi Yuan will hand Su Min over to settle the matter peacefully. This way you can keep it like smoke. Well, I have to think of a way to frame Hong Jingyi and let his wife go find Rian and Yi Yuan. Chapter 62 Military Action. Horrifying corpses outside the door. Deer Lake, Black Pearl Lakefront Villa. Hong Jingyi hung up the phone with a gloomy face, and his mood suddenly became heavy. Yesterday, someone was sent to deliver 50 tons of supplies to a big shot in the civil service group, asking him to put me in touch with the military. He was mentally prepared. They planned to use 500 tons of supplies as a stepping stone to trade a batch of weapons and ammunition with the military. Of course, transaction fees are extra. I was originally full of hope, but the other party called me just now, and the plan fell through. Not only is it yellow, it is impossible to get back the 50 tons of supplies given to the civil servants. Damn, I really don't understand how Gu Yiming got so many weapons and ammunition. I don't ask for much. 100 or so guns and 10,000 or 20,000 rounds of ammunition. Is that difficult? Hong Jingyi couldn't help but admire Gu Yiming's abilities. But he is also a ruthless person. Even I was cheated out of 500 tons of supplies. When talking about this matter, Hong Jingyi became furious. In order to save Su Min, he found Gu Yiming, who promised to send a helicopter to the old city. On the surface, it was to kill Yi Yuan. The main purpose is to bring his wife, Lu Rian, back. So Hong Jingyi suggested bringing his wife, Su Min, back as well. Since they had to cross the entire city, Gu Yiming asked for a huge amount of supplies, 300 tons. As a result, the helicopter was shot down by Yi Yuan. Not only did my wife not get rescued, but 300 tons of supplies were wasted. That's it. After all, Gu Yiming failed to rescue his own wife. Hong Jingyi was unwilling to give up and went to Gu Yiming again. This time he directly asked for 2,000 tons of supplies. They said that the helicopter crashed and the military had to pay 2,000 tons of supplies as compensation. If we send another helicopter to rescue them, we will have to bear the losses from last time. Hong Jingyi refused on the spot. It's true that he likes Su Min, but he's not going to be sucked in to use 2,000 tons of supplies to save a newly married woman. But every time I thought about the possibility that Su Min might be eaten by zombies, Hong Jingyi felt very uncomfortable. Especially now, the phone can't be reached because Su Min has turned off her phone long ago. I don't know whether I am alive or dead. Even if she dies, I hope she dies quickly and is not eaten by zombies. Don't run into thugs. Just then, Hong Jingyi's phone rang. Pick it up and take a look. It's Gu Yiming calling. Hey brother Gu, what's up? What? You and Hisu are planning to send someone to Lan and community to kill Yi Yuan? Save Isu's girlfriend, by the way? Is your wife also with Yuan? Oh shit. Hong Jingyi reacted immediately and said, that's what I told you. Gu Yiming has more than 100 armed bodyguards at home. And they're all assault rifles. There are even machine guns and bazookas. With such a strong security level, he was actually worried that Yi Yuan would come back for revenge. And every time he sent people to kill Yi Yuan, he was the most active. It turned out that it was because his wife was with Yi Yuan. Killing Yi Yuan was just a side effect. What you're really afraid of is being cuckolded, right? You bastard, you sent a helicopter to rescue people 3 times. 2 of these times were kept secret from me. Damn it, he is so cruel, knowing that my wife is also trapped in the city. Just by the way, he insisted on 2,000 tons of supplies before he would save my wife. Fortunately, the rescue attempts failed. At this time, Hong Jingyi suddenly reacted. Brother Gu, do you have any special purpose in telling me this? Yes, I want to rescue Su Min. But you're asking too much. What? Let Su Min go to Lannan community to find Yi Yuan and Lu Rian. It's too risky. She is in Cartier Garden City, which is quite far from Blue Coast community. Okay, I'll think about it. After hanging up the phone, Hong Jingyi frowned, still unable to understand why Gu Yiming was acting so abnormally. It's not that rescuing Su Min was abnormal. We just agreed on the phone that if this mission is successful and the people are rescued, he will be given 200 tons of supplies as a reward. After all, Su Min had to go to the Lannan community by herself. So only 200 tons of supplies were collected. But why did he tell me that Lu Rian was with Yi Yuan? He kept it a secret for so long because he didn't want us to know that he might have been cuckolded. Now he takes the initiative to speak out. There must be a problem. But Hong Jingyi couldn't figure out what was going on no matter how hard he tried. And he hasn't contacted Su Min for 2 days. I didn't know what the situation was like over there, so I didn't agree immediately and just said I would consider it. The other side, Yi Yuan didn't expect that his phone call would make Gu Yiming and Hong Jingyi so restless. At this time, Rian was massaging Yi Yuan's shoulders. Rian, Gu Yiming said you have AIDS. Bah, he has AIDS? I don't know who to trust now. What do you think I should do? Yi Yuan had a wicked smile on his face. This old man Gu Yiming was desperate and tried every possible means to deceive himself with such a clumsy lie. Do you think I'm an idiot? If Lu Rian really had AIDS, would you take it so seriously? She is my servant. If she had AIDS, would she not tell me? But for the sake of safety, you still have to check it carefully. Early the next morning, there was a sudden roar of gunfire in the city. Yi Yuan stood on the wall and looked out. The blood mist covered the sky, and he could not see anything. But he knew that this was a major military operation. Almost all the surviving main forces were dispatched, including tanks, armored vehicles, drones, and helicopters, but no fighter jets. Because fighter pilots are so rare. Almost all of them have turned into zombies. The main purpose of this operation is to eliminate zombies on a large scale and give survivors in the urban area hope of escape. In his previous life, Yi Yuan took advantage of this operation to return to Lu Lake. But he was not panicked at all in this life. If you want to go back, you can do so anytime. Just then, a drone flew slowly overhead with a loudspeaker hanging on its belly. Attention, all survivors. The main force of the Shida military has entered the city and is clearing out the main roads within the 3rd Ring Road and the zombies on Shido Avenue, trying to ensure that these main roads are unobstructed. If you have nowhere else to go, you might as well take a chance and go to Deer Lake from these main roads, which are safe. If you're near the river, you can also go there by boat. Good luck to you. Yi Yuan watched the drone fly away. Memories of his past life emerged in his mind again. He was driving a military vehicle and was forced to rush into the Shu River before he was able to escape. In fact, there were not many surviving soldiers in the military. It is impossible to clear the zombies from the main roads within the 3rd Ring Road because there are too many zombies hiding in various blocks, communities, and buildings. They all rushed out. It was simply a sea of zombies. Many survivors managed to escape from the building, but still could not escape their fate and eventually died tragically at the hands of zombies. But then again, staying at home is also waiting to die. Fight to the death. At least there is still hope. Su Min is such a person. She doesn't want to sit and wait for death. When she learned that the military was already clearing the main road, she realized that this might be her last chance. Su Min came behind the door. Look out through the cat's eye. The zombies that ate the neighbors yesterday are gone. There was only a bloody skeleton left on the ground. At this time, Su Min saw a scene that made her scalp tingle. She covered her mouth. The pupils contract rapidly. The suffocating fear instantly spread throughout my body. Chapter 63 Su Min, Go Find Lu Rian. After the power outage, the corridor was dimly lit. But you can still see clearly during the day. Su Min looked through the peephole and saw her neighbor, who had been gnawed to a skeleton yesterday, crawling on the ground. There are white bones and flesh that has not been torn off. It just crawled aimlessly in the corridor, its corpse neighbor's mouth opening and closing, but with only some flesh left on its neck, no sound came out. This scene overturned Su Min's cognition. If a zombie bites a person and then assimilates him, it can be understood that the corpse poison enters the blood and causes infection. But what is that thing outside the door? It was gnawed down to a skeleton, but it was still crawling on the ground. Is it a human or a ghost? Or maybe a skeleton zombie? With such a monster in the corridor, Su Min didn't dare to open the door to pick up the dagger and backpack on the ground. She retreated quietly. The scene just now can't be shaken off from my mind. Before the internet was shut down, the authorities sent text messages every day to announce the events, and the survivors had a basic understanding of zombies. Once bitten, it will be assimilated. Only severe damage to the brain can kill it completely. My neighbor was gnawed down to a skeleton, but he was still able to crawl. Does this mean he was assimilated, mutated, or is he not dead yet? Su Min felt that it was impossible that he was not dead. How can you still be alive, even if you have turned into a skeleton? Wait, it's not entirely a skeleton. It may be because there is less meat on the head and the zombies didn't eat it cleanly. So the focus is on the head. The brain is protected by the skull, which means that the skeleton monster outside the door looks horrible. In fact, the inside of the brain is still intact. There is only one way to kill zombies, and that is to severely damage their brains. Su Min suddenly understood. She was basically certain that the skeleton neighbor outside the door was an assimilated zombie. When he was bitten, the corpse poison invaded his brain. Even though it was gnawed into a skeleton, its brain was intact, so it eventually turned into a skeleton zombie. No wonder I saw someone in the community being gnawed to a skeleton a few days ago. But he disappeared the next day. At first, Su Min just thought that the skeletons might have been dragged away by zombies. Now she reacted. The skeleton also turned into a corpse, and then crawled to some corner. After she sorted out her thoughts, the fear in her heart increased instead of decreasing. What on earth is this virus? It's so powerful. Is there really no hope for humanity? Despair spread in my heart. She is just an ordinary, beautiful woman without any great sense of mission. But the thought of all mankind being extinct, fear and helplessness spread throughout my body. Su Min sat on the sofa in a daze. Hot beer was lying at her feet, and the prince was standing on his shoulder. The man, the dog, and the bird just sat there in silence. I don't know how much time passed. Driven by hunger, Su Min had to get up and take out a piece of bread and a bottle of drink from the refrigerator that had lost power. Took a look. There aren't many left. 8 egg yolk pies and 7 bottles of tulauji can last me 2 days at most. In addition, there are some parrot feeds at home, but they are all shelled millet, 5-color sorghum, sunflower, etc. Hard. Can't bite. The rest is dog food. Am I going to compete with hot beer for food? Su Min smiled bitterly, ate the bread, and drank a bottle of tulauji. After some struggle, she still decided to escape from the building to survive, even though she was just scared by the skeleton zombies. Actually, if you think about it, it's not that scary. The skeleton zombies crawled slowly. Their eyes and noses were gone, and even their ears were torn off. Can't see, hear, or smell. It's like a waste. As long as you don't put yourself in its mouth, this thing poses no threat. What we should worry about are the healthy zombies. Su Min has her own plans. The most important thing now is to get the dagger and backpack. She came to the door again and saw through the peephole that the skeleton zombie had crawled to the other side. This is a good opportunity. She gently turned the door lock and slowly pushed open the security door. No sound was made. The corridor was also very quiet. Su Min held her breath and stepped over the threshold. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Pick up the dagger. Pick up the backpack. Return it. Close the security door gently. Call. Success. The dagger and backpack were all covered in blood, but he couldn't care less about that now. She carefully wiped the dried blood off the dagger with a tissue. The dagger is pitch black, and the blade is sharp. This is a Hell Guardian Dog tactical double-edged knife, the most powerful piercing dagger in its class. Of course, Su Min didn't recognize this dagger. When she held it in her hand, she just felt that the dagger was very powerful. Small, yet substantial. There is an illusion of being able to pierce through the security door. She wouldn't really use it to stab the security door, but she could try using a chopping board at home. The cutting board hangs on the wall in the living room. It was a 10-centimeter thick solid wooden board, which in addition to the marks left by cutting vegetables, was also covered with dense puncture marks. It was left over from her usual training. During this period, Su Min has been trying to find ways to save herself. The only knives available at home are kitchen knives and fruit knives. She tried it, but it was pointless to chop zombies with a kitchen knife. Piercing was more powerful. It was a pity that there was no good dagger at home, but she was not idle either. I hung a chopping board on the wall and practiced stabbing with a fruit knife every day. My accuracy and strength improved, but the quality of the fruit knife is too poor. It broke down the day before yesterday. Now that he has a new weapon, Su-min is eager to try it out. She held the tactical dagger in her backhand and stabbed it hard at the chopping board. The sharp dagger instantly penetrated the chopping board 5 or 6 centimeters. It took a lot of effort to pull it out. Su-min breathed a sigh of relief. With such a sharp dagger, it should not be a problem to pierce the zombie's skull. You'll know after trying it on the skeleton zombie outside the door. And the skull thickness is only 1 to 1.5 centimeters. This means that there is less resistance, making it easier to penetrate the brain and easier to remove. The weapons are just the basics. The most important thing in Su-min's escape plan is protection. But don't rush. See what's in the backpack. After Su-min opened it, she found very little inside. A bottle of mineral water, 2 biscuits, and a power bank. Power banks are good things. She immediately charged her cell phone, turned it on, and found 7 missed calls. They were all calls from Hong Jingyi. Su-min was slightly touched, although she married Hong Jingyi because of his money and his power. Basically no emotions. However, in the end times, he's the only one who still cares about himself. So Su-min immediately made a satellite call to Hong Jingyi. The advantage of mobile phones is that as long as the satellite is still running and there is credit in the phone, you can make calls. Hey Su-min, are you okay? Jingyi, I'm not feeling well. I can't hold on any longer. I plan to flee the building in the next 2 days. If we don't leave now, we may not have a chance when the military operation is over. The other end of the phone. Hong Jingyi felt a little bitter. He also wanted to send people to rescue Su-min, but unfortunately, he couldn't get any weapons and ammunition, and that bastard Gu Yiming asked for an exorbitant amount of money. Hong Jingyi understood that this was indeed the best chance to escape. If missed, the military will not have another rescue operation for survivors. But Su-min is a woman. It is too dangerous. He suddenly thought of the call from Gu Yiming last night. Although it is still unclear what this bastard is up to, at the moment, it would be safer to let Su-min meet up with Lu Ruyan and then return by boat together. At least her survival rate is much higher than if she fought her way back to Deer Lake alone. After some hesitation, Hong Jingyi said, Su-min, go meet up with Lu Ruyan. She's. Chapter 64. It was you who asked Su-min to come to me. Su-min felt a little disappointed. Hong Jingyi did not offer to rescue her, but asked her to find a woman named Lu Ruyan. She could understand it too. After all, when disaster strikes, everyone flees. If she were Hong Jingyi, she would not risk her life to save a woman. Less than 3 days left. Cartier Garden City is a bit far from Blue Coast Community. I have to go now. Mom and Dad, please let me get there alive. Su-min has never felt so helpless as she does now. Everything is there. He bet that he could escape from the building alive, that he could reach the Blue Shore community alive, and that Lu Ruyan could accept him. After all, she didn't know Lu Ruyan. We met by chance in the last days, and even with the relationship with Hong Jingyi, it is hard to say whether the other party will help me. But just arrive at room 301, Building 1, Lawn and Community. A boat will arrive in 3 days, Hong Jingyi said, and he will arrange for bodyguards to pick him up on the boat. Even if an accident really happens and the boat can't come, you can still find a piece of wood and row to Deer Lake. The prerequisite is to reach the river alive. Su-min put her thoughts aside and began to prepare for the next escape. She had seen a doomsday movie. The protagonist in the film has a book wrapped around his arm with tape. When the zombies pounced on him, the protagonist used a simple wrist guard made of books to block the bites. This gave her hope. Zombies have not evolved the fangs of wild beasts. Like human teeth, they cannot bite through anything tough. Don't even think about bullshit or anything like that. But think about it from another perspective. Zombies' teeth are very short, so as long as you wear thick enough clothes, they won't hurt your flesh even if they bite through it. This will prevent infection. Su-min had already picked out clothes from home that were made of relatively tough and thick materials. Jeans, denim jackets, overcoats, long leather boots. Also include shopping bags for home. This kind of paper bag is of good quality, very tough, and can also play a certain defensive role. Su-min's thinking is very clear. The tough fabric was cut into a certain shape, wrapped around the body with packing tape, and then wrapped with several layers of shopping bags. Wrap your neck with several layers of bath towel. As long as it is thick enough, the zombies won't be able to bite your flesh, and you'll have a chance to counterattack. Of course, the premise is that you don't encounter too many zombies. She didn't need to run far. She just took the fire escape and entered the underground garage. Her Wrangler was parked at the entrance. The oil is full too. There is still a chance to drive all the way to the Blue Coast community while the military is carrying out the rescue operation. At the same time, Hong Jingyi has found Gu Yiming and told him that Su-min will go to Lawn and Community to find Lu Ruyan. He also proposed to increase the supply by 50 tons and send 2 bodyguards on board to pick up Su-min. The bodyguards' guns were provided by Gu Yiming. Of course, the guns must be returned after the mission is completed, and the bullets will be limited. Even if these people don't hand in their guns after they come back, they will have very few bullets left. If they go there with more than 100 armed bodyguards, they will have to hand in their guns obediently. Gu Yiming readily agreed to Hong Jingyi's request. I couldn't ask for more. If your wife finds my wife, it is possible that she will take the blame for my wife. Gu Yiming had another purpose in plotting against Hong Jingyi this time. 4 consecutive rescue missions have failed, and it is basically certain that they were all destroyed by huge rocks dropped by a mysterious force. It was as if this mysterious force was targeting him. Gu Yiming was a little worried. What if this operation also failed? So he tricked Su Min into being around Yi Yuan. It can alleviate Lu Ruiyan's danger to a great extent. Whether he was encountering thugs and needed to hand over someone, or Yi Yuan's wife syndrome had an attack, Su Min was the most ideal person to take the bullet. After all, this woman is also a top-notch beauty. Ruiyan is Yi Yuan's aunt after all. In terms of the order of priority, Su Min should be the first to be shot by Yi Yuan, so that she can buy more time for rescue. Don't worry, Brother Hong. We have the military's cooperation in this operation, so it will definitely be successful. Then you and I can be reunited as husband and wife. By the way, tell your sister-in-law to hurry up and get to Lawn Community first so that they can have a good rest. We will need their cooperation in our rescue operation in 3 days. You must ensure you have sufficient physical energy. That's beautifully said. In fact, Gu Yiming was afraid that the thugs would find Yi Yuan and his men's hiding place first. Let Su Min hurry over there. If an accident really happens, he can also protect his wife from being shot. Brother Gu is right. I'll call Su Min when I get back. Bye-bye. Brother Hong, wait a moment. I'll tell you Yi Yuan's phone number. Let Su Min call him. This is so fucking awesome. Why do I feel a little uneasy? Don't worry, brother. Yi Yuan doesn't know that we were also involved in the murder of his parents. Xiaomin is his target. So you can rest assured and let your sister-in-law go find Yi Yuan. Ruiyan and Jiang Xiaofan are both there. Damn it, I don't believe you. We are all old bastards. No one is better than anyone else. How could you be so kind? Hong Jingyi always felt that he couldn't trust it. However, he agreed verbally, and after getting the number, he said that he would definitely let Su Min call Yi Yuan. Brother Gu, I'll leave first. Goodbye. Hong Jingyi returned home, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was unreliable. Letting Su Min go find Yi Yuan feels like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. After all, he killed his parents. Now let the wife go to the enemy's son for help. It doesn't make sense no matter how I think about it. But there was indeed a rescue operation 3 days later, and he had also sent people on board, so Su Min had to go to the Lanin community so that it would be convenient for a unified rescue operation at that time. We have to find a compromise. Hong Jingyi's eyes suddenly lit up. Su Min used to like swimming, and there is a swimming ring at home, so it might be helpful for her to bring it. So he quickly called Su Min. Su Min, let me make it short. Don't go to room 301, building 1, Lanin community, to look for Lu Ruiyan. I always feel that she is unreliable. If it's convenient, you can bring your swimming ring. I drove directly to Lanin community, crashed through the guardrail on Binjiang Highway, and rushed into Shujiang River. Then float with a swimming ring and hide in an abandoned boat nearby. Remember to turn off your phone during this period to save power. Turn on your phone the day after tomorrow morning. Call me and tell me your exact location. I will have someone rescue you and get you on board in advance. This plan is risky. There are very few abandoned boats on the Shu River today, as almost all of them have been driven away. Those that remain cannot be started. It means going with the flow. We accidentally reach the shore. When the zombies rush onto the boat, you can only jump into the river, and if the zombies follow you down, you can only wait to die. But Hong Jingyi didn't want his wife to fall into the tiger's mouth. He would rather Su Min risk her life than let Yi Yuan play poker with her. People in high positions are the most ruthless. They would rather destroy some things than let others enjoy them. Yi Yuan hates this kind of man the most, but Su Min didn't think so. I understand the meaning of the sutra. Let's take it one step at a time. Anyway, my goal is Lanin community. If there's an abandoned boat in the river, I'll drive my car down it. If not, we'll talk later. Before I knew it, it was getting dark. Another day of the end of the world has come to an end. Yi Yuan came back with the 3 women. As soon as the signal was restored, he saw 2 missed calls. They were all calls from Gu Yiming. So he dialed immediately. Uncle Gu, my phone is on silent mode, so I didn't hear you calling. What's the matter? What? Uncle Hong's wife is coming to see me? Oh my god. Su Min is really trapped in the city. Could it be the Su Min from Cartier Garden City? At this time, Yi Yuan and Gu Yiming were still talking on the phone. Uncle Gu, she didn't call me. Okay. Send me her number right away and I'll ask her where she is. Chapter 65, the most ideal survival base. Yi Yuan was a little confused now and couldn't understand why Hong Jingyi's wife would take the initiative to come to him. Logically speaking, you should have called me on his own initiative for this kind of thing. But the person who delivered the message was Gu Yiming. Is there something shameful going on between these two old foxes? Never mind. Hong Jingyi's wife is so beautiful, definitely a goddess. As long as you find her, there will definitely be entries to dig up about her. So Min? Could it be Su Min from Cartier Garden City? Just give it a call and ask. Gu Yiming had already sent Su Min's number, but when Yi Yuan dialed it, the other party said that the phone was turned off. Depend on? Are you kidding me? Didn't you say you were going to come to me? Why did you turn off your phone? Yi Yuan sat down and analyzed calmly. According to what Gu Yiming said, Su Min was going to room 301, building 1, lawn and community to look for Lu Rian. This address is of course fake. Nanhu Mansion is the real base, and Yi Yuan cannot possibly reveal his residence. If Hong Jingyi's wife is really Su Min from Cartier Garden City, it would be a far cry for her to go to lawn and community. Because Nanhu Haoding is closer to Cartier Garden City. The straight line distance is only about 700 or 800 meters. Yi Yuan thought about digging a tunnel directly to find Su Min. If you think about it carefully, it's not realistic. The areas of communities that can be named city are all incredibly large. Which phase, which building, which room number? I know nothing. Searching aimlessly will only waste time. Now that I think about it, shooting down the drone that Su Min asked for help the day before yesterday was a big loss. But Yi Yuan did not regret it. Having witnessed too many conspiracies and tricks in the previous life, the seemingly helpless and miserable survivors love to stab people in the back the most. Because we can't defeat them head-on. So even though he had mistaken Su Min, Yi Yuan still firmly believed that what he did was right. The question now is how to find Su Min. Why don't we give Hong Jingyi a call and ask for his wife's detailed address? Yi Yuan has Hong Jingyi's phone number. After all, he is one of the company's 3 largest shareholders. It's just that we don't keep in touch on a regular basis. When our parents were still alive, we only greeted each other when the company's senior management held gatherings. This kind of relationship suddenly called to ask where his wife is. I'm afraid it will arouse suspicion. Moreover, Gu Yiming clearly stated that Su Min would come to see him, but neither Hong Jingyi nor Su Min called him. It seems that these 3 parties do not trust each other. If I call now, even if Hong Jingyi tells me his wife's address, it will probably be a fake address. Instead, it will increase their suspicion. Counterproductive. After Yi Yuan sorted out these complicated relationships, his thoughts gradually became clearer. Rian, I'll assign you a task. Tomorrow, go to room 301, building 1, lawn and community. Hong Jingyi's wife may come to see you. It now seems that the best way is to wait and see. Yi Yuan was not sure whether Su Min would come. But you have to try. He took out his cell phone and found Su Min's photo in the files, which was saved when he was investigating Hong Jingyi's background. It's the woman in the photo. If she comes looking for you, be sure to protect her and call me. Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan. Follow me tomorrow to continue scavenging for supplies. Finding beautiful women is a matter of luck. However, the raid on supplies had a clear goal and was time-sensitive because there were too many types of supplies in the list, even including pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, geese, and fish. There are also seeds of various vegetable crops. There is sunshine over there at Deer Lake, so the seeds will take root and sprout as soon as you plant them. It would be best if they were fresh, as just one vegetable sample can be replicated infinitely. Yi Yuan has long-term plans. Revenge is the early task, and in the later stage he must build his own base. After all, humans are social animals. If they were all dead, there is no point in living for me and a group of servants left. He also considered building an underground city. With a super excavator ability, digging a dungeon is very easy. But there is no sunlight underground. The oxygen is also thin. Living underground for a long time in a gloomy environment will cause depression even if you don't go crazy. Therefore, Deer Lake is the most ideal base for survivors. There are ready-made mid to high-end residential communities, huge lakes, and vast wetland parks that can be turned into arable farmland. There are also several wind turbines providing a steady supply of electricity. But I don't have enough ability to become the Lord of Deer Lake at the moment. The military and the civil service have already taken control of the place. There are also powerful people, big and small, who, as long as they have some connections, are forming their own private armies. With such a complicated situation, it is extremely difficult to control Lu Lake. Killing a few leaders can indeed shock everyone. However, what the last thing in the end times is desperados. No matter how powerful a person is, he will be killed by a bullet. Even if Yi Yuan has a supernatural power in his trouser pocket, he didn't dare to use his body to bear the bullets. It is easy to dodge an open attack, but difficult to guard against a hidden arrow, so the best way is to hide in the urban area and develop quietly. Loot more supplies. Find more beautiful women to pick up entries. Not to mention becoming invincible. At least wait until your body is able to withstand bullets. Then return to Deer Lake and start implementing the plan. Don't be rash. The reason why I was reckless in my previous life was because I was not afraid of those wearing shoes when I was barefoot. I have a golden finger in this life. My life is precious, and there cannot be any mistakes. Otherwise, my rebirth will be meaningless. The smell of food wafted from the kitchen. Yuan, the greedy cat, has been helping Ruyan. She can also cook, and she does it very well. Xiaofan stayed beside Yuan, pouring him tea and lighting cigarettes. Xiaofan, your weapon needs a new barrel. Replace it in advance. There are a lot of gun barrels anyway. It's best to change it every day when you come back. The barrels of all firearms have a service life, especially weapons like shotguns that are powerful and have many bullets, which cause more severe wear and tear on the barrels. To ensure that all firearms are kept in the best condition at all times, Yuan would change the gun barrel every day when he came back. Of course, you can also change your gun every day. However, the older the gun, the more you use it, the more comfortable it will be to use, and when faced with danger, you will be able to react instinctively more effectively. The idea that man and gun are one is a bit mysterious, but it is true, and the 7,000 rounds capacity is large. Even though the consumption of inorganic matter replication is very low, it is only relative. Therefore, there is no need to change to a new gun every day. Not only will it be inconvenient to use, but it will also waste your energy. After replacing the barrel, the food is not ready yet, so Yuan took stock of today's gains. A total of 12 supermarkets were raided today, and they were all large supermarkets. The efficiency was very high as they used the devouring ability to move goods. Yuan's level 3 devouring has also reached its limit. It is no longer possible to gain attribute points through devouring unless you continue to upgrade your abilities. Digging to strengthen the body has also been upgraded by 2 levels, and is currently at level 11. The 2 superpowers gain a total of 22 free attributes. Now Yuan's 4 attributes are Strength 35, Constitution 35, Agility 35, and Spirit 37. With his physical fitness, he can kill a zombie with 1 punch without using all his strength. By this time, dinner was ready. Xiaofan also went to the kitchen to help serve the dishes, and soon the table was filled with delicious food. It's time to eat. Lu Rian greeted. At this time, Yuan's phone rang again. It was an unfamiliar number. Who could it be? Chapter 66. Digging a tunnel overnight and giving you a hat. Yuan was a little confused. This is the end of the world. There are not many acquaintances left, and yet a strange number calls? He pressed the answer button. Who are you? Is this nephew Yi? I am your uncle Hong Jingyi. Shit, it turns out it's you, old man. He actually called me using a backup number. Uncle Hong, it's you. I heard from Uncle Gu that Aunt Sue was also trapped in the city, and she said she wanted to come find me. But Aunt Sue didn't call me. I called her, but her phone was turned off. On the other end of the phone, Hong Jingyi frowned slightly, feeling extremely conflicted. Before the power outage, Su Min discussed her escape plan with Hong Jingyi. After analysis, there is only about a 10% survival rate. But this time there was military action. The survival rate should be around 30%. Therefore, Hong Jingyi still held great confidence and attached great importance to this matter. After thinking about it, he felt it necessary to fight for another way out for Su Min. If she was lucky enough to escape to the riverside near the Lanning community, it would be best if there was an abandoned ship in the river. But what if there is no boat? That would be a dead end. In that situation, you will definitely be bitten to death by zombies. Hong Jingyi has seen zombies eat people. So miserable. He could accept that Su Min starved to death. After all, being hungry for too long would make one numb, and then the body would become weaker and weaker, and the consciousness would become more and more blurred. Finally, he fainted and died. But he couldn't accept that his beloved woman was bitten to death by zombies. Think about it. It's better to make preparations for both situations and communicate with Yuan. This decision was not made on impulse. Hong Jingyi calculated that Su Min should set off tomorrow. If all goes well, she will be able to arrive near the Lanning community at noon or in the afternoon. Even if he had nowhere else to go, he arrived at Yuan's temporary resting place. I just don't believe it. Yuan is worse than a beast. He raped my wife that very night. That doesn't make sense. After all, Yuan has no shortage of women around him. In addition to Hisu's girlfriend, there was also a young and beautiful woman, Lu Ruyan, with him. They are all top-notch beauties. Su Min escaped, still in shock and in a disheveled state. Even if he is a thief, it's not necessary to be so urgent, right? He probably won't attack my wife within 2 or 3 days. After 2 or 3 days, once the rescue boat arrives, he won't have the chance to attack her. After careful consideration, Hong Jingyi decided to leave a way out for Yuan. My dear nephew, Uncle didn't want to trouble you. In this world, everyone is in danger. It's hard enough to survive, so how can we have the energy to care about other people's lives and deaths? But Uncle can't just watch your Aunt Sue die. We will send a rescue team to pick you up by boat the day after tomorrow. Your Aunt Sue must arrive at the riverside before then. I want her to come to you. Of course. It's just a polite remark. Because Hong Jingyi had told Su Min that as long as they arrived at Binjiang Road where the Lannan community was located and saw a boat in the Shu River, they should drive into the Shu River and hide in the boat. Call Yi Yuan now. It's nothing more than another preparation. If there is no boat in the river, I hope Yi Yuan can help Su Min. I hope you can go out and pick up Aunt Sue when the time comes. I know it's dangerous outside, but Uncle promises you that when you return to Deer Lake, I will not treat you badly. Ha, old thing. I don't believe you. But if your wife comes, I will definitely meet her and entertain her warmly. The problem is I don't know what's going on with her now. Uncle Hong, don't worry. The disaster came too suddenly and my relatives and friends turned into zombies one after another. It is fate that you and I can still keep in touch in the end times. Nephew, I will try my best. As long as Aunt Sue comes to me, I will protect her even if I die. But when I called her, her phone was turned off and I couldn't get through. I did that on purpose. Hong Jingyi sneered in his heart. Joining Yi Yuan was just a second-hand preparation. He would rather have a boat in the Shu River, and Su Min drove into the Shu River to board the boat. This is the safest option. So he asked Su Min to turn off her phone to prevent Yi Yuan from contacting her. Hong Jingyi knew very well that Su Min was not a fool. When he suspected that Gu Yiming had some ulterior motives, he immediately called Su Min and asked her not to look for Lu Ruyan. Su Min did not give a direct answer at that time. Instead, he euphemistically said, "We'll talk about it when the time comes." In fact, she was hinting that if there were no boats in Shujiang, she would most likely go to room 301, building 1, Lannan community, to find Lu Ruyan. It is also equivalent to joining Yi Yuan. That's why he called Yi Yuan again, but he couldn't get the two of them in touch. Su Min will have to decide on this matter based on the circumstances. If there is a boat, jump into the river. If there is no boat, go to 301 of Lannan community. My dear nephew, your Aunt Sue's phone is out of battery and I can't contact her. She will come to find you when the time comes. The other end of the phone. Yi Yuan frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong with Hong Jingyi. This old guy seems to be on guard against something from me, and they have to ask me for help. In that case, let's take a gamble and bet that your wife hasn't left Cartier Garden City yet. Just get the detailed address. I'll dig a tunnel all night long to make you wear this green hat. Uncle Hong, I heard from Uncle Gu that Aunt Sue lives in Cartier Garden City, right? Depend on? How come Gu Yiming, such a big mouth, tells Yi Yuan everything? This bastard really has no good intentions. But I can't guess it. It's better if Su Min doesn't get into any trouble. Otherwise, I will never forgive you, Gu Yiming. If I hadn't really had no other choice, I wouldn't have fallen into it, even though I knew it was a trap. Yes, nephew, your Aunt Sue lives in Cartier. Which building does she live in? What's her house number? Nima. What does that mean? Why do you want to know in so much detail? Nephew, why are you asking about Aunt Sue's house number? Besides, she may have left by now. Go, sister. She went out so late at night. Is Su Min a fool? How dangerous it is at night. You can't cheat me. Uncle Hong, it's like this. I have a friend in Cartier Garden City who just retired from the army last year. He is also planning to join me. Wait until the day after tomorrow and come back to Deer Lake with me. If Aunt Sue lives in the same building as my friend, I can talk to him and bring Aunt Sue over with us. After all, he just retired, so he must be pretty good. And his character is also fine. The chances of success will be much higher if we escape with Aunt Sue. That's true. He only retired last year, which shows that his faith has not been corrupted by the dirty society. This kind of person is more trustworthy. After Yi Yuan said this, Hong Jingyi let down his guard. In Long Country, you don't have to trust anyone, but you can definitely trust the warriors. It turns out that my nephew has a friend in Cartier Garden City. That would be great. Your Aunt Sue lives in room 803, building 9. Please inform your friend and protect your Aunt Sue. When we return to Luhu, I will also thank your friend solemnly. Thanks for the chicken feather. I don't have any friends. I just want to get your wife's house number so that I can dig a tunnel to find her at night. Don't worry, Uncle Hong. My friend is very righteous and likes to wield swords and sticks. He has bows, crossbows, and cold weapons at home. As long as Aunt Sue lives in the same building with him, he will definitely help. I'm going to hang up first. I have to contact my friend right away. After hanging up the phone, Hong Jingyi breathed a sigh of relief, but his anus immediately tightened again. Oops, that's not right. Why should I tell you Su Min's house number? First, ask Yi Yuan's friend for his detailed address. If he lives in the same building as Su Min, ask him for help. If they are not in the same building, then you don't have to mention it. After all, no one can guarantee that Yi Yuan is telling the truth. What if this bastard frames me? Ma Gobi, I was careless. Chapter 67. A hat sent from 1,000 miles away. I gladly accepted it. Hong Jingyi now feels like he has eaten a ton of shit. Stuck in throat. It's equally uncomfortable whether you swallow it or not. The house number has already been told to Yi Yuan, and it is too late to regret now. If I call Yi Yuan and tell him that the house number I just gave him is fake, it will only make things worse. Instead, it will increase the other party's distrust. If his friend really lived in Cartier Garden City, he would have to rely on him to help Su Min escape. Think about it. This is all that can be done about this matter. Damn it, I've been tricking people all my life, but I was careless this time. I hope Yi Yuan didn't trick me. Logically, he shouldn't have lied to me. Although I was involved in the death of Yi Jianhua and his wife, Yi Yuan didn't know about it. He hates Yi Xiumin. It has nothing to do with me, Hong Jingyi. He will definitely not mess with me. The other side. After Yi Yuan got Su Min's house number, he invited the 3 women to eat first. Although saving lives is important. But it was late at night, and if Su Min left, I wouldn't be able to find her even if I rushed over in a hurry. If she was still at home, it would be the same if I went there later. After a busy afternoon, I was already hungry. Everyone, eat quickly. We're going to Cartier Garden City to pick someone up later. Cartier Garden City? Lu Rian immediately thought of the drone. The drone also flew over from Cartier Garden City. Are we going to get rid of that woman named Su Min? Emperor Rian's bloodline awakens. Now he is also a ruthless person. If there is a disagreement, we must deal with the other party. Of course, she was also thinking about Yi Yuan, because their destination was monitored by the drone twice. According to Yi Yuan's style, since he was going to Cartier Garden City, he probably wanted to kill the person who was controlling the drone. But this time she thought too much. Yi Yuan shook his head. I just got the news that Su Min is Hong Jingyi's wife, and Hong Jingyi wants me to pick his wife up. When the rescue arrives the day after tomorrow, take her back to Deer Lake. Lu Rian immediately revealed an intriguing smile. Although Yi Yuan did not explicitly say who his targets of revenge were, Lu Rian had already guessed that Gu Yiming and He Xiumin were definitely the ones. The 3 largest shareholders of Giant Group. Finally, only Hong Jingyi was left. Lu Rian would never believe that he was innocent. After Yi Yuan's parents passed away, the company's top management cooperated with the shareholders and quickly took control of the Giant Group. Hong Jingyi was also one of the biggest beneficiaries. There is no way he can get away with it, and Yi Yuan must know it. Is this called sending a green hat from 1,000 miles away? Yi Yuan looked at Lu Rian with a half-smile. Isn't your husband the same? That's different. I volunteered. Gu Yiming is a pervert. He would rather I die than send me to you. He is just helpless now and is forced to let you take care of me. No matter you do it voluntarily or forced. Whatever is delivered to my door is mine. Okay, let's eat quickly and then dig a tunnel to Cartier Garden City. The other side. Su Min was checking her equipment. Although she planned to set off tomorrow morning, her protective gear was too complicated. Must be dressed in advance. At this moment, Su Min was like a big dumpling. The body and limbs are covered with at least a dozen layers of cloth, some thick and some thin, but without exception, the cloth is made of relatively tough material. Each layer will be tightly sealed with sealing tape. After layer upon layer of stacking, the protective power is very good, and the surface is wrapped with a tough oil paper shopping bag, which the zombies will definitely not be able to bite through. Especially the left hand. There are up to 20 layers of tough fabric wrapped around it. The outermost layer is made of genuine cowhide from the same leather as long leather boots, which is much tougher than oil paper shopping bags. According to her plan, her left hand would serve as a shield. When the zombies rushed over, she would wrap her left hand around her body and deliberately let the zombies bite her. He took the opportunity to swing the dagger with his right hand and stab the zombie's head. As long as there are not many zombies, the chances of escape are still relatively high. Of course, the most protected part is the neck. A whole bath towel was wrapped around the neck, and a layer of cowhide cut from long boots was wrapped around it. Zombies have teeth, just like humans. Even if it bites through the cowhide on the outside, it cannot bite through the thick bath towel inside. Because I can't open my mouth that wide. But the shortcomings are also fatal. The originally charming and graceful slender figure now looks very bloated. Even though the joints are very loose, it still affects the flexibility of the body. And there is no protection for the head and face. If you wrap a thick cloth around your head, your hearing and reaction will be greatly reduced, and you will really become a moving target. Even though I know this is a fatal weakness. Also have to be exposed outside. It is summer now, and the blood fog covering the sky causes the temperature to be low, but it is still 27 or 28 degrees at night. Wrapped in layer upon layer of cloth. Su Min couldn't stand the heat. In order to fight my way out tomorrow, I have no choice but to endure it. Fortunately, when the water supply was not cut off, the containers in the house were filled with water. Although the food was almost exhausted, there was still water. I'm leaving tomorrow. No need to save it anymore. She went to the kitchen, scooped a few buckets of water from the bucket, and poured it over herself. And finally she felt a little better. It doesn't matter whether there will be moisture in the future. Just survive first. Sumin took out 2 more pieces of egg yolk pies from the refrigerator. She ate 1 more piece than usual tonight, and would finish the rest tomorrow morning. Then he rushed out of the building in one go. Just as Sumin was eating the egg yolk pie silently, there was a blurry figure on the balcony, quietly landing. That's right, landing. Sumin lived on the 8th floor. The figure slowly slid down from the balcony on the 9th floor, holding onto the rope. On a night when the sky is covered with blood fog, visible light is very weak. Only a hazy figure could be vaguely seen, and judging from the body's shape, it was a man. His toes touched the balcony railing first, then hold onto the rope and gently land on the balcony inside the railing. The man quickly hid beside the French window and took out the kitchen knife from his waist. His left hand pulled a flashlight out of his pocket, but he didn't rush to open it, but whistled twice. The blow is very light, and the sound is not loud. It's a bit like the sound of an animal hissing. He was testing whether Su-min was asleep. In fact, the man lived on the 11th floor, and the food at home had long been used up. After observation and testing, he found that there was no one on the 10th floor. So they tied the bed sheets and curtains into knots to make a rope and dropped it from the balcony on the 11th floor to the home on the 10th floor. He is lucky. Found a little food, but he didn't last long for a few days before he ate all the food. Then used the same method to get to the 9th floor. But the user on the 9th floor had no food at home, but he noticed that there was someone on the 8th floor, and she was a very beautiful woman. Most importantly, the woman has a dog at home. Damn, I haven't eaten meat for a long time. If we kill this dog, we can have a great feast. After eating and drinking, have some good fun with the beautiful woman on the 8th floor. It will be worth it even if you die later. The man is young and strong. There was only one powerless woman on the 8th floor, but he was not worried at all. The dog wasn't threatening either. Stupid husky, what kind of fighting power can it have? 2 kitchen knives were used, and the game was over immediately. The man whistled twice more, this time a little louder. Ha-pai, who was hiding in the bedroom, heard the noise and immediately let out a vigilant growl. But it was locked in the bedroom by Su-min. Su-min was worried about Ha-bir in the living room. What if he did something stupid and barked a few times, leading the zombies out the door, which would be troublesome? The man hiding on the balcony also heard Ha-bir's growl, but the woman never came out to check. Normally, in this situation, the woman in the house should come out to take a look. Didn't she sleep in the same room with the dog? Never mind, she's just a woman. If she pisses you off, I'll kill her first and then have fun. The man turned on the flashlight and walked into the living room, quietly. Chapter 68. When women get ruthless, they specialize in targeting men's kidneys. The man walked into the living room with a flashlight. The blinding white light revealed all the furnishings. The layout of this house was the same as that of the upstairs. 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 bathrooms, and 1 kitchen. He is very familiar. The dog's growl came from the master bedroom on the left. Since it is the master bedroom, it must be the room where the owner lives. The dog is in it, so the woman should be in it as well. But why didn't you come out to check? Isn't she in the bedroom? Should I search the bedroom first, or the bathroom and kitchen? Men are cautious. He suspected that the woman already knew that a stranger had broken into her house. Otherwise, she would not have been hiding there. But not sure where she is hiding. If I go to search the bathroom, she might suddenly appear from some corner and attack me, and I might hurt myself. The last days were injured and the problem was serious. Minor injuries can heal on their own. If you get seriously injured or infected, it's basically a death sentence. Damn, this woman doesn't play by the rules. I deliberately made some noise. Why didn't you come out and take a look? Just let me know where you are, and you won't have to worry about being ambushed. For safety reasons. The man turned off the flashlight and sat quietly on the sofa. As long as he doesn't make any noise. The woman who is hiding will come out to check sooner or later. If you suddenly attack her at that time, you will definitely succeed. This woman is very insidious and very vigilant. It seems I can't play with the living anymore. At the same time, Su-min hid in the kitchen, holding the dagger tightly in her right hand. She was certain that thugs had broken into her house. The flashlight light was so strong that it was impossible for her not to see it. And in the bedroom, Ha-bir kept growling. Su-min is very anxious now. Ha-bir's low roar may very likely lead the zombies out of the gate. The pressure to go out tomorrow will be much greater. Although the flashlight was out now, Su-min was sure that the thugs had not left. She quietly poked her head out to check. The house was pitch black, and the city's solar street lights were not on. The military rescue mission was also suspended at night. There wasn't even any light from an explosion. Visible light is so weak that almost nothing can be seen. The 2 of them were in a stalemate, and Ha-bir growled and grabbed the door to get out. The prince also began to chirp anxiously. Their noises alarmed the zombies downstairs, and there were more than one of them. The zombies rushed out of the door and banged on it frantically. Su-min began to panic. If you continue, you might attract more zombies to bang on the door. No, I have to take the initiative. Su Min fumbled to pick up a pair of chopsticks and threw them from the kitchen into the living room. Just at this moment, a blinding light immediately shone from the sofa, and when it was clearly seen to be a pair of chopsticks, the flashlight went out immediately. Huh, he hasn't left yet. You're sitting on the sofa waiting for me. Su Min tightened the dagger, and her heartbeat began to accelerate. There are zombies banging on the door outside. There are thugs waiting in the wings at home, so we must deal with them quickly. She threw the chopsticks out deliberately to hint to the thugs that I was hiding in the kitchen. After all, chopsticks are usually kept in the kitchen. As long as the thugs come, you can sneak attack him. 5 minutes later, the extinguished flashlight lit up again, and a beam of light shone towards the kitchen door. Su Min hid behind the door, her palms beginning to sweat. But she knew that she had to get rid of the thugs, otherwise there would be endless trouble. The flashlight began to approach the kitchen. A man's voice suddenly sounded. Hello, is anyone there? I know you're in the kitchen. We are all neighbors. I have no ill intentions. My wife was infected, so I had no choice but to escape from upstairs. Is it convenient for you to show yourself? I don't have any weapon. You must calm your dog down as soon as possible. If it keeps barking, it will attract more zombies. The man's voice was getting closer. Su Min is always ready. But what she never expected was that the man appeared at the kitchen door as soon as he finished speaking. Damn, this is psychological warfare. The man spoke deliberately, so that Su Min could judge from the sound that he was slowly approaching the kitchen. This is when psychological paralysis is achieved. Judging from the sound, it might take another 10 seconds to reach the kitchen, but the next moment, the thug accelerated and rushed directly to the kitchen door. Su Min was caught off guard. At this time, the thug's flashlight shone on Su Min's face. She couldn't open her eyes, and her instinctive reaction made her raise her left hand. It was at this time, before Su Min stabbed out with the dagger in her right hand, she felt a huge force coming from her left forearm. It should be the thug's weapon that chopped off his hand. Fortunately, he reacted in time and raised his hand to block it at the first moment. 20 layers of tough cloth, plus the real cowhide wrapped around the boots. He firmly blocked the thug's knife. At the same time, the dagger in Su Min's hand also stabbed forward quickly. Both sides completed the attack in a flash, and it can be said that there was no tactical movement at all. They just wanted to kill each other based on instinct. Fortunately, the dagger hit its target. Ah! The man groaned, and Su Min continued to stab him twice in panic. Ah! Ah! Perhaps the man was hit in a vital spot. His flashlight fell, and he could only scream instinctively. He slashed at Su Min with his knife with all his might. But at this time, the flashlight on the ground illuminated a corner of the kitchen. But it did not shine into Su Min's eyes. Her vision finally recovered a little, and although she was still a little uncomfortable, she could see the man's chopping movements clearly. Su Min raised her hand to block again. She had never practiced martial arts, but she relied on the strong defensive power of her left hand and instinctively raised her hand to block. He then steadily caught the opponent's knife. Su Min's eyes also turned red. After the first stab, I no longer felt afraid when I continued stabbing. It even became an instinctive reaction. She stabbed the thug frantically. Ah! The thugs let out long, rapid, and miserable howls. He gave up resisting, turned around, and ran out of the kitchen, and Su Min stabbed the thug in the waist from behind. This could cost him his life. The thug went limp and fell against the door to the left of the kitchen. He had no time to regret now. He just wanted to escape from this terrifying woman. The thug was very familiar with this apartment, and he knew that the security door was in front of him. At this time, Su Min came behind him again. 2 more cuts to the kidney. Her mind was in a mess now, and she had forgotten the tactics she had simulated before, namely blocking with the left hand and headshot with the right hand. He just stabbed the thugs madly out of instinct. At this time, the zombies outside the door seemed to smell the blood and banged on the door even more frantically. The mob is desperate. He knew he was doomed and would definitely die tonight. You bitch, let's die together. The thug used up his last bit of strength to open the security door and created a small gap. Zombies are brainless, but I know how to use my hands to open the gap. Su Min's hair stood on end. She never expected that the thugs would open the security door when they were dying, and he squeezed open a gap for me. The light from the flashlight at the kitchen door was very bright, and I could see pairs of bloody hands reaching in through the gaps outside. The security door will be open the next moment. Finished. It's over, it's over. There are at least 5 or 6 zombies outside the door. I can't stop you from coming in. Chapter 69. A weak woman may also be a disguised killer. The zombies were about to rush in, but Su Min did not panic like a normal woman. Her mind suddenly became surprisingly clear. Very few people will, at the moment of life and death, feel as if their blood is awakened, with their body and brain completely driven by instinct. There are no complicated thoughts at this moment. A strong desire to survive temporarily took over her brain, and commanded Su Min's body. She rushed forward quickly. With her slender and frail body, she tried with all her strength to close the door again. But there should be 4 or 5 zombies outside the door. Too much force. Su Min is no match at all. After 2 minutes of persistence, the gap became larger and larger, and it seemed that the door was about to be opened. Su Min immediately gave up the door. She bent down to pick up the flashlight on the ground and quickly rushed to the dining room. At this moment, the door was finally opened by the zombies. Roar! 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 5 zombies with ferocious faces rushed in and pounced on Su Min together. Fortunately, the entrance hall is relatively narrow. Part of the space on the right was taken up by the shoe cabinet, and the remaining space was barely 1 meter wide. 5 zombies rushed in together and immediately bumped into each other. Another zombie tripped and fell. This delay bought Su Min some time, and she quickly pushed the dining table to the entrance. Just at this moment, the first zombie rushed over. The dining table did not completely block the main entrance, leaving a half-meter wide space, so Su Min had to give up fighting the zombies. She held the flashlight in her left hand and clasped it across her chest. The bright scattered light allowed a clear view of the entire entranceway. The first zombie to rush through the entranceway pounced on them with its fangs and claws bared. Su Min folded her left hand across her chest. On the one hand, it can protect yourself from being pushed, and on the other hand, it can focus the zombie's attention on your left hand. Zombies have no IQ. It bites whatever part is closest to it. Sure enough, the zombie that pounced on him bit Su Min's left forearm. Powerful bite force, cushioned by 20 layers of tough fabric and cowhide. Not only did it not bite through, it doesn't even hurt, because the left hand wrapped in 20 layers of cloth was very thick, and the zombie's mouth could only open and close at a very small angle. It was impossible to bite effectively. It's like a 2-year-old kid biting an apple as big as his head. The mouth is too small. After gnawing for a long time, I guess I won't even be able to break the skin. Su Min felt neither excited nor happy. At this moment, she was completely driven by instinct and had only one thought: kill all the zombies. She raised her knife and slashed. The sharp Hell Guardian Dog tactical dagger was deeply inserted into the zombie's forehead and then pulled out with force. The zombie that was still gnawing on his hand a second ago. The next moment he lost his life. Zombies are brutal and have strong vitality, but once their brains are severely damaged, their screen will go black instantly, just like a computer screen going black when the power goes out. But Su Min didn't have a chance to catch her breath. The dining table did not completely block the entrance passage, and another zombie squeezed in. She followed suit. He clasped his left hand around, allowing the zombies that pounced on him to bite him, and then used his right hand to kill the target with a headshot. At this time, a zombie climbed onto the dining table. He pounced and knocked Su Min to the ground. Fortunately, she kept her left hand wrapped around her body, and the zombies knocked her down and began to bite her wrist desperately. Su Min swung the knife with all his might, and the sharp dagger pierced into his head. When it was pulled out, brains splattered all over her face, even into the mouth. Pooh! Pooh! Su Min spat out the zombie brains in her mouth. She didn't have time to think about whether the brains would turn her into a zombie, because the last 2 zombies also jumped over the dining table and pounced on her. She took advantage of the situation and kicked the first zombie, causing it to stagger. The second zombie immediately pressed on her, grabbed her left hand, and started to gnaw on it. Su Min shot him in the head with another blow. Then sit up. The zombie that had been kicked away before was holding her calf and gnawing on it madly. However, there were still more than a dozen layers of tough cloth wrapped around his legs. There's also a layer of oil paper shopping bag on the outside. Zombies can't bite through it at all. Su Min raised the dagger and stabbed it into the zombie's head. The room finally became a little quieter, but it hasn't completely quieted down yet. Habir and the prince were in the bedroom. One kept growling and scratching at the door, the other chirped. We have to stop them quickly. Su Min got up, opened the bedroom door, and looked at the anxious Hapai and the prince, feeling a little angry. If they hadn't been barking all the time, the zombies wouldn't have been attracted. But facing the pet she had raised for several years, and even regarded as her best friend, she couldn't get angry at this moment. After all, they're lower animals. You can't expect them to be like humans. After comforting Hapai and the prince, Su Min hurried back to the living room and prepared to close the door first. We just killed 5 zombies. There must be more in this building. Ignoring the corpse in the house for the time being, Su Min quickly came to the front door. When she was about to close the door, she found a moving skeleton at the door. The skeleton crawled slowly and had already touched the threshold. It was the neighbor who was gnawed into a skeleton and then turned into a zombie. Su Min couldn't help but sigh. If she hadn't gotten her neighbor's dagger, she might have died, but now she has to use this dagger to kill you. Su Min raised her knife and slashed, allowing her skeleton neighbor to rest in peace. She immediately stood up and closed the door. But the door wouldn't close. That's strange. Sumin used a flashlight to check carefully and found that the lock core was stuck. No matter how hard I tried, the door wouldn't close. It was probably because when the zombies rushed in just now, the door was banged violently and the mechanical lock core malfunctioned. The probability of this is very low. But Sumin just happened to run into him. Damn it! Why am I so unlucky? Sumin couldn't help but swear. What to do now? It was pitch black outside, and it was not suitable for escape at night. Wait until dawn at home? No, that's too dangerous. The door cannot be closed. Even if you hide in the bedroom, as long as a zombie sneaks in and finds you, the roar will attract more zombies. The bedroom door is wooden. It can be easily knocked open. She didn't want to go through the fierce battle again. Fortunately killed 5 zombies. It doesn't mean you'll have the same luck next time. If the entrance wasn't too narrow and blocked by the dining table, I might have been a corpse by now. I have to think of a solution quickly. If a thug dies at home, even if his body is thrown outside, the bloody smell on the ground will soon be smelled by the zombies. I don't have time anymore. After killing the thugs and zombies, he should have calmed down, but instead he became even more anxious. She went to the kitchen immediately. Use the water in the bucket to wash off the zombie blood on your face and mouth, and calm yourself down quickly. Should I call Jingyi? Sumin quickly rejected this idea. If Hong Jingyi had a way to save him, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state as he is now. Besides, distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. At this moment, Sumin suddenly had an idea. By the way, how did the thugs get to my house? He definitely didn't come in through the front door. Sumin remembered very clearly that the initial flashlight light came in from outside the balcony. Did the thugs climb in from the balcony? Sumin quickly came to the balcony. Chapter 70. Are you an expert or a rookie? Sumin checked on the balcony with a flashlight. Soon she found out how the thugs had gotten in. There was a rope hanging from the balcony railing on the 9th floor to the balcony, and the thugs slid down along this rope. Sumin grabbed the rope and looked at it. It is a long rope made by twisting and knotting bed sheets and curtains. Very strong, and knots are tied at intervals to prevent your hands from slipping and falling. Since the thugs can come down, I can also climb up by holding onto the rope. Anyway, it's not high, only 3 or 4 meters. There are anti-slip knots on the rope, so it's firm enough. The thug had said before that his wife had turned into a zombie. Sumin didn't believe this. If the zombies really turned into zombies, he would not have had time to tie a rope on the balcony, so the thug's home should be safe. I guess he ran out of food and wanted to come down to find something to eat. Of course, he might also want to take advantage of himself. No matter what the reason, it would be enough if I could just take shelter in the thug's home for one night. But what about Hop Beer and the prince? If you leave them at home, they will definitely be bitten to death by zombies. The prince is fine. A parrot can be put into a backpack and carried up, but a parrot is so big that it is definitely not realistic to hold it and climb the rope. After all, I have raised it for so many years. I have long regarded it as a close friend. Even if I die, I would rather it starve to death than be bitten to death by zombies. Sumin quickly thought of a solution. This rope is very long. You can put the beer on the rope, climb up to the 9th floor, and then pull it up. That's settled. Sumin quickly put the egg yolk pie and 2 lauji from home into her backpack. I packed some more pet food. Then put the prince into the backpack and tied the beer and pet food to the rope. Habir, don't move. Don't make any noise either. I'll pull you up in a moment. Be obedient and be good. Although huskies are stupid dogs, after raising them for so many years, they have become human-like. It just sat obediently on the balcony. Sumin grabbed the rope and climbed up. She was light and well-proportioned, so climbing was not a burden for her, and she soon reached the 9th floor. Grab the railing and climb over. Call. I let out a long sigh of relief. The apartment on the 9th floor was the same as hers. Sumin quickly checked and found no one and no zombies. Very safe. Then she pulled up the beer. Finally got it done. At least I can sleep well tonight. Sitting on the sofa, Sumin realized that she had no strength left in her body. The battle just now was too intense. After relaxing, all the strength in her body receded like the tide, and now she didn't want to do anything. I just want to lie on the sofa and relax. The other side, Yuan, along with Xiao Fan, Xiao Wan, and Ru Yin, have dug a tunnel to the underground garage of Cartier Garden City. There are a lot of zombies in the garage. The military made a lot of noise during the day, but there was only one entrance and exit to the garage. Once people enter, it is easy to get lost even with navigation. Not to mention zombies. The commotion made by the military outside attracted the zombies near the entrance and exit. More zombies are still scattered in the garage. In addition, the 3D stereoscopic image in my mind only comes with low-light night vision. Now the whole city is out of power, and I can't see anything hiding in the room. So Sumin hasn't been found yet. All I had to do was find the building where she was, and then go up and knock on the door. 4 men stood at the tunnel exit, each holding a machine gun with a capacity of 30,000 rounds, firing at the horde of zombies. Soon, all the zombies at the entrance of the tunnel were slaughtered. But the roars in the garage continued. There are more zombies rushing towards this side, and Yuan does not dare to be careless. It's not that he can't defeat them, but as long as he hides in the tunnel, no matter how many zombies come, they will all die. The key is not to waste too much time. Yuan is currently at the elevator entrance of a building. He's shown his flashlight. Building 9 is written on one side of the elevator entrance hall. This is it. Let's go through the fire escape. Ruyan and I will be in front, and Xiaofan and Xiaowan will follow behind. 2 people. A machine gun and a shotgun. Wah! Yuan held a machine gun, and Lu Ruyan switched to a shotgun, and they walked into the fire escape first. Xiaofan and Xiaowan followed closely behind. By the way, a pile of huge rocks were placed to block the fire escape, to prevent the zombies in the underground garage from following in. The narrow fire escape was brightly illuminated by 4 tactical flashlights. Bang! Bang! Taj. Intensive gunfire rang out, and any zombies in the fire escape that showed their heads would be instantly turned into a hornet's nest. If you don't die, just shoot again. Yuan was able to accurately dig to the elevator entrance of Building 9, all thanks to the 3D map that came with the excavation shovel. You can clearly see everything within a 1-kilometer diameter. Even if you hide in the room, as long as there is space, there are coordinates, and with coordinates you can check it. The purpose of this function is to be able to accurately throw the shoveled soil and rocks to the designated location. But it has so many uses: investigation, surveillance, tracking, and searching for people, assassination, and trap. It's simply invincible. The 4 of them fought their way to the 8th floor, leaving corpses everywhere they passed. However, when they saw the door of room 803, Yuan was dumbfounded. The door is open. There was a dead skeleton at the door. He recognized this thing. He had seen too many of them in his previous life. They were all corpses that were bitten to death by zombies, but whose brains were not destroyed. It's called skeleton zombie. The speed of corpse transformation is relatively slow. When a normal person is bitten, the time it takes for a zombie to transform ranges from 2 to 8 hours. It depends on what part of the body is bitten. Because only the brain of a skeleton zombie has the ability to infect, it usually takes more than 12 hours for it to transform into a zombie. What surprised Yuan was not the skeleton zombies. Instead, there was a dead man at the door and zombie corpses all over the ground. I counted, and there were 5 zombies. Xiaofan and Xiaowan quickly checked the room. No one. Yuan frowned immediately. He gave the dead man a quick examination and found more than 20 wounds on his body, all caused by daggers. But all the zombies were killed with 1 strike. All headshots. That's strange. All the zombies were killed with 1 blow to the head. If Su Min was responsible, she must be an expert. But the man at the door had been stabbed more than 20 times. 1 knife in the lung, 2 in the chest, 5 in the kidneys, and more than a dozen in non-fatal parts of the body. It looked like he was stabbed to death. This is not the behavior of an expert. If Su Min was really an expert, he would at least stab the man in the throat or the heart, not to mention a headshot. Yuan groaned and slowly stood up. Brother Yi, does Su Min really live here? Xiaowan asked. Yuan also wondered if Hong Jingyi had just given a false address. How can a woman like her have such strong fighting power? Not only did she kill a man, but she also stabbed 5 zombies to death with her sword. This is not the behavior of a vase woman. Let's go to the bedroom. Bedrooms usually have photo albums. Yuan remembered Su Min's appearance. Sure enough, there was a photo frame on the bedside table with an artistic photo of Su Min on it. This is indeed Su Min's home. Although Yuan didn't know why there was such a huge gap between the deaths of the man at the door and those zombies. But he roughly guessed what happened tonight. It seems that some thugs rushed in tonight and Su Min killed the thugs. Maybe she accidentally opened the door during the fight, and the zombies outside rushed in. But Su Min has already escaped. There was one thing that Yuan couldn't figure out. If Su Min wants to escape, she can only use the fire escape. She must kill the zombies in the escape. But it's obvious. The zombies in the fire escape were killed by us. Before this, all the zombies here were alive. So, where did Su Min escape from? Is it possible that she didn't use the fire escape and is still in this building? Yuan checked it again, using the 3D image. The visibility was poor at night, and Su Min's shadow was still not spotted. Chapter 71, I will dig deep to find you. After Yuan's analysis, just now, everyone felt that there was a high possibility that Su Min was still in the building. Escape the building, or take the elevator. Or take the fire escape. There's a power outage right now, so the elevator can't move. We just killed the zombies in the fire escape. So Su Min is still in the building. Yuan, let's search it thoroughly, especially floor 789. Lu Ruyan reminded. Yuan nodded. He also felt that if Su Min was still in the building, she was most likely hiding on the 789th floor. After all, she lives on the 8th floor. The 7th and 9th floors are closer. These 3 floors are the best hiding places without alerting the zombies in the fire escape. Let's go, let's check them one by one. Xiao Fan, have you blocked the fire escape? Xiao Fan nodded. Don't worry, Brother Yi. I've already blocked it when I came up, and I guarantee that no zombies will come up from the underground garage. That's good. As long as the zombies in the garage are blocked, there won't be many zombies left in the building. Even though Yi Yuan is very powerful now, you also have to be more careful. It was pitch dark at night, and even with a flashlight, the visibility was not as good as during the day. 3 or 2 zombies don't matter. Try to avoid fighting zombies. We'll make some more noise later. If there are any fish that have escaped, they will be attracted by our noise. With such strong firepower, the team is not afraid of zombies coming openly. I'm afraid that the old bitch will suddenly bite me. Yi Yuan led the 3 of them out of Su Min's house, starting from the next door, and smashed the door twice with the butt of the gun. Hey, is anyone in there? No one responded. Yi Yuan knocked twice more. Is there anyone there? If not, I will shoot and break the door. Bang bang. Yi Yuan fired 2 random shots to scare the person first. If there was really someone there, they would definitely make a sound. It didn't need to be so troublesome. As long as you knock on the door and there is no movement from inside, you can break in directly. But Yi Yuan is not a heartless thug. Being cold and ruthless does not mean he is completely inhumane. In case there is someone hiding inside, I dare not say a word. If you destroy someone's door, it is equivalent to killing that person. Having struggled to survive for a year in his previous life, he is well aware of the hardships faced by the survivors at the bottom of society. Although everyone can be a thug, but not everyone wants to be a thug. Many times, we have no choice. Yi Yuan doesn't want to kill everyone he sees. As long as the other party doesn't take the initiative to provoke him, or his words and actions don't threaten him, everyone can live in peace. I hit the door a few times with the butt of the gun, but still no response. So Yi Yuan signaled everyone to step back. Then the shotgun fired 2 shots at the door lock. After the door was broken, everyone entered the house carefully. After a search, no one was found. Continue to the next one. Still using the old method, knock on the door first, and then hear the roar of zombies from inside. Su Min, don't pretend to be a zombie. My name is Yi Yuan, and Hong Jingyi asked me to save you. Yi Yuan became more cautious, in case the roar of the zombies inside was pretended by Su Min. After all, Su Min didn't know that I came to find her. It is possible to identify yourself as a thug. After Yi Yuan revealed his identity, the zombies inside continued to growl, so there was no need to test them anymore. 2 shots broke the door lock. Then they opened the security door, shot the zombie dead with 1 shot, and everyone went into the house to search. Even if there are zombies, we have to go in and search. Make sure nothing goes wrong. After all, Su Min is so beautiful. If we find her, we will definitely be able to look up her entry, even if we have to dig deep into the ground to find her. Don't miss any suspicious places. The search was over quickly, and no one was found except a zombie. Let's go to the next one. Yi Yuan still knocked on the door with the butt of his gun first, and the way he knocked was also very cautious. He would never knock directly on the door, but standing beside. After all, no one can guarantee that there is someone behind the door with a gun pointed at the outside. What if you happen to meet a neurotic idiot? Bang! A shot was fired from inside. It would be fine if it missed, but it would be troublesome if it hit. Don't underestimate Yi Yuan's ability in his pocket. But there is no treatment. Partial integrated replication only copies and enlarges the original object, but it cannot heal the wound by making it larger. So it's better to be careful. This time there was a noise inside, and a man said in horror, "There's someone inside. There's someone inside. Don't shoot. Don't hit my door." He actually knew that Yi Yuan and the others would knock on the door, and he was probably peeking through the peephole just now. There are several people inside. I hope you will answer honestly. Just me. Okay, open the door now. We are looking for a woman named Su Min. If we don't find her in your house, we will leave. After Yi Yuan finished speaking, he waited for a few seconds, but the man in the room did not answer, deliberately hesitating. After all, this is the end of the world. There are no laws or morals. Opening the door and letting a group of armed people in is tantamount to seeking death. You'll have 3 seconds. Otherwise, I'll shoot and break the door, and you'll bear the consequences at your own risk. No, I'm going. Soon, the security door opened, and 4 flashlights shone on the man's face. The strong light made him unable to open his eyes. The man was probably in his 30s. He raised his hands sensibly. Yi Yuan stepped forward, pushed him to the ground, and stepped on his head. If you don't want to die, don't move. You 3 go search the room. The man lay on the ground very obediently. He didn't move when told not to move, but he kept talking. There is no Su Min in my family. Su Min lives in 803. I heard zombies banging on her door tonight, but my peephole can't see 803. I can only judge from the sound that there are quite a lot of zombies. Then I heard Su Min fighting zombies. Then it became quiet. That's all I know. At this time, the three women finished searching the room, and Lu Ruyan shook her head. There is no one else. Yi Yuan nodded. Let's go. The four of them slowly left the room, and Yi Yuan casually threw out 2 buckets of instant noodles from the space warehouse. The information you just said is somewhat useful to me. This is the reward. Close the door and don't come out, or else don't blame me for being blind. Yi Yuan closed the door casually. If this man really dared to open the door and come out to watch the fun, he would send him to death without hesitation. One of the rules for survival in the apocalypse. Don't let strangers follow you, especially at night. Where are we going now? Xiao Fan asked. The 8th floor has been searched, and the 7th or 9th floor will be given priority. Yi Yuan thought about the information provided by the man just now. Su Min fought with zombies at home, and then there was no movement, and no one saw Su Min coming out of the house. Combined with Yi Yuan's actual situation of searching Su Min's home, she probably didn't take the stairs. Let's go to Su Min's balcony and check again. The four of them immediately returned to Su Min's house. Yi Yuan stood on the balcony and turned on the skyrocket flashlight. The bright scattered light made it possible to see the outside of the balcony very clearly. There are no pipes to climb. If she really left from the balcony, there is only one possibility. Maybe she has something like a grappling hook at home, and she climbed up to 903 using the rope. She definitely didn't go to 703, because the grappling hook cannot be retracted from the 8th floor to the 7th floor, and there is no grappling hook on Su Min's balcony. It means that she climbed to the 9th floor and then retracted the grappling hook. Yi Yuan looked up at the balcony of room 903 and shouted, Su Min, are you upstairs? Chapter 72 Zombie version of Dragon Mother. I will open the door for you now. It was quiet upstairs, and Yi Yuan shouted again. My name is Yi Yuan. Hong Jingyi is my uncle, and he asked me to save you. Su Min, are you upstairs? Yi Yuan didn't want to break into the house and search for Su Min directly. This woman was so powerful that she not only stabbed the thugs to death, but also killed 5 zombies with headshots. People in this state are very likely to have become bloodthirsty. If she identifies herself as a thug, you might be attacked by her the moment you open the door, and there is a high probability of casualties if you fight her in this situation. Minor injuries don't matter. There are medicines in the space warehouse. If the injury was serious, Su Min would die, and she might not even be able to find an entry before she died. That's why Yi Yuan was shouting downstairs. Try to get Su Min to show up on her own initiative. But there was still no movement upstairs. Yi Yuan was a little discouraged, and even suspected that Hong Jingyi might have really lied. 3D stereoscopic images are not very effective for nighttime reconnaissance. Mad, try again. Yi Yuan released a huge rock. Then I swung the shovel and started digging. A 3D image immediately appeared in my mind, and the spatial structure of the upstairs also appeared in my mind. The vision is still blurry. On a night when the sky was covered with blood fog, visible light in the open air was barely perceptible, and the interior of the building was pitch black. 3D stereogram can ignore blood mist. It also has a certain degree of micro-night vision capability. Tracking a car at night, or even finding a building, is easy as long as you locate it on your phone in advance. However, when there is no visible light, it is difficult to see the scene inside the building clearly. Fortunately, the view from the balcony is clearer. Ye Yuan said it's taichit. On the balcony on the 9th floor, a curled-up blurry black shadow appeared at some point, holding something in its arms. All we can confirm is that there is someone on the balcony on the 9th floor, but I don't know if it's a man or a woman. At this time, the black shadow moved and quietly slipped into the living room, and the thing in the black shadow's arms followed in. That thing is a bit like a dog. Come on, let's go upstairs. Regardless of whether that black shadow is Su Min or not, we must go up and take a look. Be careful when you open the door later. There's someone in 903. If the other party attacks me, don't shoot. I will fight back or control the other party according to the situation. Yi Yuan was a little worried. What if it really was Su Min? It would be a shame if she attacked me and was shot to death by Xiao Fan and the others. At the same time, Su Min, who was hiding in room 903, was very confused. Yi Yuan. He said his name is Yi Yuan, and he came to save me? But Jingyi said that Yi Yuan's temporary residence is in the Lannan community near Bin Road, which is still far away from Cartier Garden City. How could he run so far to save me in the middle of the night? This is clearly illogical. It was for this reason that Su Min hid on the 9th floor and remained silent. There are no laws and morals in the last days. No one knows whether the other person is a good person or a bad person. Su-min remembered that at first Hong Jingyi asked her to escape to the Lannan community to find Lu Ruyan and Yi Yuan. Later he called her and asked her not to go. He also made it clear that there might be something wrong with room 301 in Lannan community, and asked her to jump into the river and find a boat to hide if possible. Hong Jingyi is so capricious. Su-min naturally guessed that there must be uncontrollable factors involved. As for what it was, she didn't know. The only thing that is certain is that the uncontrollable factor is Lu Ruyan and Yi Yuan. Now they have found us. He must have some unspeakable secret to come all this way to save me in the middle of the night. Thinking of this, Su-min subconsciously clenched the dagger. Yi Yuan and his men have guns, and they are coming from such a long distance, so they must have sufficient ammunition and are very powerful. If Yi Yuan really finds it, I have almost no chance of winning. What to do? Time was running out, and Su-min had no other choice but to call Hong Jingyi. Since Hong Jingyi knows Yi Yuan, he must be aware of Yi Yuan's purpose in coming here so late at night. If he had bad intentions, perhaps Hong Jingyi could have maneuvered around and bought himself some time. Su-min turned on the phone immediately, then dialed using the satellite phone function. Hey Jingyi, I'll make it short. Yi Yuan is here. He has a gun and came straight upstairs to kill me. I am hiding on the 9th floor now. I don't know what his purpose is. I suspect you are hiding something from him. I don't want to know what it is, but can you tell me whether it is a good thing or a bad thing for Yi Yuan to come here now? What should I do? What? Hong Jingyi was stunned. It's only been over an hour since I talked to Yi Yuan. How come he rushed from Lannan community to Cartier Garden City so quickly? Unless he flies a helicopter. It's late at night. Even if there is a helicopter, we wouldn't dare to fly it. By the way, he has a friend in Cartier Garden City. Could he be the retired soldier? Su-min, how do you know he is Yi Yuan? He said it himself. He was shouting at me from the balcony on the 8th floor. He probably didn't know I was hiding on the 9th floor, but I was afraid he would find me. He said it himself. Hong Jingyi was even more confused. Yi Yuan didn't have wings, so how could he find Su-min so quickly? Su-min, I just spoke to Yi Yuan. He said that he has a friend in Cartier Garden City, and he said he would ask his friend to come find you. Is it possible that his friend used his name? Is that so? Su-min was not sure either. Alas, the calls were passed from one to another, and some information was missed, and some was misdelivered. I don't know which ones are true and which ones are false. Su-min, don't be afraid. Think about it. Who would risk coming to you so late at night? Even if I wanted to harm you, it couldn't be at night. So, I guess this person is Yi Yuan's friend, and he came to you to take you to Lannan community tomorrow. Our rescue ship will arrive the day after tomorrow, and we'll take him away with it. When we get to Luhu, Yi Yuan's friends will also ask me for help. Once he finds you, he will naturally take care of you, so you don't have to worry. Hong Jingyi felt emotional. As soon as Yi Yuan made a phone call, his friends rushed over to rescue Su-min. People who have served in the military are different. They are brave, loyal, and righteous. I don't know how lucky Yi Yuan is to have such a friend. When this person returns to Luhu, I must find a way to recruit him under my command. It will definitely help me in the future. A person like this who is courageous and loyal to his friends can even die for you at the critical moment if you can completely buy him over. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Su-min quickly said, I'll hang up first. They're knocking on the door. I'll call you back later. Su-min put away her phone. He quietly grasped the dagger in his right hand. No matter who the other party was, or whether he came to save him, he must not take it lightly. She has watched the American TV series The Walking Dead. My favorite character is Carol, who is like a zombie version of Dragon Queen. From a cowardly woman suffering from domestic violence, she gradually turned into an almost invincible female warrior. She had neither strong physical fitness nor first-class marksmanship, but she is calm and wise. Be strong enough inside, be decisive in killing, never drag your feet, and most importantly, always stay vigilant. Su-min hopes to be Carol. She tried hard to control her emotions and not let herself show any panic or evasive expression. The dagger, held in reverse grip, was quietly hidden behind the bulky wrist guard. Stop knocking. I'm Su-min. I'll open the door for you now. Chapter 73 Beast Tamer. Also have a battle pet. Su-min slowly walked to the door, touched the anti-theft buckle with her left hand, and stopped halfway through turning it. She glanced out the peephole. The outside was illuminated brightly by the flashlight, and no one could be seen in the pale corridor. She knew that people outside the door should hide on both sides. Su-min took a deep breath, exhaled heavily, unscrewed the anti-theft buckle with a click, and opened the door. Yum Su-min. In an instant, two beams of dazzling light shone on her face. She couldn't open her eyes, but she didn't dodge either. This scene was expected. Put your hands up. Su-min felt a cold touch on her forehead, probably the gun barrel, and she felt helpless. Be mentally prepared before opening the door. If the opponent has other intentions, he will fight back even at the risk of his life, and even secretly hide the dagger behind his wrist guard. At this point, it's all in vain. The flashlight was so bright that he couldn't open his eyes, and a gun was pointed at his head. Any resistance might result in the other party shooting him. At this moment, she had never felt such a strong desire. If I had a gun, I wouldn't be as passive as I am now. Su-min, we meet again. I mean you no harm. However, considering that you killed so many zombies and stabbed the thugs to death, I must first confirm whether you are mentally sound. And it poses no threat to me. So please cooperate and raise your hands so I can see your palms. It was a man's voice. Low, steady, and commanding tone. Su-min let out a light breath, a slight smile appearing at the corner of her mouth, covering up her inner helplessness. She wanted to be a woman like Carol. But without teammates like Carol, he can only accept the reality and obey the orders of the other party. I hope you really are here to save me. Although she was still hoping for a lucky break, Su-min thought it was impossible. Without any relationship, who would risk being eaten by zombies to save someone in the middle of the night? She slowly raised her hands. Open your palm. The blood-stained Hellhound tactical dagger fell to the ground with a clang. Yuan, take the dagger away. Fan, search me. Soon, a pair of hands began to grope her body. Due to the thick protective layer, Su-min could not tell whether the other person was a man or a woman. But judging from these two names, they should all be women. Brother Yi, we've finished the search, no weapons. As the words fell, Su-min felt it, and the dazzling flashlight moved away from her face. She slowly opened her eyes. After a few seconds of adjusting, my eyes felt a little more comfortable. There was a man and 3 women on the opposite side, all fully armed, 2 holding shotguns and 2 holding machine guns. No wonder he dares to kill zombies so unscrupulously. The firepower is too strong. However, Su-min was still very curious. Looking at the outfits of the 4 men and the fact that they didn't have any ammunition boxes on them, weren't they worried about running out of bullets? At this time, a low roar of Habir came from behind. Su-min was worried that the dog might do something extreme, so she quickly comforted him. Habir, be quiet, I'm fine. Although Harbin has a low IQ, but after raising it for so many years, it became very human-like in front of Su-min and immediately calmed down. At this time, Su-min's vision was completely restored. The 4 people in front of me could also be seen more clearly. Although they are all wearing bulletproof vests, you can still see that the men are tall and handsome, and the women are either beautiful or pure and sexy. Even if I dress up carefully, I dare not say that I am more beautiful than them. It is hard to imagine that we can still see such a combination of handsome men and beautiful women in the end times. What surprised her even more was, Su-min had seen the man in front of her and the woman beside him. They live in the fortress villa in Nanhu Houding. The drone was shot down by this man. No wonder he just said, we meet again. He knew the drone was mine? Please introduce yourself again. My name is Yuan, and I'm here to save you. But I want to emphasize that I am not here on behalf of Hong Jingyi, but I am here to save you on my own. Hand over your phone now. Su-min was a little confused by this sentence. He said before that he was entrusted by Jingyi to save me, but now he says no. And this person is really Yuan. He clearly guaranteed that the person who came to rescue him was Yuan's friend. The relationships here are too complicated. The information gap is too big. The more this happened, the more Su-min felt that the other party's intentions were impure. But from the current point of view, it was certain that Yuan would not hurt herself for the time being. Su-min took out her cell phone and handed it over. Before she could ask what he wanted her phone for, she saw Yuan throw it at the entrance of the fire escape. Then he took the shotgun from the woman next to him. Bang! The dense bullets instantly smashed the phone into pieces. You can't call Hong Jingyi for now. Of course. When the time is right, I'll use my phone to put you in touch with him. Yuan, search the room. Su-min didn't know why Yuan didn't let her call, and now she didn't dare to ask more. When people are in a weak position, they must pretend to be even weaker. This is the only way to paralyze the opponent. After Xiaofan and Yuan searched the room, Yuan asked everyone to enter. Lock the door again. Everyone found a place to sit down. Yuan looked at Su-min and said, Are you surprised? Last time you asked for help, I clearly shot down your drone, but now I am risking my life to save you again? Su-min nadith. I really can't understand it. I asked you for a dagger, but you refused to give it to me, and now you come to save me. Isn't this contradictory? Yuan also felt that fate was playing tricks on him. In fact, I wasn't sure at that time that you were really Su-min, and I didn't know that you were Hong Jingyi's new wife. Otherwise, I would have picked you up long ago. Su-min heard the hidden meaning in these words. Is it my identity that he is interested in? Why is this? Is it true that there is some complicated past between Jingyi and him? Don't think too much, you will understand later. Xiaofan, take off her shell. In Yuan's eyes, The thick protection on Su Min's body was like a layer of tortoiseshell. He finally understood why this powerless woman could stab thugs to death and kill zombies with headshots in a 1v5 situation. This turtle shell is too thick. Just don't hit the head. Except for blunt weapons, ordinary knives cannot cut through it, especially the left hand. The protection is so thick that even if zombies gnaw on it, they can only gnaw in vain. Su Min is a smart and courageous woman, and he acted decisively. Although it is not appropriate to say that a woman has the most vicious heart, it is not an exaggeration to use it to describe her cruelty. Such a woman once has the intention to kill. Just give her a chance. You may die with your eyes open. So you have to be extra careful before taming her into a servant. Although it is a bit difficult. But Su Min is worth being tamed as a servant because her entries are very powerful. Currently, except for Xiaofan's 3D printing, which is orange. Xiaowan's excavator master and Lu Ruyan's nutritionist are all blue quality. But Su Min's first entry is purple, and it is also a beast taming entry. Entry 1, Tamer, purple. Item 2, Yoga green. Entry 3, Driver white. The 3 entries are self-explanatory, and the best one is of course the Tamer. Yuan noticed that Su Min not only had a husky, but also a cockatiel. At this moment, the husky was lying quietly in front of her. The parrot stood obediently on her shoulder. I didn't expect that when I raised a pet, I would get a Tamer entry, and it was purple. From now on, I will also have a battle pet. Cool. Yuan locked on entry 1 with his mind, then pulled it hard. The next moment, a mysterious power surged into his body, and the Tamer became his own superpower. Chapter 74. There can be no males in the team, not even pets. Yuan called out his personal attribute page. He was looking forward to what the purple ability would do. Yuan. Attributes: Strength 35, Constitution 35, Agility 35, Spirit 37. Ability: 3D printing, unlimited replication, partial integrated replication, life form replication. Excavator master, super excavator, digging strength level 11, digging shovel. Nutritionist, devouring LV.3. Tamer, taming pill. Click to view introduction. The newly added supernatural power unlocks the beast taming pill function. The specific role is not yet clear. Yuan thought for a moment and clicked on the introduction. Taming pill. Use the body as the furnace and the spirit as the guide to refine the taming pill. After the animal takes it, its intelligence will be awakened and all attributes will be increased by 5. Each taming pill increases loyalty by 50%, and it will be a die-hard loyal animal when it reaches 100%. Tip 1. Theoretically, any animal can take taming pills infinitely, but the overall attributes cannot exceed those of the alchemist himself. The higher the overall attributes of the alchemist, the higher the efficacy of the taming pills he refines. Tip 2. Only the alchemist himself can gain the loyalty of the battle pet. Tip 3. A tamer can only refine 1 taming pill every day. Hint 4. Special item cannot be copied. Yuan read the introduction and instructions carefully. Although the literal meaning was not very clear, the content had been integrated into his mind. The beast tamer is worthy of being called a purple power. Although you can only refine 1 taming pill every day, once you take it, all attributes of your combat pet will immediately increase by +5. By this calculation, any animal, in 7 days at most, his basic attributes will be able to catch up with Yuan, and then he can tame a new combat pet. Of course, Yuan's strength cannot stagnate, so his battle pet will continue to grow. The beast taming pill is indeed ridiculously powerful. 1 is equivalent to 20 points of free attributes. The growth rate is amazing. With just 2 taming pills, the battle pet can become loyal and, like a servant, will never betray you. Yuan couldn't help but sigh. This feeling is really good. Whether it is a servant or a battle pet, you don't have to worry about them stabbing you in the back after they become stronger. You can leave your back to them without any worries. But tip 4 is a bit annoying. Cannot copy. At this time, the card above Su Min's head also changed. Entry. Tamer, 60% taming degree can be forced to steal a second time. Current taming degree, 0%. The degree of domestication will only be realized after the entries are read. Before that, it doesn't matter whether Su Min has awe, admiration, or even a submissive mentality towards Yuan. All are back to 0 at this moment. You can only take it step by step and raise the taming level before you can force it a second time. At this time, Su Min had taken off the turtle shell on her body. Her figure is clearly visible. She is charming and graceful, with a pair of plump, slender, straight, and smooth legs. Very pleasing to the eyes. No wonder Hong Jingyi tried every means to rescue her. No man would be willing to let such a beauty wander around outside. Since the degree of taming has been achieved, Yuan also knew that he could show off. He coughed deliberately to attract Su Min's attention, and then like a magic trick, he took out a plate of stir-fried beef from the space warehouse. He took out another bowl of rice. Then a bowl of tomato and egg soup was brought out. Finally, take out the chopsticks and soup spoon. All of them were placed on the table, steaming hot and smelling so good that Su Min couldn't help but purr. 2 pieces of custard pie a day. I can only hang on for dear life. She had been starving for a long time, and when she smelled the aroma of beef and rice, her saliva began to water uncontrollably. My stomach also started to growl. After being hungry for so long, my instinctive desire to eat cannot be controlled by willpower. But she was more confused. A pair of beautiful big eyes stared at the food on the table as if they had seen a ghost, their eyes full of confusion. There was even a bit of fear. Yuan picked up a piece of beef and ate it, then took a sip of the tomato and egg soup. See, it's real, and it's not poisonous. I'll give you 10 minutes. After you're full, let's hurry back to Nanhu Mansion. Only 10 minutes. Besides, Yuan had already eaten it, so it didn't matter that he had licked the chopsticks in his mouth. There are not so many things to pay attention to in the end times. Su Min sat down at the dining table, picked up the beef and put it to her mouth, but did not swallow it immediately. Can you tell me where these meals come from? I'm just curious as to why you can create something out of thin air. Yuan did not explain. Xiao Fan immediately said, "This is Brother Ye's spatial ability. Brother Yi is a superpower. A person with superpowers?" Su Min had a look of disbelief on her face. She had indeed just seen Yuan conjure up these meals like a magic trick. Could it be stored in another space in advance, and then serve it out? This is too incredible. In an instant, the docility level above Su Min's head increased by 2%. Seeing this number, Yuan was speechless. Xiaofan and Xiaowan stocks increased by 10% at the beginning. Why is it only 2% here? Sure enough, this woman Su Min is very vigilant and lacks basic trust in herself. I can understand that. She really knew nothing about herself. Although Xiaowan didn't know herself at first, it was easy to build trust with Xiaofan as the middleman. Plus, she herself is a bit naive. The difficulty of taming can be said to be very low. It seems that it will take some time to tame Su Min. Yuan ignored Su Min for the time being. He quietly mobilized the mysterious power in his body and transformed it into an invisible alchemy furnace. This is the special ability of the animal trainer. Next, I need to refine a beast taming pill. Using his body as the furnace and his spirit as the guide, Yuan directed his powerful mental power into the alchemy furnace. Then he activated the mysterious power and began to refine it immediately. The whole process was silent, even invisible. None of the 4 women in the room noticed anything unusual. In less than 3 minutes, there was an emerald green pill floating in the alchemy furnace. The beast taming pill was successfully refined, and Yuan immediately withdrew his mental power. The mysterious power in the body also returned instantly. A thought came to mind. The beast taming pill appeared in their hands. It had no special taste, but it made Habir and the prince very excited. Only animals can smell its alluring scent. Habir is wagging its tail like crazy. A humming sound of flattery came from his throat. The prince also flew from Su Min's shoulder to Yuan's arm, chirping. This scene left Su Min confused. Why did the pet that I had raised for several years suddenly become so affectionate towards Yuan and even frantically try to please him? Have a beer, prince. Come back soon. Habir continued to wag his tail, and Taizi continued to bark, ignoring his master's orders. This made Yuan a little troubled. I only want women around me. Animals also only want females. After all, they are young people of the new era and are greatly influenced by online novels. The battle pets described in the books can basically transform in the later stages. You're a fucking public person. A few years later, if I really transform, will you give me a hat? It is enough for me to be a chow thief alone. You must never personally cultivate a chow thief by your side. Gotta check first. Yuan grabbed Habir by the back, lifted him up, and took a look. Fortunately, it was a bitch. Very strange. Su Min called it Habir. Why did she give a female dog this name? Never mind for now. The dog is fine. Now we have the parrot. This thing is hard to identify. The lower body looks the same, all bald. How can we tell whether you are a man or a woman? I can only ask Su Min. Su Min, is this parrot male or female? Chapter 75. Battle Pet Li Huang. Su Min is jealous. Su Min couldn't help but shudder when she saw Yuan lift Habir's hind legs and carefully examine its lower body. Does Yuan have any special hobbies? It's hard to say. There were many perverts in peacetime, and now under the high pressure of the end times, there will probably be more and more perverts. If that's the case, then I'm safe. Harbin Beer will suffer. Poor my dog. Now Yi Yuan asked again whether the prince was male or female. Don't you even let a bird go? When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. I'm still eating other people's food. Su Min could only answer honestly. The prince is a female bird. That's the female one. Not bad, not bad. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. As long as it was a female, she could stay. After all, it is Su Min's pet. If it is a male, I must forcibly abandon it. There can be no males in the team except me. But doing so would inevitably lead to resentment in Su Min. It will be more difficult to increase the taming level later. I'm very curious. They are both female. One is called Ha Pai, and the other is called Tai Zi. Are you bad at naming? Even if her name is Tsuehua, Billion, or something like that, it would still sound better than Harbin Prince. Su Min hesitated for a few seconds before she said embarrassedly, "My parents named it. They always regretted not having a son." Oh, it's about favoring boys over girls. No wonder pets are given masculine names. I understand. Eat quickly. We still have 5 minutes. Let's go now that we're full. Giving Su Min food is partly to increase her taming ability. On the other hand, if you are full, you will have more energy and will not hold the team back. Yi Yuan withdrew his thoughts. Looking at Habir wagging his tail crazily and the prince chattering, I was a little confused for a moment. Which one should I tame as a war pet first? Although Yi Yuan definitely has more than one combat pet. But there must be a goal for training the main force. Yi Yuan would not be very happy to choose Habir. This thing is stupid. Even if its intelligence is awakened, its stupid expression will never change. What if it is really possible to transform after several years? Will the love between man and dog be gone by then? It's a bit disgusting. And looking at Habir's appearance, even if he transforms, he will probably be as delicious as a flower, and it is impossible to drink it. In fact, the animal taming pill can theoretically be eaten by humans. After all, humans are animals too. But the word beast in the beast taming pill limits it to only beasts. So Yi Yuan turned his gaze to the prince. This one is exactly what he wants, cockatiel. This name is very classy. At least it has the word phoenix in it. She is also very elegant in appearance. It is a very beautiful bird with pure white feathers. The phoenix crown on her head makes her look noble and elegant. There is a blush on her cheeks which makes her look cute. If she could really transform, she would most likely be a beautiful woman. Moreover, it would be more helpful for Yi Yuan if he could focus on training an air combat pet. Maybe I can ride it and fly around in the future. That's settled. Yi Yuan fed the beast taming pill into the prince's mouth, and the effect of the medicine was immediately released, which also meant that the prince became Yi Yuan's war pet from that moment on. An attribute table popped up above its head that only Yi Yuan could see. Battle pet. Name. Attributes. Strength 1, Constitution 1, Agility 1, Spirit 1. Talent. Skill. This attribute is really weak, but it's not a big problem. Take one beast taming pill every day, and it will grow up quickly. As you can see from the attribute table, there are also talent and skill columns. This means that during the growth process, combat pets will comprehend talents and skills. Their current weakness is only temporary. Once they have talents and skills, they will definitely be able to stand on their own. It's just that there is no name in the attribute table. The name Prince was given by Su Min's parents. As the owner of the war pet, Yi Yuan had to give it a new name. That's fine. Calling him Prince all the time is really unpleasant. After a little thought, Yi Yuan thought of a very good name. He had an idea. In the name column of the battle pet attribute table, enter Glass Phoenix. The word Li is crystal clear, noble and holy, echoing the pure white feathers of the black phoenix. The word Huang is a symbol of the female phoenix. The male is a phoenix and the female is a Huang. This can be regarded as a kind of hope for Yi Yuan, hoping that Li Huang can grow into a divine beast like the phoenix. Even though it's just a hope. But without hope, what's the difference between being a salted fish? What if it really works? At this time, Li Huang had completely absorbed the medicinal effects of the beast taming pill, and new changes had occurred in its attribute table. Battle pet. Name, Li Huang. Loyalty, 50%. Attributes, Strength 6, Constitution 6, Agility 6, Spirit 6. Talent, Skill. After absorbing the beast taming pill, Li Huang's loyalty increased by 50%, and all attributes increased by 5 points. Li Huang's overall combat capability is now equivalent to that of a 15 or 16-year-old boy, especially the increase in agility. Agility affects the movement, reaction, attack speed, jumping, and flexibility of land creatures. The impact on bird life is similar. The only difference is that movement is changed to flying. The cockatiel, nicknamed the walking chicken, was not as good at flying as other birds. But now that its agility has been greatly improved, its flying ability will be extremely outstanding. If there were a better choice, Yi Yuan would definitely tame birds with stronger flying abilities. For example, the peregrine falcon, or swifts. But where can I get this thing? Besides, the looks of the peregrine falcon and the swift cannot be compared with that of the cockapoo. They are so beautiful that they should be even more beautiful after the transformation. The key is that there is a chance that Xianfeng can speak. Although he can only speak a few simple words, as his spiritual intelligence is awakened, he may be able to communicate normally in the future. After Li Huang absorbed the beast taming pill, her intelligence was awakened. There is a significant improvement in IQ. It stood on Yi Yuan's shoulder, and pecked Yi Yuan's face with its pink little mouth with gentle and intimate movements. I will call you Li Huang from now on. Chirp, chirp. Li Huang cannot speak for the time being, but judging from its behavior, it likes this name very much. At this moment, Su Min hadn't noticed this side. She finished a plate of stir-fried beef. Not even a grain of rice was left in the bowl, and was now happily drinking tomato and egg soup. My stomach is full, and I feel so comfortable, thanks to Yi Yuan. Although she was still a little wary of Yi Yuan, it did not prevent Su Min from feeling the real sensation of her body at the moment, and she was full of gratitude towards Yi Yuan. Quietly, Su Min's taming degree increased by 3%. Although it's not much, it's a good sign. It means that she is relaxing her guard against Yi Yuan. At this time, Su Min turned her head and saw the prince standing on Yi Yuan's shoulder, pecking Yi Yuan's face affectionately. What's going on? This is the bird I raise. Besides, the prince is very shy, so it's impossible for him to be so wild when they just met. You are a female bird. Can you be more reserved? Prince, come back soon? Prince, can't you hear me? Come back. Don't be so rude. Yi Yuan saw that Su Min was full, so he stood up and said, we should go first. Let's go to your house and pack up your personal belongings. By the way, it's no longer called Prince. Now she's called Li Huang, and she's my pet. Ah? Are you kidding me? Shouldn't a normal man occupy me first? What's the point of occupying my pet first? Am I less attractive than a bird? Women are amazing. Su Min is a typical example. Before Yi Yuan entered the door, she was afraid of being forced to play poker. When he came in, instead of playing poker, her pet was snatched away. She felt very lost and thought she was unattractive. This complicated feeling made her swear secretly. When I go back later, I must wear the most beautiful clothes to surprise Yi Yuan. Let Yi Yuan know that I am prettier than a parrot. As she thought about this, her taming degree increased by 10% unknowingly, which confused Yi Yuan. What is going on? I didn't do anything. Chapter 76, let you know what is the most vicious woman's heart. This time Yi Yuan was really confused. Just say that the parrot belongs to you, change its name to Li Huang, and then its taming degree increases by 10%. I racked my brains, but couldn't figure out the reason. Feeding only increases tameness by 2%. Eating and drinking enough will increase by 3%. Yi Yuan once thought that Su Min was difficult to tame, but the sudden 10% increase just now made him realize that as long as he found the right method, it didn't seem to be difficult. Su Min, what do you think about me stealing your pet? Yi Yuan wanted to get some information out of it to see if he could find out some key information. But Su Min shook her head. I don't have any opinion. What can I think? When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Took my parrot. Also asked me what I thought. This is not the way to humiliate people. I will dress up beautifully in a while and see if he will still be interested in my parrot. After all, we had a fierce battle tonight. Su Min's appearance was a little messy, but she believed that if she tidied up her appearance, Yi Yuan would definitely be impressed. The group quickly arrived at the 8th floor. You will have 10 minutes to pack your belongings. Then Yi Yuan handed Su Min a small wine jug. This is a space warehouse. I gave it to you in advance. You can store everything in it. Xiao Fan, teach Su Min how to use it. Space warehouse? It was indeed mentioned upstairs before that Yi Yuan had spatial abilities. At that time, Su Min was skeptical and even thought that Yi Yuan was acting with a few women. But really get the space warehouse. Xiao Fan taught her how to use it. Su Min tried it several times herself and found that it could indeed store things. Do you really have spatial abilities? Su Min widened her eyes and looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Only then did she realize how powerful the man in front of her was. He gave me space props as soon as we met. Presumably he could make it at will. Su Min reacted quickly. Space props have so many uses. Sofa furniture, bricks, and stones. As long as it can be moved, you can fill up a warehouse. When you are surrounded by zombies, just pour it out and use it as a roadblock. No wonder Yi Yuan wasn't afraid to come out in the middle of the night. It turns out there is such a method. What's the big deal about spatial ability? Brother Yi is a super strong man. You will know it later. Now hurry up and pack your things. This time, Su Min no longer doubted Xiao Fan's words. It seems that Yi Yuan not only has spatial abilities, but also has other skills. But why did he come all the way to save me? There must be other purposes. I must always be vigilant and not blindly worship him just because he is strong. Su Min, you must not be a woman who admires the strong. Yi Yuan definitely has ulterior motives towards you. You have to control yourself. Unconsciously, Su Min's obedience level increased by another 5%. Although she said no, she was honest in her heart. What woman wouldn't admire a strong man? No matter how rational Su Min was, she couldn't control her instincts. Of course, she was unaware of the change in her mentality, let alone that her docility had increased by 5%. In less than 10 minutes, Su Min had packed her luggage. But she was in no hurry to come out. She is still sitting in front of the dressing table, holding a flashlight in one hand and putting on makeup with the other. The pale light of the flashlight was reflected on the mirror. Su Min looked at herself in the mirror and found herself a bit like a gorgeous female ghost in a horror movie. It was all because of the flashlight. After Su Min finished putting on her makeup, she stood up and left the dressing table. The shorts and a small vest show off her long legs and perfect figure. Beautiful facial features and light makeup. A pair of peach blossom eyes that can speak. No man can resist her charm at this moment. I just don't believe that Yi Yuan wouldn't be fascinated by my current appearance. Snort! Su Min walked into the living room with her long and beautiful legs, walking like a model. I've packed it. Let's go now. At this moment, she was full of confidence, raised her chin slightly, and naturally posed in a seductive pose. A pair of eyes were also staring at Yi Yuan. You can feel the electric current passing through the air. She is indeed very beautiful, and has her own merits compared to Lu Ruyan. But Yi Yuan was very angry. It's late at night, and you're putting on some chicken feather makeup. Everyone is waiting for you. I'm leaving. After saying that, Yi Yuan picked up the machine gun and walked out of the door first. Su Min stood there in a daze. There are thousands of horses galloping in my heart. I have never put on makeup specifically for a man. I only put on makeup to please myself. You, Yi Yuan, are the first. I didn't expect you to do this to me. Depend on? I don't accept it. Quietly, Su Min's docility increased by another 5%. At this time, Yi Yuan heard no movement behind him, so he turned around and saw Su Min standing there in a daze. In the card above the head, the taming degree has increased again. Hey, I think I understand. Is this woman a slut? Steal her parrot upstairs and increase its taming degree by 5%. I just scolded her for putting on makeup. It rose another 5%. It seems that Su Min has a tendency to be masochistic. To put it mildly, she is the type of woman who is a love-hate relationship with your enemies, and you have to go against her. Objectively speaking, it's just a slut. Okay, I got it. I'll teach you a lesson next time. Why are you standing there like an idiot? Do you want to stay and feed the zombies? I don't want to feed zombies. Su Min hurriedly followed him, thinking viciously in her heart. You are such an unromantic Yi Yuan. You are the first man who ignores my beauty. I'm not done with you. In 2 days, Jingyi will send a boat to pick me up. Within 2 days, I will make you fall in love with me. When I get back to Deer Lake by boat, I will completely cut off all ties with you. I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. I will let you know what a woman's heart is like. But Yi Yuan may have other intentions towards me. After all, who would come to rescue a stranger in the middle of the night? Moreover, his relationship with the scriptures is very complicated. I felt uneasy until I figured out what his intention was behind the fall. If he falls in love with me, maybe we can find out what his purpose is. It's better for me, of course. If it's harmful, it doesn't matter. You've already fallen in love with me, so why would you harm me? I am so smart. Yi Yuan, you unromantic bastard. I'll play you around in my hands. Low profile, low profile. I had to pretend to be innocent and look weak and helpless. And I must not reveal a single bit of my inner thoughts. I want to be calm and wise, Carol. If Yi Yuan knew what Su Min was thinking at the moment, he would definitely be overjoyed. Come onorevole. See if I will pay attention to you. But at the moment he was busy clearing the boulders. When searching the floors before, Xiao Fan blocked the fire escape with huge rocks to prevent accidents. Now it has to be moved away and back into the underground garage. Yi Yuan waved the shovel and shoveled the huge rocks back into the space warehouse. Xiao Fan, Shaoan, and Ruyan are no longer surprised. Moreover, he also has the ability to dig underground to strengthen his body. This was the first time Su Min had seen such a situation, and she was shocked beyond words. Is this another superpower? Zue said proudly for Xiao Fan. Of course, Brother Yi has many supernatural powers, and each of us has them. It was given to us by Brother Yi. Ah, can supernatural powers be bestowed upon others? If Yi Yuan falls in love with me, will he also give me superpowers? Oh, I really want to hug these thighs. It's okay to divorce Hong Jingyi. Quietly, Su Min's docility increased again. Chapter 77. If you have the guts, fall in love with me. Yi Yuan quickly cleared the boulders from the fire escape. Then he turned around and called to everyone. Let's go. Don't be careless when going downstairs. There is no guarantee that all the zombies on the floor have been killed by us. Oh? As soon as Yi Yuan finished speaking, he saw that Su Min's obedience level increased by another 5%. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be Zue who said on Xiao Fan's behalf that her supernatural powers were given by me. Then Su Min's heart was moved. I know a lot of things. It seems that pretending to be cool is also effective on Su Min, a bit similar to how internet celebrities showed off their wealth before the apocalypse. I have a special power in my pocket. Can also give to others. In today's world, even the most proud woman will become a bootlicker, right? But Su Min only increased by 5%. It seems that she still hasn't completely let down her guard against me. This woman has a lot of inner thoughts. Maybe she even has a mild paranoia. But having said that, such people can live longer in the last days. The group followed the fire escape and successfully arrived at the underground garage on the first floor below ground level. The exit was still blocked by huge rocks. This was built by Xiao Fan using the huge stones from the space warehouse before going upstairs. It is this wall that blocks the zombies in the underground garage. But at this moment, it was very lively outside the wall, with zombies roaring one after another, and you could hear the harsh friction sound of claws scratching on the stone wall. Habir, who had been acting dull all the time, immediately tucked his tail between his legs and trembled all over. It feels threatened by death. Once the wall is pushed down, everyone will be greeted by a tide of zombies. Su Min took a few steps back. Everyone was armed except her, who was empty-handed. Not to mention seeing her, even hearing the sounds outside the wall was scary. However, Yi Yuan had no intention of killing the zombies outside. He picked up a shovel and dug a hole on the spot. He really looks a bit like a groundhog, but in Su Min's eyes, he is so handsome. A magical skill for surviving the apocalypse. No matter how dangerous it is, no matter how many zombies there are, a hole can be dug with just a few shovels. Then release the huge rocks from the space warehouse to block it. The bombs couldn't explode. It's so safe. I must make Yi Yuan fall in love with me, and then give me this skill. I swear. Quietly, Su Min's docility increased by another 3%. Soon, Yi Yuan dug out a tunnel and connected it to the previous tunnel. Her flashlights illuminated the tunnel brightly. Su Min was shocked again. This tunnel is so long. She had already guessed that Yi Yuan had dug a tunnel to save her, even though it was easy for him. But Su Min still couldn't control herself and was moved. Yi Yuan came to save her sincerely, and he proved it with his actions. He wasn't just along for the ride. It's not just talk. Compared to Hong Jingyi, Yi Yuan, a man with no relation to her, seemed to care more about her. He's a real solid man. A man worthy of a woman's trust. Quietly, Su Min's obedience level increased by another 2%. However, she quickly realized that her view of Yi Yuan was very dangerous. Su Min, Su Min, you're such a bitch. I clearly agreed to make Yi Yuan fall in love with me. How could I be moved first? No. I must not be tempted. I must make Yi Yuan fall in love with me first. He doesn't love me, so I treat him as a stinky stone. Snort! Su Min held Habir's hand and talked to herself. When she looked up, she saw Li Huang standing on Yi Yuan's shoulder, rubbing Yi Yuan's cheek with her pink beak from time to time. So angry. Damn you, Prince. You were such a bitch. I raised you for more than 3 years, and in the blink of an eye you've become close to Yi Yuan. You're such an ungrateful person that you can never tame. Su Min plan silently. At this time, Xiao Fan took out an electric car from the space warehouse. It's faster to ride a bike on the way back. By the way, Sister Su Min, can you ride a bike? I have several in my space warehouse. Ah, I can't ride. Yi Yuan waved his hand. Forget it. Let's walk back. It's only about 700 to 800 meters. By the way, I have prepared gifts for you. When the 3 women heard about the gift, their faces were filled with anticipation. Yi Yuan's gift was not simple. Or it could be supernatural powers. Or a powerful weapon. Either way, I like them all. Brother Yi, what is the gift? Tell us first. I'm looking forward to it. Yi Yuan, stop keeping everyone in suspense, and just tell us what you were talking about. When he went downstairs just now, Yi Yuan had been thinking, it's not enough to have a pet by yourself. Since they are all his servants anyway, he might as well give them the power of animal tamer. By then, everyone will have a group of pets. The fighting ability is absolutely amazing, and you don't even need to kill zombies yourself. And the strength of the alchemist himself determines the efficacy of the beast taming pill. Take Rian, for example. Currently, her total attributes are 12 points. After the refined beast taming pill is taken by the combat pet, the total attributes can be increased to 12 points at most. It is impossible to surpass your own battle pet. Of course, Yi Yuan will continue to grow. His servants will definitely grow as well, and the upper limit of the efficacy of the beast taming pill will also increase. But anyway, the strength of the master and the pet is always the first, and the symbol of status will not be subverted. Listen carefully. I have decided to give you another supernatural power. Doing this in front of Su Min will definitely help, but I don't know how much the taming degree can be increased. This ability is called Beast Tamer. You can use your body and spirit to refine animal taming pills. Animals that eat them can become your battle pets. The strength will continue to increase as the master grows. As long as you have a battle pet, it will soon become your right-hand man. Having said that, Yuan looked at Su Min meaningfully. Yes, I secretly fed your parrot a taming pill. So it won't listen to you now. Don't be fooled by its small size. You may not be able to defeat it. This is not bragging. Li Huang's basic attributes are definitely not as good as Su Min's, but it is smaller and more flexible. There is another point that cannot be ignored. With the same power, a smaller body can be more destructive. It's like a stick and a dagger. It's difficult to stab someone to death with a stick, but it's easy to do so with a dagger, because the dagger has a smaller force-bearing surface. Just like Li Huang's claws and beak, they have become extremely hard as their physical condition improves. After possessing human power, the attack power has increased dramatically. At this moment, Su Min suddenly realized. It turns out that the prince is not a masochist. Yuan drugged him. This bad guy, I told you. I'm so beautiful, he can't be indifferent. So it was to turn the prince into his war pet. But I want it too. If Ha Beer becomes a battle pet, it will definitely be very powerful. Yuan seemed to see through her thoughts. I immediately reminded him, don't think about it for now. I'm not familiar with you yet, you know. I understand, but I understand shit. If you have the guts, fall in love with me first. If you fall in love with me, that means you are very familiar with me. At this moment, Yuan stared at Su Min with a meaningful smile. Chapter 78, Copying Battle Pets. Idle to increase taming degree. Yuan raised the corners of his mouth slightly, with a half smile on his face, and walked towards Su Min step by step. What are you going to do? This is a tunnel with solid rocks all around. Right here? Someone is here, are you okay? Su Min's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and she instinctively took 2 steps back, her palms holding the dog leash, sweating slightly. Just at this moment, Yuan snatched the dog leash from her hand, then turned around and looked at everyone. Who among you likes huskies? Oh shit, what's going on? You're playing this trick again. I am obviously your target. Why are you stealing my dog? In your eyes, am I worse than a dog? Don't you like huskies? Xiaowan said a little embarrassedly. Brother Yi actually like huskies very much, but this is Sister Su Min's dog. The implication is that I feel embarrassed to take away someone else's love. Yuan just said it very clearly that he would give everyone the ability to be a beast tamer. Now ask who likes huskies. Isn't it obvious that he wants to give Su Min's husky away? I'm a bit embarrassed to ask for it. Yuan waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter. Since you like huskies, I will give it to you later. Now I will grant you superpowers first. Come here everyone. Xiaofan, Xiaowan, and Lu Rian. The 3 women immediately came to Yuan. Su Min also wants to go, but it was obvious that Yuan did not call her. I envy them so much. You will soon be able to gain new superpowers. It just so happens that I also want to see how Yuan bestows their superpowers on them. At this time, Yuan started to practice again. He placed his hand on Xiaowan's forehead in a serious manner, pretending to cast a spell, but in fact he had already called out Xiaowan's attribute table. Then the thought came to me. A mysterious power entered Xiaowan's body, and she instantly mastered the supernatural powers of a beast tamer. Then he continued to cast a spell on Xiaofan and Lu Ruyan. Xiaowan quickly understood the function of the tamer's ability, and then suddenly exclaimed, wow, the beast taming pill is so powerful. 1 a day. If you eat an animal, it will become my battle pet. All attributes will be increased by plus 2.5, loyalty will be increased by plus 25%, and it can also open up its intelligence. Xiaowan exclaimed while refining the beast taming pill. The effectiveness of the minion's abilities is halved, but it's not a big problem. Anyway, with 1 taming pill every day, the attributes and loyalty can be stacked. Especially loyalty. Of course, once an animal becomes a combat pet, it will instantly establish 100% intimacy with its owner. However, intimacy does not mean loyalty. If couples are close enough, there are many people who are cuckolded. Loyalty requires taming pills to stack. 2 beast taming pills refined by Yuan are enough to raise the loyalty to the maximum. Xiaowan and the others need less and need 4. At this time, Xiaowan had already finished refining the beast taming pill. Seeing Ha Beer being led by Yuan, Su Min was eager to try, which scared her. Sister Xiaowan, you can't do this. I have 2 pets, and Yi Yuan took one away. Are you going to take mine too? Xiaowan stuck out her tongue playfully. No, Sister Su Min, I won't take away what others like. Just as Yi Yuan finished all the casting processes, he turned around and looked at Su Min and said, Why are you so nervous? Did I say anything about grabbing your dog? I'll just plan to make another copy and give it to Xiaowan. The third special function of 3D printing is the replication of living organisms. It can replicate life forms with low-level intelligence. The husky is not a combat pet. Its intelligence has not been awakened a second time. Its IQ is not high, and it meets the conditions for copying. By the way, show off in front of Su Min. Even living things can be copied. This method is comparable to a magical power and will definitely increase the degree of taming. But Su Min didn't seem to believe it. Copy a brand new beer? I don't quite believe it. Not to mention Su Min, even Xiaofan, Xiaowan, and even Lu Ruyan didn't believe it. Ha Beer is a living dog. Even though Yi Yuan could copy all meats, even freshly slaughtered dog meat, those were all dead. No sold. There is an essential difference between dog meat and live dogs. But as servants, they did not question Yi Yuan. Well, since you don't believe it, then watch carefully. Yi Yuan was also a little bit looking forward to it. This was his first time to clone a living being, so he had to make sure nothing went wrong. Still the same old rules, pretending to be a charlatan. Yi Yuan put his hand on Ha Beer's head, muttering something, his whole body trembling slightly, acting very seriously. In fact, he has secretly mobilized the mysterious power in his body, turning it into an invisible 3D printer, covering Ha Beer's entire body. Then start the replication of life forms. In an instant, Yi Yuan's mental power quickly dissipated. It seems that cloning a living being consumes a lot of mental energy, but judging from the progress of the cloning, it should not cause exhaustion. The process lasted about 5 minutes. The next moment, the space around Ha Beer was slightly distorted, and then an identical husky suddenly appeared. It's like traveling through time. He came to my side suddenly. Everyone was so shocked that they exclaimed in unison, Fuck! Su Min's eyes widened, as if she had seen a ghost. Is this the real or fake Monkey King? Even the leash around his neck is the same. If you didn't remember where Ha Beer was just now. At this moment, it is really impossible to tell who is the replica. Yi Yuan made a gesture to end his training, then handed the leash of the replica husky to Xiaowan. This dog is yours now. It's a brand new life form. It doesn't have any memory of Ha Beer. From now on, you will be its owner. Feed it the taming pill. Give me a name, by the way. Xiaowan happily took the leash and quickly fed the husky some taming pills. I've thought about it. Let's call it Yuan Bao. As the drug is absorbed quickly, Yuan Bao immediately changed from his previous confused and stupid look to being friendly and circling around Xiaowan, rubbing his head against his thighs. Fortunately, it was a female dog. This also further strengthened Yi Yuan's principles. There cannot be male pets in the team. When Xiaofan and Lu Ruyan saw this scene, they immediately became excited and clamored to have a battle pet. Yi Yuan, I want a cat as a battle pet. Me too, brother Yi, I like cats too. The cats are pretty good too. Especially in the end times when the sky is covered with blood fog. Cats have a more sensitive sense of smell than dogs, and they have more skills. Of course, dogs also play a role. After all attributes are improved, use steel wire to tie it up with small round buttons, and then use the partial integrated copying ability to copy a set of chainmail for the dog. That guy. Directly transform into a warrior who can carry and fight to attract firepower. Cats can act as assassins. With the added support of Li Huang from the air, they can hold their own even when facing a large horde of zombies. But it's hard to find a cat at night. And it must be a female cat. Yi Yuan decided to look for it while he was out on the raid tomorrow. He could let Xiaofan and Ruyan refine the beast taming pills first. Take 1 pill per day, otherwise it will become invalid. You don't have to use it, but you have to refine it. Okay, let's go back. Yi Yuan called everyone to prepare to return, but unexpectedly saw Su Min hanging up. That's right, just hang up. Just like in the legendary private server room, the experience value keeps increasing. It's just that Su Min's taming level increased. Taming degree plus 31%. Taming degree plus 32%. Taming degree plus 33%. Taming degree. It doesn't stop, that guy, it keeps rising. Chapter 79, Don't be happy too soon. It will be your turn soon. Yi Yuan stared at Su Min with half his eyes narrowed, feeling confused and puzzled. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. In the past, no matter how much the taming degree was increased, it was basically done in one step. It increases by 1% each time and keeps rising. At this moment, Su Min suddenly came back to her senses. Yi Yuan, can you really copy a living dog? What is a dog? Theoretically, if I make you an idiot, I can create an identical copy of you. Pretend to be cool to the end. Yi Yuan said lightly. I can copy any living being. You can think of it as a supernatural version of cloning. It's okay to tell you. Don't even think about escaping once you fall into my hands, let alone touching my phone. There's no possibility of you telling on me. When you become my servant in the future, you will naturally keep it a secret from me. Of course, if you can't hold on halfway and become a zombie, you will keep this secret forever. Xiaofan saw that Su Min was still a little unconvinced. So, I reminded, Sister Su Min, you saw everything just now. Brother Yi did copy your dog. What's there to question? Su Min was not a servant, and even though she saw Yi Yuan copying a dog with her own eyes, she still doubted its authenticity. This is ridiculous. Her 3 views were severely impacted. Seeing is believing. Raised doubt, but just to confirm again. After Xiaofan's reminder, she finally believed that Yi Yuan could really clone living things. Isn't this method comparable to that of a god? Just swipe it. Su Min's taming degree soared from 40% to 55%. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. Oh, I understand. Previously, it only increased by 1% each time. It should be because Su Min was still in a state of shock and confusion, so the taming degree kept increasing, but not much. Until now, I completely believe it. The degree of taming instantly soared to 55%, which shows how shocked she was. This was far beyond Yi Yuan's expectations. His pretense just now was very successful. Next time he meets a beautiful woman, he can try this trick. Su Min's taming degree is still 5% away. If nothing goes wrong, I should be able to look up the entry for the second time tomorrow. Not knowing whether the beast taming pill will be upgraded or new superpowers will appear, Yi Yuan is very worried. But it's late now. We have to hurry back. Okay, stop standing there and go. A group of people followed Yi Yuan and walked towards the end of the tunnel. The other side, Hong Jingyi sat on the sofa with a frown on his face, and his ashtray was already full of cigarette butts. Basically, only half of it was smoked. It can be seen that he is in a very upset mood. Call. Hong Jingyi let out a breath, stood up and paced back and forth, then looked at his phone again. It's been 10 minutes. Try again. He picked up the phone and dialed Yi Yuan's number. Everything was normal. The phone was not turned off, and there was no indication that it was out of service area. But no one answered. Beep, beep. If no one answers the phone for a long time, the call will be automatically hung up. What are you doing? Is that bastard Yi Yuan deliberately trying to mess with me? Ever since Su Min hung up the phone an hour ago, Hong Jingyi has been waiting for a call. But Su Min didn't call yet. So he called Su Min, but the phone was turned off. Hong Jingyi immediately realized that there was a problem. Su Min used a power bank to fully charge her mobile phone, and usually turned it off to save power. In the situation just now, she knew that he was waiting for her call. There is absolutely no way to shut down. So Hong Jingyi immediately called Yi Yuan. After all, the person who went to rescue Su Min was Yi Yuan's good friend. At this time, he could only contact Yi Yuan and ask him to call his friend to ask about the situation. Who knew Yi Yuan wouldn't answer. Later, he made more than a dozen calls, but still no one answered. Hong Jingyi could do nothing but smoke to relieve his annoyance. After finishing a pack of cigarettes, my mouth was covered with blisters. Depend on? At the same time, Yi Yuan has already brought everyone back to the villa. I've been busy for more than an hour, and I'm all sweaty. I'd like to take a shower first. Ruyan, help me drain the water. Su Min, come with me, bring your dog. There are many empty rooms in the house. Yi Yuan arranged a room for Su Min and asked Habir to live with her to prevent this idiot from fighting with Yuan Bao. Yuan Bao is Xiaowan's battle pet. Although its loyalty is only 25% for now, it will still listen to Xiaowan as long as it is not a dangerous command. Harbin Beer is different. Chun Chun is a pet with low IQ and likes to destroy things, so she must stay with Su Min. Yi Yuan sighed again. Fortunately, this guy is a bitch, otherwise both Hong Jingyi and I would be framed. Now, Hong Jingyi wears it, but I don't. After making arrangements for Su Min, Yi Yuan returned to his bedroom, undressed and prepared to take a bath, when he inadvertently saw a message on his phone. So I picked it up and took a look. Damn, more than a dozen missed call notifications. All of them were beaten by Hong Jingyi. When he went out just now, he deliberately left his mobile phone at home, because once he left Nanhu Houting too far, he would not be able to receive the network signal. Gu Yiming and He Su are organizing a team for the rescue. If they can't get through, they might cancel their plans. So, just leave your phone at home. It doesn't matter if you don't answer. It's the end of the world. Who would leave the ringtone on? I didn't answer. Maybe I didn't hear it. There is also reason to force an explanation. But why did Hong Jingyi call so many times? Did he have a premonition that you were about to die? Yi Yuan complained while calling back. The other party answered almost immediately. Nephew, where have you been? I called you more than a dozen times. Sorry, Uncle Hong. My phone was on silent mode, so I didn't hear it. Didn't you notice more than a dozen phone calls? You didn't have anything else to do at night. Are you going to bed so early? Just at this moment. The bedroom door was pushed open, and Lu Rian stood at the door and hooked her finger at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, the water is ready. You can take a bath now. Ouch. Few people can stand Lu Rian's voice. Yi Yuan turned around and said, I'm busy, wait a moment. Then he said to the phone, Uncle Hong, I'm sorry, I really didn't see your call. What do you want to talk to me about so late at night? The other side of the phone. Hong Jingyi's face was filled with shock at this time. Damn, whose voice did I just hear? Damn Lu Rian. She has been married to Gu Yiming for 5 years, and has lived in Luhu for 5 years. I am very familiar with this voice. It is so sweet and charming. There is no doubt about it. What did Lu Rian say? Yi Yuan, the water is ready, you can take a bath. My god, Yi Yuan has already put a hat on Gu Yiming. Huh? Gu Yiming, you bastard, you cheated me of so many supplies and still wanted to rescue your wife. Look, your wife is so happy with Yi Yuan. No wonder no one answered my dozen calls. It turned out that he was discussing with Lu Rian how to make Gu Yiming's hat beautiful. Understand. Gu Yiming was happy when he suddenly realized something. No, Yi Yuan is a bastard. Lu Rian and Jiang Xiaofan are examples of this. If Su Min went to his place. Oh shit, that's too much. Hey, Uncle Hong, why are you silent? Why are you calling me so late? What the hell, what else can I do? Yi Yuan, tell me the truth. Was Su Min rescued by your friend? Where is she now? Chapter 80. Refining Beast Soul Pills, Evolving the Talents of Battle Pets. I could feel Hong Jingyi's anxiety through the phone. The more he acted like this, the happier Yi Yuan became. Uncle Hong, I don't know where Aunt Su is. What happened? Please explain clearly. There was no way Yi Yuan would admit that Su Min was in his house, because he has always claimed to people in Luhu that he is in the Lanning community on Bin Road. The two places are far apart. It's night again. No matter who rescued Su Min, it took more than an hour to send her from Cartier Garden City to Lanning community. It's impossible without superpowers. So I have to keep it a secret tonight. If you want to play Hong Jingyi, you have to wait until tomorrow. Hong Jingyi roughly explained the cause and effect of the matter on the phone, and Yi Yuan immediately said that he would call his friend to ask about the situation. A minute later, Yi Yuan called again. Uncle Hong, I can't get through to my friend on the phone either. If nothing unexpected happens, he must have saved Aunt Su. We will definitely fight zombies during the rescue process. I guess his phone was damaged in the battle, but don't worry, my friend said he'll come to see me tomorrow. As long as Aunt Su goes with him, you will definitely arrive safely. This excuse is reasonable. The phone was damaged, preventing Hong Jingyi from making the call in person to confirm. I can only wait for news passively. As for when there will be news, it depends on Yi Yuan's mood. The next day, when Yi Yuan got up, breakfast was already on the table. Xiaowan excitedly pulled Yi Yuan and said, Brother Yi, come out with me. Li Huang and Yuan Bao are different now. Xiaowan pulled Yi Yuan out of the villa. Li Huang and Yuan Bao were outside the house last night. With them keeping watch, I slept more soundly at night. As soon as he arrived in the yard, Yi Yuan discovered something unusual. The two battle pets have grown in size. Last night, Li Huang was not much bigger than a chick. Now it is about the same size as an adult golden pheasant. The tail also became longer, and the white feathers became crystal clear and shiny. Its temperament transformed overnight, making it like a noble and elegant aristocrat among birds. The pink beak and claws sparkle with metallic luster. Look at the ingot again. The body size has also become much larger, similar to that of an adult Caucasian shepherd dog, with smoother and denser fur and more relaxed muscle lines. Gives people a sense of power. Apropos physique. I didn't expect the beast taming pill to have this effect. The battle pet grew a lot overnight. However, no matter how it changed, Yuan Bao's idiotic look was still that silly. Perhaps this is the charm of huskies. Some people like it too. As a battle pet, Yuan Bao's intelligence has been awakened, and a stupid look in his eyes doesn't mean he's really stupid. Woof 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 woof. Yuan Bao greeted Xiaowan warmly, and Li Huang also flew to Yi Yuan's shoulder. Master. Damn it. Yi Yuan turned around and looked at Li Huang. Master. Wow, he can actually talk. Only a very small number of Xianfeng can speak, and their pronunciation is very unclear. Li Huang itself cannot speak, but I didn't expect that it could speak so quickly after its intelligence was awakened. The pronunciation is also very clear. It seems that it only knows some simple words at present. If it is fed a few more animal taming pills, it should be able to quickly understand human language. Xiaofan, Liu Ruyan, Sumin. The three of them stood at the door, their eyes full of envy. Especially Su Min. Li Huang was obviously an ordinary parrot, but it transformed so quickly following Yi Yuan. And there is the woman beside Yi Yuan. They are all ordinary people. Now everyone has superpowers just because they can repair tunnel boring machines. I can do it too. Oh, what am I thinking about? Su Min, you bitch. You promised to make Yi Yuan fall in love with you. Snort. I am different from those three women. I cannot be tempted by Yi Yuan. Su Min walked like a cat and came to Yi Yuan. While reaching out to touch Li Huang, his body naturally moved closer to Yi Yuan, and he said in a fake tone, "Wow, the prince has suddenly become so beautiful." Li Huang reacted quickly and didn't let her touch her. "I'm not called the prince. My master gave me a nice name. My name is Li Huang. My name is Li Huang." Yi Yuan wrinkled his nose slightly. "What kind of perfume did you spray? It smells so bad. This is embarrassing. I touch my parrot, but I'm not allowed to do so." In order to seduce Yi Yuan, she sprayed perfume on purpose, but he found it smelling bad. "I am a beautiful woman. Can you give me some face? You stinky man, you don't understand romance. I hate you." Quietly, Su Min's taming degree jumped directly from 55% to 60%. Yi Yuan gave a barely perceptible smirk. "Isn't that right? You can increase your taming level by going against it. It's really a shame." 60% taming degree, meeting the conditions for the second force pickup. Based on past experience, the first 60% is easy, the last 35% is more difficult. We'll talk about the future later. I'll peel it first as a sign of respect. Yi Yuan ignored Su Min's embarrassed look and mentally locked onto the beast tamer and pulled hard. In an instant, a mysterious power surged into the body. Done. I quickly called up the attribute page to check and found that the beast taming pill ability had not been upgraded, but a new ability appeared on the page. Beast Soul Pill. Using the body as a furnace and the spirit as a guide, the Beast Soul Pill is refined. After the battle pet takes it, there is a chance that it will evolve into a growth talent. Continuous use can upgrade the talent. Restriction. Only one can be refined per day. Isn't it coming? Su Min, thank you so much. Please continue to be a slut, and I will continue to improve my taming level. Now let's refine the Beast Soul Pill first. Alright, let's all go in and eat. After we finish eating, we have to continue the sweep. Eating does not affect alchemy. While drinking the warm milk, Yi Yuan mobilized the mysterious power in his body to transform it into a furnace and guided his mental power into the furnace. Activate supernatural power to make elixirs. Soon, a piece of ammunition appeared in his hand. Li Huang smelled it and immediately flew to Yi Yuan's shoulder. "Master, give me food. Master, give me food." Yuan Bao was also wagging his tail and drooling. "It's so disgusting." Fortunately, huskies are not considered as the main training objects. It starts drooling when it makes the elixir. Even if I become a beautiful woman, I can't bring myself to eat this scene. Yi Yuan was not in a hurry to feed Li Huang. He refined another beast taming pill. As long as it was past 12 o'clock in the evening, he could refresh the pill refining limit. Feed the two pills to Li Huang together. This time the absorption took a little longer, and it took 5 minutes for Li Huang's attribute page to refresh the data. Battle pet. Name, Li Huang. Loyalty, 100%. Attributes, Strength 11, Body 11, Agility 11, Spirit 11. Talent, Wind Shadow LV.1, Speed plus 10%. Experience, 0%. Skill. After taking the second beast taming pill, Li Huang's loyalty reached 100% and all attributes soared to 11 points. What surprised Yi Yuan the most was that the first beast soul pill allowed Li Huang to evolve his talent. And it's an agility talent. Agility affects flight speed, flexibility, and attack speed. Don't underestimate 10%, it's not a lot. However, talents can be upgraded, and as basic attributes are added, the growth potential will be greater. Not bad, not bad. At this time, Shawan also refined the second beast soul pill. After giving it to Yuan Bao, his loyalty increased to 50%. All attributes also reach 9 points. Yuan Bao is a dog. Before it becomes a combat pet, its total attributes are 4 points. Much taller than Li Huang. Even if the effect of the beast taming pill refined by Shawan was halved, after eating 2 pills, the attributes would catch up with Li Huang. But this is only temporary. Li Huang will soon widen the gap. Yi Yuan was thinking that after he finished eating, he would copy a set of chain mail for Yuan Bao, so that they could go into battle today. Not to mention Li Huang. Despite its small size, its claws are extremely sharp, and it is easy to dig out a zombie's brain. Everyone finished breakfast quickly. At this moment, there was a loud noise outside the villa. Chapter 81. Why are you staring at me like that? Do you want it too? Suddenly, there was a loud explosion outside the villa, and the women looked at each other in surprise. Don't worry, it's a military rescue operation. Our villa is in the middle of the community, so it can't be bombed. There is a possibility that the shells could accidentally hit buildings on both sides of the street, but it is impossible for it to explode into the residential area. Besides, the villa has a 3-meter thick stone wall, which cannot be penetrated even by a tank shell. But Yi Yuan still wanted to see what was going on outside. He released a huge rock. Then I swung the shovel and started digging, and a 3D stereoscopic image with a diameter of 1 kilometer automatically appeared in my mind. The light is good during the day. It can be clearly seen that 2 infantry fighting vehicles are moving slowly on the road outside the community. The zombies near the street rushed over like a tide. The 2 infantry fighting vehicles opened fire at the same time, and the 25mm cannon and 7.62mm coaxial machine guns harvested crazily. Yuan noticed that the springboard-style tailgates of the 2 tanks had been modified. There is a window on the tailgate. You can throw grenades from inside to blow up the zombies behind the tank. The explosion just now was caused by the grenade. Yuan shoveled the boulder into the space warehouse. There was nothing to see. He had seen it countless times in his previous life. Although there were tanks, helicopters, and even tanks entering the city, it can play a certain role in rescue. But it is not as optimistic as imagined. Otherwise, Yuan would not have been forced to jump into the river in his previous life. First, the military has a limited number of fighters. Most of them were infected. There are not many people who can operate these heavy weapons. Temporary training takes time, and people with antibodies must be selected. Otherwise, they wouldn't have waited so long before entering the city for rescue. Secondly, whether it is a chariot or a tank, carry limited ammunition. You have to go back to Deer Lake to resupply before the supplies run out. Otherwise, you may not be able to return. These heavy mechanical weapons are not omnipotent. Even tanks would be paralyzed if faced with the vast ocean of zombies and the complex terrain of the city. So you have to keep moving. Before the zombies gather into a zombie tide, fight, walk, and rescue at the same time. It is so difficult. The rescue efficiency is low. Despite this, there were still many survivors who risked death to rush out of the building to escape. Escape, there is still a glimmer of hope. If you don't escape, you will just have to wait for death. Yuan collected his thoughts. They were about to set off. Before that, he had to copy a set of chainmail for Yuanbao. He is very familiar with this craft. In the past life, all the soldiers who went out to defend the Deer Lake City basically wore chainmail. Damage often occurs. Since there was no mechanic, I had to do it myself, and I learned how to do it over time. Chainmail is simple. All of them are strung together by round locks. The smaller the locks, the greater the density. The protection is also higher. Even if zombies evolve sharp claws, it is difficult for them to squeeze into the gaps. But it only targets ordinary zombies. The strength and attack methods of truly evolved zombies are beyond the ability of chainmail to withstand. Of course, that was 3 months after the apocalypse. At this stage, high-density chainmail is basically invincible when used to resist zombies. Except for Yuanbao. Yuan planned to copy a set of chainmail for everyone. Yuan had this plan a few days ago. It's just that I walk through the tunnels every day, and the supermarkets I raid are very selective, only those with doors and windows intact. There can't be zombies in a supermarket. With sufficient weapons and ammunition, there is basically no threat. This is secondary. The fundamental reason is that all the attributes of everyone are not very high. A set of chainmail that covers from head to toe weighs about 30 kilograms. The basic attributes are not high, and it makes you tired when you walk while wearing it. Who can stand the whole day of sweeping? Now Yuan's overall attributes have reached 35 points, and the weight of 30 kilograms can basically be ignored. Xiaofan and Xiaowan have 13 points of total attributes. Liu Huiyan 12 o'clock. With physical fitness far exceeding that of an all-around athlete, chainmail will feel heavy when worn on the body, but it will not have much impact on movement. As the military rescue operation unfolds, whether zombies or survivors, they have all taken action. Many supermarket doors will be forced open. Some were blown up by bombs, and some survivors took the opportunity to use tools to pry open the supermarket door and lure the zombies in. Therefore, the next sweep may face some dangers. We have to strengthen our protective capabilities. Yuan took out a piece of steel wire from the space warehouse. First, make a few small circles and buckle them together. Try to make the lock as small as possible to maximize the defense performance. Then use 3D printing to start partial one-piece replication. Soon, the chainmail was copied to a piece as big as a palm. This is a sample. Yuan copied a dozen more pieces and took out one of them. Next comes the human aspect. Ruyan, come first. I'll give you a gift. Yuan placed a palm-sized piece of chainmail on top of Lu Ruyan's head, then controlled the invisible printer to cover Lu Ruyan's entire body. Of course, Lu Ruyan cannot be copied. What Yuan wanted to copy was the chainmail on her head. As the supernatural power is activated, the palm-sized chainmail continued to expand along the head to the neck, shoulders, upper body, lower body. Metals are inorganic substances. The copying speed is very fast. In less than 2 minutes, Lu Ruyan was fully covered in armor. The highly flexible chainmail outlined her perfect, sexy figure. At the same time, it also has a sense of power. It gives people a heroic feeling. Not bad, not bad. Yi Yuan was very satisfied. Lu Ruyan stood in front of the mirror, looking at her shining self and feeling very satisfied. She put her bulletproof vest back on. This is safer now. Xiaofan and Xiaoan were so envious that they shouted that they wanted one too. Yi Yuan followed the previous method. He copied a set for each of them, then placed a piece of chainmail on his head and covered his entire body with a 3D printer. Even though the eyes cannot see themselves. But the scanning function of the printer can replace Yi Yuan's eyes, and he can still copy for himself. Soon, Yi Yuan also put on a set of chainmail. The 30-gene weight hardly felt heavy on Yi Yuan's body. Finally, there are only ingots left. Yi Yuan spent another minute to copy a set of chainmail for Yuan Bao. Mission accomplished. It's time to go. The moment he looked up, Yi Yuan saw Su Min looking at him fanatically, and her obedience level increased by another 5%. What's going on? You want it too? Nonsense, there are zombies everywhere. Who doesn't want chainmail? Sumin Nadith. Yi Yuan shook his head. No, this set of chainmail weighs 30 kilograms. You don't have enough strength and physique. Wearing it will hold us back. Of course, you can also leave Su Min at home. But Yi Yuan was worried. What if she ran away, or got a cell phone somewhere, and contacted Hong Jingyi secretly? Although the possibility is low, Yi Yuan couldn't be careless either. Before she becomes a servant, she is not allowed to contact Hong Jingyi privately, so she must follow the team. But I can return the dagger to you. It's a mess outside. Giving her a dagger can prevent accidents. I didn't dare give her the pistol. Su Min is not an ordinary woman. Don't be fooled by her docile appearance now. She stabbed a thug to death with a knife last night. He killed 5 zombies by himself. With a woman who is so murderous, the more docile she is, the more careful you should be. If Yi Yuan wasn't wearing chainmail, he wouldn't even give her the dagger. Come on, let's go. Chapter 82. Beautiful women have no privileges here. After checking their guns, Yi Yuan and his companions got ready and walked into the tunnel together. There are 2 more members today, Li Huang and Yuan Bao. Stay at home. Habir is not a battle pet and will only be a hindrance if it goes out. Considering that the husky is a well-known house destroyer, Yi Yuan tied it up in the yard with a rope and left dog food in the bowl. At worst, he could let Su Min clean up the shit herself when he came back at night. Yi Yuan thought carefully before setting off. The level 2 devouring skill was given to Xiaofan, Xiaoan, and Lu Ruyan. Now they can continue to devour and become stronger. The stronger your strength, the higher the limit of the beast taming pills you can refine. The pet army will also be more powerful. But Yi Yuan was a little annoyed. His level 3 devouring was already the limit, and continuing to devour food could not convert it into high-level supplements. Naturally, there are no attribute points to be gained. Now you can only rely on digging to strengthen yourself and brush up your free attributes, but the speed is very slow, and swallowing is simpler and more brutal. When you encounter something unclear, just ask yourself, how can I upgrade my superpowers? As soon as Yi Yuan thought this, the voice in his mind immediately replied. There are 2 ways to upgrade your abilities. 1. Continue to search for the same entry, but you must meet a beautiful woman who has that type of entry. Take 3D printing, for example. If you meet another beauty with this entry, keep picking her up, and you can upgrade to infinite replication, partial integrated replication, and life form replication. Common entries are easy to find. 3D printing is probably a bit difficult. After all, it takes a goddess-level beauty to do it. The voice in my head continued to reply. 2. Master the ability to gain upgrade experience. Similarly, you must first meet a beautiful woman with this type of entry. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. There is actually an entry that can gain upgrade experience. But if you think about it carefully, it is not an easy task. It is already difficult to encounter goddess-level beauties, and it is even more difficult to upgrade experience items. But everything depends on human effort. If you sweep and search carefully at the same time, you might come across it. The destination of today's raid is a large supermarket in the city center. After all, there are more supplies and a wider variety. Yi Yuan was not greedy. He only focused on the supermarkets and some important material storage stations, leaving the convenience stores to other survivors. For electric vehicles were driving forward in the tunnel. Su Min doesn't know how to ride. Originally, Xiaofan was planning to let her ride in his car, but she insisted on sitting behind Yi Yuan and hugged him tightly. I said, could you please be quiet? I'm wearing chainmail. Won't it hurt your hands if you hold me? Damn it. It's so hurtful. Stop the car. Stop the car. Yi Yuan braked suddenly and turned around to see Su Min's face turning black with anger. She said nothing. He ran angrily to the back seat of Xiaofan's car. However, despite being angry, the taming degree has increased by 5% and is now 70%. Yi Yuan had no intention of comforting her. Twist the accelerator and keep driving forward. I was deliberately trying to anger Su Min just now. To be honest, Su Min is very beautiful and is as beautiful as Lu Ruyan. But here with Yi Yuan, there are no privileges in being pretty. When dealing with Su Min, you can't praise her. Women like this need to be belittled, but just don't belittle her too much. Not long after, Yi Yuan arrived at the basement of the city center. There is a big tiny supermarket nearby. Everyone first put the electric vehicles into the space warehouse, and Yi Yuan picked up a shovel to start digging. The 3D map in his mind could clearly determine the location. As soon as he dug the first shovel, he found someone in the supermarket. 2 men. And there were weapons. One man had a shotgun, and the other had a pistol. Yi Yuan was very envious of the shotgun. Type 09 telescopic, semi-automatic shotgun. In layman's terms, it is a continuous fire shotgun that does not require manual shell ejection. This gun is a military type. The advantages are obvious. Great power, continuous firing, retractable, and flexible use in narrow spaces. The disadvantage is the large recoil. However, for Yi Yuan and his servants, this shortcoming can be ignored. Both of them were on the -1 floor of the supermarket. Yi Yuan was very confused. They were all wearing civilian clothes, but the shotgun was a military model. How could this thing fall into the hands of civilians? It is also possible that the other party is a soldier. Because of the way they hold guns and their behavior, you can tell at a glance that they have served in the military. In this case, you can just dig up a few boulders and smash them to death to get the weapons. But Yi Yuan didn't intend to do that. In the previous life, the regular army of Luhu was basically wiped out. They used their lives to protect the entire gathering place. Even though there are many scum in the settlement who are not worth protecting. But Yi Yuan couldn't help but admire this spirit, which made him not want to attack the soldiers. Now I just suspect that the other party is a soldier. So Yi Yuan decided to dig a tunnel directly under their feet, and when they fell, he would knock them out with the butt of his rifle. Get the shotgun and make a copy first. Then they dragged them out of the tunnel, went back into the supermarket, and blocked the tunnel. In this way, no one will know. That's it. Everyone be careful. There are 2 people in the supermarket with weapons. I'll dig under their feet later. The moment these 2 fell, Ruyan and I immediately attacked and knocked them unconscious. After Yi Yuan gave the order, he started digging immediately. Very fast. In less than 2 minutes, they dug under the feet of the 2 armed men, but it was not yet hollowed out, with a thickness of about 1 meter left. Ruyan, get ready. This is the position. We each take 1 shovel. Yi Yuan gestured an approximate location. Lu Ruyan nodded, and the 2 of them swung their shovels at the same time. In an instant, 2 blocks of concrete were dug out, and the people on top fell down immediately. Ah! Yakisi Maksibiga. 2 figures fell down. Yi Yuan and Lu Ruyan were already prepared. They dropped their shovels and swung their gun butts. 2 bangs. The 2 people who fell were knocked unconscious before they could react. At this time, Yi Yuan was puzzled. As he searched for weapons, he asked, "What did he say just now? A thing, a magic thing, a little notebook?" Yi Yuan didn't understand. Lu Ruyan also shook her head. Xiaofan and Xiaowan looked at each other, and it was obvious that they didn't understand either. "I know." Su Min regained her confidence, raised her neck slightly, and walked towards Yi Yuan with a cat-like step. "He speaks Bangla. It probably means what's going on?" Dead stick? Yi Yuan immediately searched them and quickly found their passports. They were really Koreans. No wonder he was wearing casual clothes and holding the gun like a soldier. Koreans have a tradition of military service, and almost every man has served in the military. But how do they have weapons? Did you pick it up? Since they are Koreans, they are doomed to die no matter what the reason, so there is no need to drag them back to the supermarket. Yi Yuan took out a basin of cold water from the space warehouse. "Su Min, don't speak for a while, but listen carefully to what they say." Yi Yuan splashed a basin of water onto the 2 sticks' faces. Bangzi, who had just fainted, was immediately woken up by the water. "Ah, the front wheel doesn't turn, but the back wheel does. If the rear wheel doesn't turn, then all the wheels won't turn." Smekta. Chapter 83. Kill the goddess Lu Ruyan and leave you with no complete body. The 2 Koreans talked in a babble for a long time, but Yi Yuan couldn't understand a word they said. He raised his hand and slapped him twice. The beating made Bangzi shudder all over, and he immediately shut up. "Speak human language to me. Since we are in Dragon Country, I don't believe you can't speak Dragon Country language." The words fell. Yi Yuan shot one of the sticks with a gun, scaring him so much that he quickly crawled back, but there was a hard stone wall behind him. Only then did the Bangzi realize that they had inexplicably fallen into a tunnel. "Don't kill me. We came to Dragon Country for tourism. After the apocalypse, we were forced to be trapped in Shudu. I'm a good person. Please let me go." "Ah, Park Wichong, you bastard. You are just begging for mercy for yourself. I am your brother. Go to hell, Park Gukki. I don't recognize you as my brother." The 2 guys started arguing immediately. When the argument got heated, the two of them habitually switched back to the Korean language, and Yuan couldn't understand it again. But he didn't interrupt. Because Su Min gave her a look, she could understand. It's over. Our weapons were confiscated by this guy. What should we do now? Don't panic. I'll confirm that you're here for tourism. What if they ask where the weapons came from? Just say you picked it up. No, there's still loopholes. We are unfamiliar with the place. How could we survive until now? It's obvious at first glance that this guy is not stupid and is not easy to deceive. If you really ask, we will tell you the truth. We were rescued by a lone Dragon Nation warrior. But we must not say that we ambushed the Dragon Nation warrior, killed him, and took his weapon. Then how do you say it? They said he was mauled to death by zombies, and we got the weapons and hid in a supermarket and are still alive today. Remember, don't let anything slip. The two Koreans used their native dialect as a code word, and after the discussion, they switched back to Longwood dialect to continue their quarrel. Park Gukchong, you bastard. I know you slept with my girlfriend secretly. So what? We are brothers, can we share? Damn it, just lie if you want to. Is this the stick? At this time, Su Min made an okay gesture to Yuan, indicating that she had obtained the information she wanted. In that case, there is no need to watch them act anymore. Snap! Snap! 2 more slaps landed on Bangzi's face. Shut the fuck up! After the two men calmed down, Su Min said, they were rescued by our soldiers, but these two turned their backs on us by attacking the Dragon Country soldiers, killing them, stealing their weapons, and hiding in the supermarket. Su Min finished speaking. The two sticks were stunned. You understand our language? That's not the case. She lied. She was just guessing. We didn't kill the Dragon Nation warrior. He was bitten to death by zombies. I swear, he was really bitten to death by a zombie. Believe me. Please believe me. The Koreans who grew up drinking the water of the Han River are not only stubborn, but also tell lies all the time. They are not trustworthy at all. No need to explain. You will surely die. Yuan raised his hand and fired 2 shots, hitting the legs of the 2 stickmen. Such a close distance, coupled with the dense bullets, directly broke their calves. Let's get rid of it first. Then Yuan's eyes swept over Xiaofan, Shaoan, Lu Rian in turn, and finally fell on Su Min. Forget it, you've killed someone. Besides, you are not mine yet, so I won't make things difficult for you. You 3. Yuan pointed at Xiaofan and the others and said, Xiaofan, you will follow me first. You will have a spot. Shaoan and Ruyan, you can decide for yourselves for the remaining spot. Kill these 2 bastards. This is the end of the world. You must dare to kill and get used to killing. Otherwise, you are not qualified to be called a survivor. I'll remind you again, humans are scarier than zombies. Make a decision. Shaoan was a little timid, even though she had seen Yuan kill people and was mentally prepared. But everyone who has killed someone knows it. It is one thing to watch others kill, and another to do it yourself. And Yuan didn't give any orders. Shaoan and Lu Rian were allowed to make the decision themselves. They hesitated for a moment, and finally Lu Rian stood up. Let me do it. Xiaofan was named by Yuan himself, which was equivalent to an order, so he also walked to Bangzi. At this time, the 2 stick men covered their broken legs and begged for mercy. Perhaps knowing that he couldn't deceive anyone, the Korean started to tell the truth. Please spare me. I don't want to kill that soldier, but he is determined to find the troops. Just leave us food. How can we survive without weapons? We were forced to kill him. Please give me a chance. Your legs are broken. You can't survive even if you're given a chance. Besides, you 2 ungrateful bastards don't deserve to live. Lu Rian's eyes turned cold. Pick up the shotgun and pull the trigger. Bang! Gunshots rang out, and dense bullets hit Park Gukchong's other leg. Now both legs are broken. Lu Rian's breathing was slightly rapid and her hands were trembling slightly, but her eyes were firm. You stupid Koreans, you stole our panda. Bang! The bullet hit the thigh, but because the distance was very close, it did not break off immediately. Rob our culture. Bang! Dense bullets hit her thigh again, and this time they finally broke off. Lu Rian's eyes became somewhat excited. Rob our Hanfu. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive bullets hit Park Gukchong's other thigh, and this time they were broken directly and cleanly. Lu Rian's eyes became more excited. The shaking hands no longer shook. The bullet was fired too fast, and Park Gukchong, who lost both legs, did not faint, but cried out at the top of his lungs. The louder he shouted, the more excited Lu Rian became. There was actually a hint of smile in his eyes. Click! The shell is ejected and loaded into the chamber. Robber our ancestors. Bang! The shot broke Park Gukchong's right hand. Bang! 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 She would mutter something with every shot. At this moment, Park Gukchong's limbs had been broken. You bastard! You killed our soldiers. Bang! With the last shot, more than 400 steel balls hit his head, and it immediately shattered like a bursting watermelon. It's finally over. Park Kuchan's body was dismembered. The light in Lu Ruyan's eyes had not faded, and she stared at Park Guk-ki with a smile. No, I don't want to die like this. Please give me a quick death. Park Guk-ki was already so frightened that he was pissing and shitting all over the place. He knew he was going to die, and now he just wanted to die quickly. Sister Ruyan, this is mine. Only after Xiaofan reminded her did Lu Ruyan stop the killing. She turned around. She let out a light breath and twisted her slender waist like a water snake to come to Yi Yuan. There are all kinds of charm at this time. He is completely different from the person just now. If it weren't for the fact that she was already a servant, Yi Yuan would even want to stay away from Lu Ruyan. It's just crazy. It was even worse than the first time he killed zombies. Looking back on her past life, she was just a canary imprisoned by Gu Yiming. Unexpectedly, after following him, her bloodline was activated. Unparalleled beauty, killing the goddess. But it's okay this way. To survive in the apocalypse, they are afraid to take action, so they are forced to kill. Of course, it's not about killing innocent people. Otherwise, we wouldn't have waited until now to let them practice. Xiaofan, it's your turn. Chapter 84, is this a shotgun? It must be a hand cannon. Zhang Xiaofan had followed Yi Yuan the longest and had witnessed Yi Yuan kill the most people. When I was in Wudong Garden, there was a fool pretending to be a gangster and threatening Yi Yuan to give him food and was shot with a hole in the chest. Later, someone downstairs made obscene gestures towards Xiaofan. His palm was smashed by Yi Yuan. Later, the man with the hooked nose and the bearded man broke into Zhang Xiaofan's house. One of them was shot in the chest by Yi Yuan, and the other was killed by a blow to the head. There is also the Mediterranean-styled shitty district chief and his men. It can be said that Zhang Xiaofan is accustomed to murders, so the hand holding the gun did not tremble. In addition, Xiaofan could not disobey Yi Yuan's orders to her, so she shot Park Wuji in the head. She did not learn from Lu Ruyan to kill people cruelly. This thing can't be learned. What is not in your blood will never be there. Let's go to the supermarket. Yi Yuan released several huge rocks from the space warehouse and piled them into steps. Several people walked into the supermarket and then blocked the entrance. Go devour the food first. I'll be back later. I've just got a Type 09 shotgun, and I need to modify it to satisfy my craving. There were 3 more shotgun shells in the gun. The gun uses 18mm military shotgun shells with 14 tungsten alloy pellets inside. Extremely penetrating power. Effective range, 100 meters. It can easily penetrate 2 layers of steel plates at a distance of 20 meters, and the impact point is only as big as a fist. The focus is on semi-automatic. Just like a pistol, you can keep squeezing the trigger to keep firing pellets. Of course, the disadvantages are also obvious. The magazine capacity is only 5 rounds. But in Yi Yuan's hands, is this called a shortcoming? Yi Yuan's mind moved, and a mysterious power in his body transformed into an invisible 3D printer, covering the shotgun. Start local integrated replication. The magazine with a capacity of 7,000 rounds is still copied. Never complain about having too many bullets in a gun. The barrel is badly worn, so replace it when you have time. If you don't have time in a critical moment, it's not too late to switch to a new gun. But you must ensure that there are endless bullets in the gun, so that you can feel more at ease. It feels like 10 million is obviously enough for a lifetime of spending, but if there is 100 billion in the card, the feeling is completely different. The feed tube space and the spring are well copied. Next, it's time to copy the bullet. Because of the weight limit, bullets can only be copied individually, and a maximum of 600 shotgun shells can be copied at a time. Just at this moment, Yi Yuan suddenly had an idea. Although the 18mm shotgun shell is powerful and has a long range, it only has 14 pellets. For those who have a fear of insufficient firepower, it's a bit little. Yi Yuan once thought deeply that it is best not to change the internal material structure of the bullet easily. For example, increasing the amount of gunpowder can make the bullet more powerful, but doing so can easily cause the chamber to explode. Each weapon is strictly designed by experts and finalized after multiple revisions based on test data. Any random tampering may at best affect the accuracy and power of the weapon. In severe cases, the barrel may explode and injure people. Yi Yuan attached great importance to his life, and he had no shortage of weapons and ammunition, so there was no need for him to pursue perfection excessively. However, the 18mm shotgun shell can be modified. This bullet is fully enclosed. The bullet is inside the shell. In other words, if you expand the space inside the shotgun, there won't be any energy inside. All the extra space is used to expand tungsten alloy projectiles. If the gunpowder is not increased, it is impossible for the barrel to explode. However, after the striker hits the barrel, The driving force generated by the internal explosion will be unimaginably large in a space without an energy field. It's just like a missile can fly faster and farther in outer space. Outer space is just a vacuum. It's not that there is no energy at all. There is even a weak gravitational force. However, the internal space of the shotgun that was modified and copied by Yuan is truly devoid of energy and gravity. In this environment, the projectile can be accelerated to the maximum. The amount of gunpowder is clearly only enough to push 14 bullets to a distance of 100 meters. Once the space is transformed, perhaps 200 or 300 projectiles can be fired 300 or 400 meters away. After clarifying this relationship, Yuan immediately became excited. Once the experiment is successful, the lethality of the Type 09 shotgun in his hands will far exceed that of a machine gun. It can even be used as a hand cannon. Hurry up, transform one first. Yuan thought about it for a while and decided to copy 280 tungsten alloy projectiles. After all, the barrel is less than 40 centimeters long. If there are too many bullets, they will be crowded in the barrel after firing and their power will be greatly reduced. He also considered replicating the interior of a gun barrel, or extend the length. But the barrel is not a space carrier, it can only be regarded as a channel. The space with carriers must be non-circulating. There can be an entrance, but no exit, and only then can there be space for the carrier and local replication be possible. The barrel obviously isn't. Yuan first removed 2 shotgun shells, leaving only one in the feed tube as a sample. Partial integrated replication, in proportion to the space occupied by the projectile, is expanded 19 times. Then all of them are copied into tungsten alloy projectiles. Copy 7,000 shotgun shells in one go. Yes, that's 7,000. When the internal space of the shotgun shell is expanded and the spatial structure is changed, the gunpowder and bullets inside have no weight at all. Just based on the weight of the shells, it would be no problem to copy 7,000 of them. However, after the projectile is ejected from the shell, it will regain its weight. It's time to test the power. Yuan held a shotgun and quickly walked to the second floor of the supermarket. He found a window and aimed at the group of zombies 50 meters away. Pull the trigger. Bang. The gunshot was not loud because there was no increase in gunpowder, but it's incredibly powerful. 50 meters away, 7 or 8 zombies were dismembered in an instant. Some had their heads exploded, some had a big hole in their bodies, and some had their hands and feet broken off. The scene was quite bloody. The destructive power is many times stronger than that of a number 12 shotgun shell containing more than 400 small steel balls. Yo! Yuan couldn't help but cheer. It's not that I haven't seen big scenes, but I've never seen a shotgun with such power. This is a hand cannon. One more shot. This time, Yuan was aiming at a location about 100 meters away, so the shotgun shells would be more scattered. However, with 280 bullets, they can cause more damage over a larger area at a longer distance. Bang! The gunshots rang out again, and dense bullets spurted out, constantly dispersing, and in a blink of an eye, they were 100 meters away. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere. The originally quiet group of zombies suddenly exploded. More than a dozen zombies were either dead or injured. Of course, most of them were injured, and only 3 or 4 were killed by headshots. After all, the distance was too great, and the zombies were not very dense. But that's not a problem. The fact that it can hit the head from 100 meters away shows that the power is strong enough, and the bullet distribution is even enough. One shot is not enough, shoot a few more. There's no need to aim deliberately anyway. Yuan continued to pull the trigger. Bang! 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 The speed of a shotgun firing is comparable to that of a pistol, and its lethality is even more terrifying than that of a heavy machine gun. Blood and flesh can be seen flying everywhere 100 meters away. Dense bullets kept spraying past. Like a heavy rain. 1 bullet may not kill him, and 2 bullets may not kill him. But if there are too many bullets, even if he doesn't die, his body will be dismembered. Fuck! 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 Yuan fired his gun while shouting fuck excitedly. In less than a minute, the ground 100 meters away was littered with body parts and fragments, and at least 100 zombies were killed. This is as easy as killing monsters in the game Crossfire. Yuan couldn't let go of the Type 09 shotgun. It's more exciting than touching my dick at night. Of course, the main thing is that the shield machine has not failed yet. Once it gets out of control, human bombs will definitely be more effective. Next, Yuan copied all the bullets. Copy 100 more gun barrels as backup, and replace them when you have time. In the end, I copied 8 Type 09 shotguns with full ammunition. 2 for each person. Even if the barrel gets hot and you don't have time to replace it, you can always switch to another one. At this time, Li Huang flew to Yi Yuan's shoulder. Master, master. Yi Yuan touched Li Huang's head and said, go outside and kill the zombies. As a battle pet, you must hone your hunting skills. Watching Li Huang fly out, Yuan also came to the underground first floor and distributed weapons to Xiaofan and the others. At this moment, Yuan frowned. Where's Su Min? Why is she gone? Chapter 85 Lam Su Min? She kills without blinking an eye. It was then that everyone realized that Su Min was missing. This was not Xiaofan and the others' fault. Yuan had just granted them level 2 devouring, and the 3 servants were seizing the opportunity to devour the food to become stronger. Yuan did not order them to keep a close eye on Su Min. After all, this supermarket is safe. When digging the tunnel before, I had already observed the situation inside the supermarket. Apart from the 2 sticks, there were no survivors or zombies. Now the stick is dead. What dangers could there be in a supermarket? There were zombies everywhere outside, and Su Min didn't dare to go out. Who would have thought that when I came back, the person was gone? But this did not pose a problem for Yuan. In broad daylight, unless you ran within a radius of 500 meters, you could not escape the 3D image in your mind. Yuan immediately released a huge rock from the space warehouse. As I swung the shovel, a 3-dimensional map immediately appeared in my mind. Found it. Su Min is in a clothing store on the 4th floor, and the situation is not good. Damn! Yuan's eyes turned cold, and he turned around and rushed to the 4th floor. Let's go back to 15 minutes ago. Su Min watched Xiaofan and the others devouring the food, while Yuan was staring blankly at the shotgun. In fact, Yuan was studying the feasibility of expanding the capacity of shotgun shells. Su Min felt bored, so she slipped to the clothing store on the 4th floor. Women can never get rid of this bad habit. Whenever they go shopping, they will go into a clothing store. The same is true for the end times. And it's even better when you buy for free. Smash the glass door with a hammer and go in to take whatever you want. At this time, she came to a lingerie store and picked and chose, but still couldn't find anything that she was particularly satisfied with. She saw Xiaofan, Xiaowan, and Lu Rian last night. They all wear 2 straps. No wonder Yuan gave them superpowers. It turns out they are so eager to show themselves. So Su Min decided to change her inner style so that Yuan would fall in love with her as soon as possible. But she can't. The scale is different. There was no choice but to pick a few nice ones at random, leave, and go to another stocking store. Hey, that's her strong point. Su Min's long legs would be absolutely stunning if she were wearing black stockings. No nonsense. Black stockings, flesh-colored, fishnet, garter stockings, body stockings, all stored in the space warehouse. Humph! Yuan, you stinky man. I change into 3 sets a day. I hope I can charm you to death. When you fall in love with me, you will give me supernatural powers. I am the queen, shining with confidence. Su Min was wearing cool black stockings and standing in front of the mirror. Her noble and elegant temperament was made even more charming by the black stockings. With such exquisite and beautiful facial features, no man can resist such temptation. At the same time, a thick rope was hanging from somewhere on the floor. Not long after, a man slid down the rope to the 4th floor, just outside the changing room of the stocking store. The man holds a hammer in his hand. He smashed the exterior glass with a hammer. Just then, the military was carrying out a rescue operation, and a shell exploded nearby. The loud noise covered up the sound of glass breaking. The man grabbed the steel frame and entered the changing room of the stocking store. After waiting for a while, 3 more men came down. They all had weapons in their hands. Fire hammer, fire axe, machete, and a shield made of solid wooden wardrobe doors. If you encounter 1 or 2 zombies, you can still deal with them easily. Third brother, are you sure the supermarket door is locked? The third brother is called Wednesday. He lives in an apartment above a supermarket and was a thug for a loan shark company before the end of the world, commonly known as collecting bad debts. Third brother, what if there are zombies in the supermarket? Wednesday raised the fire axe in his hand. There's nothing to be afraid of. We've already killed more than a dozen zombies. If there are really zombies in the supermarket, we won't be afraid of them as long as there are few of them. Since there are a lot of them, we can just climb back up the rope. That makes sense. After all, it's on the 4th floor. Even if there are zombies in the supermarket, there should be very few on the 4th floor. If something is wrong, just climb back upstairs immediately. Let's go out and observe first. If there were no zombies, we would be rich. We would have a supermarket full of food. The 4 men walked out of the locker room, cautiously with weapons in hand, and just in time saw Su Min standing in front of the mirror. Oh shit! This figure, this face, these legs. Damn, she's a top-notch goddess. The most important thing is that this woman doesn't seem panicked at all and even has the mind to admire herself in front of the mirror, which shows that the supermarket is very safe. And she was wearing a waist-bearing tank top. Hot little shorts. There was a metal wine jug half the size of a palm hanging around his waist, and there was no place on his body to hide any weapons. It's a little lamb. Now it feels great. Joseon swallowed his saliva and several people exchanged glances, and they all understood what he was thinking. Su-min noticed movement at the locker room door. Turning around, I happened to see Zhou-san and others. She was shocked, and when she saw the weapons in the hands of several people, Su-min gave up calling for help. Yuan is on the basement floor. Not to mention whether he could hear it or not. Even if he could hear it, by the time he came up, he might have already been controlled. If the other party is a thug, you might even be hacked to death first. Hello, beautiful lady. Zhou-san led his men out of the locker room and walked towards Su-min. Their formation is also very particular. They dispersed and formed a surrounding trend, with one of them standing directly at the gate to block the retreat. What do you want to do? Su-min covered her chest nervously, with a look of fear in her eyes. Don't worry, beautiful lady. My name is Wednesday. Like you, we are all survivors. How many of you are there? Su-min shook her head. It's just me. One person? There's zombies everywhere outside. You can escape to the supermarket by yourself? I don't believe it. I didn't escape here. I'm the owner of a beauty shop on the first floor. I bought a batch of beauty products before the disaster. I took inventory and put them into the warehouse overnight. After I finished, I went to sleep in the shop. I didn't expect that when I woke up, there were zombies everywhere outside. I couldn't get out. Su-min reacted quickly. This passage is not made up at random. The first floor is closest to the basement floor. If these people don't believe it, ask to be taken downstairs to confirm it. That's just perfect. Just go to the first floor and shout. And with that stinky pervert Yi Yuan's exaggerated speed, he can rush up in just a dozen seconds. You can save yourself before the other party reacts. However, Wednesday did not seem to intend to go down to verify it. In his eyes, it doesn't matter what Su-min does. From what you said, the supermarket is currently safe and there are no zombies? Su-min shook her head. Yes, there are no zombies, but I can't get out. I'm so scared that zombies will rush in. At times like this, you have to pretend to be weak and helpless in order to paralyze the other person. Wednesday puffed out his chest. Don't worry, we have a lot of brothers here, so we are not afraid even if zombies come in. We have killed 70 or 80 zombies. At times like this, you have to brag, Zhou-san said as he walked towards Su-min and put his arms around her slender waist. What are you going to do? Su-min dodged and looked at Zhou-san with horror. Don't hide. You can't let us protect you in vain. We are not lickers. Brothers, don't you agree? Several men immediately started to make a fuss, and their eyes became unscrupulous. Brothers, you guys played with that woman first last night. This time it's my turn. Is that okay with you? Who said no opinion? The girl last night was average looking and was completely different from the woman now. But Wednesday is the boss of the team. I didn't dare to say anything even though I had some opinions in my heart. Besides, third brother was a weak guy with a strong appearance. The worst that could happen was that I would just have to wait for 2 or 3 minutes. Let's not talk about this, brothers. Third brother, please go first. We'll be waiting outside. Haha, then I won't be polite. Zhou-san pressed forward with a grim smile, and Su-min retreated in embarrassment, unknowingly retreating to the locker room. Haha, beautiful lady, I know you are shy, so I deliberately hid in the locker room. Don't worry, third brother, I understand. After saying that, Zhou-san threw away the fire axe and rushed towards Su-min impatiently. Su-min screamed, and at the same time, a sharp hellhound tactical dagger instantly jumped out of the small wine jug. Su-min was prepared and immediately grabbed the handle of the knife. Take advantage of the moment when Wednesday pounces on him and stab him quickly. He had experience in killing people, and this time the stabbing was very accurate, going straight into the heart. At this moment, her eyes became fierce and cold, and her previous fear was just a disguise. Just like Carol, always using a helpless appearance to deceive the rioters, he was fooled on Wednesday. Su-min continued to scream, "No, don't do this." Although he was shouting, his hands did not stop, and the sharp dagger kept stabbing Zhou-san's neck. "Help, no!" She screamed and stabbed wildly. Soon, Wednesday turned into a hornet's nest, but Su-min continued to call for help to paralyze the people outside. At the same time, she quickly put the dagger into the space warehouse, then raised her hands and ran out of the locker room covered in blood. "Help, he's turned into a zombie. Go in and kill him." Chapter 86. One is crazy and bloodthirsty. The other is vicious and cruel. Su-min raised his hands and ran out covered in blood. Upon hearing that Wednesday had turned into a zombie, the thug holding the shield raised his shield immediately, and the other 2 thugs also quickly picked up their weapons and stood behind the shields. With the shield protecting me, I felt more at ease. Only then did they react. That's not right. Brother 3 has turned into a zombie. It's only been a minute since he went in there. How come he turned into a zombie? Let's go and take a look. The 3 of them moved slowly towards the locker room with a vigilant look on their faces. They didn't take Su-min seriously at all. The waist-revealing vest and hip-length shorts meant there was no way to hide any weapons on her body. And she raised her hands when she ran out. My hands are empty. The thugs automatically ignored Su Min and only thought about Zhou-san. If he really turned into a zombie, they would have to kill him quickly. The three of them walked past Su Min. Just at this moment, Su Min's mental strength had already entered the wine jug, and she watched the thug turn his back to her. She had an idea. The mental power in the wine jug turned into an invisible hand, grabbing the dagger and pushing it out. His eyes turned cold, and he swung his knife at the nearest thug, straight into his neck. Puff! A slight sound of entering flesh was heard. Su Min pulled out a dagger and quickly stabbed the second thug. The guy was completely unprepared behind him and was killed with one blow. Two companions fell one after another. The thug holding the shield in the front seemed to be aware of the movement behind him. His hair stood on end instantly. Turning around, he saw a bloodthirsty dagger stabbing towards his throat. Su Min's fierce eyes frightened the thug so much that he shuddered all over. Oh my god! The thug instinctively raised his shield to block. But it's too slow. The dagger still pierced the carotid artery, but fortunately he raised his shield to block the dagger. Otherwise, this blow will hit the throat directly. But the thugs are not having a good time now either. The aorta was punctured and blood gushed out like a fountain. The humming sound of the blood was chilling to hear. The thug covered his neck, which was bleeding, and held the shield in one hand. Seeing that the thug was not dead, Su Min kicked the shield. She had very little strength, but the thug was so frightened that he became limp all over and was kicked to the ground. No, don't kill me. I didn't do anything to hurt you. Su Min was already bloodthirsty and rushed forward to stab the thug in the neck, but he blocked it with his hand. Although the palm was pierced, but this guy still has strength. He actually raised his shield to block his throat. Do you think this prevents it? With a whoosh sound, the knife stabbed directly into the abdomen. The thug screamed, but Su Min didn't care. She stabbed him in the abdomen dozens of times. The thug no longer had the strength to raise his shield. His throat was exposed. Go to hell? The sharp hellhound tactical dagger, with a bloodthirsty cold light, stabbed into the throat. The thug kicked his legs and lost all hope of survival. Su Min twisted it again before pulling out the dagger, then sat on the ground and let out a long sigh. After a fierce battle, it seemed as if all the strength had been drained away from me. She took a while to stand up, and suddenly saw a figure at the door out of the corner of her eye. Oh! Su Min turned around, holding the dagger to her chest. Her calm eyes became fierce again, and then immediately returned to normal. So it's you. The person standing at the door was Yuan. When he was on the underground first floor, he used the 3D image in his mind and just happened to see Su Min attacking the thug from behind. Rush up immediately as fast as possible. However, as soon as they arrived at the door of the stocking store, all the thugs were killed by Su Min. Both were stabbed in the throat. The last thug was killed by Su Min, who twisted the dagger twice before pulling it out. I have to say, she pretended very well. The level of cruelty is comparable to Lu Ruiyan's madness and bloodthirstiness. Damn, what kind of people do I recruit? It seems that Xiaofan and Xiaowan are the only normal women. Yuan, I was also forced. They are thugs who want to violate me. I am so scared. Woo. Damn it. I'm pretending again. Cry your head off. I really want to beat you to death. Who told you to run around like that? Seeing that Yuan wasn't buying it, Su Min glared at him resentfully, thinking, I just wanted to pick out some nice stockings to wear for you to see. Do you think I want to run into thugs? But I can't say this out loud. Whether you believe it or not, I have to be charming, gentle, and attractive. This is the only way to make you fall in love with me and then give me supernatural powers. Oh, I know I was wrong. I won't run around next time. Will you please forgive me? When Su Min acts coquettishly, it makes people feel them all over and even get goosebumps. But Yuan was very angry at the moment. What if something unexpected happens? I've lost 2 entries. Where can I find another tamer entry? Damn. Forgive me. I really want to beat you to death. Yuan cursed as he walked in to check the situation. The 3 thugs on the ground were all dead. He came to the locker room and saw another thug lying inside. This guy was even more miserable. There were knife marks all over his neck, chest, and abdomen. There was blood all over the ground. The death was even more miserable than that of the thug in Su Min's family. At least he was stabbed dozens of times. Is it still necessary to whip the corpse after the person dies? Yuan turned around and looked at Su Min. You are just like Lu Ruiyan. Neither of you is any better than the other. Lu Ruiyan was already a servant, so she wasn't worried. But Su Min is not yet. Although her docility has reached 70%, and she generally won't take the initiative to murder Yuan, one still has to be careful. Give me the dagger. From now on, except when sleeping, you must stay with me 24 hours a day. so that you don't cause any trouble again. Except for sleeping, there are number 24 hours. By the way, do you want me to follow you when I take a shower? What's your attitude? What kind of attitude is this? You dare to talk back to me, believe it or not. Before he could finish his words, Su Min asked, hem me to death? Yi Yuan hummed with a heavy nasal tone, took the dagger handed to him by Su Min, and put it into the space warehouse. Let's go downstairs. I'm covered in blood. Wait for me to change clothes. Hurry up. Waited 5 minutes. Su Min came out of another dressing room. She had used the water in the space warehouse to clean the blood stains. Put on a white one-piece vest again. Yes, it's the kind of one-piece vest that you can guess what's underneath even when you wear long pants. The hot pants I wore before were also lost. Put on a pair of shorts again. Then put on a black silk stocking. Wow, so noble and elegant, yet sexy and charming. How is it? Does it look good? Look at your mother's head. I'm warning you. Follow me later if you run away again. Forget it. You know what I mean? I won't say anything more. Come on, follow me downstairs. Stinky man. I have never worn it like this before. I wore it just for you to see, and you treated me like this. Is it a big deal to have 3 beauties? I am also very beautiful. I have long legs and a good figure. I dare to kill zombies and thugs with a dagger. I am not a vase. If you have the guts, fall in love with me. You won't suffer any loss if you fall in love with me. Quietly, Su Min's docility increased by another 5%. Chapter 87 Space Ring, Melee Artifact. After returning to the underground first floor, Yi Yuan also began to sweep up supplies. His devouring skill has reached level 3, and he can devour and transfer 1 ton of materials each time, which is very efficient. After all the supplies on the underground first floor were cleared out, everyone immediately went to the first floor. The first floor is full of shops. Mobile phones, computers, gold jewelry, home appliances, bedding, etc. Basically useless. I symbolically took a few Yao leading mobile phones, which could be used for satellite calls, which will always come in handy. When passing by the gold shop, Yi Yuan suddenly had an idea. Since the internal space can be replicated infinitely, why not just make a batch of space rings? I had no choice but to use wine jugs as space warehouses before. Yi Yuan had no habit of wearing rings, and at that time the only suitable item at home was a wine jug. There are more choices now. The wine jug must be replaced. Hanging it around the waist always feels out of place, and it also makes you look bigger. If everyone hangs a wine jug in their hands, it will easily arouse suspicion, especially Xiao Fan and the others. All of them are women. There are wine jugs hanging on each one, and it is hard not to wonder if there is something special in the jugs. The ring is simple and convenient, and is not likely to arouse suspicion. Let's go to the gold shop. You guys take a break, I'll make a batch of space rings. When they heard about entering a gold shop, the women understood and smiled at each other. It's another $0 purchase. What woman doesn't like jewelry? As soon as she enters the store, she starts shopping. Yi Yuan carefully selected items in front of the display case. I chose 2 diamond rings. One for men and one for women. What he was interested in was not diamonds, but platinum. This thing is hard and does not rust, making it an ideal material for making space rings. Of course, stainless steel can also be used to make rings. However, it will still rust over time. Wearing a rusty ring not only affects the appearance, but also makes people suspect that there is something wrong with the ring. Yi Yuan found a pair of pliers and took the diamond out of the ring setting. Cut the clips. Then start local integrated replication. The process is simple. Just let the setting extend and wrap around the ring. It looks magical. The platinum ring setting was like liquid, constantly rising according to Yi Yuan's thoughts, and finally formed a small bead on the ring's surface. There is a certain amount of space left inside the beads. 2 holes are left on the surface of the bead. One is as big as a pinhole, and the other is slightly smaller than a mung bean. Leaving 2 holes has a magical use. In fact, partial integrated replication cannot make closed hollow beads, because it is expansion and extension, not welding. But this is exactly what Yi Yuan needs, leaving 2 small holes, slightly smaller than mung beans, as the entrance and exit for storing and accessing materials. Of course, we must expand imports and exports. Yi Yuan locked the space of the small hole and replicated it 27 times in a row. This hole, which looked slightly smaller than a mung bean, had actually expanded 670 million times. Even planes and tanks can fit in it. The next step is to replicate the space inside the steel ball. After 16 consecutive expansions, 1 cubic meter of space has been formed inside the small steel ball, but this is far from enough. Keep copying. Anyway, the consumption of copying space is minimal. Even if it increases exponentially, Yi Yuan does not need to worry about excessive consumption with his current mental strength. He copied it 20 more times in one breath. The internal space was expanded to 540 million cubic meters, and Yuan was already overwhelmed. Keep copying. The 21st time, the internal space did not double, but got stuck at 1 billion cubic meters and could not be replicated. At this moment, a reminder sounded in my mind. The space carrier has reached its replication limit and cannot continue to replicate. Damn, the copies are infinite, but the materials are limited. What material could be used as a carrier to continue to replicate? The materials on the blue planet, when made into space carriers, can only support a maximum of 1 billion cubic meters. More advanced materials can be found in the vast universe. Let's just forget it. 1 billion cubic meters is already exaggerated. It is equivalent to 1 kilometer in length, width, and height. If there is a flow of time inside and oxygen is introduced, it can be regarded as a small world of its own. Orange power is awesome. I don't know if there are any golden powers. Yuan collected his thoughts and decided to try the new space warehouse. He slapped the display case below with his backhand. A magical scene appears. About 1/5 of the display case's volume was gone. Yuan continued to press the back of his hand down. About 1/5 of the display case disappeared again, as if an invisible knife was cutting away the display case layer by layer. This time Yuan pushed all the way to the end. The whole person squatted down, pressed the back of his hands to the ground, and all the display cabinets disappeared. Not bad, not bad. Yuan stood up and looked at the ring on his hand with satisfaction. In fact, the display cabinets have not disappeared. Instead, it was stored in the space warehouse inside the ring. The platinum bead on the ring has a small hole on its surface that looks slightly smaller than a mung bean to the naked eye. It is actually a space entrance with a diameter of more than 50 meters. When it doesn't touch an object, nothing happens. Once the small hole touches an object, it becomes a big gap. Anything smaller than it can be put in instantly. Just like a display case. It's obviously 2 meters long. But it was touched by the back of Yuan's hand, or to be more precise, by the small hole of the bead on the ring, and then was instantly inserted. And the storage needs can be adjusted according to distance or height. Just like just now, press down slightly with the back of your hand, and the display case will only be partially filled. This kind of physical storage is rather troublesome. If combined with swallowing transfer, Yuan can swallow 1 ton of materials each time and transfer them directly into the space ring. And it can also be used in combat. The small hole on the ring bead has a hidden diameter of more than 50 meters, and anyone who touches it will fall in. Play close combat with me? With a backhand slap, both zombies and thugs were called directly into the space ring. It's exciting just thinking about it. But the disadvantages are also obvious. What if Xiaofan and the others accidentally pounced on them and touched the small hole on the ring? It is equivalent to rushing towards a hole with a diameter of more than 50 meters. Although I can release it again, it's still frustrating to always be like this. I'm always worried that I've put someone in there. So Yuan reserved 2 holes at the beginning. One hole is expanded into the entrance and exit of the space warehouse, and the other smaller hole serves as a channel for spiritual power to enter. What we need to do now is to copy a circular door at the entrance and exit of the space warehouse. Yuan picked up another platinum ring and threw it into the space warehouse. Then, using the local integrated replication ability, the ring continued to expand, become larger and thicker, and finally turned into a circular manhole cover with a diameter of more than 50 meters. Then copy a bolt that is more than 50 meters long. Use mental power to lock the space warehouse from the inside and block the entrance and exit of the warehouse directly, so that you don't have to worry about someone accidentally falling into the space warehouse. When supplies need to be stored or retrieved, mental power enters through another small hole the size of a needle hole. All it takes is a thought. The internal door can be opened instantly, which is convenient and safe for storing or taking out supplies. But the entrance to mental power is too small. The hole of a needle is so small that it can easily be blocked by dust. If your mental power can't get in, you'll be doomed. So Yuan continued to copy and expand the internal space of the needle eye to a diameter of 5 millimeters. The 5 millimeters hole is so small that even dust will fall into the warehouse inside. There is no possibility of blockage. Yuan was very satisfied with the space ring and copied another 1:1:1, where 1 on each hand. Even if you unfortunately fall into the horde of zombies and can't use your gun, I will slap you on the left and on the right. No matter how many zombies you have, call them all into the space warehouse. It's simply a close combat weapon. Chapter 88. If you use power to tempt me, the end is death. Although he has a melee weapon, Yuan would not be so stupid. If we can eliminate the target from 100 meters away, we will never delay until 99 meters. The melee combat capability of the space ring can only be considered icing on the cake. Its main value lies in stockpiling supplies and even in attacking enemies by surprise. For example, Sumin killed those 4 thugs. She had no idea of the usefulness of the space warehouse, but she still managed to kill 4 thugs with her calmness, ruthlessness, wisdom, and the unexpected use of a dagger. The space props of several women also need to be replaced. Yuan transformed a women's diamond ring into a space ring using the same copying technique. The servants' rings are much smaller, contains 1 million cubic meters of space. Then he copied 10 copies at a 1-to-1 ratio and gave one each to Xiaofan, Xiaoan, and Ruyan. Keep the rest for later use. There will surely be more minions in the future. Su Min did not get the space ring, and even her space wine jug was confiscated. Her supplies were temporarily kept by Xiaofan. Yuan, what are you doing? Even if you don't give me the ring, at least leave the wine jug. I'll leave you a hair. Space props are more dangerous than weapons. I didn't realize it before and always thought of it as a tool for storing and retrieving supplies, but now it seems that this thing is a close combat weapon. Su Min is not a servant yet. Even though the taming degree is 75% now, it is still not safe. What if she was taken away into the space warehouse? She insisted that she knew nothing and Xiaofan and the others could do nothing about it. Maybe they even thought they had abandoned them. No. Never give away space props rashly in the future. Before, it was just to show off and to quickly increase the taming level that I gave the space wine jug to Su Min as soon as possible. From now on, if you're not a servant, I will never send you away. Of course, there has to be a reason to give it away and then take it back. Yuan glared at Su Min. This is a punishment for your running around just now. As long as you are obedient, I will give you a space ring in the future. Even weapons and equipment, including superpowers. All of them are available to you. The premise is that you have to be sensible. Yuan just wanted to remind Su Min not to pretend and to be honest. But she clearly misunderstood. Sensible? What's the meaning? Do you want me to be your woman? Snort. I am a female killer. Unless you fall in love with me first. But superpowers are really great. I want them so badly. If I had superpowers, would I still have to worry about zombies? There is no need to even go back to Luhu to see Hong Jingyi's face. This old guy looks like he has kidney deficiency. I am young, so it is better for me to follow Yuan. Okay, I get it. I will be sensible. As Su Min finished speaking, the taming degree increased by 10% and is currently 85%, not far from the last entry. Not bad. If he does it again, Su Min will become a servant. No need to be on guard against her backstabbing anymore. The most important thing is that once you become a servant, you will be absolutely immune to blood mist and will not turn into a zombie even if you don't have antibodies. Let's go to the next supermarket. By the way, find a pet for Xiaofan and Ruyan. They each have accumulated 2 animal taming pills and need to find a suitable pet as soon as possible. After all, they don't want a male. Yuan came to the broken glass on the second floor. Looking at the Li Huang not far away, it was still fighting, its small body flying and shuttling in the air at a very fast speed. Every time it swoops down, its sharp claws will tear open the zombie's head. But the claws are too small. Sometimes one hit won't be enough to damage a zombie's brain, so it will fly into the air and dive again. At most twice, the zombie's brain will be crushed. Despite this, Li Huang is still very efficient in killing zombies. Its flying speed is so fast that the zombies' brains are often taken away before they can react. Li Huang, come back soon. Yuan's voice was not loud, but the combat pet and its master had telepathy, and as long as the distance was not too far, it could feel the master calling. Li Huang flew back. Yuan took out a basin of water and waited for it to wash its claws before letting it fly onto his shoulder. Xiaoan was very envious. Her ingot has not been used in actual combat yet. This is the difference between land combat and air combat. A dog can't do much against a horde of zombies. Even with the protection of chainmail, one is still worried about being pressed to the ground and rubbed. So we have to get combat pets for Xiaofan and Ruyan as soon as possible. At that time, a warrior dog and 2 assassin cats will be able to fight against a small group of zombies. Yuan led everyone back to the underground first floor. Prepare to leave through the underground passage. At this moment, a loud crash suddenly sounded outside the fire escape on the underground first floor. Then the door to the emergency passage was kicked open. 4 men rushed in panic. 3 of them had weapons in their hands. 2 of them were holding fire hammers, and 1 was holding a fire axe. The emergency exit door must have been broken open by a fire axe. At this time, the 2 teams met. Yuan instantly raised his shotgun and aimed, and Xiaofan and the other 2 also immediately raised their guns and aimed. The person on the other side also reacted quickly. 2 of them turned around to close the door. Just as they were using the fire hammer as a bolt, they heard the sound of zombies banging on the door from outside. The other one holding a fire axe immediately stood in front. He protected a man in his 50s behind him. He was wearing a white shirt, silver-rimmed glasses, and his hair was slightly gray. You can tell at a glance that his identity is not simple. Seeing that Yuan had a gun in his hand, the other side quickly said, "Don't be nervous. We are just here to take refuge." At this time, the old man in a white shirt walked to the front, looking Yuan up and down. Seeing the attire of Yuan and his group, the old man, who was still frightened, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He habitually smiles on his face. This smile is fake, but familiar. It is often seen on TV. People who speak in an official tone usually have this kind of smile. Hello, little comrade. I am the director of the office of the prefectural governor of the Bold district. I am Wang Huajun. Judging from your attire, you should be soldiers of the Luhu City Defense Force, right? We are all family. Wang Huajun looked at Xiao Fan and the others again. The three servants were all wrapped in chain mail, but their delicate facial features and extremely hot bodies could still be vaguely seen. A glimmer of barely perceptible greed flashed across Wang Huajun's eyes. It was a habitual look. Can't be hidden. Only those who are accustomed to taking beautiful things for themselves will inadvertently reveal this kind of self-entitled look. I'm used to stealing things and think everything belongs to me. Wang Huajun looked at Su Min again. She was not wearing chainmail, and her beauty, nobility, and elegance were all visible. The greed in Wang Huajun's eyes became more obvious, but he controlled it well. He immediately turned to look at Yuan. Great, you are all young comrades. Thank you for your hard work. Wang Huajun obviously misunderstood. He thought that Yuan and his group were soldiers in the military rescue operation. After all, only the military had these weapons. As for not wearing a uniform and instead wearing a full-body chainmail, it is understandable. To defend against zombies. Comrade, I've already contacted the higher-ups, and they will be here to pick me up soon. The location is at the Temple of Heaven on the top floor of the supermarket. I can guarantee that as long as you escort me safely to the Temple of Heaven, the helicopter will pick you up as well. When you return to Luhu, you will be on duty at our temporary office in the prefectural governor's mansion. You won't have to go out again. How about it? How about it? The corner of Yuan's mouth rose slightly, and he suddenly raised his hand and fired a shot. Bang! 280 tungsten alloy bullets instantly smashed Wang Huajun into pieces. With its powerful penetrating power, it killed the two people behind him. Yuan immediately fired another shot, killing Wang Huajun's last follower as well. Pooh! What a shitty prefectural government. It's full of bastards. After his parents' car accident, the evidence collection and investigation had not made any progress. Later, Yuan hired a private detective himself, but the key clue was cut off as soon as he arrived at the prefectural government. It was as if an invisible black hand had forcibly blocked the evidence that could be used to convict the person. Otherwise, given his father's identity, how could he die in such an unclear manner? Yuan still wasn't satisfied. He fired 10 more shots at Wang Huajun's body, breaking it into small pieces. Just at this moment, there was the sound of helicopter propellers outside the supermarket. Yuan's eyes turned cold, revealing a barely perceptible evil smile. Chapter 89. Zhang Yusin, the Saint of Iron Lifting, the Dream Psychologist. A bloody mist enveloped the entire city, and the deafening sound of gunfire was heard incessantly. Even if the visible distance is only 70 or 80 meters. Helicopters or drones can often be seen flying through the blood mist. Zhang Yusin sat in the cabin, looking at the city filled with blood mist. The looming swarm of corpses looked like piranhas hiding in deep water. Even though I'm already in a helicopter. Recalling her experiences during this period, she still feels deeply desperate. Zhang Yusin clasped her hands tightly across her chest, which gave her a sense of security. She regretted having a falling out with her husband and separating from him. Zhang Yusin's husband is Ma Guodong, chief of the Gongyo District Police Station, a dozen years older than her. They are considered an old man and a young wife. Zhang Yusin is a psychologist who likes fitness. She has a plump and sexy figure with a protruding chest and a curved butt, and she is definitely a saint of weightlifting. The appearance is also very high. It is no exaggeration to say that it is rarely seen on TV. Such a top goddess was surrounded by many rich second-generation suitors, but Zhang Yusin eventually married Ma Guodong. It doesn't matter even if you are a dozen years older. After all, he is powerful and influential, and which woman doesn't admire a strong man? But after 1 year of marriage, she began to regret it. As a psychologist, she has great insight. A husband who usually seems upright. He did a lot of shameful things behind the scenes. The two often quarreled about this. Every time they quarreled, Zhang Yusin would move back to the old town to live for a few days, and then return to Luhu after she calmed down. I didn't expect to have bad luck this time. I had just moved back to the old town when the doomsday came. I was almost bitten to death by zombies several times, and my cell phone was lost. After hiding for a while, I finally found a place to stay. Fortunately, she found an old-fashioned phone with power that did not need to be unlocked, so she immediately called her husband. Fortunately, Ma Guodong is also alive, so they quickly sent a helicopter into the city and successfully rescued her. Zhang Yusin also figured it out. After returning to Luhu, I stayed there obediently and never asked about Ma Guodong again. Nothing is more valuable than being alive. She was really scared during this period. Whenever she thought of the zombies rushing towards her with their hideous faces, she trembled uncontrollably. Even though she is a psychiatrist, I can't calm myself down either. At this time, the helicopter arrived over a supermarket, and the pilot said that they were going to pick up a man named Wang Huajun. I heard that he is the director of the Bulls district office. I used to have a good relationship with my husband Ma Guodong. Where is Mr. Wang Hua? The driver looked at the Temple of Heaven on the top floor of the supermarket in confusion. He had been agreed to be picked up at the Temple of Heaven. I'll give him a call. Although the internet was disrupted, satellite phones were not affected. At the same time, Yuan, who was in the supermarket, heard the sound of a helicopter outside and guessed that it must be coming to pick up Wang Huajun. Because Wang Huajun said that as long as he was escorted to the Temple of Heaven, a helicopter would come to pick him up. At this moment, a cell phone rang suddenly among the debris on the ground. Yuan searched for it. A cell phone was recovered from a thigh fragment. Looking at the caller ID, Yuan hesitated whether to answer the call. At this time, the door of the safe passage was still being hit by the zombies. One of you goes and kills the zombies outside the door. Xiaofan took the lead and came to a position 10 meters away from the security gate. He picked up the shotgun and started firing wildly. The metal door was riddled with holes. The zombies outside were killed and wounded in an instant. The cell phone was still ringing, but Yuan didn't answer it. He really wanted to trick the helicopter down. Just kill everyone inside. You can pick up a plane for free, so why not do it? But Wang Huajun has already died. It is almost impossible to trick a helicopter into coming down. Even if he was still alive, he would probably be lowered by a rope. A helicopter would not land in the city, as that would be too risky. After much thought, I had no choice but to give up. Forget it. Let's see who's in the helicopter. Yuan didn't want to accidentally injure military soldiers. In fact, they might be comrades who fought together in the previous life. Yuan waved the shovel and dug into the floor. A 3D image immediately appeared in his mind, and everything within a 1-kilometer diameter could be seen clearly. A Lucky Bird helicopter was hovering above the supermarket. The cabin was full of armed men in black uniforms. Yuan recognized them at a glance. They were soldiers of the patrol army formed by the police station. They were all temporarily recruited after the apocalypse. To put it bluntly, it is an armed force formed by the Ministry of Education to counter military control. Before the end of the world, these big guys were used to living a life of superiority. They will not be controlled obediently. Even the patrol soldiers are more unscrupulous than before the end of the world. According to Yuan's temper, he would definitely reward them with a huge rock. But there was another woman in the cabin. She has a curvy figure, is plump and sexy, and is as tall and majestic as Xiaofan and Xiaowan. The appearance is also very high, and there are entry cards above her head, and the first one is a purple entry. What kind of divine luck is this? Deliver it to your door yourself? Yuan seemed to have discovered a new world. He didn't expect that the beauties he saw in the 3D stereoscopic image were also effective. Wouldn't it be possible to retrieve entries from a distance? Yuan carefully checked the entry card. Zhang Yusin. Entry 1, Psychologist purple. Entry 2, Fitness blue. Entry 3, Singing white. Damn, there are not only purple but also blue entries. But you can only choose one of the three. It seems that fitness is not an option. Yuan was also very curious about what kind of supernatural powers a psychologist could possess. Before the helicopter leaves, Yuan's consciousness immediately locked onto psychologist, and then he pulled hard. In an instant, a mysterious power entered his body. Success! Hurry up and call out the properties page to check. Yuan. Attributes: Strength 35, Constitution 35, Agility 35, Spirit 37. Ability: 3D printing, infinite replication, partial integrated replication, life form replication. Excavator master, super excavator, digging strength level 11, digging shovel. Nutritionist devouring LV.3. Tamer, taming pill soul pill. Psychologist dream psychologist LV.1. The first ability unlocked by the psychologist is dream psychologist. Just looking at the name gives you a mysterious and magical feeling. Yuan immediately clicked on it to check the introduction of superpowers. I didn't expect that the first thing that caught my eye was the entry introduction. This is the first time. All the entries I looked up before did not have a specific introduction. It seems that being a psychologist is not an easy job. Psychologist entry introduction. Psychological emotions can make the living not afraid of death, make the cowardly face danger, make those who want to die regain new life, and make those who strive for progress degenerate. Emotions are huge energy. They can break through all shackles, but they can also make people fall into eternal damnation. There's nothing wrong with that. The energy released from one's heart can enable one to rise to the occasion or to fall into hell. Yuan continued to read the introduction of superpowers. Dream psychologist LV.1. By creating dreams, emotional energy is obtained from fixed targets. The energy can be condensed into gems to break through the limitations of superpowers and upgrade superpowers. Level 1 dream psychologist can only lock onto 3 targets at most and can change targets at any time. Hint: emotions include anger, excitement, pleasure, happiness, mania, anxiety, pain. The text description is a bit complicated, but Yuan already understood what he meant. In layman's terms, Yuan can lock onto 3 target persons from a very long distance, as long as he has a basic understanding of these 3 people. For example, appearance and name. Then use voice and pictures to create dreams for each other. Once the target person falls asleep, he or she will dream about these images.